All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here. Thanks for joining me, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege to welcome Dr. Jerome Corsi to the program. Dr. Corsi has been a guest from time to time. He has been on the forefront of political and cultural analysis for the better part of the last several decades, going back to the his work on the Swift boat controversy in 2004 when John Kerry was running for president, and he's got into a lot of very important issues. He's got a shelf full of books. His most recent research in two books is on the Kennedy assassination, and his most recent book on the topic, which he co-wrote with David W. Mantic and others, is The Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, the Final Analysis. Forensic analysis of the JFK autopsy. X-rays prove two headshots from the right front and one from the rear. So, Dr. Corsi, let's go right into it. What are the latest discoveries with regard to the Kennedy assassination?
Well, I'm going to start. First of all, Charles, it's great to be back with you. Thank you for the
Thank you.
invitation. And I want to show you the cover of the book, and then we'll start there.
Okay.
Here's the cover of the book. I think you can see it now. Is it clear on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Is it
Yes,
shared? Okay. So the title is The Assassination of John F. Kennedy, the Final Analysis. And I co-authored it here, as you can see, with David Mantic. David Mantic is an MD. He's a radiation oncologist. So he's been reading X-rays for cancer patients for over 4 decades. And he also has a PhD in physics. And his PhD was on a physics topic dealing with X-rays. Now, Dr. Mantic has seen the JFK skull X-rays from the autopsy in the archives, the National Archives, 9 times more than anyone else. And he has done optical density measurements, which means you take a odometer, which is a scientific instrument, and you can meter or centimeter, okay, millimeter by millimeter, sometimes a tenth of a millimeter by tenth of a millimeter. You can measure the amount of light coming through the X-ray, which permits you to really do a detailed scientific analysis of what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of the 3 X-rays that exist in the archives of JFK's autopsy from the skull, all 3 are, first of all, forged. They're not the originals, and they were altered to mask evidence of frontal shots.
Right.
Now, okay, so what you can see in the cover here, this is a Zapruder film. This is the frame.
Right.
JFK has just been shot in the throat. You can see his hands coming up to his neck. A bullet has entered the windshield from the front, and it's hit him in the neck. Okay, and then of the headshots, the first one that hit Jack Kennedy was at frame 313 in the Zapruder film, and it moved his head forward, and it blew out a lot of the right front of his head. Less than 2 seconds later, a shot hit JFK in the temporal bone, which is right by the right ear, and it blew out the back of his head, the right back of his head. And then a shot hit him in the forehead almost at the same time. And if we look at that, in fact, if I increase the magnification on that and give it to you in a little bit bigger format, let's see if I can do that. Well, I'll do that when we get inside the others. But you can see here, the shot entered the forehead right at above the right eye at the hairline, and you can see the fragment of the bullet breaking up and goes across the top of Jack Kennedy's head, the right quadrant of his head, and the biggest fragments in the back, which is clear indication of a frontal shot, because the large fragments they weigh more and they have more momentum. They travel the farthest, and it did not exit the back of the head. So that's a clear evidence of a frontal shot. Okay, and that's again, what this means is that Lee Harvey Oswald was not the sole gun shooter, because he was supposed to have been shooting from the Texas School Book Depository, which was behind the limousine when the shooting started. And so therefore, there's no way that this means that there are essentially at least 3 gunmen, one from a low angle behind Jack Kennedy probably in the Daltex building directly behind the limousine, and across the street from the Texas School Book Depository. The one from the hit in the temple, this keyhole fracture right here, That shot came from the grassy knoll. And I can show you some of the Zapruder film here when we get into it in a minute. This shot up here, like the shot through the windshield, probably came from a shooter who was on the other side of the grassy knoll, the south side of Dealey Plaza, up by the railroad yard above the triple underpass.
Right.
So you got a crossfire. You got 3 shooters. And this is different than other books because here we've got scientific evidence. This is the measurement. You're looking at the X-rays. We know these X-rays are Jack Kennedy's X-rays because they are the X-rays of the teeth. The dental records match a pre-mortem before he was killed. X-ray Jack Kennedy had taken of his skull that was found at the JFK Presidential Library in Boston. But this white patch back here,
right,
which you can see, that's too white. It's off the grade for what the range of light that can come through an X-ray. That means that this was intentionally patched and blocked from light because the shot that came here and blew out the back of the head undoubtedly did damage this whole part of the skull. And you couldn't be permitted to see that in the X-rays, or you would have known that this was a frontal shot. Okay, now I'm going to quit sharing this for a minute, and here I want to give you a couple of other things here to think about. At Parkland Hospital, which Jack Kennedy was taken to Parkland Hospital immediately after the shooting.
Right.
And this was the doctors who, had the first look at Jack Kennedy, but no time to alter the wounds. And what they saw, they all said that it was two frontal shots that they saw. And I'm going to read you some of what they said. Here is a nurse. Her name is Nurse Bell. She just comes into the trauma room 1, the emergency room at Parkland, for just a couple of minutes. For literally, her job is to see how badly the patient is injured and whether or not there's going to be an operation needed, because she's going to go prepare the operating room.
Right. So she was the first person to see the president when he came in.
Yeah, and she's taking a look at it to see how bad the wounds are. So her testimony under oath to the Warren Commission, she said, when I took the first look, I could recognize the president, but I didn't see an injury because there was no injury around his face, she explained. So she said, where's the injury? Now, Dr. Perry, who was standing there, he was trying to do a tracheotomy. He's trying to open up the bullet wound in the throat, see if they get a tube down there to get JFK breathing. Perry reached up on the president's head and he pulled it up and he turned it a little to the left so you could see in here. And there was a gaping hole, she said, where the brain and fluids were dripping out. If the wound on the back of JFK's head could have been 3 or 4 inches in diameter, what I saw. That's like a baseball.
Yeah. Dr.
Crenshaw said, I walked to the president's head to get a closer look. His entire right cerebral hemisphere, that's this part, the whole right of the hemisphere, appeared to be gone. It looked like a crater, an empty crater. All I could see was mangled, bloody tissue. From the damage I saw, there was no doubt in my mind that the bullet had entered the head through the front. As it surgically passed through the cranium, the missile obliterated the temporal, that's up by the ear,
right,
and all the parietal, this is up more towards the top of the head, and the occipital lobes in the back of the head were gone, lacerated, and then it lacerated the cerebellum, which is a part of the brain at the very back.
Yes.
The wound resembled a deep furrow in a freshly plowed field. Several years later, when I showed slow motion films of the bullet striking the president, the physics of the head being thrown back provided final and complete confirmation of a frontal entry by the bullet to the cranium. Okay, so now that's what they saw at Parkland. And I want to show you some of the Zapruder film and I'm going to share my screen again.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you in the Zapruder film where you can see these two of the shots very clearly. And here we go. Share this, and I'm going to pick out frame 313. Okay, this frame here is where the shot hits JFK in the back of the head. And you can see the blood and tissue are going up out of his head forward. The front of his head, the very front of his head here, they're kind of like a head flap. That's where the bullets exited, and the damage has caused the bullet going through the head, and he's pushed forward.
Mhm.
Now, less than 2 seconds later, in frame 331, there is a massive hit to the side of the head, and I'm going to blow this one up so you can see the comparison here. This one here, I'm going to make that one go to be much bigger,
Mhm.
and so you can get a close-up of it. We're going to go to, I'm going to zoom in on it.
Okay.
You can see basically there that JFK's head, you can see two separate wounds. This is just the front of it. This is the whole side of his head is just blown open by the bullet that hit the side, and
Right.
it's blowing out the back of the head.
Mm.
Okay, those two separate shots.
Yes.
Okay, so those are a shot from the rear, a shot from the front, and he is now thrown violently to the left. So if we follow through here, you can see he's pushed violently back into the left. This is where you get the violently back into the left sequence, and that's clearly from a frontal shot. Okay, and I'm going to now show you some more of these. See, that's again a separate shot from the shot that hit at 313.
Mhm.
Now, I'm going to go actually into the book, and I'm going to show you some from the book now.
Okay.
I'm going to quit showing this, and I'm going to pick up the screen share here of the book,
Mhm.
and then I'm going to find the pictures I want. Let me look at the book for itself. The book is a large book, by the way. It's 500 and some pages long, and it is very, very thoroughly illustrated.
Mhm.
Everything we're talking about is very clearly demonstrated in the book, and you can follow it along and see exactly. We put all the medical, really detailed medical and scientific evidence in the back and appendices. So if you
Mhm.
want to see them, you can read them. But again, it's not really required if you really want to just understand the argument of the book.
Right.
Now, I'm going to come up here to the frame 411. This is I'm showing you some of the Zapruder film now in frames. Okay, so here is this is the head explosion at 331, and I'm going to
Right.
now again make sure I bring this up so you can see it really well.
Mhm.
I bring that up to 500.
Okay.
You can see how much the head is blown apart.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a tough.
Yeah, these are gruesome pictures.
No, it's I can barely even now I can barely stand to see
So
this.
he's moving back into the left, and Clint Hill is coming up onto the. This is a Secret Service agent. He's
Yes.
reaching
Mhm.
for the hand. So the shot throws Jack Kennedy back into the left. Clint Hill gets covered by brain matter. As this officer over here gets covered by brain matter, Jackie Kennedy starts to come out of the car,
Yeah.
and she's reaching back. She's reaching for a piece of Jack Kennedy's brain in the back. I want to increase this one in size so that
Yeah.
we get a good look at it.
I think this part of the Zapruder film was only declassified recently. I mean, we saw a lot of it originally, but we didn't see this. I mean, this.
In this detail, she's reaching for a piece of the brain.
Mhm.
And when she gets the piece of the brain, and the whole point of this is it's all blown to the left. There's a fragment of Jack Kennedy's head that's actually blown on the lawn over here.
Right.
That's clearly a shot from the grassy knoll.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and the X-rays validate that. Now, when Jackie gets it, she goes back into the car, and what she does is she tries to put Jack's head back together again.
Oh.
So when they're going through they're now driving further down on Elm Street, and they're going through the triple underpass, and Jack Kennedy is sitting upright. You can see his face.
Yeah.
You can see his ear. He's dead.
Right.
Back of his head, you can see this is all blown out here.
Yeah.
Okay, and so Jackie was trying to get him. It's like a reaction when you break a wrist or something like
Right.
that, and you
Yeah.
think you can put it back together again.
Right.
But the evidence here that this is in fact these shots. I want to show you a couple. I want to show you more clearly the shot to the forehead because it's dramatically clearly a frontal shot. And again, this book now is definitive in that it lays to rest the question of whether Lee Harvey Oswald was the shooter, because no shots in this head came from the Texas School Book Depository. So we know now that the government has been lying for 60 years.
Yes.
And framed Lee Harvey Oswald as the shooter when they
So
knew
there was no shots coming from the Texas School Book Depository?
None at all that hit his head.
Right. I mean, obviously, the people that did the shooting, they were very, very experienced sharpshooters. I mean, obviously.
Oh, these whoever did these shooting shots were perfectly. They were just killers.
Oh, yeah. They knew what they were doing. Yeah.
They knew what they were doing. I mean, they don't hit Jackie. They're shooting through the windshield through 2 Secret Service agents. The bullet that entered the forehead created the red blob. It's a marking. This was a liquid mercury bullet. As I'm going to explain, the body showed frontal shots, and the government's explanations that the shots had to come from the back.
Right.
So they flew the body into Andrews Air Force Base, and as I'll tell you in a few minutes, there was pre-autopsy surgery. Before the autopsy started, the 2 Navy pathologists at Bethesda altered Jack Kennedy's wounds. They did pre-autopsy surgery.
And who were they?
I'll get to that in just a minute.
Right. Thank you.
This is the track of the bullet. And so you can see it breaking up. It doesn't exit. You can't remove a liquid mercury bullet. And so therefore, this is just clear evidence of a frontal shot.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it entered the front. Dr. Chesser also did an analysis of it. When it entered the front of the head, there was all these little scatter dust-like particles that came at the entry point.
Right.
And then a picture of it here that shows you without color, but you can see here how it looked in the X-ray, where there's clearly so that's clearly a frontal shot.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now, the government had a problem in that there was a photographer who was taking pictures of in front of the limousine. His name was Alchins. He was standing in front of the limousine when the shooting happened. And so the Texas School Book Depository was seen in the background, and that picture was published in newspapers across the country within about an hour or so of the assassination. It was on the AP wire.
Okay.
And so people across the country knew that the shooting had occurred. That's a big blow up of the Alchins picture, but the Texas School Book Depository is behind when the shooting starts. Bullets coming through the windshield here and hitting his neck. So they couldn't have had any. If Lee Harvey Oswald was a shooter, you can't have had any shots from the front.
Right, of course.
And if we take a look at the pictures, the Alchins took another picture as the Kennedy limousine passed him. There you can see the bullet coming through the windshield. It's even clearer here in this blow up. So that's a reflection of where the bullet came through the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, when they flew Jack Kennedy's body back to, by the way, the body was taken out of Parkland Hospital at gunpoint because the autopsy pathologist showed up and he said, "This is a local murder. I am the coroner. I am going to do the autopsy in Dallas." Well, it was known that the shots came from the front, and they had a problem. They couldn't let the autopsy be done in Dallas. I'm going to read you what Clint Hill said, and then I'm going to go back to sharing in a minute. But Clint Hill gave a very good description of what of how the shots affected him. He's the Secret Service agent in the back of the car. He said, "As I approached the vehicle, JFK's limousine, there was a third shot. It hit the president in the head, the upper right of the right ear, causing a gaping hole in his head, which caused the brain matter, blood, and bone fragments spew forth out over the car, over myself. At this point, Mrs. Kennedy came out of the back seat under the trunk of the car. She was trying to relieve something that had gone off to the right rear. She did not know I was there. At that point, I grabbed Mrs. Kennedy, put her in the back seat. The president fell over onto her lap to his left."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Frontal shot. And he also said, "The right head of JFK's head was exposed. I could see his eyes were fixed. There was a hole in the right rear portion of his head about the size of my palm. Most of the gray matter in that area had been removed. It was scattered throughout the entire car, including on Mrs. Kennedy. So there's no doubt, and in fact, if we go back to the book, all the doctors at Parkland say that they clearly saw that this was if I go to figure 4.3 about, all the pictures taken of these doctors show that they have to go find it here for a minute. It's not exactly numbered in the manuscript. The way it got into the book, there were some changes.
Okay.
But you can see that in a minute, I'm going to show you the picture where all these doctors are saying he was hit in the back. By the way, that's how the bullet came in the forehead at a higher angle. That's how the bullet at the side blew out the back of his head, entering it by the right ear.
Mm-hmm.
And then all these doctors at Parkland, when they were asked about that's the Harper fragment that was blown out of the back of Jack Kennedy's head and was found on the lawn on the other side of the Dealey Plaza.
Right.
It's very clear he was shot from the front. There's another shot of the Harper fragment. And as you go through this and see what the doctors say, it's just clear the doctors are all in agreement at Parkland that he was shot. And let's see if I can find it quickly here. 4 point. It's pretty dramatic when you go. Oh, by the way, this is what Dr. Mantik's optical density measurements look like. He's taking measurements and recording them all across the skull. It's very, very detailed analysis of the. See, these are the doctors at Parkland. They're all holding the back of their head where they saw the blowout.
Yeah, I see that bomb.
Okay, so there was really no doubt about it. Now, when they got the airplane landed, you see Bobby Kennedy comes and runs into the front. They comes up on the stairs and gets into the front of the airplane, and they begin to take the casket out of the airplane with a lift. There's a Navy ambulance there. And the Navy ambulance, they put the casket in the Navy ambulance, and Bobby and Jackie get in the Navy ambulance, and they head off to Bethesda. And Lyndon Johnson comes and gives us a few-minute speech, very quick speech, and the lights are off. And that's at 6 p.m. on the night of the assassination, November 22nd, 1963. Now, the JFK's body arrives at Bethesda morgue a half an hour later, and it arrives in a shipping casket, a pink metal gray shipping casket. And these Navy corpsmen at Bethesda bring the shipping casket into the morgue, they open it. There's a body bag in it. They take the body bag out, but Jack Kennedy's in the body bag naked, and he's got a towel around his head. Now, that's not how Jack Kennedy left Dallas.
Right.
Left Dallas in a ceremonial casket that they brought up from a local funeral home, and the nurses had wrapped him in sheets, his body and his head.
Yeah.
So the body had gotten removed from the casket and was helicoptered to Bethesda, and it arrived in a black Navy ambulance, which was not the same ambulance that, of course, Jackie and Bobby left left to go towards Bethesda. That was a completely different hearse. I want to find the quote here from Paul O'Connor, who was one of the corpsmen that night, and he made it clear that there was. He says Paul O'Connor was interviewed. He said Paul O'Connor, the back of the morgue opened up, and a crew of hospital corpsmen and a higher-ranking corpsman, Dennis David, brought in a plain pinkish gray, what I call a shipping casket. It was not ornate. It was not damaged. It was just pinkish gray casket. They brought it up into the morgue and set it. We had two tables in the morgue, autopsy tables. They were back to front. They weren't side by side. They were back to front. They brought it up front where we were. At that time, we opened the coffin, and inside was a body bag. Now, William Matson-Law, who did a lot of interviewing of these Navy corpsmen, interrupts. He says, "You're sure there was a body bag?" Paul O'Connor, absolutely sure there was a body bag. We unzipped it quickly. Inside was a nude body with a bloody sheet wrapped around the head of the body. We lifted the body onto the table. Now, two of the doctors, Dr. Humes and Dr. Boswell, who are going to do the autopsy, come out, and they start to do pre-autopsy surgery of the head. It's witnessed by Navy corpsmen. It's witnessed by one of the people who was there, to the mortician who's going to prepare Jack Kennedy's body to show it back at the White House. And they saw this surgery. Now I'm going to show you what they did. Was they opened up Jack Kennedy's head to change the frontal shot in the forehead and make it look like an incision. They took a saw and they removed the top bone in JFK's head, which is called the parietal bone.
Yeah.
And this is what Jack Kennedy's head looked like after the pre-autopsy surgery was done. These pictures were not released until a few years later.
Sure.
And you can see a head brace under Jack Kennedy's head. That was not in the morgue. I'm going to increase this size, and you can see how the top bone is gone.
Yeah.
And how they've messed inside his head, trying to. The brains are all scrambled. And this, and the front, it's got. I'm going to show you a better picture of this, but the front is like a wing nut. It's and they made a complete mess of the head. I'm going to go forward and show you another picture of it. Let's just see here. Maybe it's behind this. I'm not sure which direction it's in. Let me look for a second. I think it's in front. You can see how well illustrated this book is, by the way.
Yeah, beautiful.
And okay, now this is another view from the side. And here we go. So we're going to do 200. You can see they messed up the incision up here. And the top bone is gone. I'll show you one more of these pictures, which is in color. So it's really the most gruesome of them, but it's important that you see it.
Okay.
And okay, so I'm going to increase this too.
Okay.
All right, now you can see how this is where the incision in the forehead was.
Yeah.
You can see the straight line saw cut to remove that bone. That is clearly not.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
That saw removed that bone.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a shooting from park. That's
No.
that's pre-autopsy surgery. The two FBI agents who attended the autopsy said when Dr. Hume brought the body into the morgue, everybody gasped, because there's clearly, to anybody who knows autopsies, this was pre-autopsy surgery, which is illegal.
Of course.
It's not how a bullet wound looks. And I guess Hume said there was pre-autopsy surgery because the two FBI agents put it in their 302 after action report. And that's in the public record. That there was pre-autopsy surgery. Okay, now I'm going to quit sharing the screen here for a minute. And now what happened with the casket is by about 7:17. So Jack Kennedy's body arrived at the morgue at 6:30. They began doing the pre-autopsy surgery. By about 7:17, the limo from Bethesda shows up. It comes to the front of the Bethesda Naval Hospital. Jackie Kennedy and Robert Kennedy get out and they go up to the VIP room through the front door.
Okay.
The two drivers who were the Secret Service agents driving the limousine in Dealey Plaza are now driving the hearse. And they don't know where the entrance is to the morgue. So Roy Kellerman goes inside the morgue from the front door to look for, it goes inside the Bethesda Naval Hospital to look for the morgue. William Greer, the driver, is sitting there. And the two FBI agents who do the 302 report, Jim Siebert and Frank O'Neill, come up and they say, well, come with us. We have to get our FBI physicals every year at Bethesda, so we know where the morgue is. They take the hearse around to the back of the morgue, back of Naval Hospital, and the two FBI agents and the two Secret Service agents unload the Dallas ceremonial casket and put it in the anteroom for the morgue. The Navy corpsmen say you're not allowed to enter the morgue. because obviously they're doing pre-autopsy surgery. They don't want that seen.
Right.
And this is the ceremonial morgue, the casket that left Dallas. That's at 7:17. Now, there's also a Navy and there's all units honor guard. So Navy, Air Force, Marines, Army in dress uniforms. And they were at Andrews Air Force Base. They had their own car, and they were going separately to Bethesda Morgue.
Mm-hmm.
And they were going to get there too early. So Admiral Galloway from the morgue, he's part of the Bethesda Naval Hospital, finds another Navy gray ambulance, and he drives out and he finds these guys driving around with the honor guard. He leaves on a wild goose chase for 15 or 20 minutes around Washington to delay them.
Wow.
They don't arrive until about 8 o'clock. By then, they've got Kennedy's body back in the ceremonial casket. The honor guard brings the casket into the morgue. They open up the casket and start the autopsy. And they say there's pre-autopsy surgery. Mm-hmm. So I think you can see now from what Dr. Mantic did by documenting, this is like crime scene investigation. This is not he said, she said. We're not talking about who the shooters were. We're not speculating. We know everything we've said in this book is true. And the pre-autopsy surgery was validated by Doug Horn, who wrote an introduction to the book. He did 5 volumes inside the Assassinations Records Review Board. Doug worked on the Assassinations Records Review Board for several years, and he got the medical evidence, did a lot of interviewing of all the medical personnel, especially at Bethesda, and wrote a very comprehensive report on documenting the pre-autopsy surgery. Mm-hmm. Now, why this is important today, because it's clear that on November 22nd, 1963, the CIA, which, by the way, had a complete background analysis on Oswald. Oswald was captured about an hour into the flight back to going back to Washington.
Right.
And the CIA distributed worldwide a dossier on Oswald that said he was a Marine who had served at a secret base in Japan, from which we were flying these U-2 planes over China and Russia, and that he had defected to Russia as a communist sympathizer. So the CIA obviously had that prepared. They had a frame up on Oswald to begin with. Oswald said he was a patsy. When the limousine got to Parkland Hospital, the Secret Service gets a pail of water, and they start washing out the blood and guts from the back seat. They're altering a crime scene. People, bystanders, see the front bullet that came through the front of the windshield. They see it's a frontal shot. It punctured the outside as it entered the windshield, and it beveled the glass. Mm-hmm. The glass actually fell back in Jack Kennedy's face, and the mortician had a hard time stopping the little bleeding that was going on in his face, even after they prepared Jack Kennedy for display. And so the Secret Service got the limousine out of there. The Secret Service began altering evidence from day one. You have a deep state military-industrial complex killing a Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy did not want to go to war. He wouldn't go to war with Russia and the Cuban Missile Crisis. He back-channeled to Khrushchev. We took our missiles out of Turkey. Khrushchev took Soviet missiles out of Cuba. Mm-hmm. Jack Kennedy started to have détente. He wanted to have a test ban treaty, which he put in place for Kennedy and Khrushchev.
Right.
And he gave a speech at American University. That's where the final analysis comes from. Jack Kennedy said in the final analysis, we all live in this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children and grandchildren, and we are all mortal. So he wanted to have coexistence. Mm-hmm. He had signed an order to pull out of Vietnam. The Joint Chiefs, there's going to be billions of dollars made going to war. They wanted to go to war. And so the deep state just took over and lied. They created a narrative. And so therefore, what the message of the Kennedy assassination is that this hasn't stopped. And 9/11, why do buildings collapse that were not hit by the airplanes? Building 7. Why in 1991 do we go to invade uh, to get Saddam Hussein, invade Iraq, and there's no weapons of mass destruction found. Colin promised that's why we were going there. Why do we have a bad flu that's made into a pandemic and a vaccine that doesn't stop you from getting the disease, but in fact could make you sick and kill you? The government lies. And
Right.
we've been in a Jim Carrey Truman Show, thinking we're watching reality. We're just watching a scripted CIA, intelligence agency, military, industrial complex series of perpetual crisis after perpetual crisis, perpetual war. Destroying the economy when they want to destroy the economy, creating pandemics. Now you've got the globalists wanting to take over, and the rest of us are going to eat bugs. They don't need us anymore. We're useless eaters.
Right.
Well, you can see. I'm not sure that I think the CIA has controlled every president since Kennedy, with the exception, I think, of Reagan and Trump.
Yeah.
And the CIA is still got
And
Joe.
look what happened to them. No, look, I mean, Kennedy actually thought that he was president of the United States, and he was fatally mistaken when he began to exercise the constitutional powers of that office.
That's right.
The deep state, which, as you say, they stand for a policy of perpetual war for perpetual peace, as historian Charles Austin Beard called it in his famous book in the 1920s. Of course, later on, he'd be denounced as an anti-Semite, which is not true. Basically that was the policy they were promoting. That was there were other elements of Kennedy that were troubling to them. I mean, he delivered a speech to this businessmen's association where he talked about the dangers of secret oaths.
That's
and
right.
Secret societies. Fascinating speech. According to the late historian Jim Marr, he was releasing silver certificates backed by silver that did an end run around the Federal Reserve.
That's right.
Was stopped by Johnson within hours of the assassination. And there were other factors. Kennedy actually was a patriot who believed in putting America first and his country first, and he paid the ultimate price for that. That is the exact, and ever since then, this deep state has been enthroned. I mean, I think even Nixon tried to stand up to it. Look what happened to him. This is the way it goes down. I mean, it's what we're dealing with. It's obviously what's happened with President Trump, and that's what we have today. That's who's running the world today.
They'll stealing elections. They'll do anything their power.
Course.
And then Jim Marrs. You mentioned Jim Marrs. Jim Marrs wrote a book on the Fourth Reich.
Yes, they're very good.
Allen Dulles, head of the CIA, and his brother John Foster Dulles headed State Department under Eisenhower.
Right.
Now they both had worked with Brown Brothers Harriman and Prescott Bush, who was George H.W. Bush's father. They were, before World War II, they were funding Hitler out of Wall Street, and they believed in Nazism. They wanted globalism. They liked this idea of a small, self-appointed elite. Klaus Schwab, John Kerry, Bill Gates, and they're the oligarchs of the world. They get all the money, and they multinational corporations and their machines. They run the world, and the rest of us are nothing to them.
Right. I mean, it's basically a transfer of governing powers to this unelected, authoritarian elite. I mean, it goes back to Wilson and the signing of the Federal Reserve Act and the 17th Amendment, which is the direct taxation. But I mean, I think that the modern manifestation actually goes back to the Rhodes Roundtable, and as discussed by Professor Carroll Quigley in his book Tragedy and Hope,
which is a great book. It's a great book.
The emerge of America and the British Commonwealth into an Anglo-American establishment, and that would informally rule the world. It's an old story. Every generation has dealt with it all the way back to Adam and Eve. This isn't new. And every generation has also had patriots who have woken up and who have gone to bat and taken a stand for freedom. That's what this country was supposed to be all about, a rejection of these authoritarian ideas. And so here we are today. We have President Trump standing in the breach. He's like this unique figure that is a truth teller and that's willing to go to bat. He certainly doesn't have to. If he had kept a low profile, he'd be fine. He wouldn't have all these phony laws created to go after him and his family and his wealth. What do you think is going to happen now, Jerome? I mean, what do you think is going to go on with this election?
Well, I think that there's a lot to happen yet. It's still in the works. I think that the American people are waking up. I do believe this book has played a role and will
Indeed.
play a role. I've
Oh,
now
yeah.
I've now created the Anti-Globalist Alliance. I've been Archbishop Vigano in Rome has been calling for this to be done for
Right,
years,
yeah.
and I finally did it. And I've gotten to be in communication with Archbishop, with His Excellency, and I'm writing a book which I'm just doing the final editing on it today, which is entitled the Anti-Globalist Alliance Manifesto.
Great.
And its subtitle is Ending the War on Humanity. It'll be published in either August or September by War Room Books, and Bannon is writing the introduction.
Wonderful. Great man, by the way. War Room Pandemic is a tremendous resource. They're trying to put him in prison, probably will. But, I think that people see this. They see through it. These are prices that have to be paid. So, Jerry, what can my listeners and viewers do to help? How can we get involved?
Well, there's lots of ways to get involved. When I form the Anti-Globalist Alliance formally and launch it with a website, you can join as members, participate. We're going to be running programs, to get things back into community control, to get it out of the control of the globalists. Different programs are going to be outlined in this manifesto. Follow my website, which is thetruthcentral.com. And we're going to have lots of different ways where people can participate. But I'm very actively taking steps to reverse this. I've created new telemedicine companies. I want to get medicine back in the hands of doctors and people. And we'll be working. Those are part, again, of the Anti-Globalist Alliance, getting things back into community level. And so we're going to be very active on this as the elections approach. And I think these two books go together. Robert Kennedy Jr. knows about this book. I've talked with him about it. I've spoken with him, and he asked for a copy of the book. And he asked for a Dr. Edward Fogarty, who's a radiologist, to look at Dr. Mantik's work. And Dr. Fogarty told Robert Kennedy that the book is 100% solid. That's correct. Good. And Dr. Fogarty is actually working with me on a project he's on. I have a medical website called getlongevitymeds.com, and he's going to be offering hyperbaric treatment and some immune supplements, which are quite extraordinary. Wonderful. So he turned out to become a good friend, and now we're working together.
Good. I should look into that. I'd like to. And I also am still concerned with the apparatus of voter stealing, of the ballot fraud. I think there's been progress made. The American people are aware of this. I follow some of these really sinister people like Mark Elias on Twitter, and he tends to show the truth. I mean, he'll tweet what they're doing. He was one of the architects of the phony Trump impeachment and the J6 scam, which now has been exposed even further with this tape that just came out with Nancy Pelosi. But nevertheless, their infrastructure is still in place.
Yes,
they can still do it, and they probably will do it if they need to. They'll do whatever they need to do to stop Trump. So I'm very concerned about that. Obviously, we all are.
We are. I mean, they're ramping up the Ukraine war. We're now giving long-range missiles,
firing missiles into Russia. Can you imagine that? Every president from Truman on down has avoided a kinetic war with a nuclear armed Russia. I mean, it's insane.
The Biden is obviously going through very fast progressing senior dementia.
Indeed.
So you can't have a president who's in senior dementia. So it's obvious he's not running the country.
So who is?
Well, you've got this deep state, the CIA, and I'm sure Obama's involved in it. I mean, the truth is you don't know who's running the country. We don't have a republic any longer. We don't have representative Congress. These congressmen are all bought and sold.
They are. I mean, what the hell happened with Johnson? I mean, they're like they're worse than if it was controlled by the open deep state.
I mean, it's between Johnson and Mitch McConnell's wife is Chinese, and her family's worth billions or millions or whatever it is in China. And, that family wouldn't be around if Mitch McConnell wasn't, he has to do what China wants. That's how China plays. That whole family would be killed. And so therefore they play that game in China. They know it's cheap to buy Joe Biden for them.
They've owned him for decades.
And Joe Biden's been for sale for decades.
Yeah.
And, the problem is that the CIA, has been so deeply involved in everything. I mean, I caught HSBC in 2011 doing money laundering. They were taking people left the bank and they took their names and their social security numbers. They ran millions of dollars through new accounts opened under that information. They closed the account. Well, Department of Homeland Security asked for the information. I gave it to them, sent a permanent investigating committee. HSBC was charged $1.9 billion in criminal fines and nobody went to jail. They were money laundering for the Mexican drug cartels. The CIA was in on it. The Treasury was monitoring. We are the drug cartels. You can't run a drug cartel without a bank and an intelligence agency. You can't drive around with semi-trucks full of $100 bills. You got to get the money into a banking system. And so therefore, if people wake up, they realize we've got a criminal government that that murdered a president and is getting us into suicidal wars. I mean, for all I know, their October surprise of this neo-Marxist Democratic Party will be to have a nuclear war.
Yeah, we don't know if anything could go down. And they'll do anything to stop Trump and the MAGA movement and people who are trying to reassert sovereignty.
But I think, I say in the end, God always wins. And
indeed,
this scheme always loses. It's just we're going to have to pay a big judgment of God because we've let the country get away from God. We've killed too many babies in the womb, chopped them to pieces after Roe v. Wade. We've started taking God out of our schools in the 1940s. This has been a country that moves from God is going to get lost and it's going to get destroyed. And we have to get back to these roots. I think the American people are still and increasingly awakening to this. I think if we have a great revival, which is possible, and I'm encouraging people, my TheTruthCentral.com daily podcast, weekday podcast, to say 2 Chronicles 7:14, we need to get down and repent, and God will hear our prayer and heal our land. I mean, it's really gotten to that point. And these demons, and I do mean satanic demons, mutilating children.
They're absolute demons that are at the very core of the deep state. They always have been. The problem is now they're out in the open about it, and now they have the technologies and the means that would have made Hitler and Stalin blush. I mean, they really can do things that are so all-encompassing that we can't even imagine it. I mean, the subject I think you've gotten into also is the mind control developments, particularly since World War II.
Yes.
And MK Ultra and all of the rest. These things are real, and these things are manipulating people to behave in certain ways and think certain things that they don't understand. It's an interesting subject.
It's very manipulative. It's calculated.
Right.
And so therefore, I mean, and one of the other books I wrote on the truth about neo-Marxism, cultural Maoism, and anarchy was that, you had a defector from Russia, Bezmenov, in the 50s, who came over and said, he said the whole methodology was to get God out of things, to destabilize, to create this one series of crises after another, run psychological operations, get people to feel confused, and then they abandon power. The middle class is being destroyed. And people are finding there's going to be a massive economic crash eventually here with all the debt that's around. And so, again, you have to understand that this is being done intentionally by the deep state. They want to destroy in order to create. They're depopulationists. They don't care. They don't think they need these billions of people. They want the Earth's resources for themselves. And they will gladly eliminate billions of people. And they say so openly.
Oh, yeah. And it's become that, and these new technologies around artificial intelligence and transhumanism with its, of course, its front is transgenderism. The idea of blurring the difference between men and women, blurring the difference between property and government. All of these things are everything that go against the Bible, and that we need to understand distinctions.
That's right.
That's part of what God's blueprint at Sinai. I mean, to show what is sacred and what's profane, and to understand that, and we can understand it.
Yes, we can. And the Kennedy assassination was the day this changed. It was the day the deep state decided they're just going to take control.
Indeed, and that was the coup.
That was the coup d'etat.
So, Dr. Corsi, again, the book is The Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, the Final Analysis, Forensic Analysis of the JFK Autopsy. X-rays proved 2 headshots from the right front and 1 from the rear. This is available as a paperback at Amazon.com. And Dr. Corsi, I hope to have you back as you release your manifesto and from time to time, and to stay in touch.
I'd look forward to that, Charles. Thank you very much. Great to be back with you, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
God bless.
All right, welcome to the show, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. I'm a little under the weather today, I should note. I have a touch of pneumonia, so you'll have to excuse me if I start hacking away, but I'm fine and everything is good. Mike, I want to get to the most pressing issue at hand, possibly the biggest story of the century, which is this possibility that President Donald J. Trump might be convicted and maybe put in prison. And I don't know if this is being said by people who actually are his friends and commentators who are generally well disposed toward him. But the fact is that if he's convicted in this really obviously fake trial, and he immediately appeals the decision, and it probably will be overturned immediately or quickly, the period of time between the conviction and the appeal, he could be put in Rikers Island. And apparently,
I don't know about that, but
well, I mean, apparently some of the Secret Service people around Trump have already consulted with people at Rikers Island to just make sure that, they have in place a plan if that's what happens. And I guess that this judge technically will have the power to do that. And it's the whole situation could lead to just it's a cataclysmic development. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you have Laura Loomer reporting that the judge's daughter, who has taken in $93 billion in consulting fees from people like Adam Schiff and Hakeem Jeffries and other left-wing Democrats, all of whom are trying to get Trump put in jail, and who had an emoji on her Twitter account showing Trump behind bars, which I suppose is what I put up today. But this is the case of the daughter of the judge, and you have the judge, maxing out on donations to Biden, and it's the whole thing is rotten. I mean, it's they get away with it because these people are all these sort of country club liberal types. It's a world where they cannot possibly be anything but wonderful people. I mean, I know this world. I know people like this. My parents were like this. They travel. They're all good liberals, and they sing folk songs, and they sing. They love Joan Baez. They're all the good people. They can't possibly be corrupt. It's culturally impossible. So meanwhile, as I say, I mean, she's taken in $93 million on a case that her father is presiding over as judge. And you've got Biden openly coordinating with them. And this is as bad as these other cases, the one with Tish James, which is in a way worse, that Trump is penalized to the tune of like hundreds of millions of dollars for listing his property as a high value on Zillow, which everybody does. And then you had the governor have to step out afterwards and assure the New York real estate market,
Right.
not to worry. This
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
mean
this is
we
only for
love
Trump.
you.
This is only
Yeah,
for Trump. Don't worry
Only
about
for
it.
Trump. Don't worry about it. We all love you. This is just a one-time thing.
Yeah.
And then of course you have that witch with the colored hair. Every time Trump opens his mouth, she's filing another lawsuit because she
Yeah.
claims that Trump raped her at Bergdorf Goodman. What a bizarre, stupid story. That would have made the inside of a courtroom had it been anyone else. And then she goes cackling on with Rachel Maddow about how they're going to go out on a shopping spree to buy shoes at Madison Avenue with the money. It's
Well, let me
so
address
rotten.
the Rikers Island business. I think the worst case scenario would be home confinement with an ankle bracelet, but I don't think it's going to go that far. The thing that's keeping this alive, and the thing that keeps all this corruption alive for as many years as it's been, and use the example of Tony Fauci.
Yes, another one of these wonderful liberal, type who speak the language and they speak in sophistries. They send all the smoke signals.
Well, here's the point. If he goes down, they all go down. So the thing that's keeping this structure afloat is the fact that it's kind of the opposite of a rise.
You're freezing up on me, Mike, for some reason.
That one of the boats goes down. So
Yeah.
And now it's more damage control. You probably have noticed that elements of the media are starting to very gently attack Biden. There was some sort of an appearance where he's waiting for an airplane and he's asked by an otherwise sympathetic media crowd, do you intend to serve out your whole term? And I think it was ambiguous whether they meant this term or the next one, So
Right.
I don't think that my opinion on this from the beginning has been they went too far. They're exposing the corruption. They have no other play. They should have put up another candidate. And we talked about this before. Why didn't they put up another candidate? They don't have anyone.
That's right. There's no one in the bullpen.
Yeah, there's no man.
Who do they have? Kamala Harris?
Yeah, it's pathetic.
Or Michelle Obama.
And
they've got no bullpen.
And I think it was very telling the rally that Trump did in the Bronx.
Oh yeah.
It's supposedly one of the high minority, 150% Democrat area, but apparently not. He had
that was a brilliant political move. And can you imagine Biden doing a rally in the Bronx? It would be like it was in 2020 where they put those circles on the ground and you'd have 5 people sitting there with masks on chairs. It was but at the same time we have to note that he did win. We know that it was stolen, but we also know that the mechanism there is still there. Has anything really been done? It's a Herculean task to take on this monstrous machine, especially since they do control still the levers of power. Now, I don't think most Americans are buying into this business that Trump is fascist because he challenged the election. That's fallen apart because, first of all, Hillary never recognized that Trump had won, and she tried to steal it with the conspiracy theory claiming that Putin had conspired with Trump to steal the election.
Yeah, of course.
Putting a lot of campaign money into that and using foreign agents. But the point is that they still have the physical apparatus in place to do that, even though more and more Americans aren't buying it.
It may take a while for that to come down. The Republicans have done a miserable job of over the years, over the decades, of of trying to counter this corrupt system in place in essentially every city with a population over 5,000 is Democrat. They let all that fall apart by having incredibly bad leadership at the RNC. How far back do you want to go?
No, they haven't. They haven't done diddly squat, and they just they might blow some wind every so often. You got that guy from Ohio who sounds good, but they're not pulling any real issues up. And the
No,
speaker,
I've written a couple of times that you talk about Jim Jordan, Josh
right?
Hawley. People make there's a lot of noise. Nothing ever happens.
No, they're not doing diddly squat, and they've got the speaker might as well be a liberal Democrat. I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on with him.
Well,
I mean,
I
I
think
wonder
that
if
these
he's not being
people,
elected.
let's go back to the basic concept here. All right. What's the difference between any of these idiots that have been elected, with the exception of Trump, from people that run for office in high school? It's the same glad-handing dweebs. Nothing's changed. Okay.
Right.
So what happens is you may have been a fire breather like a Jim Jordan, and maybe Mike Johnson felt that he was going to do something, but they all get gelded. Okay. Well, you see, when you come in here, this is how you do things. And, for guys like you and me, we've never been part of that. But
no, I mean, look, I actually, as I've mentioned, I mean, I did run for Congress, and I got a little glimpse at the inside of the workings, and then it's all these people have. It's an ego trip like you cannot believe when you get into that, and it's very difficult to get over that. I mean, you suddenly, you've got the New York Times and the Boston Globe, and they're calling, and you got somebody, Chuck, the Boston Globe wants to interview you at 3:00. It's like, wow, they goes to your head. It's like somebody that's actually important. And so you come up with these fancy things to say, and you figure out what to say in a way that would be, palatable for the Globe to publish. And the
that
Globe,
must be pretty hard for you.
but either you play ball with them or you don't get published.
Right.
It's your option. I mean, I don't think the Globe has that kind of power anymore, but it represents a certain establishment, thing that still is in power, and that doesn't matter whether you're liberal or a conservative, left or right. You want to get your message out, and you want to be heard, and you have to play ball with this illuminated establishment, if you will. It's been captivated probably centuries ago. But it probably goes all the way back to Roman times. It goes back to Babylon. Every generation, you've had these people who kind of manage everything quietly. They've infiltrated all major nexuses of power.
Yeah.
And if you want to get anywhere, you have to play ball with them. And you do it almost subconsciously. You're not even you start to, tailor yourself a little bit. You start to craft.
That's the problem. And that's why there's two. I mean, that's one of the reasons why nothing gets done. The other reason is the Democrats are all sick, right? This is their whole life, all this left-wing politics. I mean, think about this. What do they stand for other than illegal immigration and abortion? All right. So if that's an important issue to you, to allow in illegal immigrants, and if you're some woman that's going to have 5 abortions a year, well, good for you, But who else? Who do they stand for? So they're all radicals. Radicals have no life. I've met these people. So have you. All right. Yes. They have no conventional life. It's all about the message and the cause. And
right.
It was never better expressed than when Ethel Rosenberg was given a chance to save her own life, but she'd rather go down for the good of the party. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, or it's like Hamas.
Yeah.
I mean, it's they're extremists, and they're in this mold, and they're in it very deeply, and there's no person behind it. It's an empty suit.
Right.
It's all this image. It's like a hologram. And you hollow out the character, you hollow out the soul after a while. And these people, they populate the inner sanctums of all of these power structures. I mean, I remember years ago reading the novels by Ayn Rand. Now, I'm not here to endorse Ayn Rand. Big problems with her, but yet she had something to say. I don't know if did you read Atlas Shrugged?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Well, there's a character in Atlas Shrugged that I think describes this Ellsworth Toohey character. Describes the classic faceless bureaucratic leech that had his hands on all of these things, of all of these movements of power, and who was destructive, whose goal was to destroy anything that didn't conform to his image.
Well, he reminded me of Pendergast, who was behind Harry Truman. The same sort of behind-the-scenes guy.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there's like a figure like that practically behind everybody in power. Right. Henry Kissinger comes to mind. They kind of are these. I mean, Kissinger wrote books about this, Realpolitik, how to triangulate to get things done, and without, you don't have to stay. You make everybody think that you agree with them when you don't. You agree with nobody, and you play everybody off against the other, so that you get, with the ultimate goal being to to push your power. Machiavelli was one of the architects of this. Niccolo Machiavelli, the prince, and the idea, he developed the idea of the modern nation state by this method. You'd have these different nexuses of power that would compete, and then everybody would slit each other's throat at the end of the day, and you would figure out how to navigate through that. And it was all about power. It wasn't about moving any ball forward in terms of freedom, or in terms of returning power to the sovereign individual under God. So, we're getting a little philosophical here, but the point is that it's always been something that has been kept in abeyance in the United States, because the founding fathers, for reasons that I think actually are somewhat divinely inspired, I personally believe, they did understand this, and they codified a system that was meant to combat it, and that was the balance of powers. They figured that if they created three separate power structures, each with its own, lane, its own function, they would compete with each other, because that's going to be human nature. But they would then check and balance and counter each other. So the result would be that the real power would reside with the people, with the citizen under God. And, they codified that in the 8th, 9th, and 10th Amendments of the Constitution, furthermore. So, they did understand it. And I don't think they were drunk with power for whatever reason. It's almost like miraculous. I mean, certainly there was a few of them that were like Aaron Burr, but that's another story. They didn't make it. And you had real patriots back then. Jefferson was a patriot, as was Hamilton. I mean, they didn't agree, but they were like, they really meant, they had a vision for something bigger than themselves. They really saw, they saw a society that would be more balanced. They saw that there could be a republic where there'd be greater levels of freedom, and that would progress. It wasn't this idea of this continuation of the old aristocratic European model that goes all the way back to Babylon. They did want to break away from that, and they knew what that was. Anyways, that's why they despise Trump.
Yeah, well, it's because as a rich guy, he comes in, he doesn't need any of their tribute.
Right.
And of course, who was the original guy that did that? Kind of Julius Caesar, right?
Right.
Being sort of a populist individual, and you saw what happened to him. But I think that's playing out in its own way now. This lawfare that's going on is really deplorable, and one wonders why there isn't adult supervision that steps in. But I've always thought,
where are the Republicans in Congress? I mean, there's one Republican who's made a little bit of noise. That's Elise Stefanik, and she can have some say in it because she represents New York.
Right.
but not really. I mean, I think she's tried to do a few things. I'm not sure what she can do. You haven't had much of a groundswell. I think that maybe if Trump survives this, and I pray that he does, I have no idea. Then this is, what else do they have? I mean, they're already gearing up for World War III. Now they're pushing the idea of allowing Ukraine to fire American-made missiles into Russia, which is World War III, which is something that every administration from FDR to Trump avoided, which is an active war with Russia, a nuclear power. And it seems like Biden is throwing the dice on that. Pandemic, maybe. I don't know. Can they pull that one again? I think, are they now going to kill something like 3.5 million chickens in Iowa because they have some kind of, I don't know if that means much, but I just wonder if they're going to pull one of those. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, if Trump walks from this, and again, I don't think he's going to, because the judge has now instructed the jury that they don't have to have a unanimous conviction, which is unprecedented in the Constitution. I mean, he said you can pick from 3 crimes, of which none of them have been defined, and you don't have to have unanimous agreement.
Yeah.
I mean,
I read the jury instructions were posted.
Yeah.
And it's stupid. But I think the other thing going on here is that the only way to fix what's wrong with the country is to admit that there's a lot wrong, okay? And this idea that we're going to, we just have to slightly reform this or that institution, it's not happening. And the trouble with a lot of Republicans is they don't get it, okay? They think, well, this particular judge is bad. Do you have any idea how many bad judges there are all over the country?
Openly so.
Okay, you read this, you and I go to the same right-wing websites that publish this sort of thing, and every single day you'll see this illegal alien's committed 10, 12 felonies, but the judge gets him off and gets him off. And then you wonder, well, who the hell is this judge? What do you need to be a judge? You're a county circuit judge, some dweeb that can't make it in real life in a law firm, spends 25 cents to put his name on a ballot, generally running unopposed. How do you think they get in? And then when you find out who the judge is, and I've been involved in several cases over my years in business, it's unbelievable how incompetent these people are. Going up to the federal level, I'm not impressed by most of these federal judges.
Right.
Again, it used to mean something, but what is it now? It's 150% political appointment. And if you watch on YouTube or Twitter, people like John Kennedy going after some of these. I mean,
I have seen that. It's hilarious.
So, there can't be any respect for the judicial system anymore. It's done. All right. You have to tear it up, start again.
Yeah.
But this
I
idea.
like the one where the Biden appointee, she put a biological male rapist and sex offender and pedophile into a woman's prison.
Right.
Oh my God. I mean, it was just gross.
Well,
I think he's going to probably get a judgeship too.
I've said this numerous times. The problem is, in an atheist country like the U.S., you have people believing in the institutions. And I dare say that at the founding of the nation, the institutions probably were worthwhile, but they've deteriorated to such an extent that you can't afford the same respect to these judges anymore.
No.
The fact that this Mershon guy is still on this case is bizarre. But here again, here's the problem. You get rid of this guy, you have to get rid of everybody. They're all bad. They may not be as bad.
Well, you have to do it one at a time. And I mean, he and that other one, and Goron, what a beauty he is.
Yeah.
I mean, these people are really despicable and loathsome and disgusting. They're just, it's an ugly mess. And yet they're all the darling of this rotten culture that emanated, I think, out of the 60s and 70s. And You know, they all say the right words and they sing the right songs and they, eat the right food and they just look right and they just know how to do the walk and the talk and everybody. How could there be anything wrong with them? How, to question them is like, it's almost like it wouldn't even enter into people's minds that they are anything but perfect people.
Yes,
these
they
the two,
worship the institution,
and
whether it's
those
the
two
NBA.
knuckleheads, Elias and Weissman.
Oh,
What a couple of bozos! I mean, the architects of this, of the Trump perfect phone call impeachment, probably of the J6, Fedsurrection. I mean, they've been behind everything, and they're so smug and so self-assured. And I follow both of them, and they ran a picture. They said, "Look who I ran into," and there's the two of them standing there at some picnic, smiling with that crap-eating grins. And I sent them back a note saying, "You two knuckleheads are responsible for," and I really let them have it. And they sent me back a threatening note. Who are you anyway? You a journalist? I don't know. Are they threatening me? But they're just these are. I don't even think they're that smart.
no.
But
No,
they're
they're protected by the system. I mean, whatever happened to Peter, what was his name, Struck, and his girlfriend?
oh yes, of course. He was on. I think he got a media slot for a while on MSNBC.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, they're fine. Nothing, no charges brought. I mean, it's like. Meanwhile, who is the biggest hero now? Michael Cohen. Talk about scumbags. I mean, he stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from Trump, and he's there taping him. If this had been anyone else, that would have been obviously seen as a disgruntled employee who was pissed off because he didn't get a job appointment, and it was just a lunatic. And yet, they're sending him.
And yet he was their star witness. Their
Yeah,
star witness.
the only witness.
Forger. Yeah.
It's just so I don't know what's going to happen, but I think that if Trump, I mean, the New York juries are so corrupt. Maybe there'll be somebody on that jury who has a few shreds of consciousness, maybe a few marbles in their head. They're not completely dumbified. I don't know.
Well, they tried to make the jury as dumb as possible,
Yeah, of course.
and in all cases.
Oh yeah, no.
Who knows what the selection process was in this one, but I promise you they had to get people who are as stupid as possible, and the defense can only blackball X number of them. There's some rule about that.
Right.
So, and of course, the joke here is what is the crime has never been defined. So,
Well, that's
apparently
right.
yeah.
And the judge has basically said to them, he goes, "I am the law." It's like Fauci. I am science.
Right.
These people get away with that. It's just then they have the nerve to point the finger and say that Trump is like a fascist. Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Last I checked, Trump wasn't putting hundreds of people in prison without facing charges. He wasn't bugging Catholics and parents going to school board meetings and anti-abortion people. He wasn't censoring the media. I don't know. I mean but yet he's the fascist. So anyways, Mike.
Well, people on the left derive great comfort from calling everybody a fascist, and they don't realize they're self-owned. Even people like Bill Maher are starting to get a little bit red-pilled. He had an encounter with Sandra Bernhard a couple of days ago, where she was saying that anti-Semitism exists on the right. No, it's always come from the left. Always.
Right.
Never been on the right. Of course, it depends how you define the right, but how can people walk around with these misconceptions their entire life? Where did that come from? World War II? How was Adolf Hitler on the right? I never understood that.
No, I mean, it was there's one reason why Hitler's on the right, and that is after Hitler double-crossed his fellow socialist Stalin in the invasion of Russia,
right,
in June of 1941, Operation Barbarossa.
Right.
Stalin sent out a message to the left saying Hitler is now to be seen as a fascist and on the right.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why he's on the right. Before that, he was a hero of the masses.
That's right.
I mean,
Good
people,
soldier.
yeah, I mean, it's all forgotten. That's all the history of that is swept under the rug.
Yeah.
But
so
but here
there-
we are. Meanwhile, Trump is leading in all the polls. I think that he's up almost 10% in Nevada, according to the most recent polls, about 5% in Arizona and Georgia, 3%, 2 to 3% in Michigan and Pennsylvania, and even in Wisconsin. Those are the battleground states. You know, I think that I don't know if this. Some people say that this conviction is only going to help Trump.
oh
And
yeah.
I mean, he's actually tightened the margins in New York State and New Jersey, which is incredible. Maybe this conviction it could be like Nixon, right? He carried 48 states. That would be freaking amazing. 49 states. One state stood
49
out. Massachusetts was the only state that voted for McGovern.
Well, and DC.
And DC. So, I mean, and I think that it could go that way again. Meanwhile, we have our mayor here, Michelle Wu, has announced. I don't know why they do this publicly. Do they think I guess it scores points with the left wingers who put her in office. Maybe she looks at Ayanna Pressley, who is a far left wing congresswoman who's totally in for life. But she's announced that she's no longer she's calling for the police to no longer prosecute people who committed various crimes, taking a page out of DA Rachel Rollins, who's been disgraced and who had to leave office. You know, she's got an enemies list, and she's turning into who she really is, which is a real Stalinistic type leader. And yet she's no dummy. I mean, she must look at the politics and know that she can do that and still be reelected and
I
be
don't even
popular.
know if it's politics. I think that she comes from a majority black district. And she knows she'll get reelected unless some other black person runs against her. And I don't think the politics in her district are.
You're talking about Ayanna Pressley. Yeah, she's in there for life. That's going to be like, you know, they'll never get rid of her. You know, she's got that. That's a rotten district. No one will take her on. But I'm talking about the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu.
Oh, okay.
Who has now announced that she's not going to prosecute for various crimes. It's kind of like, first of all, doesn't that put everyone at risk? I mean, if she doesn't want to prosecute for crimes, okay, you know, fine, don't prosecute, but you have to announce it publicly. It's like saying, great, come on down. We're not going to prosecute you
publicly, thinking that she's going after some, I believe, very small, if even existent, anarchist aspect of the left. I think she's stupid, and I think she's been, you know, strings are being pulled somewhere. There's no reason for her to do that. All right.
Well, the thing I'm saying is that she wouldn't have done it if she hadn't looked at political calculations and realized that she can do it and get away with it and still be reelected.
Well,
maybe she thinks the people of Boston are too.
Right, but we have to distinguish between whether those policies are actually supported or whether she's taking the advantage and going after some theoretical left-wing talking points. Now, you're the Boston guy. How did she get in the first place? I mean, I lived in Boston, and I never encountered this left-wing situation.
It's not a big part of the city, actually. I don't know. She had a weak opponent, and she was able to squeak in. I mean, I guess she had made a promise when she ran to this leftist group that wants to defund the police that she would do that. That was not publicized at the time.
Right.
Now she's publicizing it. Now she said, yes, I did say I would do this. So she's going to defund certain aspects of the Boston Police Department.
Well, maybe she'll get mugged. Change her mind. But
that's the point. I mean, she wouldn't be doing it if she looked at if she thought she couldn't get away with it politically? Does she think there's not going to be any opposition to this? I mean, it makes me wonder, is Boston going to become like Portland, Oregon? I mean, it's
I don't know.
Minneapolis.
I think these people are such ideologues that they don't even know what they're thinking half the time. I mean, there's a health official in Minnesota who now is very ill, obviously based on the vaccine reaction, and she's still doubling down. Vaccine had nothing to do with it, and so on.
Oh, yeah.
So these people are true believers, and I think I posted on whatever that feed was that this reminds me of thank you, Comrade Stalin, for shooting me in this firing squad.
Oh, it's even worse than that. I've heard people say, I don't care if I got sick from the vaccine. I'd take it again. It's like a political act.
Yeah.
Now, it's not injecting themselves with toxic poison that's going to kill them. It's like they're doing it for the cause. It's sad in a way. It's sickening.
Well, nothing new. I mean, although there are some amusing things that happened along the way. When AOC was predicting how Trump's Bronx rally would fail,
oh,
25,000 people or whatever it is.
And then she had a counter rally, and they showed the room. There was like 5 people showed up, and they all were like heavily masked. It was really depressing.
And then I don't know. The best part of it was they interviewing these people, all the left-wing media interviewing these pro-Trump minority people in the Bronx, and all these people were saying, "I don't know any Democrats in the Bronx. Where are they? I don't know any."
Oh, there was great energy at that rally.
Yeah.
Trump, look, minorities are a natural constituency for Trump.
Yeah.
And I think that the prosecution against him has only added to that because minorities have often been kicked around by the system, right? By the band. So they see that Trump's having to deal with that, and they identify with that, and rightfully.
Well, there's a very beautiful way in how these plans and schemes of the left fail, and they're just dumbfounded. All right, in California for a number of years, if you wanted a plastic bag at a grocery store, you'd have to pay 10 cents for it. Now it's a very heavy-duty plastic bag that a lot of people use for trash and other purposes. So there was this thing that came out in one of the newspapers a number of months ago. We just don't understand it. We're charging people for these bags, and people are using more bags now.
Oh boy, yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's because they use the bags and they'll pay for them. And now if I pay for them, they really want them. So this idea that somehow we're going to take Trump out using the legal system, how's that supposed to impress anybody?
But something, if they don't pull this one off, and they've tried to rig it in every way they can, including, I think, first time in history, I mean, telling a jury that they don't have to unanimously agree, that's unconstitutional. I mean, it's almost like the guy's setting it up to lose on appeal. Right, but the point is they just want to get a victory now, and then have the Biden people are already setting up a special. There's going to be a special session at the White House where Biden is going to address the nation if Trump is convicted. Right? I mean, it's obviously a huge stunt. They're going to be, that's what they want to have, and they think that's going to give them momentum. Do they really think anybody cares? Does anybody care about what Biden says? No, I mean, he has no credibility, and nobody. What is the constituency here? First of all, nobody will even go because to watch him speak is painful. It's depressing. He can't really say anything. He can't. I notice now the media will show him speaking without the sound on. They'll just start waiting, because it's so depressing and so bad that they're putting this man up there who really is not playing with a full deck. I mean, it's just as simple. And you know what? I don't feel sorry for him because it's way beyond that. Okay. And everyone knows. I mean, even the View. I mean, Jill Biden went on the View the other day, and the first questions they asked her was, "Is he like think, is he in his right mind? Is he thinking? So even they know. Everyone knows what they see. It's sort of like, you can't tell people what they're seeing after a while.
Yeah.
It's obvious. Even though they try to do that, they certainly tried to do it with the election. They're all telling us what we're seeing on the night of the election.
Yeah.
Oh, anyways, so I just hope and pray that if Trump gets through this one, I think he's gold. I don't see them pulling off another pandemic. I don't think Americans will buy it. Not at this stage.
No.
We already are talking. This is June. The election is in November. That's what, 4 months? That's 5 months. 4 months actually. Well, 5. June, July, August, September, October. They're not going to be able to. It's too late. World War III, throwing some missiles at Russia. I mean, Putin is no dummy. I don't think he's going to launch World War III now. Maybe he'll wait till after Biden is out of office, and then Trump will go in and we'll have there'll be a peace negotiation, which is what should have happened years ago. I mean, if this administration had a shred of credibility, they would have brought Putin and Zelensky to Camp David and hammered out a peace agreement.
Oh, right. But there were too many bribes at stake.
Well, that's what I mean. There's too much arms dealing and international war and too much, saber rattling and too much money at stake. The Clintons set up a new foundation and billions of dollars. Meanwhile, Ukraine doesn't have the troops to stop the Russian advance because all the money went into the pockets of a bunch of crooks and oligarchs, starting with Zelensky and starting with the Clintons. I mean, it's all, so that's why they haven't done it. So anyways, but I think Israel is finishing the job of destroying Hamas in spite of being, undermined by Biden and by everyone else because they have to, and they should have done it anyways, and they need to get rid of their own deep state, which has basically put Israel looks like a Massachusetts congressional, district. You ever see the way that country looks, the borders of Israel before 1967? Looks like a congressional district. These skinny little, lines where they have a little beach spot, and then they have a little swath that goes out to half of Jerusalem. Except the difference is that, unlike a congressional district in Massachusetts, Israel is surrounded by genocidal lunatics who want to kill every Jew in the country. I mean, this is insane that they want Israel to surrender the heartland of its country to people who are absolutely bent on killing them. But the Israeli deep state, but yes, we have Palestinians who want to make peace. Bullcrap. You'll have a small handful of people who will say that. And it's like a diaspora mentality. It's a ghetto mentality. They want to turn Israel into another ghetto. And, thank you. Someone said something nice about us. So we're going to fall apart and give them everything because they're so nice to us now.
Yeah.
People are freaking insane. And I blame Israel for that more than anyone else, these left-wing Jews. And the big dog, what do you think? They're the ones who are primarily behind the whole Hamas River to the Sea protest at the college campuses. Left-wing Jews. That's right. George Soros and all of these other big fat donors. They're the ones who are behind all this shit.
Bernie Sanders gave a big speech.
Oh my God!
Reflecting the left-wing commie position on this, and really, what an easy world it must be for these idiots. The entire world, everything that happens in the world, is between the oppressor and the oppressed. So it's very easy. The Palestinians have a slightly brown tinge to them, and the Israelis, not all of them, by the way, but the stereotypical European Israeli, of which is the minority now, by the way.
Right, it is.
White. So they're the oppressors. And
I mean, I don't even want to even go there either they believe in Israel's mission as a Jewish state and as a religious state, or they don't. And these people really have no faith in the Torah, which commands the Jews to take possession of that miserable piece of land. And they have to, and either you believe in it or you don't. And these people, not only do they not believe in it, but they're willing to put the lives of those people at serious risk. And so look what's happened. In Gaza, they pour out of the borders and they start slaughtering people left and right. Oh, but they didn't actually put the babies in the ovens. Oh, okay, fine. I mean, I don't know what the hell.
Do you think that the Israelis knew that the invasion on October 6th was going to occur? They let it happen so they could finally kick butt?
No, I mean, I think that they might have known that something was going to happen.
Right.
Either that or the IDF is incompetent and it's shot through with woke people, was what I've heard, who say, oh, we're not going to do, we don't need to, they live in a dream. They were warned by people in the Israeli army who were there, this group of women who were there at the border saying, there's something going on here. They're cooking up an invasion. We better get our act together. And they're told to shut up by the IDF upper brass. I don't know if that means they knew something was coming or whether they're just, I don't know. These people were very busy at that time trying to overthrow Netanyahu. Maybe they thought they could give him a black eye. I mean, look, I don't doubt any of that when you talk about this deep state. I mean, they're as bad as any deep state. I don't know if they care about Israeli people.
I don't think they do, because they were the most vociferous on the vaccines, if you recall.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think Israel needed an excuse to go into Gaza.
No.
I don't know how they let. I had said this for years with Israeli guests, none of whom will come on with me now. That why is Israel letting this happen in Gaza? Why are they allowing them to build this incredibly network of tunnels, with spending hundreds of billions of dollars pouring in from Qatar, and developing missile launchers and developing, I mean, a complete military base? Why are they letting that happen right under their nose? And they just shrug their shoulders. Hey, I don't know. What are they? Like some old Jew. Oy, hey, go have some matzo ball soup. They don't know. I mean, I don't know what the hell they were thinking. And meanwhile, you have the same thing in southern Lebanon now. Apparently, there's just as big a network of tunnels. And Israel now it's going to take years for them to smoke out these tunnels in Gaza. And they're going to use it as a way to demonize Israel in the media. They've got their international media, all backed by Jewish money, these left-wing Jews like George Soros. And, people like Anthony Blinken and the Jews in the Biden administration who are just turncoats. And, even some Jews who are part of the college protests, including people in my own family. I don't understand. It's bizarre.
The usual explanation is their religion is being Marxist.
Well, that's right. They are Marxist, and they'll say that. And they will say that openly. They do not believe in the whole mission of Israel as a Jewish state, which is not only, it's a political and religious mission. It's to fulfill the Torah, but it's also to create a sovereign nation for the Jewish people and to do what's necessary to ensure that Israel is able to function peacefully.
Well, something happened in the early 1960s, because all the good socialists, of which there were so many of them were Jewish, really loved the idea of Israel with the kibbutz and this socialist approach to everything. But then, God forbid, they became successful. They had real industries and real things going on, and they didn't have to be these poor kibbutz type individuals anymore. Then it all kind of fell apart, because now they were the oppressors. And if you have a Marxist mindset, you're going to view everything like that. It's absolutely pathetic. But I'm telling you, I met people like this, and it was like talking to someone coming out of the 1930s Communist Party.
Right.
Their mentality had just not changed over the decades. I just had no patience for these idiots anymore, but they're out there, and there's a lot more than you think.
Oh, I know they are. I know people like that in my own circle. And it's not connected to anything remotely like reality. No. And these people have influence and power, and it's not sane. It's really not. It's destructive, and that's why you have those events on October 7th. That's the result. They think, oh, we're going to have peace, we're going to have cooperation. Bullcrap. They have to have peace. It's like Reagan said, I suppose, peace through strength.
Yeah.
Not some kind of a woolly-headed, platitudinous thing where everyone sits around and they sing folk songs, which is what these people are doing. Anyways, so I'm going to wrap it up because I'm not like playing with.
Well, you soldiered on pretty well.
Yeah. Okay. And I might say more, so I don't know. I might look back on this and I might go, oh crap, whatever. So let's just hope that if Trump comes out of this thing, there's nothing that's going to stop him short of, God forbid, the John F. Kennedy type of thing. I think it's too late for them to pull out any other kind of crap. And I think there will be a huge landslide that won't even be able to be touched by the fraud. They could keep the counting places open for weeks. They could ship in all these white vans with boxes of ballots. You could have the lady with the blonde braids pulling out, suitcases and shoving the ballots in the thing over and over again. And we could watch that on video and they'll tell us, no, you're not seeing this.
No, that's not what you're seeing.
Yeah, you're not seeing what you're seeing. You're seeing something else. We'll explain. It was not going to matter if there's going to be a landslide. They can't, ultimately, they're going to be undone. So that'll be a look. I mean, I don't even want to totally get to that because it's too glorious. Right? I mean, it's too delicious to think about. So we'll just have to work. I mean, because it's going to have to be a very, very tough fight every step of the way. Steve Bannon is absolutely right. I listen to him fairly regularly. He's like, there's going to be 3 phases of this. The first phase is getting to election day. The second phase is going to be from election day to inauguration day, when they try to hamstring Trump in every way they can. And they pull out all these sort of new dossiers, who knows what, to try to make sure he can't govern. And then the third stage is going to be after the inauguration, when they start to begin impeachment process. The point is that the only way this can be counted is with a huge, overwhelming turnout of voters. We still have the vote, even though our votes have been suppressed by fraud, by electronic fraud, by every other means. We can still do this, and we can still shine a light on this kind of corruption in every way they can. I think it's good that I see people like Mark Elias complaining that these thugs are showing up all around the country and signing up to work in voting registration.
Yeah, we need more thugs.
Yeah, more thugs. Really thugs, right? And they're threatening violence, he tells us. And they're going to have retribution. You're damn right. There should be retribution anyways. Talk about retribution. What do you think they're doing now? I hope all these people are hanging from a yard iron. Anyways, so Mike, I'll talk to you next week.
All right. Well, I hope you feel better.
Thank you. And take care. All right. Michael D. Shaw is here. Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. By the way, we're also live on TikTok if you want to comment. And I think that I'm getting comments on this Kick, which is a new streaming site for the show, as I collect streams like some people collect stamps and coins. Although I was listening to Tim Pool, the Timcast, and he's a hugely successful streamer. He's really was there at the beginning, but he said that if you do more streams, you actually diffuse your audience. That it's better to just do 1 or 2 and totally focus on those and invest in them and advertise there. And so who knows? I mean, I've taken a more scattershot approach. I try to just do as many simultaneous streams as possible. But
well, I think you have to put his advice in another context, that when he started, there weren't that many streams available. And,
that's true.
I think maybe what you can do, because you broadcast to something like 150 streams.
Well,
you can see which ones are working after a period of time, and then maybe cull it from there. But he also maybe a little bit wants people to forget that he was definitely red pilled. He was fairly liberal when he
oh yeah, he
started.
started out as a man of the left, and then he went through I think being online and just certain things that were happening to him, both as a host and also behind the scenes, made him wake up to
Yeah.
certain
By the way,
issues.
we got a comment here. Let's go, my friends. Good luck. And
Now, are you looking at Kicks?
yeah,
Is that?
it's the messages, at least on my screen, are to the right.
Let me just see what that looks like. I'm going to try to go to Kick. It's with.
Well, it's coming up on Restream. So
Oh, it's coming up on Restream. Okay.
yeah.
Excellent. Well, Mike, as they come in, you can read them since I can't see them.
You're only the host.
I know, but I just I'm not. When it comes to these things, it takes me a while. Let me just see. Okay, I think I'm in chat. Okay, so I want to talk about the potential Trump third term, or what we might call in the normie world the Trump second term. And yeah, I don't want to be overly confident about that, but even the Wall Street Journal and even the liberal media are now admitting that the whole agenda of trying to put Trump in prison and throw all this garbage at him, it really hasn't worked. They really don't have anything. They've got this one thing left in New York which is really, they haven't even defined what the crime is, and they're trying to throw mud and it's not sticking, and the whole thing looks like it's going to wind down pretty soon. And the more they keep that thing open, the more Trump gains strength. It's like the 1950s sci-fi movie The Blob. The more garbage that sticks to it, the bigger it gets, and it's just so they can't stop this runaway train. And I think that they're preparing for a next Trump administration at this point. There's a rumor going around. I did hear Tim Pool make reference to it, but I've heard it from some other people also, that he's already picked Rubio as his running mate. And I think that the analysts on with Poole and others rightfully have said that this is a bow to the establishment. It shows that he wants to win. It was like Reagan picking Bush. You're giving. Rubio is a new
mistake, by the way.
It's what?
I thought that was a terrible mistake. I don't think Bush brought anything to it.
Well, that was much worse than Rubio. That was because that's like former CIA agent. But it's a bow to the deep state. It's a bow to the establishment, bow to the uniparty, and that maybe it's something that he has to do, in order to win. And what that tells us is that we should not expect this incredible, huge change to take place with the next Trump administration. I think we can expect some very good things to happen, but it's going to have to be done. It's going to have to be within the context that of what's real and what's possible in terms of dealing with the deep state.
Yeah, I think that's true. On the other hand, I don't think he's going to be quite as dainty with the deep state as he was in his first term.
Right.
And I don't think it matters who the vice president is anyway. I think that's been proven over all American history. There were some vice presidents, obviously, who became president, but I don't think anybody cares who the vice president is.
Right. Although some of them have been pretty consequential, and I would note, for example, Cheney was pretty powerful as a vice president. But yeah, ultimately it doesn't matter. Rubio apparently, according to the scuttlebutt, he's out there raising money amongst the rhinos and preparing. I think overall it's all good. If Trump is in office. And I thought we would talk a little bit about what that Trump administration will look like, and just speculate on what we'd like it to look like, both in the broad sense, but I want to get into a couple of specifics that I hope happen.
Okay.
But more broadly, it's obviously going to be a shift in the right direction, a shift toward, as Trump says, making America great. I mean, it's going to put this country first and put the globalists and the internationalists and the illuminated international establishment out, back a few pegs. Maybe it won't get rid of them, certainly, but at least it's going to, if handled properly and if articulated properly, and if people come to understand what's at stake, it will move the country forward, I think.
Yeah, and what he's going to have to do, and I think what he will do, is kick a lot more butt. That because this is, as people say, the receipts are in, or we've done the experiment, or whatever cliche you want to use.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen the corruption in the healthcare establishment, in the State Department, in the criminal justice system. So he's got plenty of things he can work on to clean up. And, I may be putting myself on a limb here. I don't really care about foreign policy. It's a joke. Foreign policy seems to be escapism for presidents that don't know what to do domestically. And of course,
I think that Trump's foreign policy in his first term was the right one, which was to keep this country out of war.
Yeah, and that succeeded very well.
He was the only president since, I think, Coolidge to keep this country out of war. I think maybe Eisenhower did too, but the point is that he threw a wrench in this policy that goes back really to Wilson of perpetual war for perpetual peace. Yeah. And he wound down whatever wars were going on. He prepared for a proper withdrawal from Afghanistan. Unfortunately, he didn't serve long enough to carry that out, but had he been in office, that would have been done appropriately, not the way it was done. He got NATO countries to pay for their own freight, and stopped subsidizing them and making them deal with their own defense. And he stopped North Korea from firing missiles. So, and plus not to mention the Abraham Accords, which was the most amazing and incredible move toward peace in the Middle East. So I think that, if Trump is able to continue on that course, that's a powerful thing. And domestically, Trump did not raise taxes. He reduced onerous regulation. He had an interesting bill in right away, an executive order, that every new regulation had to accompany the sunsetting of 2 bad regulations.
Yeah.
And it was working. And it freed up businesses. It got government out of the business of areas where it shouldn't have been in. On the environment, he continued to preserve environmental law, but at the same time, he reined in the bureaucracy that was making law as they went. He was a federalist in terms of recognizing the governing powers of the states and of the counties and of the people, and keeping the federal government out when possible of areas that it's not supposed to be in, according to the Constitution. In a way, that was a benefit when the way he handled COVID, which is something I hold against him. I mean, it could have been worse, but he was a little too heavy-handed on that. But had the left been in power, and if we listened to people like Andrew Cuomo and de Blasio, there would have been martial law. There would have been military rounding people up who wanted to go outside. That's what they were talking about openly. So at least with Trump, he approached it as a federalist. The states made their own decisions. And of course, the real authoritarian states were the left-wing states. And the more principled states, in terms of preserving liberties, were the conservative states. That's the way it is. If that's what people want in this state, they can elect people who will do that. And he takes that stand on social issues, which I think is brilliant. Let questions of regulating abortion reside with the states. Now that Roe versus Wade has been rescinded, the federal government no longer has a hand in it, and that the people of the states can decide how they want abortion regulation to take place. I think that all of those things move the country in the direction of freedom. He was good on the tariffs with China, protecting American industry, protecting American labor. This is a normal function of any government, and there's a great history of that. Pat Buchanan actually wrote a very good book on that topic. So he'll secure the southern border. Now, I don't know if he's going to deport millions of people. I don't even know if that should happen, frankly, and people may disagree with me on that. But what we do know is that he will secure the border. We will have a stop to the influx of illegal aliens and fentanyl and drugs and all the rest and criminal gangs. He's talked about sending special forces into Mexico to stop these drug cartels, which I think is great, because Mexico otherwise might turn into a failed state. And he will deport people who are not functioning in an appropriate way, and he'll do it swiftly. So these are all good things. These are all things I think the most Americans want.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think he's going to be able to accomplish much of that. On the COVID side, he was, I think, foolishly listening to the quote experts around him.
He was,
and but on the other hand, he never wanted to go crazy with forcing people with the vaccines, and indeed, there was, believe it or not, I mean, at this late date, your friend Eugene Vindman posted on Twitter, "Isn't it great that so-and-so, whatever guy at Aberdeen Proving Ground was convicted for not obeying a lawful order to get the vaccine?"
Well, the Vindman brothers are a bunch of commies anyway. Then they were behind the whole perfect phone call impeachment.
Yeah.
They were them and a handful of other people, mainly directed by Adam Schiff.
And they're still around.
They are. And military men and women are still banned have been kicked out of the army because they didn't get the vax, and they're not being welcomed back in yet. I mean, it's still a thing. The thing that I hope Trump also does, even though this is maybe asking too much, first of all, I really hope that he cleans up the whole rotten election process, the voting process. It's a disgrace. This country, we would assume that given what we can do technically in this country, we would have figured out by now how to create an honest voting system, how we could really live up to a system that we could be proud of because it represents one man, one vote, and nothing more. How, it's such a corrupt system, and it's not.
How can you do that, though? I mean, you just talked about federalism, and the voting thing isn't even states. It comes down to counties, and there's even precincts within the counties that are corrupt.
You're right.
It has to do with the rot of Democrats being in power for decades in these places. The way to go after this, I think, which is never going to happen because we have a uniparty, is people starting to go ballistic on the Democrat Party. Because it all comes back to them, right? All this crap that went on in Fulton County and in Wayne County and all these jurisdictions.
Maricopa.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and you're seeing what's happening in Manhattan with these trials. So I think you have to make a huge point of the fact that this is just a massively corrupt enterprise all the way through. There are no good Democrats. And if there are, why are they still in that party? So I think you have to have a take no prisoners situation rather than a Mike Johnson where he's essentially a Democrat Speaker of the House.
I mean, yeah, I mean, and plus they've been stealing elections going all the way back to Thomas Jefferson, whom of course we all love Jefferson, but that election was stolen.
Yeah.
This is it's just, this is a world-class country. We can't figure out how to conduct our voting systems. And you say that it's something that has to be handled on a local level. That's true, but maybe the problem really started on a national level when Clinton started nationalizing elections.
Oh, it was organized on a national level under the guise that, well, that's just Fulton County or that's just Wayne County. And I guess it fooled a lot of people.
Well, he started with the motor voter and loosening the standards of ID, and and then it went into high gear, I think, under Obama.
Well,
In fact, Biden himself acknowledged this.
The first time I saw massive open fraud that they were bragging about was, I think it was in the 90s sometime.
Yeah.
When Bob Dornan, congressman from California.
Battling Bob.
Yeah. B1 Bob, right?
B1 Bob.
All right. So he ends up running against a Democrat who discovered that she was Hispanic and changed back to her maiden name of Loretta Sanchez. And there were a huge number of illegal aliens that voted in that election. No one disputes that. Okay. So when
that's like Kamala Harris. She discovered that she was black when she got into politics.
Yeah.
She had like one black ancestor. All of a sudden she's black. She never grew up black. I mean, she was anyway.
So what happened with Dornan was he justifiably was pissed off.
Sure.
He goes to party leadership. Well, we can't really fight it, Bob, because we got to pander to the Hispanic or some stupid excuse like that. And then the Democrats knew that it was open season. Mm-hmm. The Republicans would never fight back. Now, true, that was probably started with Richard Nixon in 1960, but so they've got to toughen up, and that's one of the main things. So,
well, that's the thing that we can hope that Trump takes that on, because it's reached the level where they can steal a national election with simply the click of a mouse, and they don't even need to have it done in this country. We can't get into that too much, but let's just say that if Trump is back in office, I am really hoping that he doesn't just say, okay, good, I'm back in office, let's go on. But he does go back and try to fix that rotten system. I don't know how, but I know that it can be done. I know that, for example, France's last election, they had it was all paper ballots. They had everything counted before the end of the day. I think by 11 o'clock at night, they had a clear winner. Now that's how, in France, I don't know, what's the population of France? About 50 million people, right? I mean, that's how it has to be done. Probably state by state, and it's going to be difficult to get that done in these corrupt Democrat states. On that front, in a little piece of bad news, the Congress, including Republicans, just approved something I didn't read, just came over. I just saw it before going on with you. Something that will basically allow illegal aliens ultimately to vote or to register and probably vote. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. That's what they've been accused of trying to do. That's what they've denied, but that's what's going on.
Yeah.
And that's a bad and very dangerous.
Well, all right. I mean, how many decent Republicans are there in the entire Congress? 5. So,
yeah, I mean,
I think that by the nature of compromise and so on, I had posted another forum a few days ago that the ones that really bother me, and maybe you disagree with this, the Jim Jordans,
a lot of hot air.
Yeah, a lot of hot air. Nothing happens. And it's just tolerated. I think this goes back to the Nelson Rockefeller style
right,
where you're a country club Republican. We're Republicans because we don't want to associate with these smelly working class types, but we really don't want to get our hands dirty anyway. And I think that was really the beginning of the fall. And that goes back to the early 1960s, where they demonized the John Birch Society, who were conservative. And the thing never really recovered. Barry Goldwater ran, I think, for the purpose of getting destroyed. And even he backed off years later. So,
right, and also I think that very prominently we saw the spectacle of how they demonized Senator Joe McCarthy, who was absolutely right in every single thing he said was true. He was simply pointing out that the FDR administration was riddled with communists, something that the left now admits, by the way.
I think what happened then was that he was really, if you want to look at it this way, the first one to go up against the deep state.
Yes.
Imagine what it must have felt like, because I was pretty young then, in the early 1950s, where, we're so proud of ourselves for winning this war and so on. But now there was a feeling in the early 50s that we won the war and lost the peace. And McCarthy looks into how corrupt and rotten the establishment is. People didn't want to see that. I think that the common man really didn't want to see that.
But he was hugely popular in his day. And in fact, when China fell to Mao in 1948, after George T. Marshall was basically dictator of China for a year and a half, we stabbed Chiang in the back and, literally took munitions that they had captured from the Japanese and dumped it into the Pacific Ocean rather than give it to Mao.
He was a complete traitor.
And also you had communists inside the administration like Harry Dexter White, who was in the Treasury, promising Chiang gold because, after all, he fought really the Japanese theater. I mean, most of that war was fought in China. And so he had to, expand the currency in order to pay for it. And then they stiffed him. They didn't give him the gold. And the result is that the currency went into a tailspin. And they did other tricks to kind of discredit him and get rid of him. And he did collapse. And then we had a young congressman right here in my own district in Massachusetts who stood up to the floor of the House and laid it out. He said, "We have frittered away," he said, "our victory. We have sold out our gains. We've snatched defeat from the jaws of victory." And that young congressman was John F. Kennedy.
That's right.
Yeah. So, the Kennedys were very anti-communist back then. Joe McCarthy was not the only one, but the whole thing was, they focused on him and they so totally destroyed his reputation that I think it scared everyone else. And it kind of showed what this deep state can do. Not that McCarthy didn't have some problems. I mean, he definitely was an alcoholic, but nevertheless, they really completely decimated his reputation.
Well, you can see that kind of thing in action with Trump. Of course, he's a teetotaler, so they couldn't go that route.
Yeah.
They throw this Stormy Daniels thing at him.
Well, that's all that is. They're trying to embarrass him, and they're throwing out, they think that it's going to, everyone knows Trump's a womanizer. That's nothing new. No one cares. It's like, is this all they have left?
Yes.
It didn't work when they did with the tape. They held on to that to the last minute, figuring, this will definitely derail Trump. It's like, I don't think that it shows that maybe they really don't have anything on him if this is the best that they can throw. We'll have to see if there's an October surprise, but I don't think it's going to matter.
I don't think they have the talent, because if they had the talent and you want to do lawfare, okay, do lawfare, but you know what? At least pick forums where everybody isn't completely compromised. And they were unable to do that in any case. And I think in probably the worst mistake, who the hell was this Jack Smith guy? They plucked him out of the Netherlands for some reason.
Well, now apparently he's admitted that he tampered with evidence, that he was lying. He's doing the same thing that they did during all the Trump impeachments.
Yeah.
It's the same playbook. They're fabricating garbage. I mean, the whole Mar-a-Lago thing, it's starting to really stink.
That posed picture of the top secret documents in the closet.
Yeah, it was staged. The FBI did this. They actually, it's like planting a little bag of marijuana on someone and then arresting them. I mean, this is, it seems to be how they do things in this case.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. Okay, you go through this process to become an FBI special agent, right? Then they ask you to do crap like this.
I know. Where are the FBI agents who actually, I'm sure that a lot of them are good, patriotic people. I mean,
not anymore. Not anymore.
I mean, not a single one of them has spoken up. I mean,
the argument was proffered 15 plus years ago that, it's the people in charge, the rank and file agents are great. Well, okay, then explain to me how you get a rank and file agent to fabricate the Mar-a-Lago photo opportunity. You realize that the guy could quit the FBI and get a job with any other law enforcement agency the next day. So why is he staying there? They're not good.
No, and their image has gone right down the toilet. I mean, it's really they spent so much time. Remember in the 60s, they really built up their image, and the FBI with Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. and they had all this. It's gone. No one believes them anymore.
No, all the agencies got destroyed in that manner. I suppose 30 years ago, the CDC was worthwhile.
They all went off. They just basically went, like any bureaucracy, they eventually lost sight of their original mission.
Yeah.
And they started to dip their toe in all sorts of things. And of course, Congress is to blame too, because they did nothing to regulate this. Congress, they make the laws, and then these agencies are supposed to basically carry them out. Now, there's a little leeway when it comes to administrative law in terms of how to enforce it, but they went beyond the purview of and they became all rogue. And it's just, if Trump could rein that in, I mean, I don't know. I think he's going to have people around him who do know how to do this. There are some very good people. Kash Patel comes to mind. The lawyer, I'm trying to remember, Miller is very good. Steve Bannon is very good. These people know what they're doing. I think that if he can surround himself with a couple of these types, Giuliani, he should make him attorney general. That would be great.
I think what has to be done, and it's very, very difficult, and I'll segue into this campus protest thing to prove it. All right. You're looking at, there was a video on Twitter, I think put up yesterday, and a woman who apparently is Jewish, a Penn alum, is going around interviewing these idiot encampment people.
Right.
She talked to a number of them. None of them are students,
And they all have there's obviously a lot of money behind this.
Yeah.
Thanks to George Soros and others.
Yeah, of course. So here's my point. You can say, well, Ivy League school. Okay, but here's the thing. Open your eyes, right? The institution's gone. Now, they could probably restore their reputation, but right now it's in the toilet. All right?
Yes.
So you have to get people, if you want to change all these agencies, they have to realize, hey, they all suck. Maybe they had a good reputation back when, but right now they're no good. I don't name anyone, they're all bad. Some were bad from the beginning, like Department of Education. I think when it was called Health, Education, and Welfare, they were doing some good, but they went off rails with Medicare, and that was it.
And the FBI at one point did
Yeah.
at least investigate genuine enemies of the American people, like the Communist Party and the Ku Klux Klan and the mob. But now they're investigating Catholics going in because they're too pro abortion, pro life, or they're investigating parents who are speaking up at school board meetings. That's what they're doing now. They're spying on Americans.
Yeah. Well, it's become sort of a Stasi,
Yeah.
and I suspect it's populated with those kind of people.
Yeah. I mean, it started when I think that after J. Edgar Hoover died, and after it was a Judge Webster was FBI director for a while, who was very good.
Yeah.
After he left, then it became a political football. First of all, with the appointment of none other than Robert Mueller, and who's not even an agent; he's a lawyer, and who's a very political animal, obviously. And then his successor, James Comey, and now this guy Ray. I mean, these people are not. They don't even have a background in law enforcement. They're lawyers, and they're political hacks, and it's like it's all become as you say, a Gestapo or a Stasi. They're there to harass opponents of the regime as the regime defines them.
Yeah, and give credit where it's due. The Stasi and the Gestapo did a good job for what they were.
Yeah, and they also frightened and terrorized the population,
Right.
and anyone who was involved in dissent, and that's what's happened. Look at they're now putting more people who were peacefully protesting and had a license to protest on January 6th of 2001, putting them in jail. More people now, old ladies. They're picking them up, showing up at the house with, a bludgeon, and with guys dressed in ninja outfits. I mean, dragging them out.
What Trump needs to do is pardon all those January 6th people.
Well, Trump has said that he's going to do that. He didn't say all of them. He said that he's going to review them, those cases, and pardon.
The majority of them were nonviolent.
Oh, yeah. No, of course. And the left is having a meltdown over that. Oh, which is, I say, great. They're also, they're worried that he's going to put people in jail. Really? They're worried about that? What are they trying to do? I mean, put Trump in jail. They've got Peter Navarro he's in jail right now, sitting in a prison as we speak.
Yeah,
for
not funny. What about Eric Holder? Never went to jail. So it's very simple, right? You pardon all the people that need to be pardoned, and you throw the corrupt prosecutors in jail. Real simple.
Oh yeah, I mean that would be beautiful. That would really you have to clean up this rot because.
Can you imagine Andrew Weissman in jail?
Him and Elias, the two knuckleheads. They were the masterminds behind the perfect phone call. They were the masterminds behind the second impeachment. They were the masterminds probably behind the election. Let's put it that way. Oh my God. I actually have been criticizing them on Twitter. And they actually got back to me and they said, "Are you a journalist? Who are you?" And I said, "No, I'm not a journalist. I'm an on-air commentator." But they're like, maybe they were trying to intimidate me. I don't know. But they let me know that they're watching.
I don't think you can be intimidated at this point.
Well, I mean, I've got nothing to lose. I mean, I'm not involved with, I do what I do.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's scary when you see them putting people in prison. I mean, that chills people's dissent. I mean, it's and there are so many brain dead people who don't seem to understand this, and who are just people who that you think that they would be concerned about this sort of thing. And but I think that this is probably the main reason why Trump is going to win. Yeah. People don't like this kind of thing, and they want to see some kind of a restoration of, or some stopping or slowing down of this slide toward fascism. I think that's this is something that we're no longer the free country that we think that many people think we are. I don't think we are.
Oh, that's a key point. I mean, when I saw that video about the encampments at Penn, the first thing I thought of is, all right, people ask themselves, well, why don't they just kick these idiots off the campus? What's the big deal? Well, here's what's going on, all right? Academia is complete rot, all right? It was always a complete rot with useless people getting sinecure jobs. But now it's become worse because you have useless people that aren't even qualified, like a Claudine Gay, getting sinecure jobs. So I think the analogy I used in one forum was, okay, great. Now you expect these people to kick ass? That's like sending the cheerleaders in to play football. I mean, it's the wrong people. They're not going to do it. And their worldview is completely destroyed because right before their eyes, they see that the fascism is on the left. You and I know fascism was always on the left, but now their face is being rubbed in this, and they just don't know how to deal with it. It's a shock, and I think that the problem with a lot of Jews, in my judgment, converting over, getting out of the Democrat Party is they believe their whole life that fascism.
Oh, I know people like this who they're left wingers, they're old style, FDR Jews, and they're disgusted, and they may vote for Trump. I would not be at all surprised if Trump peels away a fairly good percentage, and people are starting to speak up. I mean, I go to my synagogue somewhat regularly, and people always spoke to me like this, don't tell anybody. But now they're speaking up. People are like, it's
a good sign.
I think that it is. I think that there's a Jexit, a Jewish exodus from the left. And
you were writing about this some months ago.
I wrote a book about it. Yeah, I have a book, Jexit, Jewish Exodus from the Left, in case anyone's interested. But why not?
Well, as we say in Catholic circles, doesn't matter. You still get the indulgences. Okay.
Okay. But I mean, even recently, I attended an event with my wife's family in New York, and these people are real commies. I mean, we're talking like hardcore. And one of the young nieces, the young cousins, she's doing the River to the Sea on her campus at NYU.
Does she at least know what river and what sea? Because most of them
I don't even know, but what I did notice is that when she came into the room and she deliberately and immediately decided to sit down next to me because she knows that I'm not liked and I'm feared and hated because everyone knows I'm not a man of the left. I mean, that goes way back. And all of a sudden it's like the attention was on her, and it wasn't good attention. Even we're talking about real anti-Israel people, people who, they're anti-religion people, but they don't like this. They don't like what she's doing. Nobody liked it in that whole room. We're talking about 20, 25 people. She was not well received at all. And probably the only person in the whole room that was in any way nice to her was me. But, because I mean, I know what it's like to deal with that kind of intolerance.
You get commiserated as being both.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there. And that's why she sought me out. But, I mean, I think overall that's a good sign. People are not buying this. It's not working for them. It's going to be the nail in the coffin, not only of Biden, but I think of the left for possibly a generation. This is a major screw up for them. This is, it's one thing for them to go out and start looting black businesses and burning black neighborhoods after the frame up of George Floyd, with it, which, we all know what happened there. But at least it had a context that there is such thing as police brutality in this country, and that yes, it has a history of being racist. Fine, doesn't matter the fact that this Officer Chauvin was innocent. Okay, the point is that there was some social element behind that, but this time to support destroying Israel. It's not even in the. This is not even an American thing. It's Israel's a country on the other side of the planet. I mean, this is what they're going to hang their hat on. I just don't think it's going to fly. I don't think that.
Well, you know what it is? It's shades of this Hitler-Stalin pact thing.
Mhm.
And then suddenly Stalin turning on Hitler and the Communist Party USA turning on a dime.
Well, actually, it was Hitler who turned on Stalin, but with
No,
Operation Barbarossa.
but no, what I was referring to is that it was mentioned at the time, well, Hitler's our great friend and so on. And that was lapped up by all the American commies. And then when Hitler turned on him, then
all of a sudden, like overnight, they just and that discredited the left for for decades. It was really a death knell because before that, the Communist Party actually did have some cachet in the 1930s in this country, and it was fairly open. That put them on the back burner right up until the 1960s, late 1960s, when they decided to hop in on the anti-Vietnam War movement. And I think we could go back to the Palmer raids of 1920. And in one day, June 6th of 1919, bombs went off in the homes of about 15 Americans around the country the same day by communist anarchists. And it included, judges and governors and different people around the country, including Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer. And the reaction was that Palmer rounded them up and he deported them, all of them, including Emma Goldman, put them on a big boat, sent them away. Their one final last hurrah was that they bombed Wall Street in 1920, which killed about 50 people. And you had body parts flying all over Wall Street. It was a horrible bombing.
So where is the appeal? I mean, I've never understood that beyond some teenage kid believing all this workers' paradise crap, how can you get sentient adults to buy into this for more than 5 seconds?
Well, it's the same rotten people that have been there, but the point is that they are now exposing themselves. This is like I've talked about, this is a Wellstone moment, a funeral moment.
Yeah.
Everyone in the country now sees how rotten our academic intellectual class has become. And we also see that a certain percentage of people who are part of that have woken up and they're saying, no, this is not me. I'm rejecting this. And the whole thing, the longer they do this, the more marginalized they're going to be and the more damaging it's going to be to this rotten establishment. It just is not flying. Most people, there was just a poll done, I think, by a pretty mainstream pollster, I think it was a Gallup, of college students, which showed that the vast majority of college students do not like this. They, they might keep quiet because the small clique is loud, but it's not being well received, and it's hurting them. It's going to backfire, and I think it's going to put the left on its heels, hopefully, for the next several decades. Oh yeah. It'll be a complete repudiation. It would be like it's like the defeat of George McGovern in 1972. I mean, he was the last openly left-wing presidential candidate, and he literally put the Democratic Party into a state of remission. And they finally came back with Bill Clinton, who fashioned himself as a moderate, even as slightly right of center. That was the only way they could come back. But the point is, I think this is one of those times. And I think that the linchpin of it is this rotten pro-Hamas movement. It's just, it's as Hillary Clinton might describe it, it's deplorable. It's a basket of deplorables.
Now, did they pick this because it was a contemporary issue or what?
I think as David Horowitz has said, if there wasn't a Vietnam War, they would have invented one.
Yeah,
it was just they had to invent it, and there's a lot of money coming in from Qatar. There's who knows how many how much money is pouring in from the real enemies of Israel, who are, have a big dominant position on the campus. Israel represents what they reject. Yeah, I'll mention two areas. Israel is capitalist. It's not obviously perfectly capitalist, but it's a country where you can make something out of yourself. It has inventors, creators, people who have, developed products and have become wealthy and have been successful. It's an example of a society that is relatively free, that respects the institutions of freedom. And the second issue is that it's Jewish. We believe in God. They hate that. Even secular Israelis believe in God in a certain extent. I mean, it's one of the most religious societies in the world today.
Yeah.
There are some positive developments, I think, in some Christian countries recently, and I'm even talking in Europe, like, for example, Hungary, Ireland, even. That people are starting to wake up and reassert their Christianity, which I think is a good development. But if you look at the day-to-day life of a society, Israel is a very religious society, and the left despises that. It's an obstacle to their agenda. So yeah, Israel's targeted. Plus, there's old-fashioned anti-Semitism.
Yeah, well, it's. I think it was a bad move. I don't really, but here's the interesting thing. Maybe you can comment on this. How did they think this was going to help get Biden elected?
It's devastating for Biden. I don't know if they even care about Biden.
Yeah, that could.
Maybe they think Trump is going to be like Kerensky, right? They'll elect him or they'll think it's like the reason why the left and why Stalin actually voted for Adolf Hitler was because they figured he'd be like some weak straw, and they could then, wait a little time and then come in and take over. Maybe that's how they view Trump. I don't know. It's possible. As a transition figure.
That Kerensky analogy was good.
Yeah, I mean, but that's not how this country works. I mean, we're not. That's not likely. I mean, if they think that, then they're really out to lunch if they think that's how things are going to happen. But yeah, they're hurting Biden terribly. I mean, he's already on his heels in that he's not able to speak a coherent sentence.
Well,
I mean, it's just,
do you think that the withholding of arms shipments, this is all about securing the state of Michigan?
Which is a stupid idea because it's not going to work because Muslims tend to be more conservative. They hate Israel, yes, but they're not going to support Biden. I don't think he got their vote last time.
No.
Michigan is one of the most corrupt states. Maybe they're depending on those three witches who run that state, that governor and that attorney general and secretary of state, Jocelyn Benson, who were openly and brazenly involved in stealing the last election. I don't care if that gets me kicked off a network. I've followed Michigan, and it is one of the most corrupt, rotten governments. Maybe that's what they're depending on. I mean, I don't think that's going to work this time, though, because Michigan, the last polling showed that Trump is up by 8 in Michigan.
Well,
that's way outside the margin of error.
Well, that's exactly the point. They thought that this was their Midwest wall, and they had the 3 corrupt women in there. There's something about these corrupt Democrat women,
Oh, I mean, let's not even go there. I mean, and they're all, look, they all happen to be pretty good looking too. They're beautiful. They look, they're it's like they pick these. George Soros comes in and he recruits them. This is who we need. Someone who is like all American and wholesome and, looking, never mind who they really are. That's another question. But
what is his end game? What does he tend to gain?
Soros?
Yeah, so he turns the whole world communist.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he's an agent of chaos. He creates disturbance. I mean, that's the Marxist way. I mean, to create schism, to create division.
But what's the end point?
I have no idea. I mean, I think maybe he's just an old-fashioned commie. I don't know. Maybe he wants to make a few bucks off of it. That's how he made his fortune. He would create discord in terms of the economy, so he can short a currency, and I mean I think that Soros is under indictment in Great Britain. He can't go there because of what he tried to do to the pound sterling. You know, he did this in many countries around the world. Very corrupt man. I mean, a real, international wheeler dealer. Very sinister figure. I don't know who knows what his motivation is, but he has a very checkered past. Very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I'd say.
And apparently his son is even worse.
Oh, his son is worse.
Yeah. In and out of the Biden White House.
I'll do him. Yeah. I think
And
Alex Jones should interview Alex Soros.
Who did?
That would be good.
And he looks so smug and he's so arrogant. And apparently he's going out with, well, not to get gossipy, but he's going out with Huma Abedin. I mean, it's just, yeah. I mean, just weird, this whole sort of, we don't know what's going on in this corrupt upper layer, what the Occupy Wall Street used to call the top 1%. These people are like, either they're in it or they're allied with it. And maybe Trump is trying to play ball with them. I don't know, by picking Rubio. I don't know. Maybe that's what he has to do.
Well, you could do worse than Rubio. I mean,
he could. Yeah, but at least, we're going to get some. I mean, this is a critical election. At least we'll get something. I mean, we'll get a lot with Trump, I believe. But I mean, I still believe in Trump completely. I mean, I don't know. Nobody knows really. Maybe it's all a fake. I don't know. But I mean, I've watched him long enough to think that he's the real McCoy. He doesn't need to do this.
Well, that's exactly right. He doesn't need to do it. So what's there to fake?
That's right. I mean, he's not like, Obama, was completely a phony, nobody, fixing parking tickets in Chicago, and all of a sudden they hand over $10 million advance on a book that he didn't even write, and he's thrust into the White House. Trump is a self-made man. He didn't need to do that. He was already rich. He was already famous. He had everything he could want. He has this great family. What does he care? He doesn't need this. He wasn't on the take.
He's doing it anyway. So it's got to be a positive motive. I mean, what more?
I mean, you think that he wants to sit in that freaking courtroom every day falling asleep? I mean, he wouldn't be in that courtroom if he wasn't stepping up and doing this. None of this would have happened. He would have been seen as a great elderly statesman, and they probably would have patted him on the back because he wasn't a threat. I mean, it's just like, reminds me of all of a sudden the left it's like they had a love affair with Reagan only after he had Alzheimer's. Right?
That's right.
Right? I mean, he's no longer, he can't really say anything anymore. He's no longer a threat. But anyway, Trump, I think, is the real McCoy. And, I'm worried. We all are. It's going to be a knife's edge election, even with Trump ahead. They're going to pull out who knows what. I mean, you want to talk about cheating. I mean, I don't know what they might do. We have to, I think Americans are woken up enough by now. But look at this thing just happened in Congress. I haven't read the article yet. But illegal aliens can now register? I mean, I don't know what kind of crap they're going to pull. But it's going to be this is a very, very dangerous time.
Oh, yeah. And that's why you have to keep raising hell. And
do what you can do. I mean, on the limited venues that I have, and I've been algorithmed and all that, I'm not complaining. A lot of people have been. Even Tim Pool was talking about this. He says that YouTube took off a few of his channels and his shows because somebody said something. And he's like, look, I get most of my revenue from YouTube. And if I don't play ball, I'm going to be out of business.
Yeah.
So I won't be able to say anything. I get that. He has to play ball with them. They still control it. Rumble is wonderful.
Well, the guy who didn't play ball, and you got to respect him for that, is Dan Bongino. He shut down YouTube, went to Rumble. He's got, I think, 3 million subs on Rumble now, which is pretty good for that platform.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, look, Don Jr., his show Triggered is excellent. He's on Rumble. I mean, Rumble's his main station. Who is it? That British actor? What's his name? You know who I mean?
Oh, Russell Brand.
Russell Brand.
He
All
just
Rumble.
converted. Just
He
converted.
just became Catholic.
Yes.
Wonderful. God bless
Yeah.
him.
Eventually, we get him. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Catholicism. They know what they're doing. I mean, they've been around. I mean, they know how to do this. I get that. It's very alluring. I feel like I want to do it anyway, but
Well, let me know.
no, I'm not. I don't mean that literally,
But
but I get.
family really hates you.
Oh man, I get the appeal. I do. It's fantastic, and so I mean, I've thought of it. My wife has thought of it. Look, it's a very appealing. It's an amazing set of principles and
Well,
faith.
I want to tell you this: that I won't mention any names, but a relative of mine went through the process and was calling me every day. And they bring people in on what's called the Easter Vigil, which is the Mass the night before Easter Sunday, the most solemn Mass of the year. And he called me an Easter Vigil. And I thought, wow, he's doing it. And I never heard from him again. And I can only assume that there was family pressure they didn't go through. But anyway.
Well, look, it's all good. Candace Owens also, she just became Catholic.
She's another.
Yeah.
We're just racking them up, baby.
No, that's a good sign. It's a good sign because it shows that people are coming back to faith and they're coming back to family and they're coming
the left
back.
is freaking out with this. The atheism doesn't have the allure anymore.
No. And it seems it's too weak. There's nothing there's no, people need to have some kind of a reason, some kind of a logic, some kind of a meaning.
Yeah.
And they offer nothing. It's just it's a belief in non-believing, a belief in nothingness. Anyways, Mike, so what do you have coming up on your Substack?
We're gonna put some stuff up probably over the weekend. I had another one of these tough weeks, where of course I do the writing as an avocation. So can't always pump content. And of course the other thing is, as you know, because you write a lot, you've got to really sometimes take breaks, or you keep writing the same thing with different.
Oh no, you have to sleep on it. Kind of like let it germinate. You can't force writing. It's a process. So that's good.
Yeah. So it's it's all good.
Excellent.
And we get some reasonably good engagement on that. So
yeah, you've done some pretty good articles. I have a link to it on the show.
Like anything else, some are better than others.
Sure.
I go back to some of them and I'm not necessarily pleased, but that's what happens.
Exactly. I mean, anyone does that who's a creator. All right. So, Mike, listen, as always, thanks for joining me.
All right. And we will
keep on keeping on. All right. Thanks a lot. It's amazing what you can do with technology now,
Yeah.
And here we go. All right. Welcome, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I want to thank the good people over at TECN TV, the Exceptional Conservative Network, which is now carrying the show live, and their owner, Ken McClanton, great conservative out of Washington, D.C. If you want to chat, you can do so at rumble.com/Moskowitz. And we actually take calls here, 617-396-4958. My guest is Captain Seth Keshel. Captain Keshel has been, he's a former Naval Intelligence Officer. Army, thank you, sir. And thank you for your service. And you have been on the issue of the great election steal. Since Election Day, I have followed you. You have an extraordinary breadth of knowledge with a particular orientation towards statistical analysis, which is very important. You have traveled the country. You have spoken on the issue. You like to have fun, I noticed. You do some recordings. so you bring a real energy to this issue at a time when those of us who are critical of the election have been vilified often, and it's not always easy. It's kind of a lonely trog occasionally. So I thank you, Seth, for what you've done, first of all. So
You're welcome, Charles. I appreciate the invite to the show. We've been trying to connect for quite some time.
Indeed. So let's go right to it here. I mean, the whole country knows, I think, and polls indicate that most people know that the election of 2020 was stolen. 60% Republicans polled even recently still believe that and still understand that. And I don't know if there's polling on Democrats, but I'm pretty sure it's probably 20 to 30%, and a large number of independents. The way polling works oftentimes as well, people might be afraid or intimidated to speak the truth when asked, because when you have the FBI kicking down people's doors, you don't necessarily want to mention that you believe this, because you might end up on the wrong end of that kick on a door. So, suffice to say that everyone knows damn well what happened in 2020. And I think that you are bringing a lot of data to this and science to it that further reinforces what happened. So let's just talk for starters about your methods of analyzing the election state by state, county by county.
All right. So there's 3,143 counties or county equivalents in independent cities in the United States that contribute votes in our presidential elections and also in statewide elections in those states. And of course, they are going to have a finite number of votes, which maxes out clearly at the number of registered voters, which we'll get into is a serious problem. Now, some of these counties, including in the key states that are key for the Electoral College with any Donald Trump run for the presidency, and really any Republican run now that the map is shifting around, you have states like Pennsylvania and Michigan, Ohio, Iowa, Wisconsin, Indiana, all across the Midwest, the Rust Belt. And a lot of those counties are stagnant in population. So they're fixed. The population hasn't changed much, or it's declining. And in counties like that, Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania is my favorite example. When you have what's called a coalition shift, people that vote this way that then start voting the other way when the population is dropping because jobs are leaving, then what that means is one party's stack of votes continues to go down. You can look at Westmoreland County for 3 decades, declining vote totals, election after election after election. And what you have there is a record Trump performance in 2020. And at the same time, a record Biden performance as well, shaving Trump's margins by about, it looks like 18,000 plus votes in my estimates in a state decided by 80,000. So it takes into account population change, whether that's a surging stream of new population or whether that's a trickle or whether that's a decrease. Then we have the party registration where it's available in 32 states. You can see in the counties which way the trends in the elections should be going. And if you don't believe in that, you can take any state that has party registration and put down the registration trend between presidential elections, and whichever party made the advantage is the party that benefited in the next election, whether that was a tighter loss or an expanded margin of victory or a flip of the state. You can see that coming with party registration. So in a state like Massachusetts, I can see coming that the state's going to become more Democrat with an expanding Democrat registration. In a state like Pennsylvania, when it was a 21-to-1 ratio of registered Republicans to Democrats in Trump's term, that is signaling very strongly that Trump is not only going to win Pennsylvania again, he's going to win it by a wide margin. My number for Pennsylvania is 6.4%.
Okay, so let's just focus on Pennsylvania because it's one of the most egregious examples of what happened. I think it was public knowledge before the election that Republican registration was way up in that state. That was in the news. I recall reading about it. We also had a situation where the state legislature was being undermined by a very corrupt attorney general and secretary of state, mainly installed due to financing from George Soros, who were switching and changing the laws against the U.S. Constitution, Article 2, which says that only the state legislature holds the plenary power to make election laws. And they challenged that, and the challenge was thrown out by a corrupt state judiciary. Eventually, it made its way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ignored it after the election. So, the issue of the corruption of our judiciary is a separate question. But the point I'm making here is that Pennsylvania, like several other states, and I know this is such a complex issue. There's so many moving parts, but on election night, it was one of the states that simultaneously shut down and stopped counting. And at that time, Trump was ahead by almost 750,000 votes, right? Then they reopened the next day, and they start recounting and recounting and recounting until a week later, they suddenly find enough votes so that the media, the mainstream Mockingbird media, could declare Biden the winner. And that was how he won. Now, I mean, what do we do to counter that? Because that kind of corruption is so pervasive and so ingrained there now that I don't see how there's ever going to be another free election in that state, given those circumstances.
Pennsylvania has gotten much worse since the 2020 election. This has been a stealth play ever since Trump won the states in 2016. So you have the Trump flip of PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, and a near flip of Minnesota in 2016. Minnesota was on the same trend as the rest of the states and should have been a Trump state in 2020. So when we look at the data on those states, you can see in 2018 that the 2018 midterm is when the Trump level election manipulation actually began. But because Donald Trump wasn't removed from office, most people didn't notice, especially since the end result, which was a flip of the House. And hey, there's actually a split decision here. We got more Senate seats. Most people didn't notice the massive turnout. My number suggests that there's 12 to 21 million more votes cast than are feasibly possible based on historic turnout figures since 1974. So that's the 2018 midterm. And that midterm was instrumental in Pennsylvania for reelecting Tom Wolf and making sure that Pennsylvania had statewide Democrat leadership in place for 2020, because they had it in place for 2016. But in 2020, they needed it because Pennsylvania looks like it had a rightward lurch in the 2018 midterms as well. Mm-hmm. And then you see in Michigan, 2018 was important for getting Nessel, Whitmer, and Benson in office there in Michigan.
Right.
All three of them were swept in 2018. John James also lost his Senate seat in 2018, and that was when he ran against Debbie Stabenow. He probably should have won that race as well, but instead the result was they got their beachhead in there to prevent Trump from carrying Michigan in 2020. And in Wisconsin, you have Evers, who snatched the governor's seat away from Scott Walker in 2018. That was with the Milwaukee dump of votes late in the night and put it just over the recount threshold. Walker conceded the race. So that is the origins of this. They got their people in place, and of course Minnesota did the same, and they made sure, and Arizona did the same. You have Katie Hobbs was put in 2018 after the race was called for Steve Gaynor, who ran against her for Secretary of State, and they counted in Maricopa County for days. It's when they got Kristen Sinema in the Senate, and you've seen it all throughout the state. Brad Raffensperger went into Georgia in 2018, and we have this nexus of politicians that were put in place in 2018 or before to ensure that Trump wasn't able to get reelected in those key states, because those 6 states are what I call the contested states: Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I have all 6 going to Trump easily. The closest state of those 6 is Pennsylvania at 6.4%. None of those states belong in the actual top 10 of the 2020 election. I also have Minnesota as a Trump state. And I have a number of states that you would never think of in a million years that are within 6 points, that are perpetually blue states.
Right. I mean, that would be if we actually had an honest election.
Correct.
So you had the Soros's project of installing secretaries of states, attorneys generals, and corrupt district attorneys, that because he understood that that's where the power lay, that's where you could have people manipulating the law in such a way that would benefit them. And, you've mentioned several of those situations. I mean, Jocelyn Benson in Michigan, along with the other 2 witches, she changed the laws regarding signatures on absentee ballots. That was overturned, her law, 6 months later. Of course, it was too late by then. And then just before this recent election, after a citizens group brought evidence that there were 200,000 ballots that no longer resided in the state. They were from people who had either died or had moved out of state, and that they demanded that she remove those ballots, and they had all the names. She just ignored that as well. So we're talking about serious corruption here that in an ordinary time would have been would have been involved with would have been felonies. But yet they are still there. They are more powerful than ever. They were able to, regain their seats in this last election, I think, under very strange circumstances. Do you go into the business of the numbers of ballots that are on the books that are from people who had either died or who are no longer residing in the state?
So people in the state election integrity groups, they get into that because they have to, and that's their piece of terrain that they can control. Where I came in at a national level. At the end of the 2020 election, while President Trump was still in office, I was brought in to give statistical guidance, just like I do now, and it was to provide material for the lawsuits. So I had context, which of course the courts don't care about that because statistical proof is not hard evidence of a crime like you might find on a security camera. But it supports, hey, something's not right here. Your blood pressure is 200 over 150. Something's not right here. And that is what my statistics show. So I came in at the national level. And then when the election integrity movement kicked off with a national perspective, I've never really been at the county or state level. That doesn't mean I don't have insight on it, but the people that are working at the counties and at the states, they know very closely. They know their county officials, their elections administrators, their county commissioners. And for me to get involved in it would really only create a more difficult path for them. They're going to say, here's a national election denier or one of the more prominent election deniers in the world at this point. And that is something, but I am aware of the New York Citizens Audit for one. I'm aware of all the election integrity movements across the country, and there's a lot of really good ones. You have them everywhere. Audit the Vote Hawaii is outstanding. Audit the Vote Pennsylvania is outstanding. All across the country, we've got, even in Alabama, dark red states, we have people that are doing good. Even there in Massachusetts.
Oh yeah,
you've got some groups there that hosted me in Middlesex County last year, and that was fun. We had about 10 Antifa show up with their masks on, and they took a look at me, decided they didn't want to do anything about it, but
they're out there. Yeah, the thugs are the kind of what Lenin called the shock troops are brought in occasionally to deal with the lower side of the scissors, the upper side being the institutional kleptocracy, I guess you might call it, the oligarchies who are really determined to do whatever they have to do to advance their power. And at this point, it's open, it's out in the open, even more so than in 2020 when we all watched it happen on TV, all the states shutting down. I mean, it just, they just did it in broad daylight. And I'm talking now about Maricopa County, where they literally sent ballots in that jammed the machines. I mean, that they were fitted in such a way that they shut down machines in only the most Republican of precincts and wards. And in a way, I suppose you could say that Republicans kind of stepped in it with that one, because we announced in advance that we would be voting in person. And maybe if we had been a little bit more stealthy about it, we could have pulled it off. I don't know. But the point is that that was the most open, the most egregious steal of all. Now, do you get into the business that Mike Lindell has done such a good job with in terms of looking at the algorithms in the machines? I mean, I know that during the forensic audit in Maricopa County, the corrupt, really rotten election board there refused to relinquish the passwords to the machines. They couldn't actually go into them. And that the company that runs them, that I'm even afraid to mention by name here because they sue everybody with slap suits, they would sue, as I say, I mean, they sued anybody who criticized this.
Well, so all the machine companies, all election machines,
yes,
are vulnerable to misuse, to potential hacking, and to manipulation. So as far as my involvement with Cause of America or Mike Lindell, I am tightly wound with a number of their key personalities. I do a lot of travel, and I regularly present with people who are tight with Mike. I'm on good terms with Mike as well. And my stance on machines, and from early on, just like you said with Maricopa County, from early on, Maricopa County's officials, their county commissioners, they were the big tell that something was up with the electronic elections equipment. Because if they had nothing to hide on that, they could have acquitted themselves easily by turning over all electronic election equipment, letting people look at it, letting cyber experts and forensic experts go through everything, see what the deal is, reconcile the electronic vote records with hard ballots to reconcile it with the voter registrations, and they didn't do that. In fact, they did everything they could to prevent them from being turned over. So that is something to me, given the circumstances, that, and it's not frivolous, it's something they were subpoenaed for, logs, routers, and other electronic elections equipment. The fact that they resisted that so much is a pretty big tell. Now, what can the machines do? Well, the electronic poll books are a big problem. They can determine on election day who's not voted. It's right here on electronics, and not on a binder anymore where you show up at the precinct, sign your name, and go vote. That is by design, that we're herding people into voting centers and that we're trying to make this as digitized as possible, because now we have much more data, and people are now abusing the data, and they are using duplicate or triplicate registrations. They are not cleaning voters off the rolls that have moved or died or moved out to a different precinct. And then you have, of course, completely fictitious voters, which you can find everywhere in those 6 key consensus states, especially. But they are on the march in Texas as well. And there is a lot of election fraud in Texas. Yesterday, Smith County, which is the home county of Tyler, Texas, which is a mid-sized city in East Texas. It's heavily Republican. They showed a sample size of 584 fraudulent ballots that were cast in Smith County. As in, these are absentee ballots that don't, on the count, that don't match the hard count of ballots on hand. And that's a small sample size of the county. I'd have to go look at my records to see how many estimated votes I had Smith County, Texas, as being over. In fact, I'm going to do that right now.
Right.
But
my understanding, Seth, is that some of the methodologies being used here are so subtle that even most, good conservatives and good vote integrity groups can't detect it. And that includes things like setting up phony separate accounts online that then suddenly appear, they accept votes, and then they disappear. There's a lot of weird stuff that's happening. You have this organization, the name escapes me right now, but they have a headquarters somewhere in upstate New York that has gotten all of many counties around the country to sign up for them handling the counting of their votes, and that they are very secretive about how they do this, that the votes go to their center. And then you have this group, ERIC, E-R-I-C, which was contracted 10 years ago, including in some red states like Louisiana, to basically clean the voting rolls. And their record is that they've done absolutely nothing, and that the head of their group is a radical left-winger who was funded by George Soros. So, do you know anything about those things?
Yeah, ERIC is something in Alabama. Alabama just got away from ERIC, the electronic voter registration infrastructure. Now, we also have in Texas, the state Republican Party is reportedly getting ready to get behind a push to get rid of ERIC. Now, will that actually happen legislatively? I don't know, because the Secretary of State of Texas, they rotate them out constantly. John B. Scott was the Secretary of State until a couple months ago, and he's gone now. So the Secretary of State in Texas is not an elected position, so there's not any voter accountability there. And now we don't really know all of the positions that the current Secretary of State has. All I know is that Harris County, even in the Secretary of State's own audit, Harris County, home to Houston, and also you can look at some of the other counties, Dallas County, Tarrant County, Collin County, they were also audited. Harris County and Dallas County had very poor remarks come in. Now, Tarrant County's got issues too. There's an elections director there named Hyder Garcia, who I am aware of. I've never spoken about him directly. I don't do a whole lot of personal probing. I do all the top level 30,000 foot stuff. Well, he is sniffing around and went to the papers to cry about my numbers, even though the Democrats stayed stuck in the 200,000 vote range for 4 consecutive elections, then completely finished those off, went through the 300,000s and topped Trump, who had a record Republican vote gain in a county that had been Republican since 1968.
Very suspicious.
Right. So all we really need is transparency. We don't need really the result of a lack of transparency is the wrong people get in office. I mean, look at New York. My number suggests that Lee Zeldin should be the governor of New York today, not Kathy Hochul.
I think that I saw you right about that, you had some very strange swings in certain counties in upstate New York where the vote turnout did not match the number of registered voters.
Well, correct, but it's not so much about the registered voters. It's the statistics over time, over duration. The statistics provide us an expectation of output of how many votes should be cast. It's just like if you look at baseball, we use the Red Sox for example. You know, Ted Williams played from 1939 to 1960. He had 521 home runs. So Ted Williams probably averaged. He missed 4 or 5 seasons solid being at WAR. But Ted Williams must have averaged 35 home runs a year if he played a full season. Now, if we have him at 35 a year, we can look at some of his highs. He probably finished in the 40s here and maybe had a season that was cut short in the 20s. Now, if all of a sudden he's got one season that it's 71 home runs, well, what happened here? Now, you can see it in the 90s where you have the steroid era where players are cracking home runs out like softball leagues. But statistics generally give you an expectation. And if everybody all of a sudden starts hitting 50 and 60 home runs, then you know something is going on. So if Joe Biden has 81 million votes, or if even in the 2018 and 2022 midterms, America just started voting all of a sudden and we have record high turnout everywhere, then we should see that everywhere. And still, I can go through the map in 2020 and find places that did not have a spike. Suffolk County in Massachusetts looks normal to every election year. So according to my model, I flagged that as green. Now, I'm sure that any big city county like that has its inherent issues that are always.
Well, that's because it's been corrupt for 50 years, but that's putting that aside.
But in all the right metros, they corrupted 2020 as well. So Baltimore County in Maryland, Baltimore City in Maryland, and then not Baltimore County, Baltimore City, and then Suffolk County, Massachusetts, or you can look at Bronx or Manhattan, New York. They look normal compared to every election trend. In fact, Trump trended New York, or he trended Manhattan, Bronx, Queens heavily in his direction. But you can look at other places like all of a sudden, why is there no motivation for Biden among rural black voters in Alabama or in Arkansas? But it's really an enthusiastic block for him in Georgia. So these things don't make any sense to me.
Right, and it does look a little strange when you see, these kind of anomalies. And another factor that, of course, enters into the picture is the amount of money that poured in from people like Zuckerberg, who wrote a personal check for $420 million to fund these 2 turf organizations, which basically spread it around, as they used to say, greased a few palms. Only in the battleground states, only in Georgia, Arizona, I think in Detroit, where basically people, and Wisconsin, where people were doing activism, like, harvesting ballots and signing people up and setting up tables at fairs and doing the kind of the street work. The thing that's amazing to me about that is that there's very few whistleblowers amongst people who were doing this kind of shady work. Was it just because, there was 1 or 2 that spoke to Dinesh D'Souza in his movie 2000 Mules, but it's amazing how tightly sealed that whole thing is. Why do you think that is?
I think that people become too siloed in their understanding of what happened in the 2020 election. It's not just the computers. Some people go in, it's just ban the machines. That's part of the problem. But the mechanism of the election of 2020 and other elections is to use various means that are allowed by state law. You can look at the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California. Ballot harvesting is legal. Then you have other states where it's not. So when you do it, you're going to do that at the risk of getting caught. Georgia, Arizona, but then you have compliant, wimpy useless state legislatures and corrupted courts that refuse to crack the whip on that. Now, in Florida, ballot harvesting is not only illegal, it's a felony. And there was the creation of an election crimes task force, which threatens to come into those boiler rooms in the event of a close election that might be trying to flip the state. Mm-hmm. So as far as why is there not a lot of people that talk about it? There are. The Maricopa County has been caught red-handed time and time again. So I've heard it put recently, the 2020 election there was a Bigfoot sighting and nobody got it on camera. Well, 2022, that was on camera. Everybody saw Maricopa County operating in real time to make sure Kari Lake didn't win. In fact, Kari Lake never even took a single lead. Abraham Hamadeh took a lead for a split second before the lead went away. So I think that Kari Lake was kept below even just to make sure she didn't.
I think they had to stop her, because if she had won, the whole rotten thing would have been blown open. I mean, that would have been the beginning. And so they didn't even care. They just did it out in the open. And even with Hamadeh too, he lost by what? Less than 200 votes?
Hamadeh lost by less than 300 votes after a slight adjustment in December. Now, he's recently been out there on record saying that the look at the provisional ballots would have given him the victory. But my numbers for those guys, that whole slate in Arizona was an all-star slate. My numbers for those guys suggest that Hamadeh, of course, would have finished first if that were to be the same all the way down. But Kari Lake's margin of victory is about 9.9%. It's huge. The most conservative estimate. That's more than 200,000 votes over Katie Hobbs. And that's me being very generous towards Katie Hobbs. So Hamadeh is probably an 11-point winner. And then you have Kari Lake at 10. You have Fincham and Masters are about 4 and 5 points apiece at that rate. Now, Masters, of the four, Masters is the only one that conceded the race, which was completely foolish of him.
Right, I agree. And I think that Kari's that's going to an appeals court. I kind of think that the judge in the state, Thompson, I think he might have been threatened or something. I mean, I think that these people play hardball, because that was such an obvious case of fraud, and yet he's decided it wasn't. I mean, it just could he be either that corrupt, or I think he might have been frightened. But either way, it's now in an appeals court. Where are they now? Do you know?
So the main issue that you're getting at here with Thompson is a nationwide epidemic. Judicial corruption has been, the foundation of that has been laid for decades. We really started getting into that when politics got very divisive in the 90s. You might remember red state, blue state became a conversation topic around Bush Gore. So the political well was poisoned. Politics is supposed to be boring. Remember in 1976, it's Gerald Ford versus Jimmy Carter, and they were arguing about inflation. Now we argue about inflation now because inflation is getting worse and has potential to get much worse and devalue the entire monetary supply. But with politics in the 70s, it was very boring. Now we have every election is do or die. The country lives and hangs by this special election. And Judge Thompson was probably put in place by the McCain cartel. I believe he was appointed in 2010 or 2012 by Jan Brewer, who would have been governor then. So Thompson saw the evidence. He looked horrified by Hobbs's defense team. And of course, the Lake team came up with absolutely excellent. With very little time to present it in a 2-day trial.
And that's after he kicked away several of the charges, except just 2.
72% of Americans agreed with Kari Lake that the Maricopa County Elections Board and county commissioners rigged their own election and prevented their own voters from being able to vote freely on election day. So that's where we wind up with, you acknowledged all this, you saw all this, so why is there not a ruling that provides proper relief? Now, Lake's team requested either she be named the victor or she gets a new election. And a lot of that, it's somebody has to be the first person to throw the ruling to allow for a country like ours to have transparent, free, and fair elections that people actually trust. We should be able to do this. Children in kindergarten can vote for what's for snack on paper. And you can go look at the vote and make sure that only eligible kindergartners voted,
Right.
and verify what they want. But somehow the nation that won 2 world wars and put somebody on the moon and has cured certain diseases and viruses, like, we can't figure out how to run an election. All you need is more people to run the election with more transparency. We have 330 million people here. You're trying to tell me that the largest counties need to count votes for 7 days, but the smallest ones don't? How about just get a proportional number of people working the elections in a broken down precinct operation? And that's why you have the large voting centers in the large counties, to make this practically inauditable.
Right, and that's been a recent trend as well, to centralize the voting centers. We should note that it was only a few months ago that France held a national election. It's a country of 50 million people. They had it done within hours of the closing of the polls. No machines, all hand counted. It's it really can be done, and the fact that it's not in this country is, it's obviously a scandal, but it goes to the fact that we're going to lose our freedom. We're going to lose our ability to be a self-governing people. I mean, unless we solve this. Now, the other leg on the stool, the first one was, of course, the media, the Mockingbird media, which was completely in the bag. They demonized anyone who questioned the election immediately after the election day. They attacked viciously. Anybody can read that. It's obvious. The second thing was the judiciary on the state level. Hundreds of cases were brought. The Trump administration brought several, and they were all kept out of the court. And this was used as a vehicle by the Biden coup, as I call it, to further try to legitimize their claims by saying that these cases were dismissed because there was no evidence, when in fact they never really reached the inside of a courtroom. They were dismissed on technicalities by clerks whose job is to actually try to dismiss cases on technicalities, but they have a little judgment there, and they can make judgments, and they did so uniformly to stop any of these cases from entering the court. Now, my memory is faulty here. Maybe you might know something about this, Seth, but I seem to recall that there was one case that made it to an inside of a courtroom, and that was in Wisconsin, and the judge, the name escapes me, he heard the evidence. He said this is very convincing that the state had been stolen, and that was a really obvious one, but that he would not rule on it because he did not want to get involved with politics. He did not want to make a ruling that might change the outcome of an election. Am I right about that?
Wisconsin had a lot of issues, and even some of the sheriffs have been involved. Sheriff Schmaling from Racine County has identified, no doubt, slam dunk election fraud in nursing homes in Racine County.
Oh, yeah. That was a big one, yeah.
Racine County is in the far southeast of the state, and that's a county that's got at least 10,000 fraudulent votes for Biden, which is half the margin in the state between the two. Then you have Justice Gableman's investigation
Indeed.
in 2021 that was so thorough that even Robin Voss had to admit, with the press in his face, that the election in Wisconsin was severely compromised and basically stolen. Now, Robin Voss won't do anything either. So it doesn't surprise me that people that owe their judicial careers to these political bodies rule in the same vein, or they comment in the same vein as the politicians do. So yes, that's a punt, and it's also a head fake to suggest that you have the ability to see that something's not right, but I don't want to be the one to do anything about it.
Oh, that to me is one of the most outrageous things, because the judiciary is supposed to be independent. They're not supposed to look at the politics. They're supposed to look at the facts. They're supposed to be, if we don't have, that's a complete compromise of the principle of a balance of powers, that they would say, we don't get involved in politics like hell. I mean, that's outrageous that they would take that position. But that is the position they took across the board, including the Supreme Court. They just decided at some level, and I'm not saying it was a conspiracy, the people sitting around in a room somewhere and talking about it. It was just more of kind of an informal decision that they would not get involved in politics. So,
well, it's not politics when people's voices are disenfranchised.
right.
American citizens can't cast their vote as constitutionally prescribed, then it goes beyond simple politics. Where you don't want to get involved in a squabble between two political parties as a bill is being debated. It's injustice at that point. So can you imagine if we had an issue today that was clearly involving discrimination of some sort? Imagine slavery on the table, and history records that people didn't want to get involved in politics. Well, there are people that didn't want to get involved in politics. In fact, the Democrat Party for many years would run a northern man of southern intentions, and they would carry the states in New England and of course the South, and they could win starting with Martin Van Buren and Andrew Jackson. So then eventually it became something where everybody has to oppose. And now that excuse wouldn't fly that you didn't want to get involved dealing with injustice over politics. So the same thing is true. The voting issue is the civil rights issue of our lifetime. And it's the reason that the hit pieces don't work on people like myself or anybody else who goes around talking about election fraud is because 60+% of the country agrees that the elections are toast. If you don't believe me, go ask some people that don't look like your standard Republicans and start talking about that and mention Build Back Better. And then if there's a head nod, talk about the election issues. Almost everyone I've talked to agrees with that. So I'm not an extreme majority in this point.
Oh, no. The whole world is looking at the United States, and they see that this regime is illegitimate. And it's kind of common knowledge. I mean, it's not even, something that's up for grabs, but it's particularly disappointing to me, the judiciary. You bring up the Civil War. It was a judiciary. It was jury nullification, actually, that got rid of the Fugitive Slave Act because they said this is not constitutional. And it was Massachusetts, of all states, the founding of a lot of things, which got rid of slavery because of lawsuits brought by slaves and representatives into the state judiciary, and it ended up becoming so costly to keep a slave that they got rid of it, not because the government wanted to. So the judiciary has a very important function here, and it really has fallen down on the job. Now, the third leg in the stool was the events of January 6th, the assembly. The assembly was when every 4 years, the president, they get together and the delegates basically confirm who is going to be the next president of the United States. And every 4 years, going all the way back to Jefferson, there have been many cases where there has been a contest, including Jefferson's contest himself in 1800, where Jefferson, as the president of the assembly and as the vice president of the United States, declared himself president of the United States. I mean, it's an extraordinary power that president has, who is also the vice president. And there were 7 delegations that were being contested. There were signed letters with at least one representative and one senator jointly signing a letter requesting a hearing on 7 states. That was in the process of happening. The media was there filming. Those states were the states you've mentioned, Seth, along with New Mexico, apparently. And Arizona was first because alphabetically the states are called. In the middle of the hearing, all of a sudden the guy shows up with the Viking hat, and it's over, and everything got shut down. And if anybody was watching television at that time, and I was, they were rolling out extraordinary evidence of fraud, and the whole country was watching. And so it was put to a stop by that incursion. Of course, then later that night or in the wee hours of the next morning, they reassembled and they just gavelled Biden through. Talk about a coup. No hearings, no media, no one saw it. So what say you about that particular incident?
Mike Pence could have, if you've read the Brunson brothers case. Now,
yes,
I am not somebody who is bullish that courts are going to see the law and see the facts and do the right ruling. So yes, is as far out in left field as that case appears to be, it's actually correct, because these are people that took their oath and they vowed to support the United States Constitution and defend this country, and with it, the rights of the people. And when you have the dozens of congressmen or senators that hesitated to certify the results or asked for audits to be done on the results and to delay, they neglected to debate and deliberate on the merits of that subject, and in doing so recklessly certified this result. Now look at the global impact of this person being president and his appointments and the precedent that this has set for us to just go ahead and say that it's real. I mean, the epitome of what it is to be an American is to not trust the government.
Of course.
Because that's the foundation of this country. In fact, the foundation of our nation is right there, basically where you are in Massachusetts, how far that's fallen. But those were people that knew better than to trust the government with everything, including your liberty, including your wealth. And so, yes, Mike Pence should have paused the certification of the Electoral College and sent the electors back. One of the major Sorry, I'm in a hotel here.
That's okay.
You get some of the background noise. One of the major problems President Trump faced in his last days in office was people began to bail on him. You could see the entire cabinet, saying that this is bad. We've already done our challenges. And one of the things the left did is they rushed right ahead, or even the so-called right, these Republican houses, they rushed right ahead and certified their election results. And then what they did is they appointed their Biden electors. And then they slammed it through on January the 6th. So they cemented in their goalposts as they moved them. And everybody that was part of the legal challenges in 2020 thought, before we really saw the extent of the judicial corruption in this country, we were like, well, this is very obvious to everybody that they, screwed this election up big time. So certainly we're going to get the right outcome. And then, of course, here's the hearings in Georgia. Here's Texas versus Pennsylvania, which was from the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, which alleged that Pennsylvania's miscarriage of the 2020 election led to Texas's 38 electors being disenfranchised. Well, they tossed that case too on procedural grounds or on standing. So nobody could get in to the courts, even though you can read some of the sidebar about Clarence Thomas's wife and her opinions about the election, and you would have had at least one justice that would have tossed the election. That'd be Clarence Thomas.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know where John Roberts is, and I will also say that Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh have been major disappointments on the court, in my opinion.
No, I agree with that.
And Neil Gorsuch has been hit or miss, but he's.
But on that one, they completely fell down. Nobody wanted to hear that case, and that was such an obvious one. With amicus briefs from 5 other states, they were simply saying that this state of Pennsylvania had violated the law by allowing their governor and their attorney general to make laws and put the whole country at jeopardy by putting in place a fraudulent system. And to me, the fact they wouldn't even hear that is it just shows how deep the corruption goes.
Yeah, it's not a single issue, just like the elections. It's not just machines. It's not.
It's a very complex issue. There's so many moving parts to this, and it all kind of fell in place. I mean, there's a new book out by Dr. Alexander that he talks about. He was on the COVID task force, and he says that Fauci and Birx they trusted him mainly because he was black and because they had like an Indian accent, and so they thought, oh, he must be one of us, a Trump hater. So they kind of let their hair down around him and talked about how they were trying to sabotage Trump by using the COVID virus. I mean, can you imagine how despicable that is? They don't care that people might be dying from a virus and the country's locked down. They wanted to prolong that because they thought it would hurt Trump. So there were so many moving parts. We didn't even talk about the Hunter Biden laptop and the fact that 55 intelligence officers, including a former CIA director, lied and signed a document saying that this had been a Russian plant. The New York Times eventually admitted it a year later. It's too late. But it just has such a coordinated look to it. I mean, I think that it has everything to do with this kind of world order movement. I don't want to put on a tin hat right now. So let's just say that, I think the same thing happened in recently in Brazil with Bolsonaro. All electronic machines, all voting a certain way. You know, in some cases, he was getting more than 100%, the other guy, 100% of the vote. It just didn't look right. And I think that it's going on all over the world right now.
The whole world is upside down. Every coalition, just about every alliance that's out there, the way that people goad people into alliances and wars is really the same as it's been for more than 100 years. You could see that with I was on Bannon's War Room today, and he mentioned that a lot of what's going on in Europe today resembles the beginning of the Great War that happened in 1912, 13, 14.
Yes.
And, with the potential for involvement and engagement.
Now we have a nuclear confrontation
in other nations.
Yeah, except now they seem to be planning for a nuclear confrontation. I mean, the leadership is really even more demonic than it was then, in terms of the potential to really destroy half the world in order to achieve their bizarre and hateful agenda of world power. I mean, it's it's really kind of overwhelming. But since we are reaching toward the end of the program, Seth, on all of this unhappy information, I know that we need to talk about what can we do positively as citizens because you are out there doing a lot of very important work here, and other people can contribute in their own way. What do you see that's good? What can we do positive? I mean, one bright light, frankly, I think, was the election in Virginia, where Glenn Youngkin, who is a multimillionaire, and we need a few more of those, fielded a team of thousands of people who volunteered at the polls, who volunteered in the counting rooms, who showed up. These are retired people, teenagers, students, people from all walks of life, and that the Republican National Committee put money behind it. They knew damn well what had happened. And he won. Probably the cleanest election in that state since Jefferson, and I'm not even sure that one was so clean. So what can we do, Captain Keschel?
People have to get involved in every corner of the country.
Yeah.
And for my field of fire, which is elections, I've set up something called 4 for the Core. And that is to address 4 issues of the 10 points of true election integrity that can be handled potentially, depending on the state, at the county level. And that would have to do with voter registrations, the abandonment of electronic voting systems, security, getting rid of drop boxes, and finally the push to provide more transparency, whether that's a small county agreeing within the confines of the law to hold its vote counts back until the larger counties report for a change. Can you imagine if 66 counties in Pennsylvania waited out Philadelphia, and every time they won and Philadelphia lost, what the uproar would be? And those are the 4 points I think that activists can push at their county level. And we're getting some feedback, whether that is a confirmation of how hardened people are to putting in election integrity measures, or even positive feedback. And that would be 4forthecore.com, FOUR, thecore.com.
Excellent.
And the instructions are there for people to sign up. We have about 1/5 of the country in terms of counties committed for the Core to provide us information for phase 1. Phase 1 is simply information gathering, and we'll be able to determine from what comes in what can be acted upon, what is actionable for phase 2, which would be sending experts to discuss voter registration databases or perhaps issues with electronic voting systems.
Okay. All right. Listen, Captain Seth Keschel, thank God you're out there doing what you're doing. And I think that everybody can play their role, however it is, within their own capacity to try to preserve freedom in this country. And the most basic and fundamental element of that is to make sure that we have a free election, that we preserve the sacred principle of one man, one vote. So, Seth, thanks for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Let's stay in touch.
All right. Appreciate you, Charles. Thanks for your show.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay. So Seth Keschel is with us there. Thank you very much. I shall return, God willing, tomorrow, 3 p.m. The program is Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am not sponsored, so I basically am sponsored by myself. My books. They're available at Amazon Books. You just put my name in the server, Charles Moscowitz. That's like Moscow with a Witz. And you will see about 20 books come up. My most recent book being the Populist Wave. Let me see if I can just hold that up briefly to the camera. And other books include The Biden Coup and a bunch of others. Right now, I'm actually writing a book about Judaism, which is interesting. So, check them out. They're there. They're available as soft covers, hard covers, in some cases, e-books. And please sign up for the program at Rumble. I would really appreciate it. Rumble is still the flagship station. I'm expanding the footprint all the time in terms of figuring out technically how to sign up new streams, especially since I was kicked off of YouTube, for discussing issues like I just did with Seth Keshel. And I don't want to go back on YouTube for that reason. I don't want to worry about censorship. I'm a former radio talk show host. I understand what censorship is, and I know the difference between censorship and community standards, which I observe. And what we're dealing right now with in this country is political censorship, pure and simple. And I wish that there were more people on the left who were with me. I keep hearing them take pot shots at Elon Musk. And in fact, today I heard Jim Brody over at WGBH in Boston refer to Elon Musk as right-wing. Really? Right-wing because of why? One reason only. That is that he's ending censorship at Twitter. That makes him right-wing. And I suppose he's right. That does make him right-wing because the left is authoritarian, and they want to clamp down on freedom of speech and specifically freedom in general. So on that note, I want to thank you for joining me. I want to again thank Seth Keshel, Captain Keshel. You can check him out on Telegram. I think he's got a website, captainkeshel.com. I shall return tomorrow. I've got 2 guests tomorrow, so you might want to check that out. Charles Moscowitz, please check out my books and check out my Rumble page. Thank you for joining me, everyone. God bless you all. God bless America. All right, welcome to the program, Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Vince Everett Ellison, who is the author of Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. Excuse me. Vince Ellison was born on a cotton plantation in Haywood County, Tennessee. In 2000, Vince received the Republican Party nomination for South Carolina's 6th Congressional District. In 2019, Vince wrote The Iron Triangle, which became an Amazon #1 bestseller. And this book deals, I think, in a less than veiled way with the Democratic Party, a little bit of history of it and where it stands today. So, Vince, why don't you introduce your book a bit here? Give us a thumbnail on its story.
Well, this is my book. It's Crime, Inc.
Indeed.
It says how Democrats employ mafia and gangster tactics to gain and hold power. In this book, I just take the Democratic Party and I show that they are very similar to a organized crime family, how they use similar tactics and they have similar goals, and how they also coordinate together. So how I've proven in the first chapter that the Democratic Party, just like the mafia and the triads and MS-13, are a foreign entity. Their ideology comes from a foreign government. Their ideology comes from Moscow. It's not an American form of ideology. It's not an American ideology. And I show how the civil rights movement was used to infiltrate the Democratic Party into this Marxist communist group right now. So the NAACP, RAM, the Black Panthers, SELC were all communist fronts. And even the white people, even the white atheists and Marxists and weirdos and hippies back in the day infiltrated the civil rights movement and backed it up so that they could take over the Democratic Party, which they did in 1972. And since then, the Democratic Party does what the mafia does. They make their money through hits, and the mafia has hitmen. The Democratic Party has Planned Parenthood. They do trafficking. You know, the mafia does human trafficking and drug trafficking and sex trafficking. Democrat Party does through by allowing the borders to be open.
Mhm.
The mafia grooms their children very, very young. They get them when they're 9, 10, 11 years old, and they get them in the gangs. And, you know, the gangs do the same thing. But the Democratic Party uses public education for the same thing. They groom the children to join the Democratic Party and do all this weird stuff. They're into porn. They hate women. They hate minorities. They send the drugs to the minority areas. They control the minority areas. When you read this book, you'll see that the Democrat Party and organized crime are one and the same. Even when it comes to false piety, you know, the mafia, the triads, all of them try to act like, and all these Crips and Bloods act like they're so religious. They go to church and they pray and whatnot. But then when it comes down to it, they'll kill you. They'll take children and use them for porn. They'll do anything for money. So it's a false piety. So as you read this book, you will ask the question: did the Democratic Party cause organized crime, or the organized crime form the Democratic Party? They're both one and the same, hand in glove.
You know, it does seem to be like kind of a double-faced entity, kind of like the Roman god of Diana, which had two faces. And on the front face is this pious, benevolent group, and then behind the back is an entirely different agenda that is really hard to explain. And since they control the high ground of the media and the culture, you don't get to question it. You talk about groups that purport to be civil rights groups like the NAACP and others that have been infiltrated by the left, certainly. Same thing is true in my case, with Jewish groups like the ADL, and with women's groups like the National Organization of Women and NERAL, even with gay groups. You have them basically acting as enforcers in that they're going to take out a microscope and try to find something that somebody who is their opponent, because of political reasons, they might have said 20 years ago that was insulting. Maybe now they're doing it to men who might have had a bad date 20 years ago, and all of a sudden somebody comes out of the woodwork and is accusing them of rape. Or they'll do, somebody suddenly is a Holocaust denier. I mean, these crazy charges that can destroy a person's life. They can destroy the reputation of a company, and they manufacture these things to do that, to suppress. Not only does it destroy someone who's in opposition to their leftist agenda, but it chills the public debate because people see this happening and they keep their head low. Nobody wants to be accused of these things. It's kind of like in the times of the Spanish Inquisition, there was an auto da fe. They would take someone out in public and they would publicly humiliate them and then probably execute them, because it sent a chill throughout the entire society. Hey, I better not step out of line here. Look, this is what they did with Jesus. I mean, right? They had they would crucify people outside the gates of Jerusalem in Golgotha, known as Calvary, to scare the entire country into sort of, kowtowing to the will of the mighty Roman Empire, and to scare people who would step out of line. They would take advantage. They would make examples of people. So this is their tactic, and it is a mafia tactic, both in terms of tactically, but I agree with you, Vince. It's literally a mob situation. It's an organized criminal syndicate.
Well, they've always been that way. It's never been a time in the history of the country where they haven't been that way. From 1800 to 1860, with a part of slavery. Raping women, putting them on, selling their own children.
Oh, the horrors, of course.
Yeah, and making them work without pay. Then after that, they were the part of the Confederacy. They succeeded from the United States of America, killed their own countrymen in order to keep on doing the evil that they were doing. And after they lost the war, they got worse. They became the party of Jim Crow. They started raping, maiming, keeping people from voting, extra-constitutionalism, breaking the law. The law meant nothing to these people. They were criminals. Every city, right now and then, had a Democrat political machine. In New York, they had Tammany Hall. In Chicago, they had the Daily Machine. In Memphis, they had the Crump Machine. In Los Angeles, they had the Bradley Machine. In Missouri, they had the Pendergrass Machine. They always had these political machines that controlled the politics of the area. And they sent their mafiosos out to intimidate and hurt people to make them vote for the Democrat Party. The union representatives were the same way. They come out and they beat you and slap you around and make you vote for the Democratic Party. This is who they've always been. And when John F. Kennedy stood in front of the Berlin Wall, he said, if people think that communism is a good thing, let them come to Berlin. What I say, if people think that the Democratic Party is a good thing, let's go see what happens in the places where they rule. If you think the Democratic Party is a good thing, well, I'll tell you, let them go to Detroit. Let them come to Chicago. Let them come to Washington, D.C., Memphis, Houston, L.A., Milwaukee, Philadelphia. Wherever the Democrats rule, there's nothing but chaos. There's nothing but death and destruction.
You're obviously absolutely right.
Perverts, liars, hypocrites, and anti-Christian bigots. And we need to run them out as quick as we can. Y'all buy Crime Inc., read it, share it with your friends, use it as a gun and as proof who these people are. Educate yourself, and let's send them packing in 2024.
Well, this is what we need to overcome here, because as you point out, they have controlled the big American cities, I think, absolutely since the mid-1960s, when they started with these riots that were communist inspired, and that they enthroned these machines that are stealing elections. They have these they shut down, when the polls shut down, they have people in there, these ward healers, who fill out the ballots. There's plenty of witnesses of this. And I think that has only been enhanced by electronic machines that are online, and all these other mechanisms, these mass mailings of the absentee ballots, that people get like 30, 40 ballots at their house, or they go to a vacant building and they get somehow mailed in, and they stuff the drop boxes. We all know what happened. Everybody knows it, whether they want to admit it or not. And it has really become worse. You know, I don't think it's an accident that these corrupt Democrat machines are controlling these cities, and these cities have literally gone to hell. People aren't voting for that. I don't believe they are. I mean, I don't believe that people are that.
No, the Democrats have been stealing elections since 1872. That's why the Civil Rights Movement was precipitated, because the Democratic Party wouldn't let black people vote. They were stealing elections then. They never stopped stealing elections. They would rather steal an election than win one outright. This is just who they are. And I go into a lot about Martin Luther King Jr. and how the communists were controlling the Civil Rights Movement. In 1956, Taylor Brandt wrote in his book, American the King Years, he said in 1956 that the Comintern gave a order that their people in the Civil Rights Movement were supposed to turn the black community to a replica of the old Soviet Union, And they did that. We have one party rule, dictator worship, false religion. They bought the communists to the black church and they made it apostate. Martin Luther King Jr., a lot of people don't know these things about him, but he was excommunicated from the black church in 1961. He was excommunicated from the National Baptist Convention for trying to take it over for the communists and the Civil Rights Movement. So he started his own religion. He called it the the Progressive National Baptist Convention. Look it up. The Progressive National Baptist Convention was started when the National Baptist Convention, a 10 million member unit, kicked Martin Luther King Jr. out of it. He killed a preacher on the floor, rioting, trying to take it over in 1961. Also, a lot of people don't know that Martin Luther King Jr. was the first recipient of the Margaret Sanger Award in 1966 for having opened up abortion clinics. They also don't know that he was the reason for the man out clause in welfare that ran the father out of the house. They said that the mother could get money only if the father was out of the house for welfare. Yeah, King was behind all of that. See, Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy told King before the March on Washington that he had communists in his organization. We need to get them out because they want to help. They want to destroy America. So people need to understand the history of King, and I talk about this a lot in my book. I Have a Dream speech, which people read which little school children now have to recite, was written by two communists, Clarence Jones and Stanley Levinson. And King said in that speech that he had 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro is still not free. Well, that is a lie. I was born free. God gave me my freedom. According to John Locke, my freedom is an unalienable right. It is irrevocable, non-transferable, and unsellable. And he also said that we should be ashamed of the color of our skin, that we dream of one day that we will be judged by it. I will not walk up to a racist and ask him to look over the color of my skin. Never me. If Martin Luther King wants to do that, let him do that. I don't care how you feel about the color of my skin. That's your problem. If you put your hands on me, you're going to have another one. So I want all your viewers and your listeners to go to my website, VinceEEllison.com. That's VinceEEllison.com. You'll see my blogs. You'll see my books for sale. You'll see my documentary, and buy them, and they'll rock your world.
Oh, you bet. So, Vince, your book is Crime Inc. How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. You know, it obviously makes a lot of sense. And you get into in your book these really explosive charges about the late, great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who I will still say I give a lot of credit for, because he did stand for nonviolence, and he didn't want to have a violent revolution, unlike
but nonviolence is not a Christian virtue. Non-aggression is a Christian virtue. That's why he told that lie that nonviolence was a Christian virtue. It's not. It's non-aggression. There's no virtue in me and you walking down the street and seeing a 3-year-old girl getting raped and accosted, and we stand there and say, well, since we 3, 2, do anything.
Of course.
No, our job is to grab him, whoop him till he stops fighting, and then can't turn him over to the police to testify at his trial. There's no virtue in you and I as godly men, me as a Christian, allowing men to come in my house and rape my wife and my family. Where's the virtue in that? No, Christianity is a religion of non-violence. When Jesus went into the temple and he told the money changers not to come into his house anymore, changing money, and they disobeyed him, I don't know how many times, what did he do? He got the cord, he ran them out. Yes, he also told his disciples tonight. You remember when I told you not to bring your no clothes nor money? Well, tonight you'll need some swords. How many do we have? And Peter said we have 2 of them. He said that's enough. Look, it's a lie, and because of that, Martin Luther King Jr. and his nonviolent concept made us a generation of stalkers. A tree is known by the fruit it bears, isn't it? They asked Christ, how you know a false prophet? They said by his fruit, not by what he says or he does. When you look at Martin Luther King Jr. and you look at the condition of the black community, and it's revealed that we made more progress the 100 years after slavery than we have in the last 50 years, how can anybody say he was a success? The black community is destroyed. The black family is destroyed. The black education system destroyed. Black businesses destroyed. 5 times more men in prison. Show me one place that he's been successful except for getting more black liberals and Democrats elected into office. What place has he been successful?
I think you make a brilliant point. I mean, it's
he's
and also prophet. I think
Jesus said that you will know them by their fruits, and his fruits are right.
What I've also heard, Vince, is that Martin Luther King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and his whole group, they purged the black church of conservative ministers, and they kind of took the high ground with the full backing of the establishment that actually was hoping to keep black people down and keep black people in their place. I think that the 1960s saw left-wing organizers implement Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty and Great Society, which, as you said, it damaged the black family. I mean,
Martin Luther King Jr. was behind that. Listen,
yeah, I believe that.
Patrick Moynihan did the Moynihan report.
Yeah, that's
in 1965. Right. He told Lyndon Johnson that we need to use the federal government to put the black man back in charge of his family. Lyndon Johnson agreed. In his book, Bearing the Cross, David Garrow talks about this. He told Moynihan to take his report to the civil rights community. McGeorge Bundy was with Moynihan when he did it. He took it to Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights community at this convention they were having. And McGeorge Bundy wrote, it was a wonder Moynihan got out of that room alive. They cussed him out, called him everything but a child of God. The feminists said that marriage was like slavery. And they did not want to put the man back in the head of the family. And so they put the man in-house clause in welfare and said if the man is caught in the house, instead of the family getting welfare, he gets none. They only get money if the man is out of the house. And in one generation, we went from 80% of our children being born in wedlock to 80% being born out of wedlock. And that's because Martin Luther King Jr. turned down Lyndon Johnson's, when Lyndon Johnson said he wanted to put the black man back in the head of the family, they turned it down. People put this on LBJ. It was not LBJ. It was MLK. And my documentary proves it, and my book proves it. I have a documentary out. It's called Will You Go to Hell For Me? And in this documentary, I asked the question, can a Christian vote for a person that says, I'm going to cut off the breasts of little girls and call them little boys, castrate little boys and call them little girls, give them puberty blockers and mess up their lives forever, vote for 9-month abortion, killing children on the table, do the sex trafficking and fentanyl across the border that's killed 100,000 Americans every year. Trap children in failing schools where they never learn to read and write. Take weapons from people in war zones so people can kick their doors in and kill them and defund the police so they can't be protected. Can anybody vote for that and think that they won't be held responsible in the eyes of God? I say no. What is evil? I'll make it simple for you. Evil is anyone that'll harm a child. Jesus Christ said anybody that will harm one of these little ones, they put in a millstone be tied around their neck, they'd be thrown into the sea. Well, I hope these Democrats can swim.
You make, as I said, I mean, I can't really add anything to that. It's a brilliant presentation. I hope that it reaches enough ears. And I know they're trying to censor you on YouTube and all of that and your documentary. Vince, where can people get your documentary? They can go to VinceEEllison.com. VinceEEllison.com. You can get my books. You can read my blog. You can get my documentary there. If you want to see the trailer, go to VinceEEllison.com. You can watch the trailer there, and it'll send you to a link where you can buy the documentary, stream it, or where you can buy the DVD. I debuted the documentary on Tucker Carlson's show a month before he left Fox News. Tucker said it's one of the most powerful trailers he's ever seen. Sean Hannity said the same thing. I would ask you to watch that trailer and then look at this documentary. Buy it or buy the DVD or stream it. But it will change your life. All this stuff about Martin Luther King Jr. and how they let the communists infiltrate the civil rights movement and how they went into the Democratic Party. It's all in there. All about the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights worker being used as conduits by rich white liberals to keep black people under control. It is all there. Every question you have about why excellent.
Black
I mean,
Christians,
the black church began to be corrupted in the late 1930s with Margaret Sanger and her so-called Negro Project, where she set up an abortion clinic in Harlem, knowing that as a white woman, she wouldn't be able to convince black people to go have abortions. So they started to pay ministers to encourage it. And, she was a very close friend of Ernst Rudin, who was a Nazi sociologist, and she would publish his work, and she believed in race theories, and she considered black people to be a dysgenic race, and all of this.
That black people believed it. It's not that white people believed it. They can believe what they want to believe. But the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights organizers taught black people to believe it. This is why we kill each other in such astronomical numbers. And this is why the most dangerous place in the world for a black person is inside the womb of his mother. So they teach us to kill one another while we're in the womb. So we definitely kill each other after the child is born. We have a dysfunctional society. And that's because we always had a dysfunctional clergy. And the clergy was taught by the plantation owner to tell black people to kowtow and keep themselves in line for white people. And this is why black people during the civil rights movement turned into stalkers. They had their own schools, they had their own communities, and we've been the only people in the history of the world that ever forcibly asked or forced our oppressor to allow us to integrate with them. That's because of a Stockholm syndrome and a cognitive dissonance. It made no sense. It makes no sense now. Most of the other minorities, whether it be Indian or Jewish, think about Jewish people after the Holocaust going up to the Germans, asking them to integrate with them. It's ridiculous. Instead, just like Brigham Young, what did they do? Brigham Young went out west,
created his own state.
Group. The Indians did the same thing. Give us our reservations. Most people want to get into an enclave. They want to remain American, but they don't want to be under the heel of their oppressor or the people that they think are their oppressor. The black American, led by the Democrat Party, asked, cried, and demanded to live under the heel of their oppressor. And that's where they are now, under his heel. And it's not the white Democrat, it's not the white conservative that's doing it. The white conservative, the best decision the white conservative ever made was to leave the Democrat Party in the early 1970s. Because if they had, they would have fallen victim to the same stuff that the black people have right now. They would have had them at the bottom of every socioeconomic statistic in America also. Instead, when you come down south, the white conservative is doing fine. He saw it coming. He saw the LGBTQ coming. He saw the atheism coming. He saw the lies, the deceit, and the poverty coming. And he said, the heck with the Democratic Party, and got out of it. Saved himself. But black people wanted to hold on to the master. Hold on to that D. Nancy Pelosi held a glass of water and said, in minority communities, people will vote for this glass of water if it had a D on it. That's how brainwashed black people are with the Democratic Party.
And here you have it again. We talked about it in the 1960s, as you say, they scuttled the Moynihan Report. They replaced it with welfare that paid women to get rid of their husbands and then have more babies out of wedlock. So you have
That's right.
young black men growing up without a father figure in the house. You have leftist economic programs that are stripping the neighborhood of entrepreneurialism and opportunity and all of it. You've got the school system that's been infiltrated and taken over by ideologues who are not teaching things like phonics to help a person learn how to read, and all of the methodologies and the Constitution. Instead, it becomes a behavioral soapbox run by these leftists.
Man.
And that includes it particularly affected black families because they had already started to destroy the family. And they didn't have the support.
And Martin Luther King Jr. and them and all of them backed it up. I mean, it's the stupidest thing in the world. You say you hate George Wallace and you hate Orville Faber and Lester Murdoch and all those guys, right? All those old Southern governors. But then you have a school system that you have absolute control. We said, no, we don't want to scuttle that school system and hand our children over to the racists. It's like Jews saying, I want to hand my Jewish children over to Nazis to educate. Now, look at what's going on now. The children can't read, they can't write. Baltimore doesn't have one school that can educate children properly in math or science, not one, or reading, not one. Nevertheless, when people start talking about school choice, black people, when you poll them, will go 95% for vouchers and charters. But when it comes time to vote for the politicians, they say, I won't vote for a Republican because he's a Republican, but I'll vote for a Democrat. It's brainwashing, it's Stockholm syndrome, and they demoralize them to a point where they cannot even think. They think that they are what they say they are. You're no good, you're ignorant, you're stupid, you don't deserve anything, but the crumbs that fall from the table, that's all you're going to get. Don't try to do any better. Don't try to do any better. And when Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson walk out there talking about, how can you pull yourself up with your bootstraps and you ain't got no boots? You know, telling black people what they can't do all the time. Jesus Christ said what? He said, you're more than a conqueror. You cannot be a victim. You cannot be oppressed. They said, thou shalt not covet. But what do these guys say? Income inequality. They say, he said, my peace I leave with you. What do they scream? No justice, no peace. They walk around here begging and stalking white America, looking in the window. Everybody hates a stalker. I don't care how pretty a woman is. If she's a stalker, she's despised. And they turn black America into a generation of stalkers who are pitied and despised all over the world as opposed to respected. That's why I can't stand the Democrat Party. They are a ball of liars, perverts, psychopaths, anti-Christian bigots, full of pride, full of hate. They destroy everything they touch. Crime Inc. tell you all about them. Get the book. Learn about this evil party and never vote for them again because you're putting your soul in hell. You're putting your soul in jeopardy when you vote for this party.
Yes, indeed. And we talked about what they did economically to the black community, how they try to force integration, what they did with welfare, what they did to the black church, what they did to black education. Then, of course, in the 1980s, they introduced drugs. And now, you have young black men mostly who don't have a father figure and who are therefore susceptible to this. They don't have employment because of this bad economic agenda of the left. And so they turn to things like drugs. And then the final line of defense is police department keeping the 99% of people in that community who are trying to get to work and get to school, keeping them safe from drug gangs, many of which have been imported. And then they want to defund the police and basically leave the neighborhood completely.
The one thing they do, Mr. Moscowitz, is they keep people from praying to their God. If you go to a football game now and you kneel, if you are praying to protest, if you're kneeling to protest your country, they will give you accolades. But if you're kneeling to pray to God, they want to put you in jail. They have taken God out of schools. They brought the drag queens in. They've taken the Bible out and they brought porn in. My mommy, my two mommies, and my two daddies. They're allowing demented men in dresses to go in the bathrooms with little girls and women. They're allowing demented men to participate in sports with women. See, this party is insane. And when you start voting for an insane party, like people are doing here, you're going to be held responsible in this life or the next. There's no severability between you and your vote. You ask the Nazis about that. The ones that put Hitler in charge, did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Russians about it. The ones that put Stalin in charge, did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Actually, Italians about it. The one that put the old crazy Mussolini in charge. Did they pay for it? Of course they did. And America's going to pay for this if they do not repent. This is what we got to understand. Because what the Democratic Party tells you, and this is what they do, their biggest sin, is they tell you not to repent because you've done nothing wrong. They tell you to walk around in pride. C.S. Lewis said that pride is the most damnable sin. All other sins are flea bites and pinpricks compared to pride. All sins derive from pride. All of it. Murder, divorce, envy, hatred. And that's all the Democratic Party is. Envy, hatred, covetousness, everything that's evil, they want to make legal. Everything that's good, they want to make illegal. They want to make death legal. They want to make aborting children legal. Bad schools legal. Drugs legal. You name it that's bad, they want to make it legal. And these people aren't criminals because they litter and run stop signs. They are evil because they kill and destroy people, and they enjoy it. They're not trying to change things in Baltimore. They're not trying to change things in Memphis. They're not trying to change things in Chicago and New York. Oh, they strutting. Yeah, they're happy. They run for re-election. Talking about, yeah, look how good we've done. A Democrat Party heaven is an American hell. Never forget that. And we have to beat these people in 2024.
How? How can we do it? I mean, you've got the same.
They are panicking right now because they just saw this poll that said Trump is ahead by 10 points, and they and that the black
yeah, but they still
20%, about
I know
20%.
Vince, but black people now, black men are up. Yeah, I mean, look, Trump obviously is a natural hero for black people, for minorities, for young people, for people, blue collar, everyone that is basically trying to participate in the American way of life. But they still have their corrupt machines that are running the show, and they don't care. How do we defeat that? I mean, that infrastructure that stole the 2020 election and stole the 2022 midterm, they're still there. No one's doing anything about it.
Well, we're hoping that something is done about it. We're hoping that they will have all their ducks in a row and that Trump will have his people in parts of the inner city. All he has to do is go into he has to go into Detroit, Milwaukee, Charlotte, and Atlanta, and he'll be fine. Because they stole the election in Wisconsin, they stole it in Pennsylvania, stole it in Michigan, they stole it in Pennsylvania,
and everyone knows it. But nothing is. Those states are still run by the same people.
Well, you go to those 5 cities and you put your people there to watch the polls, and you know how they did it last time, and they've done a good job at taking out all the ballot harvesting and the drop boxes. The legislators have changed the law quite a bit in a whole lot of those cities and also the mail-in balloting. So they have an opportunity now if you want to come in and watch the polls, because we also have decided that we're going to get involved in the early voting and also the mail-in voting. This is something that the Democrats used to just control. We just came out to vote on election day, and they would already have the lead on us by 1 million votes. So what we need to do is do what they do. We need to take advantage of the same thing they do. The ballot harvesting, the street money, all of it. We need to play the game the way they play it. This is a war, and if you're not willing to use the same tactics as your enemy, you've already lost.
No, I agree. You can't come to the war disarmed. They had Zuckerberg give them a check for $420 million for walk-around money on the street.
The Coke and everybody else, and Elon Musk, we got to do the same thing. This is how you beat them. You got to play their game. You don't go into Oakland Raiders to play the Oakland Raiders and think you can play some type of pity-pat football. You got to go in with the sledgehammer when you're playing them. That's how you beat them. So when you go against the Democrat Party, you got to understand who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the mafia. You're dealing with the triads. You're dealing with MS-13.
Literally.
You're dealing with the criminal cards, man. This is why I wrote this book. You got to have a J. Edgar Hoover to go in and take these guys on. And that's why the left hates Hoover, because Hoover went in there and played the game the way they played it, and he beat them. And they tried to bastardize his name even right now because he beat them all. Every time he beat them.
I know Hoover, at least Hoover went after some genuine enemies of America, like the Klan and like the communists and like the mafia. Yeah, he did.
And if we had a Hoover now, they wouldn't be here now. Hoover took them out. And that's why they use the public education system right now to try to take Hoover down, because they want to bastardize Hoover's name because Hoover did such a good job on it.
Vince, now we have an apparatchik who is putting men in jail for 22 years for expressing their opinions. But Vince, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book, where they can get more information about your documentary. I really applaud what you're doing. I'm glad to see that you're out there. It's very encouraging.
Go to VinceEEllison.com. 3 E's in the middle. VinceEEllison.com. Look at the trailer for my documentary, Will You Go to Hell For Me? It's about 2 minutes long. As Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity said, it's the most powerful trailer they ever saw. Look at it. Stream the trailer or stream the video or buy the DVD. You can also buy Crime Inc. on that website. And my other 2 books. All of my books have been bestsellers. I've sold over 100,000 books in the last year. They 25 Lies, Iron Triangle. And this is why the Black community is turning for Donald Trump. It's because of this. Because of what I'm doing out here, what other people are doing, and we're going to keep on going. And what my friend tonight having me on his show so I can talk to y'all. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to talk to your audience. And
anytime.
I hope that they take in what I'm saying, because this is so very, very important. They've been lying about you. They've said that you're homophobes, that you're racist. You're not. Stay strong. I speak for you. Buy my book. Put it in your liberal friend's face and say, now answer this question.
Drop it on the coffee table of your liberal friends. All right, Vince Ellison, I want to thank you for joining me. It's been an honor. Let's stay in touch. Thanks a lot. All right, take care. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Welcome to the program. I just want to make sure I'm live on Getter. Getter's a big growing site for me. It's really amazing. And also Roku will be on board next week. All right, Boris Epshteyn, investment banker, political strategist, attorney, advisor to President Donald J. Trump, co-host on the War Room Pandemic, the Stephen K. Bannon. I try to take that in every day. What an excellent show. It's amazing he's still, they can't seem to touch him, that he's still up there. Before we get into a talk about the Bitcoin, the FJB, I have to ask you about current events, and I have to talk about the ransacking of President Trump's house and what an Israeli journalist has referred to as America's Kristallnacht. I don't know if you saw that. But what's going on? I mean, how is President Trump?
Well, I mean, what's going on is very clear: is that this is a politicized persecution, a weaponization of, of law enforcement, and it's clear as day that Biden and his feckless administration are doing all they can to try and intimidate President Trump from running again. But it's not going to work. President Trump's going to continue to fight for the American people.
I can't believe how amazing Donald Trump is as a man. I mean, to withstand this kind of personal attack against him and his family for 7 years. I mean, I hope that he knows how loved he is by so many people in this country. When you look at the strength that he's displayed, I don't think there's been a case of leadership like that probably since Lincoln.
No doubt about it. The president is this country's leader. He's the irrefutable leader of the Republican Party, the MAGA movement, but America as a whole, because he's got the broad shoulders that we need to lead us during this difficult time.
You know, it's a relatively new phenomena in this country for FBI agents and people, ninja dressed law enforcers showing up at private homes and banging the door down and pulling people out of bed at 5 o'clock in the morning. This is not normal. Has this ever happened? I mean, other than obviously for drug dealers and crime.
It's unbelievably troubling. It's using and weaponizing law enforcement to target political opponents. It's what we thought could only happen in third world countries, but now it's happening right here in America, and it's a scary time, a dark time in America, as President Trump said in his statement. Indeed.
And I think that there is a huge backlash against it, even among some people on the liberal side. Certainly there's a break on the part of independents. I think some of the rhino Republicans, the Trump-hating types, are queasy about this, and they've even come out and said that they're against it, maybe with some outliers like Liz Cheney, with an exception. And you only see a few liberals, like maybe Rachel Maddow looks like she's having an orgasm on television. But other than that, I don't see them exactly standing up and cheering for this.
The old ACLU liberals who used to stand for freedom and against tyrannical government are not for this. Libertarians are not for this. Independents are not for this. Charlie Sykes, National Review.
Boris, you have followed since day one the election steal, and you've been one of the people that I've looked to as a great source of information. particularly in the 6 states where the election was stolen. Probably more than that, probably 7 or 8 states. President Trump, all of his endorsed candidates in the primary won their primaries. All of the Trump-hating Republicans who voted to impeach President Trump lost their primaries, with the exception of Liz Cheney, and she's going down in about a week. Does this have anything to do with this home invasion, do you think?
I think the President Trump's continued strength in terms of the midterms, strength in the polling for 2024, and just that CPAC among Hispanics is 81. The next guy's at 16. Overall, he's at 69. Next guy's at 24. I think, yes, President Trump's political strength has everything to do with this raid, with this break-in of his home. Absolutely, it has all to do with that.
To just look at the break-in itself, I understand, according to the Gateway Pundit, that President Trump's lawyers were not allowed to go in and observe what was happening, that they were in there for several hours. Possibly, did they plant something? I mean, is there something, going on here? I think they were just trying to soak up some gossip, that just like they did with the Steele dossier, where they could spy on Trump and listen in on his phone calls.
Well, it's possible, to truly know at this point in time. I've been out there a lot in reports, but also President Trump's account on Truth, that it's definitely concerning. The way that this was handled by the DOJ is concerning. It was completely unnecessary. President Trump and his team are in full cooperation with the necessary agencies, and this kind of ransacking, break-in. They had asked President Trump and his team to put a lock on a specific door. They went and broke that. So. Same broke a save. This kind of break-in raid, absolutely unprecedented and deeply, deeply unnecessary. And it's very concerning for all Americans, this sort of abuse of FBI power. And you've got, the Washington Post is writing it up. The Wall Street Journal is writing it up. There's a true deep concern up and down the block.
And obviously, take a president taking home archival information is something that goes back to John Adams when he left the White House. This is nothing new. It is perfectly legal and appropriate. A president is not held by standards of classification. They can take that home. It's not like Hillary Clinton with the 30,000 emails after she was subpoenaed by Congress, destroying them. She wasn't president. So I don't see where they have a case for this.
It's complete nonsense. It's just, again, it's political targeting, and the Democrats and the deep state, the establishment, they know they've got a major enemy in President Trump, and they're doing all they can to attack him and attack his family. That's, in the end, is what it's all about. Of course, President Trump followed all proper rules and regulations, and as chief executive had wide authority over documents. The whole premise is so ludicrous, and that's, I think, why there's been such a general and overarching uproar against this. And I think you're going to see that continue.
And I think the Gateway Pundit also mentions that there were several attorneys that are on the team of Attorney General Garland that were there at the site. So
I don't know anything about that, but okay. I will tell you that this was a production that was completely unnecessary. It was a political stunt, and that stunt is blown up in the Democrats' face.
It has, and I think they just reelected President Trump to a third term. It seems to me. Maricopa County is still counting, ironically. Are they still trying to stop Carrie Lake? What's going on over there? Do you know?
Well, I think that election's over, and Carrie Lake has won it, and now it's on to going up against Katie Hobbs for the in the general there. And
there couldn't be a better example of what happened in 2020 than what's going on right there in broad daylight. Right. In Michigan, Dana Nessel has said, Attorney General, very corrupt, has commented that she's going to prosecute Matt DePerno, and that she's going to bring charges and felony charges. This is what the Democrats seem to be doing now, rather than running.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're obsessed with. They're trying to use the law enforcement to target it against their opponent, and it's very disappointing. My friend, I'm so sorry. I've got my phone's blowing up. There's a lot going on. So just
briefly, Boris. Yeah, let's wrap it up. But briefly, talk about the Bitcoin, the F Joe Biden.
Crypto. It's FJB. It's FJB Coin. FJBcoin.org. FJB stands for obviously what it stands for, but also Freedom Jobs Business. And you know, it's a community in cryptocurrency, which is another way to push back against tyrannical overreach, against radical woke corporations who debank you, deplatform you with credit cards, and that's, you know, this is a big part of that. Steve Bannon and I have been a part of that community now for months, and are proud to see it grow. They just introduced a wallet through which you could purchase and buy and sell crypto, not just FJB, but other coins as well. So fjbcoin.org, if your audience will check it out, I think they may find it interesting.
And how do they get to it, and how do they get more information about you, Boris?
fjbcoin.org about the coin, and on me. Thank you so much for having me. BorisEP.com is the website, borisep.com. It's at BorisEP on Twitter, at BorisEP on Getter, at Boris on Truth, and Boris_Epstein on Instagram.
Way to go. All right, Boris Epstein, thanks so much for joining me this
Thank you, my
afternoon.
friend.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Take
Thanks
care.
so much. Bye-bye.
We're now live on Rumble, and also I want to be live on Rockfin, of course. Rockfin is the new kid on the block for me.
Oh,
All
I
right.
don't know even a thing about that one.
Oh, it's a good one. All right, so my guest is Larry Schweikart. He's the author of The Patriot History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline. Larry Schweikart has won a wide acclaim for his number one New York Times bestseller, A Patriot's History of the United States, which, by the way, I read and I love. It's a great book.
Thank you.
Larry, thanks for joining me today.
It was my pleasure, Charles.
Larry, you talk about the rise of globalism and how that has impacted America. Of course, this is an interesting theory. I mean, various people have a lot of different takes on the origin of it. From a spiritual standpoint, I view it as going back to the Garden of Eden, when the serpent told Eve that she could be like God, and she could know all things, good and evil, in the planet, and thus overthrow God. And I derive that from the introductory chapter, the letter to his children, written by Whittaker Chambers in the book Witness, which I think where he captured that. Your theory, which is amazing, goes back to the defeat of Napoleon and the rise of the great powers of Europe. So let's start from there, and we'll bring it up to today.
Sure. Well, I think one of the most important themes of the book is this is nothing new. As you say, it goes back to the Garden of Eden. Others would say back to the Tower of Babel. But it's always been around where some people are trying to control other people. But what we saw with the fall of Napoleon was, for the first time, large groups of people, in Napoleon's case, monarchs, tried to set up a new world order of the day. And just like they do with the post-World War I era, with the Versailles Conference, with the UN after World War II, it's always for the good of the people. We're always going to do this for the good of the people. That's what they say in public. But then, as you read in the chapter, behind closed doors, they're saying something much different. And many of the participants of the Congress of Vienna are going, this has nothing to do with the people at all. We're moving populations around to please kings.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's also part of the great, probably what I would argue is the greatest hoax of modern history, which is Karl Marx's communism. The idea that somehow this is a system that's going to be helping the working person, helping the little guy, you know, that all you need to do is transfer your powers to this enlightened elite who will then take care of everything, and they'll make sure that everything is evenly distributed, and they'll create a one world ant colony. But we're talking here about the kind of the aristocracy of Europe, and eventually their clash and the collapse of their vision of world order, which led to World War I and then World War II.
Right. And you know what's interesting? One of the most famous globalists of all is Henry Kissinger. And he praised the Congress of Vienna. Oh, this is such a wonderful thing. It preserved peace. I'm going, wait a minute. There were two major European wars between 1815 and 1900, the Crimean War and the Franco-Prussian War. Did I miss peace in there somewhere? I mean, it's a war about every 30 or 40 years, right?
Right.
So you get up to World War I, and Woodrow Wilson and his cadre of elites arrive, and they're going to fix things. They're going to make things all wonderful for all the people. They do exactly what the monarchs did. They start moving around entire blocks of people. Millions of people move from Germany into Poland, from Poland into Czechoslovakia, on and on and on without ever once consulting the people. And so it gets to be quite a common reoccurrence of these elites just completely ignoring what the people want and moving forward with their own agenda.
Right, and it's the exact opposite of the American conception, which is that rights come from the people under God. Kissinger, I think, referred to Count von Metternich as his mentor,
Yeah.
who was the Austrian count at the Council of Vienna. And they basically, as you say, I mean, it led to the development of these super states in the middle of Europe, namely Germany, which was a hyper-nationalist, socialistic state. And this led to conflict, of course, with the Anglo-American establishment, as established by Cecil Rhodes, and as described by Professor Carol Quigley of Georgetown University in his book, Tragedy of Hope. So you have this colossal international clash between and competition between these superpowers who sought to dominate world order. So here we are now after World War II and the collapse of Nazi Germany, the rise of the Soviet international entity, and then eventually that collapse in 1990. Francis Fukuyama, the social theorist, wrote The End of Time, where he says that now the United States is the last standing hegemony in the world, the last controlling power. But what he failed to talk about was who is running the United States.
Well, let me go, and I don't want to spend too much time on Napoleon, but there's some amazing stuff in that first chapter. And you mentioned Metternich, and Metternich was, he's a very shrewd politician, but he's also love struck with this woman called the Countess of Dagon, as was Alexander of Russia. And these two guys are vying for her attention the whole time. They're supposedly carving up Europe. And there's one great scene where all of the other people at the Congress of Vienna, the Castlereagh and Alex and some of the others, are all in a corner looking at maps. And Metternich's over in another corner writing love letters to the Countess of Dagon. And it reminded me of that scene in the 90s where Bill Clinton was on the phone, literally deploying troops in Yugoslavia and bombing missions in Yugoslavia. And he was, well, shall we say, being getting the attentions of one Monica Lewinsky, right?
Right. So it sounds like Helen of Troy, if you want to look at it historically, really? Who led to the war in the Iliad and the Odyssey, or even the rape of Lucretia, which led to the Roman Empire. Right. So you have these situations where this incredible woman steps in, and everybody goes berserk.
Well, let's get back to your Fukuyama comment, who's running America. Before we do that, what Fukuyama missed was that all of that was taking place under the Bretton Woods Agreement and the post-World War II financial globalism that was set up in order to control world trade. And for people who don't know, Bretton Woods did a lot of things, set up the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. But the most important thing it did was it established an unwritten agreement in which the rest of the world would sign on to free trade protected by the U.S. military and especially the U.S. Navy. We're seeing some problems of that in the Gulf right now, where neither our Navy nor the Brit Navy can really protect all of these flankers from lunatics like the Houthis, right. Whoever they are. and
right, some kind of Iranian-backed proxy, I think. But you're talking about the World Trade Organization, which was the third leg in the stool of the the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And that was a kind of a world order institution that would basically transfer the right to regulate trade, which is a constitutional right for this American Republic, to this faceless body of international bureaucrats that would then be able to penalize American companies and penalize the United States for trade imbalances or lack of agreements that they decide arbitrarily should be in place. And then, of course, the new stool in the chair, and you get into this in your book, Larry, is the World Health Organization and their hegemony over what constitutes health crisis. And they certainly flexed their muscles during the so-called pandemic, and I think that most people now know that there were elements of that were grossly overblown.
Right. Well, and I think most people today, if offered a chance of the Who, the rock band, or the WHO, the World Health Organization would gladly take the rock band over that.
Oh yeah,
But
sure.
let me go back to your earlier comments about the international trade and development and all that stuff. Bretton Woods was set up with this notion that the dollar would be the basis for all international trade. But that in itself relied on an undergirding notion that the dollar would be as good as gold. Now, we were not on the gold standard, but by and large, people, the dollar was pretty sound. The problem was that the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, all of these trade agreements, international trade agreements, required the U.S. to spend money on international aid, what we call foreign aid. And more of this spending drove up deficits, which made the dollar less and less and less valuable. So this was something called Triffin's dilemma. An economist recognized this early on, that there were contradictions built into the very Bretton Woods agreement that would cause it to unravel. And we are certainly seeing that unravel now. So then they had to turn to other things, which is, as you mentioned, medical globalism.
So you're talking about in your book, A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, a point at which, and you can't define it by exact dates, but there is a decline in this globalist entity. And I think that you seem to be tracing that to the inexact value of the American dollar, maybe the rise of the BRICS nations, which are now talking about depegging from the dollar as the international unit of currency that was set at the the International Monetary Fund convention at Bretton Woods, and that and also, I mean, in 1970, President Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, which created fluctuations that maybe were unforeseen. So you have essentially a demonetization or a decentralization of the world's monetary system. Is that
Right.
the point of departure where the globalist agenda is declining?
The departure from Bretton Woods begins to unravel really with the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. And you start to see the massive military spending, whether you agree with the premise or not. The result is that gradually the public came to say, we're tired of this kind of overseas adventurism and expense. And the US budget started to just explode, whether it was under Bush or Obama or Trump or certainly Biden, whom I affectionately call the rutabaga. It's just absolutely exploded under these guys. And the public is saying no more. I mean, I think the sentiment against war, certainly whether it's Iran or anywhere else, is very high right now, which makes it very difficult for Biden to do anything, because he's trying to slip us into a war through Yemen while we're all watching Iran. But I'm not sure how far that will go. So it's a twin path of moving away from globalism. One is the breakdown of Bretton Woods, which is really outlined very well by Peter Zehan in a number of books. And then the other is this growth of the U.S. debt and deficit, and an increasing reluctance of Americans to spend money on other people, since we don't even have it to spend on ourselves.
Well, okay, and the other leg of the breakdown is, as you mentioned, it was sort of implemented during the Wilson administration with the embrace of what was called by historian Charles Austin Beard perpetual war for perpetual peace. And that was a policy of the international establishment from that time right up through Kissinger and right up actually to Trump. Trump kind of put a stop to that to a certain extent, which is maybe at least one of the reasons why this international elite fears and despises him and seeks to put him in prison. And that is that he did no longer would engage in these adventures of nation building and intervention where we were constantly overseas fighting wars. He wasn't an isolationist by any means, but he did begin to wind down these interventions. He demanded that the NATO nations pay for their own defense. which was the first time that that had happened, even though
Right.
successive administrations, both Democrat and Republican, gave lip service to that. Trump got it done. You know, they're now dealing with their own defense. And at the same time, the nations of the world, particularly Russia and China, did not engage in adventures during his administration because he created an aura of uncertainty in terms of what we might do. Now we're back to the old, rotten Anglo-American establishment policy of international perpetual war for perpetual peace. It's been a return to that.
Yeah, he, of course, he made the famous trip to Korea, the only American president to actually meet with Kim.
Right.
And he said, I'll meet with anybody. I'll meet with Putin. I'll meet with Xi. I'll meet with Kim. We can talk this out. Now, the one exception to that was ISIS, which he crushed without hardly any American casualties. And one of the main ways he did this was he just ordered a drone hit on Soleimani, and that pretty much put those guys out of business.
Indeed.
So did he want to move away from that? Absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right. That's why he is so detested and feared by the international elites, as he doesn't play this game. He doesn't play the perpetual debt game. He wants to bring businesses back to America. I'm sure you saw yesterday he met with the United Auto Workers in Washington, which I predicted he would cater to the unions. Huge. That's amazingly big.
And the rank and file, even the head of the UAW acknowledged when he endorsed Biden that the rank and file are major supporters of Trump, and that Trump as a businessman brought something different to the table, which was why he was able to get the Abraham Accords done. And that was moving forward at the time. Unthinkable, never done before, going all the way back. And of course, now Biden has thrown that right in the garbage with releasing billions of dollars to Iran, which is now they're using to help fuel the Houthis and attacking American bases in Syria and Iraq, and funding Hezbollah, which is attacking Israel on its northern border. So you have a complete instability, not to mention giving $1 billion to UNRWA, which helped fund the attack out of Hamas in Gaza. Right. So you have this return to this amoral, divide and conquer Anglo-American policy under Biden. And I think that Americans are aware of that. You talk about the overall decline, which is, I find very interesting, of the globalist order. They certainly are either taking their last gasps right now under Biden, or they're going to implement this. These people don't mess around. I mean, they're not going to give up quietly. We don't know what could happen between now and Election Day, or even if Trump wins, what could happen. What do you see? Do you think that they're on the way out, or do you think they're going to further consolidate their power?
I don't want to spike the football yet, but I think that they're on their heels like they have never been before. When you look at the Supreme Court, by the way, Trump's court picks haven't agreed with him on everything, but man, they've just been nailing it on rolling back the deep state. And I talked to Bannon about this. I said, what was going through your mind when you guys would present a list of names to him? And he said the number one question that they tested these applicants with was the Chevron doctrine, that was even above the social concerns like abortion. And well, you're seeing that the EPA, West Virginia versus the EPA, you saw it in the Jarkizi versus SEC case, which has now been appealed. There were a couple of other of these cases where the court is consistently ruling against the deep state and the administrative state being able to define its own powers. And so the Jarkizi appeal is coming up very soon. And all indications are that Gorsuch is leading the charge on overturning the Chevron doctrine. So that's a very important step against the deep state judicially and in terms of regulation. You look in terms of elections. I saw that 7 European nations have moved toward a more populist government here just in the last 2 months. And that doesn't include Slovakia, Hungary, Estonia, Italy, which had already had more populist elections, and then our friend down there in Argentina.
Oh yes, Malay.
Another guy who read him the riot act at Davos. That was pretty cool.
Oh,
But
incredible!
Davos,
And El Salvador, they basically cleaned up their drug cartel. So, and Taiwan has elected a pro-Taiwan
right.
prime minister who's standing up to China. So, yes, it is a worldwide movement toward a common sense nationalism, putting one's nation first. It's I think that there's moves in Canada for Poilievre as well. And so we're seeing this development and it's really moving on. What is this? You mentioned the World Economic Forum in your book. I got that in your press release. What went on there and what are they? I mean, as I say, these guys aren't sitting around twiddling their thumbs. I mean, they mean business. What do you think they're going to try to pull?
Well, their big push, and this is the next to the last chapter, has been climate change, which is nonsense. The climate always changes. It's changed for thousands of years.
Right.
And this whole push for electric vehicles, which I think is really interesting. They kind of put their eggs in the electric vehicle, the wind and solar baskets, and those are all coming unraveled. We saw 2 big wind power companies pull out of contracts on the East Coast in the last month. Every day, new news surfaces about how bad the electric cars are.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of weight. I had one in my today's news, for example, that Canada is figuring out because they're heavier cars, their guardrails won't hold the cars in. And so they're going to have to replace.
Didn't Ford Motor Company just cancel the development of an entire line of electric cars and that they don't work well in very cold and very hot climates?
Right. And they don't go well with water either. You don't want to get those batteries wet.
Plus the batteries themselves. I mean, that's they like to wrap themselves in ecology. That's a disaster waiting to happen 5-10 years down the road. Those toxic metals are going to be creating landfills that are going to be a world problem.
And the same thing with the wind turbine blades are equally not biodegradable. They're a huge problem. The lithium mining that's using child labor, a huge problem. Every place they turn, my point at the end of the book is that any path they go down right now, they are in trouble. They are on the defensive and they're I think, fighting a rearguard action. And to go back to Napoleon, the only question is whether Murat's cavalry can encircle them and outrun them and get to the main body before it escapes.
Well, that brings me to my final point here, which is that they are openly running against President Trump, not on any issues because they know they'll lose those, and they are losing them, but on an effort to basically put him in prison.
Right.
God forbid they may even consider the JFK solution.
Right.
What do you see? I mean, I think these are very perilous times, especially since Trump is now clearly, has the Republican nomination in his grasp and he's ahead in all the polls, particularly the battleground states.
Right.
We can get into the question of the 2020 election. Let's leave that there. But either way, we know that they can't steal it this time, even if they did. I mean, because of the overwhelming attention and the light that's being shined on that, and because of the great growth in numbers, particularly among minorities, Black men in particular, and younger people. What do you think they're going to do? I mean, are they going to get him? Are they going to get him that way? Are they going to? I mean, they seem to be twisting the entire system of jurisprudence out of proportion in order to do it.
Right. They launched a 2-pronged attack, one civil court with this E. Jean Carroll and the whole attack on his assets in New York, and one in criminal courts, the 3 cases. All of my court sources, including my friend Zen Master, a federal court guy who's never been wrong yet, say that none of those criminal cases are going to come to fruition before the election. And so basically they shot their wad on that. They knew it when Smith wanted a quick resolution from the Supreme Court, and they said, "Niet." And, what's interesting is that I think a guy named Shipwreck Crew wrote that the Supreme Court is going to rule in favor of Trump, but they're not going to leave their fingerprints on it. And they're just going to do it by delaying it past the election when it will become moot. Now, as to the other civil cases, those will probably be overturned at some point. So they're not going to get him out by lawfare, or as I call it, indict fair. That's not going to work. But something else is happening, and I call it the two Democrat civil wars. One is Israel versus Hamas, Jews against Muslims. And Biden cannot take a position on that one way or the other because he'll lose the other group. And he can't afford to lose either of those groups. So he's just got to shut up. Trump is already on record as saying, let us have peace. U.S. Grant, let us have peace, right? The other one.
Trump, by the way, is picking up support among the Muslims of Tehran.
Yeah.
Because they're more conservative on social issues. So there's different ways. The other thing, I mean, that the Democrats, one of their last gasps, of course, is Taylor Swift. But, I don't know, your young girls are going to, I mean, it's sad, but, it says a lot about the electorate today, but that's one of the things they're trying to pull off. Anyway, Larry, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Okay, so you can get A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, at Amazon for pre-order. It'll be out in 2 weeks. You can also soon find it on my website, thewildworldofhistory.com. And, that's my general website. If you want to talk politics, I have a political site called thewildworldofpolitics.com.
Excellent, Larry. Listen, thanks so much for joining me. We should do it again, certainly before the election. Thank you very
Charles.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Okay, we are live. Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Dr. William Makis, MD. Dr. Makis is with the University of Alberta in Canada. He is what I would describe as a whistleblower. He's a doctor of conscience. Dr. Makis, this is I can't describe it as anything other than a depressing and a very frightening topic, which is the possible consequences of the mRNA vaccine, so-called, the spike protein, and all the rest. So before we go there, could you talk a little bit about your practice and how you got to where you are?
Certainly. Thank you for having me. I'm a Canadian physician. I did all my medical training in Canada. I have an undergraduate degree in immunology. I have a 4-year MD and then a 5-year specialization in nuclear medicine, radiology, and oncology. My practice has been mainly oncology for the last decade. I've diagnosed about 20,000 cancer patients with cutting-edge diagnostic tools like PET-CT, positron emission tomography, CT. I also was a primary oncologist for several hundred end-stage cancer patients that I treated with targeted radionuclide therapy. So I have a background in oncology. I'm not a medical oncologist. It's a specific branch of radiology and oncology that deals with radiation for diagnosis and treatment. Now, I've been reporting sudden deaths and injuries related to the COVID-19 vaccine since late 2021. So I've been doing this for over 2 years. I started because I realized there were many red flags with the COVID vaccines, and I saw it in my colleagues. I saw it within Canadian doctors who in late 2021 were mandated to take the COVID-19 vaccines. If they hadn't been mandated, then my path might have taken a very different course. But what the mandates did was they forced everyone to produce evidence of having at least 2 vaccines, or they would be kicked out of work. They would not be allowed to continue practicing medicine. And these mandates occurred across Canada, that the deadlines were October 2021. In some provinces like Alberta, the deadlines were pushed back because there was a huge outcry from healthcare workers. Approximately 30% of healthcare workers in Alberta refused to submit proof of vaccination status. They were threatened repeatedly until a lot of them submitted, and the rest either retired or left medicine completely or simply, refused and were fired. So we had tens of thousands of healthcare workers in Canada effectively fired at the end of 2021. And so what you have, or what I saw, was a cohort that was 100% vaccinated because of the mandates. And once
So
they were
that's more than a
100%.
casual sampling of that would be required for any statistical analysis. And there are several things that strike me as significant here. Firstly, the vaccine mandates came after the actual COVID virus was pretty much gone by the end of 2020. And yet, all of a sudden, there comes this mandate both in Canada and the United States, and it's a very heavily handed enforcement. I mean, in the United States, for example, military men and women were required to get the vaccine or they would be court martialed and they would lose all their benefits. I mean, you weren't even allowed to resign. You were told you get the vaccine or you're finished. And there was this whole business of the vaccine mandate proof of vaccine cards that suddenly we're being told that if you don't have this, you can't go to a restaurant, you can't go to a store. Right here in Boston, for example, the new mayor, the first thing she did was sign a bill saying that you had to show a vaccine mandate in order to go into a restaurant or store. Now, the people that saved the world, frankly, and I thank God for them, were the Canadian truckers. If it hadn't been for the Canadian truckers bringing the economy of Canada almost to a standstill, because that's the power they have, and that was spreading to the United States, to Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel, and it was becoming a worldwide thing. The entire establishment that was pushing this experimental jab backed down. They can't have everything stopped. The mayor of Boston backed down, and we at least got a reprieve. But the broader question is, why wasn't the medical establishment consulting such respected figures as yourself and as many doctors in the United States? Uh, such a, Dr. Peter McCullough comes to mind, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Reish from over at Yale University Medical Center. They were denounced. These were men who were, and women who were they had their careers threatened and in some cases ruined for questioning the efficacy of this so-called vaccine. So what's going on here? Before we get into the horrors of the vaccine itself, what is going on with the politics of this, at least in Canada, which I think is a reflection of the world?
Well, it's important to note that before the mandates came, they tried every incentive imaginable to get maximal uptake of the COVID vaccines. And so, initially it was just, save grandma and protect the healthcare system. It then moved to all kinds of perverse incentives, such as, here's a donut, Krispy Kreme donut for a vaccine, or fries or burgers or ice cream
Sure.
for kids, and so on. It actually, the incentives progressed to $1 million lotteries. We had, I think, two $1 million lotteries here in Alberta, and this is a conservative province. And so there were all kinds of incentives to maximize the uptake. And I believe the uptake probably was already in the region of 70% or so with the two doses by the time they came with the mandates. So really the mandates were to hunt down the remaining 30%, of which they probably knew they could never get. At least 10 to 15% they would never have, no matter how much they forced. So it really was, to get sort of the most hesitant individuals,
Right.
and to really put pressure on, and maximal pressure on them, and force them into this. I always felt that vaccine mandates were illegal. They were not only unscientific, they were unethical, they were immoral, but they really were illegal. And the courts have failed. They failed, certainly in Canada, to address the illegality of the mandates. The United States had much more success
Mm.
in getting mandates overturned. And, I think because a lot of the damage I see is in vaccine mandated professions. The damages being suffered by individuals, for example, at the universities and colleges who were mandated the vaccines and might have otherwise not taken the vaccines. And so that is where the bulk of the damage is and was caused,
Right.
was by mandating these shots. And of course, people who didn't abide by the mandates had their lives destroyed, utterly destroyed.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, in the case of the Canadian truckers, they had their bank accounts shut down. They called them
exactly.
Nazis, and this sort of very vicious, denunciations that seem to have accompanied the incentives, sending the message out that if you didn't play ball with the vaccine, you could lose your career, you could lose everything. And the other irony is that we now know, I think, quite definitively that there were a lot of very big lies told about the vaccine. The first one that comes to mind is that the vaccine gives you 95% immunity from the virus, and that our vaccines in America are superior to the Russian vaccine and the Chinese vaccine, which only gives you 85% immunity. That was a complete lie, and they must have known that. Then they changed the story to say, well, it doesn't give you any vaccine. Even the CDC admitted this, but you won't die from the virus if you take the vaccine. And then the Cleveland Clinic came out with a survey that was very definitive, and that was more than a sample. It was everyone who had ever entered into that world-renowned clinic, showing that 70% of the people in their hospital had the vaccine. So, it's just lie after lie. What is going on here? I mean, is it a matter of money? Is it a matter of politics? Are they trying to kill us off? Or what the hell is this about?
Well, that's a good question. I just wanted to address also the Canadian truckers. I believe
Yeah.
the Canadian truckers absolutely changed the game and really changed
Oh, yeah.
potentially the outcome of where this was all going. Got the mandates removed
Indeed.
and probably put a big wrench into this uh, plan really to put pressure on everybody to get vaccinated, or people would be completely locked out of society, which is what 6 million Canadians were. 6 million Canadians experienced communism in the sense of we had an iron curtain. They couldn't travel, they couldn't get on a plane, they couldn't get on a train. They were locked out of government benefits. I mean, this was full blown communism with the censorship
Mm.
as well. And I think that's one thing that maybe gets forgotten, is that during that time, the medical establishment didn't listen to us because we were censored. We were banned off social media platforms. We were not given a platform.
Right.
On Twitter, there were over 11,000 accounts that were suspended, terminated, censored due to COVID-19 misinformation. And a lot
Yeah,
of
I
these
saw
were
that.
doctors, PhDs like myself, like Dr. McCullough, like Dr. Robert Malone. There was a wave of terminations of accounts around this time. I lost my account in March of 2022. And the reason I lost my account was I had posted a study. I had actually reposted a study that had come out about children 5 to 11 years old who had the vaccine, who were showing evidence of negative vaccine efficacy after a certain time, which means that they were getting sick more often than unvaccinated children, which means that their immune systems were being damaged. I said in my post that the vaccine should be taken off the market. That is all I said. That was
That
my
was
only
enough to have you
commentary.
banned. I mean, I
And
was
that
probably
was
the only
enough to
YouTuber on
have
there
me
at the
banned.
time. There was a massive censorship. It was declared, quote, misinformation, unquote, which, of course, as you say, it was very communistic. It was extremely authoritarian to be able to not discuss by people who are qualified, such as yourself, a medical issue. It's very anti science, I would add. These are people who love to talk about anti science. I mean, how much more anti-science can you get than this? There's also, I believe, I'm not mistaken when I say that VAERS, which is a federal agency, it's part of the CDC. It was created in the early 1970s as part of OSHA that keeps track of vaccine damage, and they issue reports annually, and I even think quarterly, on any vaccine that enters the market. In I think it was the summer of 2021, they stopped doing this. They just censored it. They no longer issue that information. It's no longer public. So you have a situation where there's a real blackout on information. And as far as the vaccine card goes, I don't think I'm wandering off the reservation by suggesting that the World Economic Forum had already talked about a digitized card, which means that you would have to present a digitized card that ultimately, quite frankly, could be implanted under the skin. Alex Jones talked about that. I know he's very controversial. I know how criticized he is, but he's been right about a lot of this stuff. But even so, this digitized card could potentially have any information on it that they want to put on it about you, and
Yeah.
you could end up having to. You can't eat. You can't go into a buy. You can't do banking. You can't get into a car without it. So this would be essentially the end of freedom. This would be it. It would be
Well,
it.
we were very close.
Yeah.
If people will remember, Europe, for example, had a vaccine passport that had 8 vaccine spots on it. And this was at a time when people only had 2 vaccines. And so it seemed ridiculous that we would get to a point
Right.
where you would have to have 8 vaccines, noted on this vaccine passport. And yet, right now, this is where we are. The CDC is about to recommend the 9th dose, I believe, in the
Right.
fall. And so we are at the point where if someone followed the recommendations, whether issued by the public health chief in Canada, Dr. Theresa Tam, or whether issued by CDC, you would have had 8 vaccines at this point, which is exactly what the European vaccine passport had back in early 2022. And so I think we were headed in that direction. As I recall, Israel also had a vaccine passport that I guess was called like a green card or something like that, or would be
Right.
green if
Right.
you were up to date on your vaccinations. A number of places around the world had this plan to implement vaccine passports, and even for a while in Canada, for example, they were forcing people to show proof of vaccination, whether to get into a restaurant, whether to get into sports facilities. So I believe this seems to have been the plan from the beginning. The
Yes.
goal to vaccinate. You asked what was the purpose to try to get everybody vaccinated, and I do believe I'm not big on depopulation theories per se, but I do believe that there is strong evidence that based on how the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves right now, that there was certainly a profit motive, and there may have been a motive to at least disable a significant segment of the population, significant enough that now all the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves to profit off vaccine injuries that they themselves caused.
Oh yeah. I mean, so they cause it's like the poison and the antidote in the same laboratory. They cause myocarditis in young men in particular. Now they're coming out with a heart treatment to deal with the myocarditis
Yeah,
that they caused. And just briefly, again, the business with the electronic passports. George Gilder, who's one of America's most respected scholars, he spent 3 years in communist China back in the 1980s, and he talked about. Um, I heard him interviewed in an NPR program here that China was implementing this program of social score.
yeah,
You didn't have a high enough social score in China, you didn't get to leave your community. You were basically living under house arrest. And he predicted that this would come to this country under the guise of the high, the social media, Google in particular, that every American ultimately would have this score. And now that's kind of admitted. I mean, you've got BlackRock and you've got Fidelity basically scoring investments based on what they call the what is it, environment EKG score, rather than whether or not they're making a profit. And so there's no reason to think that it's certainly not even speculative that these bio passports would be used to keep that kind of information about you ultimately as part of this world control. Now, I want to talk about the actual vaccine itself a bit here because I know a lot of people who have gotten the vaccine, including members of my family. I've gotten the vaccine. I didn't want to do it, but I was put under my frankly, my wife and my daughter let me know I had to do it under no uncertain terms. So I, and I actually looked to Israel, which I should not have done. And I said, gee, if they're doing it, it might be okay. They're not going to kill their entire population. So I went ahead. I'm fine. I didn't have any reaction. And recently, someone suggested to me on my show, actually Michael Shaw, who's a regular guest of mine and who's a medical researcher, that there's a likelihood that the vaccine companies, a percentage of the vaccine's a saline solution. And the reason they did that is because they didn't want us, because there would be such an outcry, it would be so obvious the amount of harm this thing was doing that they reduced that by simply not putting it in the vaccine. And that I probably got the saline, although a very close friend of mine now has cancer. And in this case, I don't think she did get the saline. She got the real toxin. Do you think there's anything to that? Do you think that this portion of these things are saline?
It's very possible. There is tremendous batch to batch variability. And I think this has been confirmed. People can go on howbadismybatch.com, put their serial number in, and see how many adverse events, serious adverse events, and deaths have been reported to VAERS for that particular batch. And there's tremendous variability. And so I have seen, I think it was Danish researchers that had analyzed the batches and made a conclusion that, probably 30% of the batches were saline, although this hasn't been confirmed, but at least that's what it looks like based on the adverse event profile in VAERS. And then there's another, 65% that have a variable rate of injuries and deaths, anywhere from very few to quite a significant amount. And then there's approximately 5% of batches that look to be what are called hot lots, and they have a very high rate of injuries and deaths. And
So,
the cancers now that are showing up are really extremely aggressive. And it remains to be seen what percent of the population is eventually going to be affected by cancer. What's interesting is that Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO, when he does interviews, he confidently states that 30% of people will get cancer, and that
that's
is
incredible.
which is
And he was under
shocking.
controversy for not getting the vaccine right away. And he said, well, I want to make sure that people in need get it first, which seems a little fishy to me. But either
Yeah.
way, he eventually did get it. Do you think that these people got the saline?
Well, here's an interesting thing when we're talking about Pfizer employees and so on. They had special batches for their own employees
Mm,
that nobody else got. So they had their own
lovely.
batch, which may just be saline.
Yeah, maybe a non-batch.
Exactly.
And also, I think Congress gave itself an exemption from the vaccine, which
Yes. And
which
even there have been now Canadian politicians that have come out and said that, oh, none of the public health recommendations actually applied to the Canadian politicians. And so some of them have admitted this on the record. So,
so the
um,
vaccine was for the rest of us lumpen proletariats. I mean, it's for the us chumps.
yeah.
Um, what can we do if we have had the vaccine? I mean, it's. I know this is a very depressing subject, and I know
Mhm.
people don't want to hear about this, but there have been. I mean, I've interviewed Ed Dowd a couple of times. He's a researcher who has shown that
actuarial charts for insurance companies are through the roof on both life and health insurance, where
That's right.
they are reporting, and they don't want to report this because they lose money. It's not like they're part of any conspiracy here, but they are reporting an increase in sudden death, in myocarditis, pericarditis, and blood clots, and not to mention that there are questions of infertility, particularly for pregnant women. I mean, it's horrible that they would give a vaccine like this to a pregnant woman. But what can we do if we've had the vaccine? Is it too late for us? Are we going to be dead within the next 5 years, or what?
No. So I had discussions with Ed Dowd about this. We were together at CPAC. I was also with him at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing.
Right.
I saw the data that he presented at the Senate, and it's very, very stark numbers. 1.1 million excess deaths since the rollout of the vaccines, 3.5 million disabilities, permanent disabilities, and about 28 million injuries of some kind that didn't necessarily lead to disability or death. And so this is the data that he presented based on, his analysis of, like you said, insurance information and missed time off work and so on. So that is over 10% of the US population has been really significantly adversely affected by the vaccines. Now, I'm not the type of person to panic or to make wild claims like, everyone who had the vaccine is gonna die in 5 years or something like that. I don't believe that. I don't think the data is showing that or suggesting that trajectory. What it is suggesting is that the deaths and injuries continue. They're not slowing down. They're continuing at roughly the same rate as last year, and so that is concerning over the long term because, as I report the sudden deaths of individuals, I could see people still coming down with myocarditis, still coming down with blood clots at a very steady rate, even though people have stopped taking booster shots. So these are long-term effects of the
And these are
vaccine.
young people too, by the way.
Young people, exactly,
Athletes, people in top
exactly.
health. This
And
is
so it's still happening, and most of these people are not taking booster shots. Booster shot uptake is about 10% only now. So, but really, there's a bigger tsunami of neurological injuries and cancers, these turbo cancers, as they're called. So the question is, what does anybody do? I think you have to be, if you've taken the shots and you haven't had any issues, you haven't had any side effects, you still have to assume that you've been effectively poisoned to some degree, at some level, that there may be damage happening that you're not aware of. And people who are proactive, I believe, will do much better than people who are reactive, meaning reactive means you wait until you have the heart attack, you wait until you have the stroke or develop the cancer. One shocking statistic I can tell you about the sudden deaths that I've reported is that about 80 to 85% of people who've suffered a sudden death in the past year did not have a warning sign, did not have health problems, did not have blood clots and myocarditis or anything that would have given them a warning sign. That is why so many of the reports say family and friends are shocked, completely unexpected, sudden and unexpected, right? And so being proactive is extremely important, I believe. And there's very simple things you can do.
Yes.
I'm a big believer in fasting, in a long fast, like a 3-day fast, a 72-hour water fast, which brings your body into a state of ketosis and then initiates autophagy, where your body itself starts clearing damaged cells and removes them, destroys them. And this may be the only way to deal with some of the damage that's been done, whether by the mRNA or by the spike protein, because of course the mRNA is artificial. It's a pseudouridine modified mRNA that lasts much longer in the system than it should and causes problems. And of course the spike protein lasts even longer than that. People are still producing spike protein sometimes a year or two after taking their last shot. And this suggests that there may have been integration events where either the mRNA or what we are now learning, the DNA contamination in the vaccines may actually be integrating into our genome. And so fasting may be a way to remove some of these things, some of these transfected cells, and have the body simply destroy them. Because if they're producing the spike protein on the surface, that's a foreign protein. The immune system may be attacking it. The body may recognize it as a damaged cell, and then during a fasting, it may actually destroy or remove those cells. So that is the cornerstone for me in terms of approaching. And you could do a 3-day fast. You could do it, you could do it once a month. You could even do it twice a month. It's quite doable. I've done 3 of these myself, just to see how it would be, and it's very rejuvenating. It's a very fascinating thing to try.
And by the way, if you do it, make sure you have plenty of liquid, right?
Absolutely, plenty of water. You could even add black coffee or plain tea to it. It's supposed to stimulate the autophagy without stopping the actual fasting process.
Now, I'm not
And
a biologist, but what is the deal with the mRNA altering the DNA structure in the helix? Is that something that can become a permanent restructuring? I mean, this is the CRISPR technology, and
yeah,
is that an issue that once that's introduced and it basically interrupts the code of the DNA? Is that something that can be done permanently? And what do we have any idea about the long-term effects of that?
well, so this is the big issue. I actually believe that this is the big topic right now. Um, Geneticists like Kevin McKernan, Philip Buchholz, they've confirmed that there is DNA contamination in every single vial of Pfizer and Moderna. Every single vial that they've tested, and whether it was the original vaccines, whether it's the boosters, or even the newest booster shot, all of them have contamination of billions of copies of either DNA plasmids or DNA fragments, which are there because of the mass manufacturing process that Pfizer and Moderna employed. So initially, they apparently handmade these vaccines for their clinical trial under very controlled, very specific conditions. But when it came to making these vaccines for the general population and mass manufacturing them, they actually changed the manufacturing process to make it easier and cheaper for themselves. And they used E. coli and DNA plasmids grown in E. coli to make this process easier, faster, cheaper for themselves, and of course to be able to mass produce, hundreds of millions of doses. And unfortunately, it seems that because of this manufacturing process that has never really been employed before, there are remnants of these DNA, E. coli, DNA plasmids and fragments that have remained in the vaccine vials. They were supposed to get rid of them. They were supposed to purify the mRNA after making it and get rid of all the DNA that served as the template, and they didn't. For whatever reason, they didn't. Some people think it was intentional. Some think it's a quality control issue. But these contaminants are there, and there was always a question of whether the mRNA can reverse transcribe and integrate into the genome, and this was seen as either extremely unlikely or impossible, even though it was shown in vitro by one research group who published it. But this was seen as a very, very low risk. However, now that the DNA contamination has been discovered, that completely changed the topic, because if you have billions of copies of foreign DNA injected into you with a delivery mechanism of the lipid nanoparticle, which delivers it very easily into cells, now you have something that can very easily integrate into the genome. And if it integrates into the wrong place, like a tumor suppressor gene, well, now you've astronomically increased the risk of getting cancer, which is what we're seeing. We're seeing extremely aggressive cancers, inexplicable in young people. So this is the problem, is that now we know that there's DNA contamination. Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo has actually called out the FDA on this. He asked and demanded, have you done the testing to see if there are integration events from this contamination? And they refused to give him an answer. So he called for a halt of all these COVID vaccines. If there are integration events happening, and this is where the work is being done right now, I believe in the next few months, we will see paper after paper after paper confirming DNA integration events, which means that the genome of a vaccinated person has been modified, has been molested, has been damaged. And that will be, I believe, the big thing that probably brings down, Pfizer and Moderna as companies. We see their stock is crashing, relentlessly, despite the fact that the markets are setting new highs. There's something behind the scenes. Insiders know something very bad about these companies. And so I think this will be the next big scientific discovery, is confirmation of integration into the genome. And what do you do with that? Nobody knows. How do you clean that up, right? How do you get the stuff out of your genome? I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody has the answer to that. But, when we talk about,
the shocking
yeah,
aspect to it is that they're giving it to, I don't know, millions of children as young as 1 year old.
that's right.
And these are children that would not have caught COVID anyways. And
Yeah.
now that they've admitted that this vaccine does nothing to stop the spread of COVID or create immunity, what's the justification for it at all?
Well, there's no justification. I mean, there was never
I
justification
mean, what is their
to
marketing
mandating
plan?
it.
What are they claiming it does?
Well, so they're claiming at this point that it doesn't prevent transmission, but it reduces the severity of disease. So it reduces
In
hospitalizations and death
general or just with COVID?
for COVID.
Well,
So,
there
but the
is no
problem,
COVID now. I mean, it's
well, but that's the problem, is that the data, the excess mortality data in every highly COVID vaccinated country shows that there was no benefit, that no one benefited, from this
not to
vaccine.
mention the fact that several countries didn't have much COVID because they used ivermectin and
Yes.
hydroxychloroquine, which are
Yeah.
FDA-approved drugs that have been around forever as treatments for viruses. And of
Yeah.
course, in this country, that was denounced. Now I've heard that this mRNA research, this CRISPR research, they're going to be putting it into all vaccines. They're going to be putting it into meat. They're injecting it into cows. It's everywhere. How
Yeah.
are they justifying that? And is that true?
So, this is an interesting topic. The mRNA technology that was used in the COVID vaccine is not yet in the meat, although I believe the Australian government actually has a project that launched in 2022 where they are building facilities to have the capacity to quickly mRNA vaccinate all their cattle should there be some kind of an outbreak. And so there's been a stated intent by the government to vaccinate all the beef, for example, in Australia. There was an Israeli company that has just been given funding to pursue a project of mRNA vaccinating shrimp. And you may ask, well, how do you do that? You can't inject shrimp, right? So they have a new technology where they are putting the mRNA vaccines into the feed of the shrimp. So the shrimp are feeding on this, whatever form of it there is, and they're taking it up. And so now you end up with mRNA in the shrimp. And they said, we want to do this for all marine, animals that are farmed for human consumption. And so there is this
So
push
it's
to get
everywhere.
this technology out and to get it
also,
in.
what about the shedding or the shredding or whatever? I mean, if you're near a person who's had the jab,
Yeah.
the bioweapon, if you will, I mean, can you catch it from them? I mean, just by being in their presence?
Well, you can't get vaccinated through shedding. At least I don't believe you can. I don't believe there's been any evidence shown that can happen. However, you can certainly be affected by it. You can be affected by transfer of lipid nanoparticles and mRNA or the spike protein from a vaccinated person. What's interesting is that this has been denounced as a conspiracy theory for a long time and still is. There are still physicians online that are saying this is a right-wing conspiracy theory.
Right.
However, Pfizer actually admitted to shedding, told us about shedding in their clinical trial documents. They don't call it shedding, but they call it environmental exposure through inhalation or skin contact of their product, of the lipid nanoparticle mRNA. And where they were concerned about this was pregnant women, women who happened to get pregnant in the Pfizer trial. They specifically state that if the pregnant woman is exposed to their product through inhalation or skin contact, you have to notify a Pfizer safety officer within 24 hours, and it has to be documented in the clinical trial. So shedding is real. Pfizer admitted to it themselves. What no one knows exactly is the extent of the shedding, how many particles are shed. Certainly, the maximum shedding occurs right after vaccination. That is when, about 75% of the dose ends up in the bloodstream, and then you can shed these particles either through bodily fluids, or through exhalation. And what's interesting is that the content of the lipid nanoparticles, the mRNA, can actually, once they're dumped in the cell, they can be repackaged by the cell and sent back out in these particles called exosomes. And those you could breathe those out, so someone could actually be exposed to particles with mRNA or the spike protein once the spike protein is being produced by the body. Now, people have reactions to these things, and so there are people who will react to someone who's been recently vaccinated. They might feel sick, they might have a rash, they might even have bleeding. There have been reports of miscarriage just by being, in the surrounding of someone who's been vaccinated. I've had people come to me. I've had massage therapists come to me and tell me that they've been sick whenever they are massaging vaccinated clients because they're exposed to bodily fluids, all day long at work by the way of massage, which is their work. And so this is real. It happens. I don't believe it's a concern in terms of actually becoming vaccinated or getting an additional dose by being around someone who's shedding. But if you are a person who reacts, and a small percentage of people react to this external exposure, they should take steps that are somewhat similar to what the vaccine injured should take steps, or people suffering from long COVID, and that is take steps to mitigate the spike protein damage or the immune system reaction. And there's ways you can do that. Vitamin C, for example, or NAC, N-acetylcysteine. These are antioxidants that mitigate some of the spike protein damage. And you can actually try to address the spike protein itself. There are things that block the spike protein, like ivermectin. Ivermectin binds the spike protein. You can use it.
now pretty much over the counter. And what about nitokinase and bromelain?
Yes. So nattokinase is another thing you can use. This is an enzyme that breaks down the spike protein. Some people have had relief with nattokinase. Bromelain is another enzyme derived from pineapple. Nattokinase is derived from fermented soybeans. But like I said, ivermectin, quercetin, black seed oil, Nigella sativa, Artemisia annua. These are things that you can take to mitigate the damage of the spike protein, whether you're exposed to it by shedding, whether you're suffering from long COVID, or whether you've been vaccine injured.
That's right, and they're harmless if taken properly. I'm not here to recommend any of it. I mean, I've used natokinase, and I've also taken a vitamin C, D3, and zinc and chloroquine formula. And
Yeah,
I would suggest that the listeners here look into finding some means. These are not expensive things
that's right.
that they can do something to sort of detox, if you will. And I think that your suggestion about the fast is one that I'm certainly going to take up, and it's a good one. Uh, Dr. Marcus, you seem optimistic that this whole rotten thing is going to be exposed in the next coming months. In spite of the censorship, we still have an ability to get the word out. And if you hear somebody say something's a right-wing conspiracy, it means it's true, okay? But anyway, what do you think is going to happen in the near future with all this?
You look at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing, for example, and I was there, I was present in the room, and I've spoken to almost everybody in that room. We've discussed what's going on, and that presentation has gone viral around the world, something that wouldn't have happened even a year ago.
Mm.
And it's what I'm seeing is I am seeing a shift of the discussion of the vaccine injuries and deaths and the dangers of the mRNA platform or the lipid nanoparticle mRNA platform. I'm seeing that shift from the corners of the web, or the fringe minority, as Justin Trudeau likes to call it, really into the mainstream. You're seeing a shift of this discussion into the mainstream. It's not considered taboo anymore. It's not considered extremely controversial. People might still disagree about many things, but you're seeing Steve Kirsch on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Brett Weinstein on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Pierre Corey on Russell Brand.
And these guys have a
Steve,
following that's 10 times bigger than the mainstream media at this point. So
exactly.
the entire censorship regime has really failed. And I think that the reelection of Donald J. Trump will help matters, quite frankly, both in this country and around the world, in terms of getting to the bottom of this whole rotten issue and how it's affected people, including our children. Yeah, so
And I
yeah,
Yeah,
Dr.
I just
William,
want to. I just want to say that I wanted. And you're absolutely right that the censorship has failed. There was an attempt to completely control the narrative on all the social media platforms and have a united sort of a consensus, I should say, to have a consensus on all the COVID propaganda points, including all the points around the vaccine. And we still see attempts to do this in the medical establishment. There are still attempts to completely silence and destroy all the dissenting doctors. This is happening in Canada. This is happening in the United States, UK, Australia. Doctors who are speaking up are having their medical careers destroyed. However, the censorship is failing, and it's failing because of a platform like Twitter or X, where you can get information that is not allowed on Facebook. It's not allowed on Instagram. I, for example, can only post images on Instagram. I cannot post commentary because I would lose my account. Whenever I put
same
out
same
articles,
here. Yeah,
yeah,
that's what's going on now. What's happened? I mean, are doctors' medical licenses being threatened, and is it gotten to be that bad? What about the Canadian equivalent of the American Medical Association? Um, what's going on with them? Are they coming to bat for doctors?
they're suspending doctors' licenses, and when they do that, when they suspend your license, um, or they damage your license. And the way they do it is they'll say, well, you have complaints on your license for unprofessional conduct. And that makes you effectively unemployable anywhere else, because anywhere you go, let's say you go to a different province, well, they look at your record and they say, oh, well, you have unresolved complaints, we can't hire you. And this is what the colleges of physicians and surgeons in Canada have done in every single province.
Mm.
They're persecuting doctors who are speaking up. They are desperately trying to maintain this scientific consensus, which is completely fraudulent and completely artificial. But they have a consensus because they have effectively threatened everyone into submission and compliance. And the doctors who refuse to comply have had their lives and their careers destroyed. So this is still happening right now at a very aggressive level.
Yeah.
However, those of us who are speaking up online, we have big audiences. Like I said, it's reached, with Tucker Carlson, for example. You reach an audience much
Oh,
bigger than the
huge.
mainstream media can
Oh
reach.
yeah, it's huge. And I mean, look, it takes a lot of courage for a doctor to speak out. You spend 8 years in medical school and internships, and you have all of this time invested. I mean, I've seen this. My own doctor totally changed her tune at some point and was no longer candid with me because they're afraid you're going
Yeah,
to lose everything. I get that. It's sad, and a lot of people don't have the courage to stand up like you do. But I think more and more people are, and the more doctors that do it, the more power you're going to have.
yeah.
Anyway, William, where can people get information about you and about your work?
Well, thanks for having me again. People can find me on Twitter at MacusMD. I also have a very active Substack, macusmd.substack.com. And people can also find me on Instagram, WMacusMD. I only post images. These are, vaccine injuries and sudden deaths. I can't post commentary because I would immediately lose my account. But people can find me on those social media platforms.
Well, listen, I admire your work and you're saving lives. You're doing what doctors we assume are supposed to do when you take the Hippocratic Oath, which I understand has been changed. But, you have a calling, and I admire that, and I appreciate what you're doing, William. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest is Robert Spencer. And Robert is the author of Empire of God, the How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is the author of over 25 books, a prolific writer. He is the director of Jihad Watch. He's Silman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. Robert, thanks for joining me today.
Good to see you, Charles. Thank you very much.
Well, before we get into the topic of the Byzantine Empire as a very important historic issue, given your expertise on the nature of Islam and your best-selling books, I need to ask you, in the aftermath of the bloodbath in the state of Israel with the Hamas slaughter of over 1,000 Jews and Israelis, there has been this huge support for Hamas. And in the United States, that's translated in the form of people on the far left, including the Jewish left, I may add, coming out in favor of Hamas. And in Europe, even worse, more troubling, you have the rumblings of what looks like, Islamo-Europe. I mean, it's like a takeover of entire zones and cities. I guess that for the first part of my question, is Europe to be saved for Christendom, for the West, or has it reached a tipping point, do you think?
It's going to be very difficult. The Europeans have been setting the stage for what's happening now for many decades. What's happening goes back to the 1970s, when the European Commission and then the European Union entered into a series of agreements with the Arab League that would encourage mass migration of Muslim Arabs and not require any assimilation. They would, in other words, be allowed explicitly by the word of the European governments to establish enclaves where Islamic law was enforced and the laws of the land would be ignored. These enclaves have only grown with the steady rate of migration that accelerated. As a matter of fact, in 2015, when Angela Merkel in Germany started her Wir schaffen das campaign, we can do this, to bring massive numbers of Muslims into the country, and many of other Western European nations followed suit. The European Union is completely on board with this initiative, pressuring Poland, Hungary, and other states that have been reluctant to go along into dropping their objections and opening their doors also. Poland is just about to do that now, as a matter of fact. And it seems as if they didn't realize that this would mean the Islamization and the Islamization of their countries and the subjugation of the native population. Now, of course, there are some groups that are waking up to it. Geert Wilders, who has long opposed this initiative, was just given the largest vote in the Netherlands. But even then, he just dropped his proposals that have been on the table for 5 years to ban the Quran and close the mosques, because he can't build a coalition or become prime minister while favoring those things. And so it seems as if Europe is in a very difficult situation. It would take major upheaval to reverse what's happening now. And if it's not reversed, then Europe will be Islamic by the end of this century.
Robert, we would assume by conventional wisdom that nations would act in the interest of their own futures of their own people. And obviously, it does not seem to be the case with regard to the welcoming in of a mass influx of Muslims from Africa, from Asia. So, what exactly? I mean, I could put on a tin hat here and think about some kind of conspiracy, but in conventional parlance, what exactly is their rationale for this? What exactly what did Germans expect to achieve by letting in 1 million Muslims? I mean, how is this marketed to the average German?
Yeah, Europeans have had a declining birth rate for quite some time now, and
Right.
it's below replacement level. And so it was sold to them on that basis that these societies are aging and they won't have people to make up the workforce. And so the migrants were sold, the mass migration was sold to the Europeans as a way to make up for that shortfall. The migrants would come in and do the work as the European native population aged.
Right.
Now, the problem there is manifold. And one aspect of it is the fact that the Quran stipulates that Muslims must fight against non Muslims. And then it says in chapter 9, verse 29, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. Now, the jizya is a tax. Historically, in Sharia societies, societies that imposed Islamic law, the non-Muslims had to pay this tax for the privilege of continuing to live as non-Muslims. And they were subject to various other forms of humiliation and discrimination and harassment that were institutionalized in these societies under Islamic law. Now, when the tax is not enforced, because it's in the Quran, because it's commanded to the Muslims collect it in the Quran, when it's not collected, there have been Muslim clerics, even in Europe, who have said, in lieu of the payment of the jizya, you can go on welfare. You can collect the benefits that these states offer. And this is why Germany is such a magnet for mass migration, because it offers more generous welfare benefits than the other countries in Europe. And so many of the new arrivals come into Italy or Greece, but they pass right through because those countries are relatively impoverished and they don't give great deals to the migrants compared to what Germany gives. So they were brought in to work and they're going on
Well,
welfare.
that's what I was going to say. I mean, it kind of contradicts the original selling point for this, which was economic, that they would basically contribute to the economy. They would take jobs, as Bush used to say, that no one else wants, which is really not true. But they're obviously not taking those jobs. They're becoming a burden and a ward of the state, which means a further drain of an economy and a further burden on a dwindling population, thanks to policies like abortion. So you have this phenomena where large groups of people are taking over particular neighborhoods and areas in Europe, and they are not working, and therefore you have all kinds of social problems emanating from that. Like in Britain, you've got these gangs who are, rape gangs, as Tommy Robinson says, and he's just been put in prison, by the way, for even mentioning this. And similar situations in Sweden and Norway, and I think parts of Germany. So the situation there is pretty bad. But in the United States, I am told by my liberal left-wing friends that American Muslims have done a great job of integrating, of being assimilated into the American culture. And they point to Dearborn, Michigan, which has the largest Muslim population outside of the Middle East, as an example of Americanism and people who are productive. And in a way, many of them are. What is the difference between the United States and Europe in this regard, if there is one?
The difference is really only in the percentage. About 10% of France is Muslim now, and the percentages all over Europe are almost as high. And so in the United States, meanwhile, you have like 2% Muslims, maybe 3%. That's it. And so the situation, and also a much larger landmass, you're going to have much less of the kind of societal pressure emanating from people who want to see Sharia implemented than you see in Europe. But as that number grows, and it's certainly growing, that's going to change, and we'll go down the same road that Europe is going down now. That is proven by the historical record. There's never been a case where large numbers of Muslims move into a country and adopt its mores and assimilate and don't try to impose Islamic law. It's never happened in history. Why should it be different here?
Right. And if you want to understand what you mean by Islamic law or Sharia, you can check out Robert Spencer's books. He's got a New York Times bestseller on the topic of Sharia. Also, the issue of jihad, which is unique to Islam. It's not something that exists in Christianity. I'm told by my liberal friends again that this is not what we think it is, other than maybe Al Qaeda. It's actually a personal struggle. It's an internal improvement. They make it almost sound like a Western value. Is there an element of that? I mean, there are portions of the Islamic world that embraces this sort of westernized peace, love, and freedom version of jihad, or are they all believers in the bloody version?
Well, there is a tradition within Islam. It's not just a westernization or a Western influence. There is Islamic tradition of jihad as spiritual struggle. And the famous statement of Muhammad that he was coming from a battle and said, "We're leaving the lesser jihad and going to the greater jihad," which is often quoted in the West to show that fighting is only a secondary aspect of jihad at best. Now, this is actually quite misleading, and there are many Muslim authorities who will point out and have pointed out that that statement is considered of dubious authenticity by Islamic scholars, and that statements involving jihad as warfare are much more common, much easier to find, and much more central within the Islamic texts. And so the idea that there is some sort of a benign understanding of jihad that rejects the violent aspects is just an uninformed view that does not take into account what Islam actually teaches. The teaching of jihad is very clearly primarily warfare against unbelievers. The easiest proof of this is the fact that in chapter 8, verse 41 of the Quran, it says that when you fight, you should give a fifth of the spoils of war to Muhammad. He gets his cut like a mafia don. And the thing about it is, Charles, that the spiritual struggle, if that's what jihad is, there's no spoils of war. So it's very clear that the Quran, when it's speaking about fighting and struggling, which is what jihad is all about, struggle,
Right.
then it means warfare, that kind of struggle, and not any other kind.
Right. It's warfare and a looting operation, and the very word booty comes from Arabic. And the word Islam means total submission of the entire planet in order to match a complete and one Almighty God in the Islamic understanding. It's a physical, military subjugation of the planet. It's in a way the world's first world order movement. What should be done? I mean, my own thoughts are that Muslim minorities in the United States and in Europe and in elsewhere, they ought to take an oath of loyalty to the country that they reside in, and if they violate that oath, then they should have to go. As far as Islamic countries are concerned, let them do whatever they want. I mean, respect their sovereignty within reason. I mean, if a country is going to be so evil in terms of human rights, then the world will have to respond to that. But for the most part, if they want to be Islamic, be Islamic. But if they want to engage in aggression against their non-Islamic neighbors, they have to be met on the field of battle.
Well, yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that we should be doing if we had a sane administration in Washington that took into account the real meaning, the real history, and the real understanding of jihad that prevails among Muslims today. The nation's mosques should be put under surveillance with the understanding that if they teach something regarding the overthrow of the government, regarding the imposition of Sharia in the United States, then that will be considered to be seditious. In other words, all we really need to do is enforce laws that are already existing. But nobody wants to do that because to do it would be Islamophobic or would appear to be discriminating against Muslims. There was talk of monitoring mosques 10, 15 years ago, right after 9/11, and the Muslim groups objected, saying, well, then you should monitor synagogues and churches. And I thought, well, in the first place, synagogues and churches aren't producing terrorists. They don't have texts that teach warfare against unbelievers as a cardinal element of the religion. But if you have terrorist activity in a synagogue or a church, then yes, certainly it should be monitored. And there are plenty, for example, the Dar al-Hijra Mosque in Virginia or the Islamic Society of Boston, they have many jihad terrorists who attended there.
Indeed.
And that ought to be an occasion for saying we need to take a look at what's being taught at these places.
No, exactly. Instead, they're spying on Catholics because they're pro-life. You say Islamophobic. I don't think there's anything phobic about concern over what we're talking about here. There's some genuine issues that need to be brought up if we are to secure our future in this world. And to get back to history here, the book in question is Empire of God, How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is here discussing this most recent book. Robert, the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire, existed for almost 1,000 years, from the time of Constantine the Great, who was the founder and who moved the Roman capital to Constantinople, which at the time previously was known as Byzantium, right up till the 1453 final sack of Constantinople by the Seljuk Turks. You have, as you say, a bulwark against this advance, which of course busted out of Arabia in the 7th century. What was Byzantium like? I mean, what kind of a civilization was it?
Well, this is the civilization really that was the foundation of Western civilization. People talk about the ancient Greeks, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and so on, as being the source and really the standard for all political thought, philosophical thought, even theology in some ways, ever since then. But we would not even know about those writings were it not for the Byzantines having preserved them and then taken them west at a time when the empire was imperiled and then later when it fell. In Western Europe in the 15th century, they only had 2 books of Plato and very little understanding of his philosophy. And it was Byzantine teachers traveling to Italy who began to teach about Plato and introduce the other books that had been lost or never known in the West to the thinkers in Western Europe, which sparked the Renaissance. So that's one great, tremendous way in which the Byzantine Empire influenced Western civilization. Really, we wouldn't be even having this conversation now had it not been for the Byzantines holding off the forces of jihad for 800 years until they fell to the Ottomans in 1453, because they would have overrun Europe. The Byzantines were the ones who were holding them back. And if they had not been there, then Europe would have been conquered and Islamized. Western civilization would never have developed. In the United States, if we were here at all, it would have been a vastly different place.
Right, and as it was, the Ottomans reached the gates of Vienna and the southern outskirts of Poland, and were beaten back in the famous Battle of Vienna by Sobieski, the Polish general. And but again, not to echo a liberal historian who's a very close friend of mine, when I mentioned that I was discussing this, they claim that it was the Byzantines who destroyed the great library of Alexandria, when in fact my understanding is it was the Muslims who destroyed it. Who destroyed that library?
Yeah, there's an old story about the Caliph Umar, the second successor rather, of Muhammad as the leader of the Muslim community, going into the Library of Alexandria, ordering it to be burnt. And they said, "What are you doing, burning the library?" He said, "If the books in it agree with the Quran, they are superfluous. If they disagree with the Quran, they are heretical. Either way, we don't need them." And that is, many people question the historical accuracy of that story, but it's much more likely that the Muslims, many of whom did have that kind of attitude, burned the library, than that the Byzantines, who revered learning and knowledge and books and so on, would have done so. But it surprised me that you've heard this, or that your friend would say this, because this is one of the reasons why I wrote the book. The Byzantines have a very bad rap in the popular culture today, insofar as people know about them at all. And there are all sorts of things told about them that are patently false, but there is a concerted effort on the part of Muslims to whitewash the history of Islam, which is one reason why I wrote another book a few years ago, The History of Jihad. And they have created and circulated various stories about notorious incidents in order to deflect the blame for them from Muslims onto non-Muslims, and to protect Islam from criticism. There's the adherents of no other religion do this kind of thing. And it has created the fact that there are all sorts of people who know very little maybe about the Byzantine Empire, but what they know is inaccurate because it's part of this PR. I'll tell you another one. For example, Robert Kaplan is a noted historian of the modern day. I've never met him, but I read his book, Balkan Ghosts. And at one point, he's talking about, in Balkan Ghosts, he's touring around in the Balkans, and he goes into an Orthodox church, and he sees several Orthodox churches. He sees that the icons, the holy images that are revered in Orthodox Christianity, all have their eyes scratched out. And he asks, "What's up with that?" And somebody tells him, this is the old ladies come and scratch the eyes out of the icons and use them in potions to try to cure people's blindness and eyesight difficulties. Now, when I read this, I was ready to throw the book at the wall. This is ridiculous. It shows a manifest misunderstanding of many things. One of them, Orthodox Christians, these pious women in the Balkans, are not going to deface icons. The people who deface icons are the enemies of the Orthodox, and they are reviled by the Orthodox for doing so. It was the Muslims who destroyed the eyes of the icons when they occupied Eastern Europe. Why did they do that? Because in Islamic theology, the human image is not to be represented. It's a temptation to idolatry. So you don't have images of human beings in Islamic art. It's all calligraphy and so on. You don't have any representations of forms at all. And in order to destroy the power of the image to incite idolatry, you take out the eyes or break the nose or something like that. And so if you go into museum after museum, you'll see statuary from the Middle East, from Central Asia, and the noses are broken.
Right.
And why is that? Is it because there are appendages that are sticking out? Probably in some cases, sure. But in other cases, it was done to ruin the idolatrous power of the image, done by Muslims. But of course, the museums would never dare to tell you that.
Maybe that's why the nose in the Great Sphinx is blown off.
Oh, yeah, that's another good example.
Although I always heard that it was Napoleon's troops when they occupied Egypt in 1899.
It's another fake story.
Okay,
Napoleon
1879.
shoot off the nose of the Sphinx. The proof of that is drawings of the Sphinx that predate Napoleon's presence in Egypt and show that the nose was already gone. There is also, I forget the guy's name. It was Muhammad something, but it's in my book, The History of Jihad. There was a Muslim leader who had the nose removed from the Sphinx in order to destroy its power as an image to incite idolatry. And
Sure.
so it's exactly the same thing. It was a couple hundred years before Napoleon got there. But even now, tour guides in Egypt will tell you that because they're trained. It's a cultural habit, really, to deflect the blame away from Islam in all cases.
Well, I mean, the more recent examples of that, with the destruction of the great Hindu statues in Afghanistan that were carved into a side of a mountain,
Yep.
and also the destruction of Palmyra, which is, of course, an ancient Roman era city in Syria, was destroyed by ISIS, so largely destroyed. So, you've got this kind of I don't know, culture, anti-human. I mean, component. This idea is almost a nihilistic approach to anything that has any value, any beauty, any authenticity. It's seen as a threat, I suppose, to the cult.
Well, the Quran says in chapter 3, verse 137, to look upon the ruins of of pre-Islamic cultures, and you'll see the power of Allah in judging the non-Muslims. And so the people like ISIS and the Taliban, they like to create ruins of non-Muslim cultures because they think this shows the power and judgment of Allah, and they are the executors of that wrath, as the Quran also says, chapter 9, verse 14 to 15, that the Muslims should fight the unbelievers and Allah will punish them through their hands. So they are the wrath of Allah. And so when they blow up the statues or destroy the ancient city, they are enacting the wrath of Allah against the unbelievers.
Right, and they also engage in major cases of mass psychological projection, as they are doing now regarding Israel allegedly engaging in genocide, which is very insulting, putting that aside, because they're trying to find and locate the Hamas enemies that are firing missiles and digging terror tunnels and floating, hang gliders with machine guns. And yet that particular line of reasoning has been embraced by so many left wingers in the United States. They're not Muslim. Why are they siding with that? What's going on with that?
Leftists hate Israel, which is paradoxical since many Jews in the West and in America in particular are leftists. But I don't think they've thought it through with respect, because the fact is the left is a collectivist impulse. The left wants uniformity. It wants everybody to be the same and everybody to be on the same economic level, everybody to have the same culture, the same perspective. There's a great hostility to dissenting views. Every time the left takes power, it crushes dissent and it enforces a kind of uniformity. I think most vividly illustrated by the fact that in Mao's China, you had everybody wearing the same clothes.
Right.
Because if I wear different clothes from you, then yours might be nicer than mine or vice versa. And then there's inequality. So to enforce the equality of all people, everybody wears the same clothes. Everybody's in the same cookie cutter house. It's all the same. Now, the Jews are the fundamental group of people that resists uniformity and collectivization, because they have resisted assimilation and being drawn into the wider culture all over the world throughout history. And so they're quintessentially anti-left, even
if they think of themselves as on the left. I mean, the reality is that the way they, the belief system, the way they conduct their lives, even the atheist Jews, they are, as you say, they're nonconformists, they're individualists. They've embraced certain values of education, of family, of success, both material and spiritual, that do set them apart and that also make them targets. So you have a situation where Byzantium was in place, as we said, for 800 years, and it was the world's first Christian empire. The regions that were conquered by the Islamic forces were Christian lands for many, many centuries. Egypt, North Africa, Palestine, Syria, eventually Turkey, or what was Asia, Anatolia. These had long settled Christian populations. I think that they finally did in the last influential Christian population in these occupied lands when there was the Greeks in the early part of the 20th century. And they continue to attack the indigenous Christian people of these countries. I mean, these are people who were there long before Islam came in with the sword and imposed itself. I just think that's something people don't seem to realize, especially people who think there's something trendy about being indigenous.
No, they don't have any idea. The people who think it's trendy to be indigenous are completely ignorant of history. And they have no idea that if they are going to be consistent in claiming, and I don't believe that it's a true claim or an accurate claim, but they claim that Israel is on stolen land, then they should be saying Turkey is on stolen land. And, I myself, my grandparents lived in the Ottoman Empire and were exiled during World War I. So do I have a right of return to Chesme in Asia Minor? Nobody says that, of course, because Turkey is not a target for the global left and the global jihad. But it's exactly the same kind of, actually, it's much more accurately called stolen land situation than Israel is. So you have these people being indoctrinated and propagandized and essentially lied to, and then they're going out and acting in increasingly militant fashion upon those lies.
Oh yeah, I mean, indeed, as you point out, I mean, Turkey, what's called Turkey, had ancient Greek communities. The Pontian Greeks come to mind, which were completely ethnically cleansed in the early 1920s, and Turkey was made. It was de-Christianized in the literal sense. I mean, the Coptic Christians of Egypt go back. It's the world's first Christian church. They go back to the time of Christ. I mean, it's not. We're talking about the very cradle of Christianity that is now occupied by these occupiers, if you will. So, Robert, where can people get your excellent book?
It's at Amazon, at Barnes & Noble, anywhere fine books are sold. And it's available
All
now.
right.
Also
Robert
go to
Spencer, yeah. I'm sorry, where?
Oh, you can also go to jihadwatch.org and you'll find links to order all my books.
Oh, yeah, and I would urge people to subscribe over at Jihad Watch if you want to get the real news that's not covered by the mainstream Mockingbird press. Robert Spencer, I want to thank you for joining me.
Hey, pleasure, Charles. Thank you.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Too.
Okay, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz. My guest is Matt Ehret, who is really truly a modern intellectual. He does historical analysis, geopolitics, cultural analysis. He tends to look at what's going on behind the scenes, if you will, the conspiracy aspect to world history. And Matt, you tend to connect, as you say in your show, you connect the dots by bringing up issues in an interconnected way. You're looking at the whole world, and you look at events in the context of the greater issues. You look at events in the present in the context of history. And what you're doing is very unusual. It's a great contribution, and I really appreciate it. So thanks for joining me.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me on, Charles. And I appreciate the opening remarks. And I think the context is just so important. It changes everything. You know, the text without context is pretext, as some have said. So we often we jump into a conviction on something that opinion shapers have given us to think about, as far as like what is a narrative that will explain some element of history or something in the current world without any of the proper appreciation of what are the historical forces, what are the intentions, the agendas, the precedents, the principles that are actually at work, at play, shaping those things I'm looking at. And by ignoring it, we make half-assed decisions and make big messes throughout history. Yes. So I'm hoping that I could try to correct a little bit of that in my limited way, as I'm trying to figure things out too.
Well, you're contributing to an avoidance as best we can as individuals of World War III, if we're not already in it. And of course, you mentioned information that we have historically and today. When the people in power generally write the history books and they suppress that which doesn't fit their particular narrative. So what we're doing here, what you do, it's very difficult to sort of pierce that veil of establishmentese history and take a look at events that actually did happen, or how they've affected the way the world is. And when you try to do that, you're assaulted as a, quote, conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
When in fact, much of the edifice of the establishment is woven on their own conspiracies, and often those conspiracies are insane.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. And that's the only way, as far as I've come to think about it, the only competent way to understand anything in the human world is through through recognizing the causal nature of intentions to do things based on concepts, where people, not just one, but will have a common intention with at least some common idea, whether right or wrong, and they will do things. And sometimes the things that they do that will be associated with power, with a capacity to, like, obviously if you're a billionaire, you're going to be able to have a lot more capacity to do things that have a larger amplitude than somebody who's, a typical blue collar worker. It doesn't mean that that the type of effect a conspiracy of blue collar workers can have isn't very powerful. We saw that with the trucker convoy in Ottawa back in 2022. I mean, getting normal people, although that still was only successful, keep in mind, because there was some leadership, but getting normal people acting on a common idea that tyranny is wrong, freedom is better than tyranny, and I love my kids. I'm going to make sacrifices because of my love of children and my own children and humanity and my nation. And it helped that there was some wise, because this sort of thing can go anarchistic, like the Jacobin mobs that just cut the heads of everybody off and derailed a lot of potential that was good before the French Revolution turned into a bloodbath, because that was a lack of leadership. There wasn't anybody who qualified themselves philosophically to understand the terrain and teach the masses how to understand what they're operating within. Whereas at different other moments, like Martin Luther King, he was not from a rich, wealthy family, Martin Luther King Jr., but yet he was still able to invoke a very, very edifying process that made people better and more courageous, more dignified, that did change policy. It did have a permanent effect upon the continuity of history. So the same thing for the trucker convoy. You had certain people who were able to take the courageous stand of being, to take a leadership position. You had Randy Hillier, you had a few other people, and there were a variety of people who were able to still keep it in harmony, avoiding falling into the traps of provocateurs who were in, as we know now, were instilled by those who wanted to turn it violent. And but all that to say, conspiracies are very important for good or for bad. I mean, it's for both. So that's what I'm trying to help people be, like, both understand as both what's shaping their world, but also what they can feasibly, if they choose to, and develop their minds appropriately through understanding, participate in doing what you could consider to be a positive form of conspiracy, organize others, work in town halls, but just be a part of something that is good. Yeah.
Right. And obviously conspiracies, as you say, I mean, first of all, it's a fact of life that people conspire. They come together to work on something, and oftentimes they do it with a level of secrecy that can be required, and that can be for good or for bad. Good examples of conspiracies would have been right here in Boston. The Tea Party was a conspiracy. They got together secretly, and they the Sons of Liberty, which actually was drawn on Masonic lines, and they conspired to basically overthrow the British crown, and it triggered the American Revolution. Another good conspiracy was the Valkyries, which was led by von Stauffenberg, which plot to assassinate Hitler. So, these are things, sometimes you need a level of secrecy when you're dealing with very bad situations. But the problem with general conspiracy, I think, is that it's pervaded the establishment to such an extent that they're almost living in an alternative reality. And while there has been conspiracy elements at every generation, it's reached a level now where they can really mold the mainstream narrative, in that they control enough of the means of communication, as Karl Marx called for, And I trace it in the modern sense, and this will get us into the topic I want to talk about, to what Professor Carol Quigley talked about in the Anglo-American Establishment in his book Tragedy and Hope. It was the Rhodes Roundtable, and it was this idea of merging the British Commonwealth nations and the United States into a world control entity that would informally control the world, and basically by a small clique of white supremacists, essentially. You mentioned, Matt, that you can have a truth speaker stand up and say something true, and they can change the whole dynamic. You can go to like a local town meeting and simply make a statement of truth, and it changes everything, and it blows up the whole narrative. And you use as an example the Canadian truckers, and you're a Canadian activist. I want to say, as an American, thank God for the Canadian truckers. They really changed what was coming down the pike, which was these forced vaccine passports that would have eventually become digitized and would have carried all sorts of who knows what information about every single person. It would have been modeled ultimately, and there's no reason to assume otherwise, on the communist Chinese model, which is giving people a social score, which means that you can't eat unless you have a good social score. You can't travel. They were in the process of launching that, and it was stopped by the Canadian truckers. It really was. I mean, when they got up and they blocked the roads and they threatened to close the Canadian economy down, the whole thing fell apart, and that was spreading. It was spreading to the United States, Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel. The truckers were waking up, and they had to back down. I mean, here in Boston, where I live, we had a new mayor who just the first thing she did when taking office was say that you had to have a vaccine passport to go into a restaurant or a store, and that the manager of those businesses would have to check your passport. And and once the truckers came on the scene, that everybody backed away. The whole thing fell apart because nobody wants to have that kind of paralysis. And I think that it put them in abeyance, at least for now. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to try to come back, and it doesn't mean that they haven't put in these authoritarian laws, but at least it shows that a group of people can organize and throw enough of a light on this kind of darkness that it puts a stop to it. So I just want to say I'm grateful to those Canadian truckers.
Yeah, no, it was surprising. I didn't think that we had it in us. I didn't think our culture had the capacity to generate something like that, because in my analysis of Canadian history, it's a series of a lot of very disappointing evaluations of very bad slavish pro-monarchical judgments over the course of 250 years.
Right.
Mostly there are these little moments of brightness, of courageous sort of Republican freedom-loving sentiment that emerges from time now and again throughout the history records that mostly have been brushed or erased from collective memory by the narrative shapers of the British Empire. But the culture has been really, really made mushy by the handlers of Canada, who are located primarily, as Carol Quigley illustrates very nicely, not within Canada. There's an internationally extended roundtable organization tied to Oxford. This is actually a junior branch of a higher operating system that's more tied to Cambridge, which is sort of like the brains, whereas Oxford produces the brawn, the doers, whereas Cambridge produces not Massachusetts, but the thinkers, the Bertrand Russells, the Lord Maynard Keyneses, the grand strategists who will shape the rules of the game, in which then the Rhodes Scholars, the Fabians, will be deployed to then act within the framework of the rules shaped by the dungeon masters in the Royal Society in Cambridge. Exactly. So that's sort of the way that this whole deep state has been cultivated and groomed within America, within Canada. We've got our own many leaders who die very mysterious deaths, or just outright, assassinated before their policy vision could culminate in something really good. You'll usually find the hand of this apparatus there in some way, and anybody who's looking for it will find it, as long as, like I said, as we were talking about, you don't let go of the understanding that the principle of conspiracy, utilizing, of course, not just because conspiracy, the difficult thing for people is that it's tied to immaterial intentions. And we have a very materialist society in terms of our education system, how people are trained to conduct history research or carry out any type of political theory. There's what's called the name that's given to it is radical positivism. This idea that the truth is located in the facts, and just by accumulating the facts, you can find a pattern. You could just sort of assemble them and impose some explanation onto the model. That's incompetent. The facts are useful. Looking for patterns is useful. Those are useful things that we can do. We can use our senses to collect things that we then call facts, arrange them how we see fit on any type of, graph or whatever on a timeline. That's fine. You could take names, make an encyclopedic list of associations. That's fine. And you could look for patterns. That's good. That's okay too. But if you think that that's all you have,
well, it's dumbing down a broader picture, because you need to analyze those facts, and also who's getting to choose which facts are included and which facts are. I mean, I've talked. People tell me, "Oh, I say that for example, the New York Times is biased on the left," which of course it is, and it's really the main mouthpiece for the entire establishment. Every news deliverer gets a copy, no matter where they are in this country, probably in the world. But they're biased not because of what they talk about necessarily. It's what they don't talk about. It's what they leave out that makes the bias. They decide what the public is going to hear and not hear. They choose the facts. And now we're having, I'm sure you've talked about this huge censorship campaign that's been in place, particularly since President Trump was elected. And they have these misinformation mills at the big universities, like right here at Harvard. They've got the Shorenstein Center, that they decide what's, quote, misinformation and what isn't, and they censor that which they deem to not fit this narrative. Now, of course, they also were promoting complete garbage for years, as in Putin conspired with Trump to steal the 2016 election. That was a big conspiracy theory that they had no problem with. So, this is all very selective, and it's very authoritarian in nature, and it's against the American spirit, which is competition and which is a free and open exchange of ideas. Now, my new book is The Anti-Semitic Imagination, and I talk about how anti-Semitism has been used as a tool by the establishment to divert attention from their own malfeasance. But at the same time, and how Judaism has always stood against this kind of thing, going all the way back to the battles against pagan worship and the worship of false gods and idols. And yet I also get into what I would call the Jewish deep state. And I see it as starting with the infiltration of this false messiah in the 16th century called Shabtai Zvi. It's very specific that he introduced this antinomian idea that whatever is good is evil, whatever is evil is good. It's very satanic, actually, in nature.
This is pre-Sabbatean.
This is the founder of the Sabbateans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, 17th century, and he was, after he was exposed, he said that if we create such degradation and such debauchery and such evil in the world, then the Messiah will come to save the world, which is the exact opposite of the Jewish conception and the Christian conception. I mean, Jesus came to fulfill the Torah and to uphold the moral and ethical precepts of God's writ. Right. It's a complete, it was a complete heresy. And yet, after he was exposed as a fraud, his followers, many of them, most of the people dropped out of it, but an elite group of them went underground, and they formed this Sabbatean society. And that it's that society that has struggled to take over Judaism. It's been a kind of a quiet.
Yeah, Jacob Frank and all that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, well, but the thing that I think, because that's something that people will encounter very, very quickly in doing some of this research, is the Sabbateans and the Frankists afterwards. And that's certainly a serious issue. But it's the more I look at at this history from this lens of the occult and how the occult has been at the heart of the creation and practice of the various intelligence agencies, the migration of imperial agencies from location to location. Obviously, you know, when Rome collapsed, a lot of the leading families, I mean, a couple of them might have like disappeared. You know, the patrician families. A lot of them stayed in power, but they migrated. Some of them stayed within Rome, tried to use and reconstruct the system of the demigod emperor in the form of the Pope, utilizing certain forgeries like the donation of Constantine that we later discovered was a forgery, which posits that it was like an apocryphal sort of story that Constantine gave the papacy full authority over the material domain, which also was the legal basis upon which the papal states were later on justified, as well as the spiritual domain. So again, they wanted to sort of use a new form of Roman emperor in that form for a while. And so some of the families stayed around Rome, tried to reconstruct it that way. Other families either, you know, moved their possessions, their assets as much as they could carry from the West into Constantinople. A lot of them, though, the most virulent ones that I could see that were carrying on the higher initiated rites of you know, the priesthood that controlled things like Mithra, the Mithraic cult, or the mystery religion, as well as Cybele and Attis. They migrated into Venice through a series of steps under certain Christian veneers, but not really. If you look at it, it was always satanic. And these are the same types of Satanists who were trying to destroy Christianity earlier on with the Gnostic Christian synthetic sects that were created as sort of pseudo-Mithraic, pseudo-Sibelian sects before, you know, in the 2nd, 3rd century. And they were trying to destroy it from within, you know, like introducing like blood drinking, human sacrifice, things like that within their higher rites of initiation, which would then natural as saying, yes, we're doing the eating of the flesh of Jesus, and it's actual flesh. And, you know, like obviously this was horrific,
of course,
for the Roman population, where they're like, that's Christianity. Yeah, burn it. So, you know, you had this whole thing where the Roman people were being played against Christianity. Christianity at different times was being played by the various forces within the higher cults that often ran the most emperors and the legions, which were always members of the cult of Mithra. They were being played against the Jews at different times. The Jews were being played against the Christians at different times. The people, the masses who weren't on either side, were being played against both.
It's the British idea of divide and conquer, basically. And
well, yeah, it precedes the British Empire, and this is what took over the British Empire via the Venetian transit, where Venice was the pre-British Empire global system of evil. And at a certain point, when that became too weak, they had to migrate, transfer their institutions, their operating base to the British Isles and to Amsterdam. And this is what the founding fathers were fighting against, was this agency that by this time was manifesting in things like the Hellfire Club. You know, that was the entire British government were members of the Hellfire Club before and during the American Revolution. That was as one of the leading members had even said, where they were practicing within caverns, the catacombs, which is where the Mithraic ceremonies
underneath Rome, right?
Well, they still have them underneath Rome. There's about 600 that have been uncovered, excavated, that are all over Europe, into Russia, North Africa, even the Middle East, Syria. There's Mithraeum.
It's like
but there was one also under. Yeah, it's like the Tunnel Society, where they do all their ritual. Yeah, and it could take on a This is where Francis Dashwood, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, had set up his catacombs under the I think it's Medmenham Castle, where Benjamin Franklin had to infiltrate and get intelligence back to Cotton Mather and the Patriots in America at the time, to get a sense of like, well, what is this thing that has outlets within America? Like Ben Franklin's older brother was running a chapter of the Hellfire Club in Boston, or is it Philadelphia now? I'm forgetting. Anyway,
I think it was Philadelphia.
And you had like 13 of these chapters of the Hellfire Club in the 1720s, 1730s being set up across the colonies to bring in this Satanism. And so the satanic Gnostic ancient mystery cults they're highly adaptable. They can create ones with Kabbalistic Jewish flavor, with Christian flavor, with Muslim flavor. They know how to create cults. And then what happens is that the people who get burned by their activity will then hate the form that the package that they created, the Jewish package, the Christian package, the Muslim package, and they will not see that, no, this is actually all equally satanic mystery cults masquerading.
Right, that they're all kind
as
of
the faith.
interconnected, and that they're going to shift the blame onto actually the enemies of those cults. And I'd note that a lot of people who look at this sort of conspiracy, I think, probably accurately trace it back to Mystery Babylon and to the ancient idol worshiping cults that ran these societies, and that in the modern sense, Christianity, it may be in spite of these cults, I think in spite of these cults, has been a force of goodness in the world, because it teaches that the individual derives his rights from the Creator, and that Jesus is the intercessor, and that the Torah says that you know men and women are created in the image of God, and that we derive our rights from God, not from the state. So, in spite of their efforts at control, and it's a fascinating subject, and we need to keep an eye on it. They've set in motion ideas that they can't control, and I think that was also true of the founding of the United States. Because I wonder, when I see things like the all-seeing eye on the American seal, and the hellfire clubs that you talk about, I mean, I think that there might have been an element of that kind of Masonic secretiveness that was part of the agenda of the founding fathers. Even, I don't know that, but either way, and even maybe what? Yeah.
Oh no. Well,
No, I was
your
just
thought, and
going
then
to. I was just I was just going to say that either way, whether or not they were part of any kind of conspiracy, maybe inadvertently, maybe deliberately, they set in motion an advance of individual freedom. And that's, in a sense, it was a further flowering of Christian culture, which was emanated from Jewish culture, which is that we derive our rights from the Creator and not from the state. Our rights are inherent, or natural rights, as some of the great Enlightenment figures talked about, and that the state is nothing more than an apparatus to protect those rights, and that it operates in a sense in a very strict paradigm, which is why we have a constitution. Anyway, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing, I wrote a series of books called The Clash of the Two Americas, to try to make as transparent as possible my understanding of the United States as something very beautiful but unfulfilled. Right, so that's why the first of the book of the series is the Unfinished Symphony, which I like as a metaphor, because it does get across. I selected that because it gets across a resolution to this false debate, where you either have people who absolutely love everything about America, and they are so willing to, they have a cognitive dissonance over even acknowledging any evil that was ever done by the United States, both as a Pax Americana empire that's overthrown something like 200 governments in the past 80 years,
right,
to maintain a system of empire, a lot of evil, a lot of blood, a lot of unjust wars of the 18th century. So they can't see that, because they're so immersed within the exceptionalism of that mythos, or just the exceptional people. There's this superiority complex, which is dangerous when you let your mind go there. The other one is, the other grouping can only hate America, can only see the bad, can only see slavery, can only see hypocrisy. They can't see anything good. And it's like, what I try to do is both recognize the evil, because it's like, you got to, as an alcoholic, you got to first admit you got a problem, but you're trying to get back to your true self, right? And then also look at, well, where all of the points of wonderful goodness that emerged throughout the course of the past 250 years of the American experience. And so you can then get a sense that a lot of the evil was done or can be accounted for by this unrepentant British Empire and its apparatus, which never left after 1776. It has worked to corrupt the people, to corrupt the agencies, the agencies of control, and you could do the same thing for masonry as well. So these more older institutions, because this is a new institution, right, America. But
Right.
the older institutions, you know, I've got one of my friends, Gerald Therrien. He's writing a book right now on the clash of the two Britons, getting at the fact that before this parasite latched on and started taking over England, starting especially with Henry VIII and his Venetian advisors that induced him to create things like the Anglican Church with the hereditary bloodline as the new pope. This was a Venetian operation inside of England that derailed a lot of but there were a lot of very powerful, good people, like Thomas More, who got his head cut off.
Right.
Many other good Republican patriots within England, who have to be. We end up hating Britain so much that we forget, like a lot of American patriots, they despise Britain for all of its hypocrisy, pomp, and evil, and they forget, no, there's actually this current of goodness. William Penn, a lot of the reason why you have Pennsylvania is William Penn, who was he was anti-imperial. He had a very different idea of what empire meant based upon the common good, cultivating good relations with the natives and the settlers, and so this is where the American experience is largely, you could see it as the effect of a civil war within England. Is an English Civil War. The founding fathers they saw themselves as British subjects.
Sure.
But they were representing the better traditions of Britain. Now, just so you know, same thing, Clash of the Two Britons, but same thing too for the Clash of the Two Masonries. Increasingly, what you see is that throughout history, in deep history, you have those who have, it appears, utilized the need for secrecy, but also the idea of within Masonry around there's certain common ideas that you kind of have to be stupid not to agree with, like a brotherhood of human beings.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of very good things as an ideal, which are there. The idea that there is a law above and a law below, a law of man that has to accommodate the law of God, which is also an ideal within Masonry. But the problem is that these satanic mystery cults also have utilized Masonic agencies, right? Especially the Rosicrucians that took over, created the modern British Masonry and a lot of the lodges. But you have on the one hand, and I got this originally, this idea that hasn't been proven wrong, from Lyndon LaRouche originally in 1978 or 79. He wrote a paper on the secrets known only to the inner elites. And his thesis was solid. It was provocative, and I like I said, I haven't been able to disprove this. But on the cover of this magazine called The Campaigner, there's like Aristotle and Plato, being ripped apart, and they're in a disputation from the school of Athens.
Right.
And he makes the point that you have the Platonists and the Aristotelian or Neoplatonists as two opposing schools expressing themselves throughout the institutions historically, so oftentimes within Masonic organizations, lodges. And on the one hand, one could be considered the nation builders, the city builders.
Right.
That goes back to Solon, who studied in Egypt at the Temple of Ammon. Moses was also in Egypt, and if you were from a noble family within the Egyptian upper class, you would have gotten a sort of experience going through the mystery schools in some degree, but not all. But also Plato and Pythagoras also studied in Egypt, probably the Temple of Ammon at the time before it became totally corrupt, which would have been a place where, as Friedrich Schiller got at it in an essay, or actually it was a lecture in 1793 or 1791 on the mission of Moses. He's doing an analysis in this lecture on universal history and the corruption of Masonry, but how originally one could have seen how the idea of one creator, one cause, as subsuming all other pantheistic or polytheistic considerations of many creators, good and evil, which was dominant in the pre-monotheistic world, that would have emerged easily if you had like looking at the Pyramid of Giza, for example. It's an observatory. It's tuned to the cycles of the precession of the equinox, to the solstice, to a variety of things. But the idea that when you look at the night sky, that there is like one harmony of the night sky. You could follow the stars, you could follow their cycles over the course of a year, over the course of many years, and you could start seeing that there's this unifying principle, which would have been very heretical and dangerous to just come out in a polytheistic world and say, oh yeah, there's only one cause of all of this. That's, you know,
Right.
all of your sacred myths are actually wrong because there's one God, not many gods. That will get you killed. So the need to put or to have sort of rites of initiation would have lawfully have emerged in order to vet people. You know, you can't just jump from grade 1 to grade 10. You're expected to make certain discoveries along the way before you can understand. Yeah, exactly. But then with secrecy comes corruption as well, easily, because now you have the seeds of power where you can just add more degrees. You can start adding more coloring to the sacred stories that then are more beneficial to maintaining power than to actually helping people attain higher knowledge, which philosopher kings must. So you could see that there would be these things. And the last thing I would say, there's evidence of massive battles within lodges throughout history, and especially the time of the 18th, 19th century.
Right.
There were hundreds of different lodges, and there were life and death battles between factions on the one hand who believed that man is God, that at the end of the day, we are God. And by the way, God is evil. And we're made in the image of that evil God, and we are thus that God.
that's the Sabatian theory, and it's
That's
also the roots of Marxism, I would note. And you know, I think that what you're describing regarding the difference between Plato and Aristotle, that was also articulated by Ayn Rand. That was one of her basic theories, that Plato was the author of the Republic. It was a hyperstate that would have complete order and control over who lived and who died. I mean, in the ancient Greek society, a baby would be, after the baby was born, you'd have a group of judges decide whether that baby was going to live or die, and if it was going to be utilized by the state. And if it was decided the baby would die, they'd put it off on the side of a mountain. And that ultimately people would grow up to either be soldiers, merchants, they would chat. It was a total state control. And that Ayn Rand's theory is that is really the progenitor to communism, whereas Aristotle believed in the primus mobile, the creator of the universe, although she was a radical atheist, putting that aside, that there's one source of reality, one creator of the universe, and that the individual answers to that creator and not to the state.
Well, there's a problem in that. I partially agree with her and I partially don't, because on the one hand, Plato is exposing people. Often they mistake what he's doing in the Republic and they treat it like he's offering a prescription of what we should all be doing, which is not what he's doing. He's exposing the actual, he's saying the quiet part out loud, the thing you're not supposed to say. He's telling you exactly all of the oligarchy's techniques of control, what model they're using, how they work. And he's writing this as well for his academy, for his students, who he's trying to create philosopher kings and advisors to philosopher kings. So he's creating an exercise for his students to think through political intelligence and how to actually understand evil, how to understand the oligarchy. And the Ayn Rand ignores the preamble of that whole dialogue of 13 books or 12 books, which is book 1 with his battle on justice with Thrasymachus versus Socrates, where he proves, that the Hobbesian might makes right of Thrasymachus is incompetent and not the way to organize society. Right. And then he takes you through a bunch of exercises. The other thing on Aristotle, so Plato's exposing the methods of the evil, which is why you'll always find that the best fighters of the satanic faction of the oligarchy throughout history are always Platonists. They're using the Platonic method. And the thing about Aristotle, his idea of prima mobile, because Plato had his own prima mobile too in the Timaeus and in the Phaedo dialogue on the immortality of the soul and on the nature of the creator. Plato's is a highly active creative force, like a god that is both supramundana but also mundana, so both through the world but also not contained by the laws necessarily of the world, but both, and is present in every moment, in every part of the universe that is creation, that is harmonic, reasonable, good, and loving. Whereas the Aristotle prima mobile is the unmoved mover, the the creator that created the world, but is now made the world so perfect that the creator is now incapable,
is outside of the world
to have any
It's
influence.
kind of like
exactly.
it's kind of like deism, and also ultimately the Aristotelian idea was synthesized with the Judaic idea that God is the author of moral and ethical reality and a moral and ethical code. And that was synthesized mainly in the Gospel of John, which is, of course, the fourth book of the New Testament, where he talked about logos, which, of course, is a description of the order of society, the order
Yeah.
of the universe.
Right.
That basically was merged with the Greek concept. But to bring things up in terms of Masonry, my understanding is that it was infiltrated by the Illuminati of Adam Weishaupt in the 1780s, once his secret society, which emanated out of the University of Ingolstadt in Munich, was exposed by Bavarian authorities, and that the idea that he was into was this idea of ultimately abolishing all clerisy and all sovereignty and creating this kind of international ant colony or whatever. And whatever, like kind of where people would be semi-lobotomized and we would all be part of a cog in a wheel. And that George Washington was alerted to this by a preacher in Boston by the name of Schneider, who said, "Are you aware that the Illuminati might have infiltrated your lodge in Alexandria, Virginia?" And Washington sent him back a letter saying, "I am aware of the Illuminati, and I do not believe that they're here. They did not infiltrate my lodge." And it's actually a letter that is on display at the Masonic Lodge in Alexandria, Virginia today. So this is history. But the point is that Masonry played, I think, generally a positive role in the founding of the United States. And the question is that even if it didn't, the positive ideas of it were embraced by average citizens to such a degree that this internationalist-oriented, illuminated, if you will, establishment, however you want to describe it, they've not been able to really control the high ground. They maybe have tried, but they have to operate within the societies that they function and conform themselves to those societies. And in the case of the United States, they've not been successful so far.
Yeah. Well, okay. So there's a point that ties in both with the previous thought and this one. Aristotle, Plato, and this thought regarding the manifestations of the different dynamics within opposing lodges. So one thing I forgot to mention regarding Aristotle within his Politics is the concept that within natural law, we have to presume that there are masters and slaves. So built into natural law and the fabric thus of human social organization, we have to presume, because in Aristotle's world, his logic is, well, there are slaves now. There are people who are thus, he says, born slaves, and people who are born masters, at which we have to presume as an immutable fact of creation, which will always be as a universal. Now that right there is toxic and poison. If we make that a rule, right? Like it's like Marx coming out saying, well, because there is injustice and social turmoil of the proletariat and those who control capital, that is an immutable fact. The class
eventually
struggle
it was proven to be not so. But I would just only note that in Aristotle's time, slavery was the economic system. I mean, most people were at some level slaves, as opposed to free laborers. And so we would have to look at it in the context of the times. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. I mean,
yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? So like the idea that you would make it a general universal law is very dangerous, versus simply recognizing that, okay, we're addicted to this practice, though it's like the founding fathers, like they agreed, at least when they were setting up the new nation, that, okay, this is ultimately wrong. The British got us addicted to this form of economic wiring, because slavery was in America, not because the Americans like voted and wanted slaves. It was like it was
imposed on America by the British.
Yeah.
I mean,
the British Africa Company was dumping slaves in from the Portuguese. I mean, it was, and then they were addicted to it. Like it's like you were born to an addiction, and there was an understanding that, okay, we have to wean ourselves off of this because all men really are created equal. So they were like, okay, within 20 years, we're gonna act upon this agreement now, this contract, to stop importing new slaves. We're gonna make this illegal in already. I think half the states or new colonies were already in agreement. We're gonna not have this at all.
That's right.
So it was on the way out, and there was a lot of effort to get the addict back into the drug. And that was like a lot of the opium slave running families that became
literally, yeah, that's right. What the British India Company did to China, right? I mean, the opium
exactly.
wars
It all
opening the thing
exactly.
up.
It all played into that.
A lot of big merchants in the establishment in Boston made a lot of money from that. You know, like
and their
Perkins
families
family
became.
and whatnot.
These are the junior aristocratic families modeling themselves off of the British high ethic that have their castles and they have their little manors in England as well, and they try to model their accents off of the British.
Oh yeah, they were very, very Anglophilic.
Super Anglophile. Boston, yeah, the Pilgrim Society it comes out of this whole thing that interfaces with the Round Table movement in America, the CFR. So all that stuff, all that to say, so Aristotle's position on slavery is really gross, and his idea also of the tabula rasa, that we're born with as a blank slate, later taken up by John Locke, who, by the way, also was a director for the British Royal Africa
is that right?
Company. Yeah,
he said
John Locke,
everyone life is short and brutish, I think was his quote.
Yeah, no, he was a high-level British imperialist who really despised the idea that all men are created equal, made in the living image of God. He was not on that board. He was on the other side, and that's why he was more than happy. Also, helping write legislation that banned the development of manufacturing in the colonies in the early 1800s. So John Locke we've been lied to by the myth makers who've taken over control of our society to have us believe that British imperial blank slaters who promoted slavery were the inspiration for the American founding fathers, which is not true. There were some founding fathers who, like Locke, like Jefferson, who had a problem with his love of slavery, which he did have a problem with that. But he was not a mover of the process. He was somebody who was kind of like his foot was had 2 feet in two worlds.
And at the end of the day, he was a patriot, even though he was.
At the end of the day, he was a patriot, right?
He still had some of these agrarian imperialist approaches, and a lot of his battle with Hamilton is based on that. But I want to bring things up to the nationalist movement, which is the most, I think, progressive movement men.
Oh, wait, but the Illuminati thing. So just quick, before we do the nationalist thing. So, so the thing that I've noticed so far is that, well, one, the big purge of American lodges, like the patriotic lodges, happened through a Masonic operation in the 1820s that lasted until the 1840s. It was a while. It was a huge all-out war.
Was this to do with Albert Pike?
Albert Pike did play a role in this, and in his Morals and Dogma, he speaks quite favorably upon this, actually. Right. But there's a guy named William Morgan. You hear about William Morgan?
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, he was the assassination or the disappearance of Morgan led to the Anti-Masonic Party that was headed by John Quincy Adams, who wrote some incredible documents railing against it.
Well, I have, Quincy Adams' writings on it. I think he got pulled into something that he didn't fully understand, but it does seem to be that that was a coup of the most satanic evil of the lodges, and all of the patriotic lodges were almost totally annihilated throughout that process. And
in upstate New York,
Scottish Rite, yeah, exactly. And only the Scottish Rite with its northern and southern branch came out as the king of all lodges by the end of that process by the 1840s. They were the only ones to come out and dominate everything else. And all of the good ones, like that Henry Clay, the protectionists, the Whigs, the people that were fighting to get people like Zachary Taylor or William Harrison in power, they were wiped out. Now, the thing about William Morgan that I was noticing, because this is around the same time that you had British intelligence and there was this core Gnostic cluster of intel operatives that were working around the Archbishop of Canterbury in the 1820s to revive a Jesuitical thesis by, I forget his name all of a sudden. But there was this thesis that was put forth at the Council of Trent in the 1860s, 70s that was based upon an interpretation of end times theology or end times prophecy around this idea that it would accompany certain things like the convincing all the world Jewry to go to a certain place back in the Holy Land, the reconstruction of Solomon's temple. And if you do all of these things, then the end times will come in some cataclysm and something good will happen maybe afterwards, you know? So, but this is a Jesuitical thing that was part of a whole operation in the 16th century that was shady business. This thesis was forgotten mostly and then revived in a big way. It took on some weird forms with Oliver Cromwell, and his circle was infested by some of this stupidity. But then it came back in a virulent way in the 1820s with the Aylesbury Conference in Britain. And Thomas Carlyle was a leading figure within this thing, and the idea was to create a massive surge of synthetic pseudo-Christian Gnostic cults. That you had the New Apostolic Church. You had. It seems like the Mormon groupings were brought into America through this process,
and they're very secretive. The Mormons.
Oh, I mean, highly, yeah. It's a Gnostic cult,
and I think that they also came about around the same time as Henry Morgan.
Oh yeah, and here's the thing. Here's where it gets weird, right? So Morgan, all of a sudden, he's never proven to have died. What he does is he's a loudmouth who's got a really bad reputation as like a scam artist. He all of a sudden says, "Okay, by the way, I'm a Grandmaster Freemason. I went through all the rites of initiation, and I'm going to write a book exposing everything." And he's really loud everywhere he goes. He can't stop talking about that. And right there, that's a bit weird. Now that being said, the press agencies are covering him like they're making him like a star, and all of a sudden he disappears. He doesn't like, nobody knows where he is. So obviously he's dead, right? That's the thesis everyone says. Now he's dead. Now I'm not convinced he died. I think the whole thing was a theater. What happens immediately?
He went to Canada, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Canada plays a weird role in this whole thing. Sure. But I think he probably went to a Mormon commune, because the Mormons were also gearing up to do their own civil war in America. They had their whole like little war with the federal government. Yeah. And they had their whole idea of Zion as well in America as the Garden of Eden, sort of. It's weird. But all I have to say, and it's an alien cult too. They believe that God lives on Cobol. But all I have to say, yeah. And we all get a planet if we're part of the higher initiated class within the Mormon groupings, because there's lower and higher, like an exoteric and esoteric schooling within Mormonism. And if you're part of the upper class, then you get your own planet, apparently. All that to say, so this initiates this massive crackdown, right? Like everybody's going ballistic on the Masons are evil, and everything is oversimplified, and you can't, like, all the lodges get hammered. Henry Clay, the Whigs, who are many of them are operating through the lodges, get hammered. Now Morgan, his wife, immediately becomes, of all of the people in America, she goes to a Mormon commune and becomes one of the wives of Joseph Smith. She becomes a Smith wife immediately.
And which I think he had like almost a harem of wives.
He had a harem. He had his harem.
Yeah, he did.
And sort of Brigham Young. But so she becomes a Smith wife.
Okay.
And then what's really weird is, like, 18 years later, so for some people within the Mormon practice, you do a baptism after somebody dies, right? Not for everybody, but for some people.
Right.
The Mormons end up they do a baptismal ceremony for William Morgan. 18 years after he supposedly died in 1826.
That's very telling.
Yeah. So, and this thing's just coming out so many levels. So now at this point, and then Albert Pike later on writes in his Morals and Dogma of what a positive thing this whole anti-Masonic movement was, and he's talking about how the dupes and the fools on the lower levels will do things that actually will benefit those higher Luciferians that are in the know.
Not to throw another log on the fire, but this is also around the time that Andrew Jackson suspended or refused to renew the charter for the Second Bank of the United States, which is a whole big subject. we're kind of reaching toward the end of the show, so I want to, and there's so much. We're just getting started.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like amazing. I mean, you are like a walking encyclopedia. I mean, it's incredible, your knowledge and your synthesis of stuff. It's great.
Well, thanks,
I'd like
man.
to have you back and do regular programming here. But I want to talk about Zionism and nationalism a little bit, because that's one of the topics in my book. The nationalist movement was, I think, the most progressive in history. It was the ability of a group of people to control their own lives and destinies through the establishment of governments and nation states by which people would share certain commonalities of culture, language, faith, and other aspects, and that they would then have this kind of sovereignty and be able to exercise that kind of control. That's what Zionism is for the Jewish people. And I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories around it as being some kind of a world control thing. And you've got this complete misinterpretation of this concept in Judaism of the chosen people, which is in a way the same misinterpretation that Americans have of manifest destiny. That's not the purpose of the idea. The idea of the chosenness is that the Jews were called at the foot of Sinai to serve God, not to control anyone, not to control man, but to take on an extra layer of responsibility, things like, dietary laws and rituals, so that they could be closer to God, so that they could raise their spirituality and thus be an example to all of mankind. And that, in a sense, if you look at the Jewish history, the Jews have always bucked establishments, and they've always been very individual oriented. They've prized education and family and moral values. And Zionism has been a thread that's run through Jewish history. I get into every century how Jews have tried to reassert control over that miserable piece of beachfront that we call Israel. And why God chose that, who knows? That's a question that's beyond my pay scale. But that's what we were commanded to do in the Torah. Nothing more and nothing less. Take possession of that tiny strip of territory between the river and the sea, as the Palestinians like to say, except obviously for the Jewish people. And I think there's been, does Israel have a deep state? Yes. Israel knows how to play ball with the deep staters. They always did. They know how to get benefits from the Rothschild family. They knew how to play ball with the all of these, the Rhodes Roundtable people. But the only difference, and it's bad, and some of the stuff they did is very unsavory even to this day. But the only difference I would make is that their goals are very modest. It's to preserve that tiny speck of land, that society that they've built there, against what I would argue are genocidal forces. And if you look at Israel today, they have created this dynamic nationalist entity that's both spiritual and political. And that if the Arab street would wake up and realize that they should do the same in their own countries rather than focus on this irrational hatred of Israel, then they would have independent, sovereign societies. And I get into the history of how originally the Arab leaders wanted to do this with Israel and how they were subverted by this internationalist order. Anyway.
Well,
thank you for
what I
humoring
would
me.
say,
Yeah.
what I would say, there was Yossi Beilin, the former justice minister, gave an interview in, I think it was 2003. I want to say, when he was trying to revive an Oslo II that had been derailed earlier in the 90s through the murder of Rabin. And I think Yasser Arafat hadn't been killed yet, but there was a grouping that did forensic analysis upon his bones that were exhumed and proved that there was polonium poisoning there. So it seems like Arafat's death also wasn't so natural. Obviously, Yitzhak Rabin being murdered it destroyed a lot of potential, and it wasn't, people are like, oh, it was obviously terrorists, and it's like, well, it's crazy ass Rabbi Cook follower.
No, look, these things don't happen by accident. I
And Yossi Beilin, the point he made is, look, we wanted to create a, 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 a homeland, a sanctuary for Jews to be safe, not a new Masada cult. And I thought that was an important lesson, because he is, as well as Yitzhak, his former boss and friend, was aware that there was this blood and soil cult that had been incubated throughout the century, and was very, very dangerous if that got out of hand.
Okay.
And remember I was saying that there could be a book on the clash of the two Britons, or the clash of the two Englands, there could be a clash of the two Zions too, I think, like there's this important need to map out the structure of the occult satanic agencies masquerading as Judaism. And I believe that Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, from all of my analysis of this character, was a Satanist, the worst kind of Kabbalist. Not. I believe that there's a school of good Kabbalism. I'm open to that, but this
right.
This
but
guy
he might have
been
been a follower of Shabtai Zvi, Possibly.
I'm feeling like he probably, it smells like it, and that's why the British Empire installed him in 1919 as the lead rabbi of Ashkenaz Jews in Palestine, and and they also co-installed Haj Amin at the same time.
Exactly,
to
which
control
was it's classic British policy of picking the radicals on both sides to control the argument. Rather than
exactly. And if in my mapping of things, when I look at these different, like Jabotinsky was brought in first. He was working with Trotsky directly in Ukraine and Russia as part of this whole Wall Street, color revolutionary operation to undermine Russia and the Romanovs and the broader global dynamic that Russia was participating in, as far as like setting up the stage for a world of cooperation based on American system practices of Russian versions of greenback, state banks, protectionism, building rail industrial corridors to elevate people from being serfs to becoming like active participating citizens with minds. So that was going on in Russia. That had to be undone. So
that was already. You're right. Let me just interrupt. I mean, you're right that under the last Romanovs, Russia, there was a middle class emerging, and that they were moving, I think, rapidly toward a truly great sovereign state, and it was undone by this conspiracy to, by the Bolsheviks, so called.
Yes. So all that to say, like looking at the different, so you had Parvis, Alexander Helfand Parvis, who on the one hand was one of the trio working with Trotsky, setting up things like the Young Turks, operating through a Mazzini Lodge run by Mazzini's grandson at the time in Cyprus, which managed a big chunk of the Young Turk operation to destabilize Russia's underbelly before World War I even started, and set the groundwork, utilizing as well what became Muslim Brotherhood operations, which is a Freemasonic lodge as well, and fusing money and drugs from his controllers down into that zone. Then on the other hand, you had Jabotinsky doing something kind of similar, trying to like model himself off of a fascist structure of Mussolini's Italy, which what's his name, David Ben Gurion called Jabotinsky Vladimir Hitler for a reason, because he was, you look at what the ear gun and the was doing, along with Rabbi Kook's operatives. They were pushing a very Ubermenschen mode of organizing society, and at different times would carry out mass atrocities against the Arabs who've been living there, and at different times Haj Amin was inducing useful idiots to like carry out massive atrocities against Jews. And again, they just wanted to incubate eye for an eye type of baggage, which they've been able to successfully do for a century. So we've been played a lot. And that's my whole point, is that whenever I speak to an Arab audience or a Jewish audience or a Christian audience, I'm always trying to get people to appreciate how we've all been played by the same satanic force of ancient mystery cults at the end of the day that we have to be aware of. And have that conversation first, and then it'll exactly.
I make the same point in my book, and I just would note that Zionism itself is an organic, dynamic movement. I mean, in the same way that the American movement, the Patriot movement, was such, and that you always have these people, and as you point out, that are at very high levels, who are involved with interconnecting secret societies all around the world, who try to manipulate it for their own agendas, and all sides are hurt by that. Obviously, certainly that's the case with Israel and Palestine. So
Well, love God, love your fellow man, the golden rule. I mean, to the degree that we live our lives that way and we organize our laws, then I think that whatever nations we create gain legitimacy in what the Chinese call the mandate of heaven.
mhm.
To the degree that we're defiant of those principles of God's law, and then we lose the mandate to have validity to our nation and ourselves. So if we uphold those principles, we're good. We're good. We can fight the oligarchy, and whether it's Israel or the USA we authenticity and a legitimate right to be a true nation in the Brotherhood of Nations, and if not, we can all become corrupt as well. So it's the moral mandate is on all of us to maintain that morality in our worlds. So that's my position on the whole thing.
And I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's our job to try to use our agency to expose and identify the nature of this general conspiracy, this evil conspiracy, what Whittaker Chambers called this conspiracy of gentlemen. Basically, it's not necessarily that they're not all sitting around in a smoke-filled room somewhere plotting. They all don't necessarily agree with each other. In fact, some of the biggest wars have been between the rivalries within this conspiracy, but they all possess and they advocate an unnatural agenda, one that undermines the idea of man as created in the image of God and answering to God. Anyway, Matt, Eric,
right.
I want to thank you for joining me. What a great conversation.
Hey,
Please
man, thank you.
listen, this is amazing. Please let my listeners and viewers know where they can find out information about you and about where you do your thing.
Well, sure, yeah. Okay, so they can go to CanadianPatriot.org for my more geopolitical history stuff. It's not just me. I mean, it's a web platform I've made back in 2012. Also, all of my books are available for purchase, easy to find on there. And our new videos, we've been doing documentary films now for about a year and a half, and that's going well. So we always make those free for people to watch and share. The RisingTideFoundation.net is more educational, cultural warfare stuff that I set up with my wife, who's the president back in 2019. So that's what we do: weekly meetings, seminars, study groups of original texts. We just did Rabbi Philo of Alexandria's.
Oh yeah, sure.
On creation,
Excellent.
and now we're currently reading some Plato. So if people want to get involved with that, send us an email at info@risingtidefoundation.net. And lastly, Substack. So sort of what's saved us financially speaking, since a lot of
the demonetizing,
our
right?
revenue's been exactly.
Yeah, we've all had that.
Has been Substack.
Sure.
Yeah, we've all experienced
Absolutely.
that. So Substack's good, and there's free and paid upgrades, and that's MatthewArrett.substack.com.
All right, Matt. Listen, it's been a great pleasure and honor, and I hope you come back sometime, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And here we are, Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. It is a great honor and privilege and pleasure to welcome Mel K, the host of the Mel K Show. I've been listening for quite a while. This is cutting edge stuff available in all platforms. I listen to it on Apple. Mel, thanks for joining me.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here.
Well, Mel, before we get into the issues, I would like to, if you don't mind, get a little background on you and how it is that you have become this powerhouse of a host. I mean, a patriot, like who's stepping out, and you're taking on the false flag of January 6th in a way that I've never seen. I mean, it's really unbelievable.
Well, for me, I started out, like I told you off air, I grew up, my dad, a huge Rush Limbaugh fan. And I think subconsciously, even when I was a very little kid and didn't know what I was listening to, it kind of went into my brain and into my blood and made me a fighter for this country, for what is right. I am a very astute student of history. I see history as a lesson for what we're dealing with now. And for me, I ended up going to NYU, studying journalism. Then I switched to film, and I used both and became a screenwriter that was basically, I would go and dig into history really deep, and then I would turn that into fiction, and I was a historical drama screenwriter. So for me, it was always about finding the facts, and especially facts and history that was not being taught or told, and putting together not just that, but also the finances behind it. And when you follow the money, over the years. I had written a screenplay about Eichmann in Jerusalem. I wrote a screenplay about Vietnam. I wrote a screenplay about the expatriates in Paris. And the one thing I knew was that the same money kept flowing around, and I would find the same characters. And it continued to this day. I've worked on a project about the JFK assassination and other things. And there's just so much. And there's a lot to be learned from our history all the way back to the founders. And that has been my focus. And then I was in Hollywood for 20 years, and I saw a lot of things there that happened. A lot of people think this BLM and the Marxist revolution and all that is new. Well, frankly, it's not new. And it actually was fomented and came out of California and Hollywood, especially through the culture, pretty boldly in the 2000s, and has just bubbled up since then. And I've been following that, and I started speaking out about things I saw, and then it blew up, and we started to see it everywhere. And I've just been following that. And then when the lockdowns came, I was still working in TV. Everything was shut down, and on March 15th, 2020. Basically the next day I started the Mel K Show, and I've been just connecting the dots between past and present, and where we are and how we can get to a better place.
You've done a great job of covering let's just say the events of the 2020 election, something that I've covered and that I've been kicked off YouTube for covering, as I think you have. But yet I don't think they expected all of us, including President Trump, to find these alternative media markets and build our programs on those. And still, we're out here and we're interconnecting and building an audience. The events around that, preceding that, you had, as you say, this sudden emergence of this BLM Antifa, which is not new. I mean, Antifa goes back to Nazi Germany. It's not, it was just as bad as the street Nazis. And they basically affected what I would call a Kristallnacht on right after the George Floyd death, where they started to loot Black businesses and burn Black neighborhoods and kill Black children around the country. And this, was setting the stage for their election. I don't want to use that word quite loosely in this case, of 2020, and the installation of President Biden after the events of January 6th. Now we have hundreds of men in prison and women being held in prison, being tortured, not even being charged. You've done a lot in terms of covering that, Mel. I've listened to you. It's a very powerful testimony. You've interviewed people on this topic. So I just want to touch on that. I mean, where these, in some cases, some of these men were convicted of crimes and are serving decades-long sentences, and they weren't even in Washington at that day. I'm thinking particularly about Enrico Tarrio, the head of the Proud Boys. What's going on with that at this point?
Well, I think anyone that's fair and honest and looking at it directly, and it's kind of a litmus test for where we are and where people are in this nation right now, is how they look at January 6th. I mean, there's been so much evidence, the newer evidence that has come out. Darren Beatty's followed the pipe bomber.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is a very, very interesting part of the story, because at any other time in history, if we had a bomber, say the Unabomber, they had a task force of hundreds of people. This was so important to find the bomber, because you would think that if there's a bomber, the bomber's not going to stop at just putting 2 bombs there. And then everything that's unfolded from that, we're at a place where it was like 100% some kind of inside job. But more than that, I think the January 6th committee and everything that happened after that kind of tells you what the story was. The story was, I believe, and there's many other people that believe this. Now, there was violence that day. It was obviously on both sides. There was all kinds of stuff. There was obviously many, many infiltrators. But what really I believe this was all about was the election. What happened at the election, the truth about the election, all of the election fraud, and you brought up Kristallnacht, and this was kind of the Reichstag side of it too, which is they wanted to make an example of, do not question this government, do not question what happened at the election, do not stand together in any kind of protest of this installed regime, or you will be crushed. and you will be vilified. And a lot of this also had to do with setting up Donald Trump for to never come back. Of course, that was not going to happen. So they've done everything else that they could, and it's a small group of people. I mean, people have to understand that though we have, we have Fannie Willis out there, we have Jack Smith, we have Letitia James, all of that, there really is a lawfare group that is above them. And they are the exact same people that were involved in Crossfire Hurricane, the same people involved in the phony Ukraine impeachment, and the other Weissman and Eisen and all these guys. And they are still running this Get Trump campaign above the DAs and the AGs. They're not the ones writing this. They call it novel legal theory, things that were never used before. This is really not about, it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. In fact, I believe that our country, left and right, Republican and Democrat, is fully captured by a globalist billionaire oligarchy. Many of them, the American wing of it, the Soros, the Omidyar, the Arabella partners, there's so many more, Gates, others, that they are kind of post-America. America is not their what they want in the future, and by any means necessary. So they keep throwing out that we have a democracy when we have a constitutional republic. The reason we have a constitutional republic, if people don't know, it's because during the Federalist Papers times and the people that were arguing against the federal government and all of that, they looked at every form of government, our founders, from all the way back to biblical times to Plato and Aristotle and Socrates, all the way to the Roman Empire, to Athens, to Westphalia, to all of this stuff. And they realized that a democracy was the quickest way. A straight democracy was the quickest way to another monarchy or dictatorship. That would be 51% ruling over 49%. And the people that actually have been orchestrating everything, I believe, including January 6th, would prefer a one-party system in this country. And then that would then lead into who I believe they really work for, which are the people that fund them, which are aligned with the global governance concept that was created a long time ago with Rockefeller and the Crown and Kissinger and Brzezinski and all these people that believe that an elite educated class of oligarchs is a better plan for ruling the world than the nation state. So the stated goal is to get rid of the nation state. And in order to do that, you have to crush resistance. You have to make sure that there are no people willing to step up or stand up against authoritarian rule and what they've shown us. And I believe January 6th was really just that. It was an operation to make sure that the American people were so beat down and felt so demoralized and dehumanized that they would never stand up against the government as they walk us into Agenda 2030 and the end of the nation state known as the United States, which will never happen, but they tried. And so many people's lives were ruined. As you know, many of the people that did riot and loot, I was in New York City at the time, I saw it firsthand. We were locked down and you could see it from the roof, and you'd look out and you'd see all these people, no masks, marching, Black Lives Matter, right during COVID, and nothing happened to them. In fact, many of them I just saw yesterday, the Chaz people of Seattle, they all got a $10 million settlement. The people that were in Antifa and doing that, and it's happened all over the country in every city. So that just tells you it's not just about January 6th, it's also about the demoralization and the rules for me and not for thee. And really subjugating the people. And I believe all people. I don't think they care about the Democrats either. The people that are really running our country want the entire country to destroy itself. And they are helping to facilitate that. And January 6th was a big way of making people scared to stand up against the government.
It's an informal conspiracy that goes way back. This country was founded as a way to counter that conspiracy by basically acknowledging that sovereignty comes from God and not the state, and that the individual has a limited grant of sovereignty in this lifetime, and that they then basically elect governments to serve within the confines of a constitution. And we could trace it back. It's an interesting subject, but we know that it really did not grab the high ground in the United States in terms of our politics and culture. I don't know. Some people say around the Wilson administration. I think that's true.
Me too.
In the Anglo-American establishment that was discussed by Professor Carol Quigley in The Tragedy and Hope, which I think documents that he was a whistleblower and he was part of that establishment.
Exactly.
He was a mentor to Bill Clinton. But they gave birth to all of these secretive organizations like the Council on Foreign Relations and the Chatham House in London that implemented a policy of perpetual war for perpetual peace as a way to keep the entire world off balance. President Trump was the first politician to step in and go out against that. He ended international wars. He began to withdraw from those. At the same time, he wasn't an isolationist. He crushed ISIS. He also got NATO to finally pay their dues, which successive administrations, both Democrat and Republican, had given lip service to that. And he brought about the Abraham Accords because he's a businessman, and he was able to do the unthinkable with regard to Israel and the Arab states. That has all been tossed into the garbage now by a return to the internationalist perpetual war for perpetual peace by this new regime. They basically gave billions of dollars over to Iran, which is now using it to fund Hezbollah and the attack American bases in Syria and Iraq and the Houthis. And they gave $1 billion to UNRWA, which launched the Hamas invasion, where they slaughtered over 1,000 Israelis. So we have this return to instability, not to mention the invasion of Ukraine, which would never have happened under Trump. And now the surrender in Afghanistan, which was the worst military defeat probably in world history, with umpteen billions of dollars of materiel turned over to the communist Chinese, and the complete betrayal of our allies. So we have instability around the world now.
Yep.
And because of the sense that most Americans have that the election of 2020 was not kosher, even though most people are afraid to say it to pollsters because they're afraid their name might end up on the same FBI list that's put people in prison.
Yeah.
There is genuinely a move toward reelecting President Trump to a third term. And that includes increasing numbers of minorities are waking up. They're being red pilled, as we like to say. Younger people, women. I mean, there's a growing groundswell of support. But yet you have, as you say, these same players in place who first cooked up the crazy conspiracy theory that Putin had conspired with, or as they say, colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. They worked on that for 3 years. And then, of course, the perfect phone call impeachment, and finally the J6 event, which they thought would be the final nail in the coffin. And they even impeached Trump again while he was already out of office. These same people, and you mentioned some names there, Eisen,
Weissman.
Weissman. I mean, these, I follow them on Twitter, and I sometimes send them notes. I mean, that they are openly conspiring to use the criminal system, the criminal justice system, to further change laws and prosecute Trump and any of his supporters, including the nation's mayor, Rudy Giuliani, whom they sent to bankruptcy, and destroy other people, Steve Bannon, a lot of people who are speaking up, using that system to put them in jail and to twist things around. I mean, this recent crazy case brought by this weird woman making these accusations against Trump. She couldn't remember the year. The likelihood of that is extremely slim. And yet she was given $80 million because Trump publicly
denied it.
Yeah, and criticized her, his accuser. I mean, that's how bad our system has become. And it was so corrupt the way the judge handled that and his collusion with the chief prosecutor. And it's really rotten. So I guess that given the fact that these people are still in place and this big money is still in place, as you say, that crooked billionaire from Hungary, we know who I mean.
Hansberg Weiss.
Yeah, and Omidar and all the rest of these people, their money is pouring out of their pockets.
Yep.
What do you think is going to happen? I mean, God forbid. I mean, I'm afraid that they're going to decide on the Kennedy solution, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. I don't think that's going to be possible. And frankly, I think a lot of these cases are falling apart. What I have found is that the people you're talking about through the Brookings Institute, again, they were involved in Crossfire Hurricane and everything else. And also they have two new groups, Just Security and another one, United States for Democracy. We have Norm Eisen writing, yet another big document about the crisis democracy faces in 2024. We have all these different characters from Newland's husband Kagan of formerly of NATO and the Center for New American Century, and we have all these different people writing op-eds about Trump will be a dictator, Trump will be all about revenge, all this stuff, and at the same time they are using tremendous. they call them novel legal theories, which are not legal theories. They're twisting the law to make it fit to get Trump in any way possible. Frankly, I think that they've also, what I do know is that they wrote a lot of the legal theories and ways to prosecute Trump, and then handed them down to these Soros-backed prosecutors and DAs that are now trying the cases. What we're finding is that these people have no moral or integrity of any kind, and so they are picking these prosecutors to go prosecute these cases that do not have the level of expertise. This is a lot of what I see is going on with foreign policy as well, that we don't have Kissingers and Brzezinskis anymore. While they dumbed down our children, they dumbed down their own. While they made the Poison Ivy League become a lowbrow club of Marxists, basically, and communists, they stopped teaching them strategy and critical thinking and Sun Tzu type war. So we don't have those people in power anymore that are strategic, that know how to do. They're not good risk players. And so what we have right now, I think, is a time for people in the United States to realize two things. One is, the old meme of Trump being, they're not after me, they're after you, but I'm in the way. I really have changed it to, they're not after America, they're after the world, and America is in the way. And what is in the way are we the people of America. Our Constitution and our Bill of Rights are standing in the path and in the way of the Great Reset or any of the global governance goals that they put out there. Obama signed on to Agenda 2030 in 2015 without telling the people of the United States exactly what that meant. Agenda 2030's end goal is to have no nation states. It goes back to, which I say is the biggest fraud pulled on all of us in the last 100 years, which is the United Nations, which was really started by Rockefeller and the Crown and Kissinger and Brzezinski on his left and right, Council of Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. The long game goal was to undermine America's sovereignty and to really turn this world into like a Hunger Games situation. And the global public-private partnership of the World Economic Forum, which is one and the same. People don't realize this. They have many agreements with the UN. They are the same thing. And what they are is they function as if they are the parent company of planet Earth. And they decide, and all the videos of Klaus Schwab, how he infiltrated in all his different groups, and then they spread them out all over the place. And I think what we're dealing with on a bigger picture is the disruption of the end goal of destroying America from within, and thus then kicking into this pattern, this whole thing that they laid out a long time ago, where we were just a cog in a globalist wheel. And honestly, I think that they're greatly underestimating the people of the United States. I think it's becoming very clear that we are a nation that is standing right up for the world. Our Second Amendment is a gift from God that was thought about because of what our founders faced. And I really believe that the American people are seeing through this. Every time that they do this to Trump, especially this woman, and I lived in Manhattan. Her story is implausible. It's not even possible what she's saying. Yeah, but the truth is that I live county by county. People are getting involved. The truth is that this is a long-term game to them, and their end game, I believe, at this point with what they're doing is more about them, justice coming for them. Because like I said, the same people, when you trace back all of the Trump lawsuits, they're all written by the same people involved in Crossfire Hurricane.
Indeed.
So if you really look at that, you wonder, so they're willing to tear America apart. I guess they signed in blood that Agenda 2030, and then Kamala Harris and Biden in September of 2023 re-up that they are halfway to achieving the 17 global development goals. And in that meeting that they had, and then the paper that they put out, which is still on the White House website, if you read their commitment to the global goals and you go past the top and you start going down, you're going to see that they have 17 goals listed, and all of about probably $3 trillion worth of dollars, all going into globalist funds, which is the World Health Organization is a global money laundering scheme, the climate change, global money laundering scheme to centralize the money into this globalist oligarchy that believes that they are the parent company of the planet. And I just think the American people, one way or another, slowly but surely, are getting to a place where we're probably 15% left of center, 15% right of center, agree on almost everything. And at this point, we have to align. I am a Trump person. I will be voting for Trump. And I believe that he will be the nominee. I don't believe these cases will make it. A couple of them will fall apart. I believe that there's some evidence that has come out, Brady evidence, for the Jack Smith documents case. Obviously, he didn't do an insurrection, so that's not going to go anywhere. The New York cases will be appealed. The Fannie Willis case, obviously, she's more corrupt than he could ever be. So what we're dealing with is none of these cases, I don't think, will make it before the election. And honestly, I think these people are so evil and so self-centered. They believe that they are supra class. They are above all of us. I believe that they're more scared of themselves being prosecuted, because the truth of the matter is, during Crossfire Hurricane, that was treason and sedition committed by the Obama team and by all of these characters. And then they continued it, spying on Cash and Nunes, and then continuing to spy on Trump apparently the whole time, conspiring during the pandemic. I do think that these people are more worried about themselves and the 2024 election, as much as the stakes for the United States are between, will we remain America and American citizens, or become a cog in a globalist wheel and be globalist citizens, is really what we're voting for. But bigger than that, these people are willing to do whatever they need to do to not go to jail themselves. And I really believe that they've overplayed their hand, and most people see that. And that's why I believe the Black community, you brought that up before, it's really important to understand. Black Lives Matter, first of all, was funded by the same globalist billionaire oligarchs. All of these uprisings are, just like the ceasefire now is funded by the same people's Black Lives Matter, as was the Women's March, as was the LGBTQ March, as will be the Demand Citizen March planned for March. So I just want to say, I think people see it. I think that they did not, their current group of conspirators are not very smart. They also can't keep their mouths shut. They put out papers and documents to show how smart they are, just telling you what they're doing, and people see it. And like I said, Black Lives Matter, everything that came out of that, defund the police, no bail, no jail, a lot of the DEI, CRT, this is hurting the Black community the most, and the Black community knows it. And that's a big difference right now, is that as they persecute Donald Trump, the Black community is looking at this every single time and saying, look, we told you so. We told you that this is what's going on with the justice system, that this is what's happening here and there. We also have the legal immigrant community that is outraged by what's going on, especially if they came from communist nations and see exactly what's happening to this country. So it's my belief that in the next, they already have the apparatus set up. You know, Zuckerberg said the 20 states banned his Zuckerbucks, so he just rebranded as the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence. You know, and you know,
he's going to probably he'll write another check for $420 million in order to grease a few palms on the street, so they can start to go to nursing homes and harvest ballots. And you have the electronic voting. I don't know if you're following this trial in Atlanta, which originally was brought by Stacey Abrams. It's finally made it into a courtroom where the prosecutor showed that he could alter an electronic voting machine with a big pen. So, you know, I think that, as you say, Mel, people are beginning to wake up. You know, you very, very succinctly have illustrated the international order and what their agenda is and their financial backers. I mean, you talk about the ceasefire movement. I'm in Boston. Huge money being spent, billboards on all the highways. Those things cost $10,000 a week. I mean, that's not cheap, and they're everywhere. So yeah, the money is there. They're going to try to pull some other intersectional agenda. Probably
they have a
several
plan.
of them.
I've gotten
one after the other. And so you have, you know, but yet people are seeing very strange developments in our culture and in our life right now. You've got, you know, an open border, which they cannot explain. You have 4 million people rushing over the border, getting checks for $2,000 and being housed in these fancy hotels. Even our liberal governor here is, you know, upset and trying to say something about it. You've got a hamburger at McDonald's, $15. A family of 3, it costs $75 to go to McDonald's. I mean, working people are noticing that. You've got 30% of young people now consider themselves to be non-binary. Where did that come from? Who ever heard of it 5 years ago? This was, you know, an agenda that suddenly popped out of nowhere, but we know it didn't pop out of nowhere. These things have been in the works for decades, and now it's all out in the open. I just hope that people can see this clearly and take action, because it's becoming more obvious every day.
Yeah, and I think people are, but what people really have to understand is they have to stop. They have to shut off MSNBC, CNN, even Fox News, but certainly Washington Post, New York Times, Politico. And don't forget, they've gone into deals with Google. So now when you Google anything, the first 6 pages are just their chosen sources. We are in an information war more than anything, a cognitive war. I actually, on my show, went through a document from NATO, which I believe to be the one world military. It is in no way what NATO was supposed to be. And don't forget, Reagan and had made a pact with Russia to dismantle it. But NATO put out a document about cognitive warfare, brain warfare, and really about turning people into weapons against each other. And that is what they've done here. We've been in a color revolution. Of course, Eisen is one of the architects of many of them around the world, including here. And the truth of the matter is that until the people of the United States realize that their neighbor and the people that vote for the illusion of the other party, as you brought up tragedy and hope, there are not two parties. It is just for us to believe that we have an illusion of choice here, which we should and we can take back. But I really believe that we are at a place where everyone understands something is very wrong, and what is very wrong is us. It is not the government. It is we, the people, individually. People have to understand their individual liberty, their individual sovereignty, their desire and God-given right to auto-determine their future themselves and to choose their own path and their own course is in danger. The Agenda 2030, which is what I believe is on the ballot in 2024, and Donald Trump has said so himself. You brought up he started to dismantle that without people really realizing it wasn't just NATO. He pulled out of the very vile and toxic UNESCO, which is where a lot of this LGBTQ education and critical race theory, all that is coming from. He pulled this out of the World Health Organization. He was looking at the money in NATO, I think maybe to say, if you can't pay it, then we're not going to be in this thing. I hope that he goes after and pulls out of the United Nations. It's the biggest fraud. We're the biggest funders. They're funding everything at the border. In fact, a woman that came through Obama's administration, Amy Pope, is running the immigration division for 5 years. The Biden administration put her up for that in the United Nations, working hand in hand with Mayorkas to give out billions of dollars to 200 NGOs. And I think the biggest issue here is that there are NGOs, think tanks, and lobbying firms. Lobbying should be totally illegal. It is legalized bribery for the so-called elite class working there in DC. That's got to be dismantled. No taxpayer dollars or grants should go to NGOs. If you want to have a non-government organization, you fund it yourself. And on top of that, a lot of these think tanks are they're funded by foreign money or these oligarch billionaires. And I think the big misconception is that these people are American. Larry Fink and his friends, he also not only runs BlackRock that owns most of the country basically, but Larry, he also is on the board of the World Economic Forum, one of the architects of the Great Reset. He is also on the board of the Council of Foreign Relations, and BlackRock is the only company, apparently, financial services firm that can freely work in CCP China. So you look at some of these different players, Gates, Soros, Omadar, Reid Hoffman, some of these different people that are aligned with the World Economic Forum. It's not hard to see that they are not for America. They are for the global governance. They are part of that global governance movement. It's hard to look at now, but I believe both Bushes, Clinton, Obama, and Biden all are for the global governance movement and the people below them. But the truth is the American people are not. And we don't like bullies here. It's in our DNA to fight bullies. And whatever happened in 1776, everyone should take out their Declaration of Independence, read it right now, and analyze where we are, because we're in the exact same place. And I believe that's happening. I believe people are standing up from the inside and they're getting it one way or another. And by the time the election comes around, no matter what they do, they won't be able to steal it. That's what I think.
It has to be very overwhelming. All the people you just mentioned, all those former presidents, either were blackmailed or they got very rich as a result of being in office. Whereas Trump, he was already rich. He's already famous. He doesn't need anything. So he's able to go out and say, hey, I want to give something back to my country. I really think that that's the driving force. And that's why they fear him. And that's why they despise him. He's not owned by this amorphous, illuminated, internationalist, amoral establishment that has really is behind all of these agendas that people are waking up to.
Yep.
Mel K, what do we do with the people in our lives who are still normies, who still get their news from Lester Holt? They don't watch us. They're still like, vulnerable to these, these hatched hoaxes that are going to mobilize people. There might be between now and November, there's probably going to be another George Floyd type thing. Maybe they might even do something worse, like have another pandemic, God forbid, or
Yeah.
or a war, or even a nuclear event. I just think these are very, very perilous times between now and November.
Yep.
What can we say to those people in a way that doesn't shake their cage too much, and that puts into perspective the fact that they are well-meaning but ignorant, and introduce some of these realities to them?
Yeah, well, for me, I like to meet people where they are. I've been traveling all over the country. I speak a lot to small groups and large groups. And what I can tell you is that everywhere I've gone, wherever I go, I stay. Wherever I stay, I go to the front desk. I ask for what is the local hangout here. I don't want to go to the best restaurant. I want to go where the people that live here hang out regularly. And I go eat at the bar, and I talk to as many people as possible. I will tell you, regardless of where people lie in their mind, in the illusion of a two-party system, most people are pretty honest that our country seems to be a disaster on many, many fronts. I try to figure out where people are and where I can meet them. And instead of telling them what's going on, I like to pose critical thinking questions that force them to think critically, because one of the big parts of this whole NATO mind control cognitive warfare that we are in an information war. It is a serious military grade. If you look back at Michael Aquino's Mind Wars, fast forward 50 years of technology and honing it, I always say Goebbels and Hitler are looking up from hell thinking, wow, they're really, really good. So you got to knock people out of the mind war space where they no longer control what they think, which is what the goal was, right out of the NATO documents, right out of Mind Wars. It is, and there's documents in between by NASA and other about mind control. And
Sure.
and I've had on people involved in that. And the truth is, you have to knock people out where they are and ask them critical thinking questions that affect them, and wait for them to answer. And once they answer something, then you ask another one. I think the best thing to do is to find people what they're passionate about, what's bothering them. Because right now there's plenty of things, especially we're starting to see something that I'm getting a lot of information about is our school system is being inundated with people that are not only illiterate in English, but also have had no education whatsoever, and they're putting them into school at the age level of the grade. So there's a lot of parents out there that maybe didn't care about the agenda before, but now they see, like, they're bringing down everyone, and they're putting these kids in there that shouldn't be in there, that are hurting their kids, especially if they have special needs. So there's that. Then there's all the other things that are happening overseas, which are terrible. You brought up the ceasefire now movement. All I would say is, who are they asking a ceasefire from? Because it's certainly not Israel that is running this. That is not who's funding it.
And
So
by the way,
again,
I asked them when they say, well, we want a ceasefire now. My question to them is, well, what's going to happen if Hamas starts firing missiles again? There won't be any more ceasefire, will there?
well, I think it's even bigger than that. The ceasefire now movement. I'm just curious who they're asking to have a ceasefire. Because in
Right.
my opinion, there's a lot more going on in Israel right now than the traditional. I do think that this is another part of the color revolution, another part of the
Yes.
manipulation. There's a bigger picture in Israel because of where the land is in Israel. That it connects directly to Ukraine, connects directly to Taiwan, connects directly to Yemen and everywhere else. I still believe that it's this billionaire globalist oligarchy that is hell-bent on the Great Reset, that is really funding and financing and causing chaos worldwide, because to them, they are at the bottom line. I think they're Aleister Crowley level Satanists that
Indeed.
order out of chaos, and the more chaos
That's
they can
right.
control. But right now we're in a color revolution in America, and the best thing to do is to find the people that you think are on the other side and meet them where they are and get talking. Don't fear that. And another thing I'd like to say too, because I am a Trump person, but I have a lot of friends that I know are voting for RFK Jr. They support RFK Jr. Well,
Yes.
right now, the best thing
Mhm.
we can do is to forget about the presidential election and align with the RFK Jr. voters on election integrity, on fighting together, teaming up, stop attacking each other. So what? You want to vote for RFK? I want to vote for Trump. Well, let's at least make sure both our votes count. And I think
That's
that's
right.
another place people can get started, is get involved there. And also a lot of these Zuckerberg groups, you can go to any of their websites, Democracy Alliance, this new excellent in elections group, and all of them. They have groups all over the country that claim to be bipartisan. The reason that they're allowed to have these groups is because they have to claim that they're bipartisan. So
That's
start going
fine.
to their meetings. You know, if just start getting out there and be brave. Being brave is the best thing. And don't worry about what anyone says. Everyone right now is getting to a place where it's pretty clear that we're being run by a criminal organization that has no concern for the American people or our future. And honestly, Donald Trump's MAGA, Make America Great Again, was his economic plan. It had nothing to do with the people. It was economic. And most people can get on board with that. We really do need to reinvest in America. And the people that want to destroy us want to leave America out. So, you know, there's many places to meet people. And I think it's best to just make people think for themselves and pop them out of this group think. And that's where you can actually make some headway. And again, I think the Black community, the legal immigrant community, white, Black, gay, straight, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, everyone is seeing right now something is very wrong. And they're starting to realize the enemy is not the other guy. The enemy is actually above us and can be taken down because it's small compared to 300 million people. We're talking about probably 10 to 15,000 that are involved in what I would call the billionaire globalist oligarchy and their minions. And that's not that many people if we just start to align together and forget the differences they're creating and actually look at the real enemy, because it's not your neighbor. It is actually a very definable group of people that are more worried about themselves going to prison than saving this nation.
Indeed, and they control a lot of the levers of communication. Like Karl Marx said, the means of production, the means of communication, and the means of distribution, which is the definition of socialism. And that's probably the greatest modern hoax in history, the idea that this socialist agenda is somehow going to be good for people. It's going to be good for the little guy. No, it's going to be, it's going to, you know, it's just, it's kind of scary to contemplate, but that is exactly what we're looking at. I think you brought up a great issue, Mel, and I've heard you do it on your podcast with regard to voter suppression, because that's what we have. Every fake vote that's cast suppresses a real vote, and that includes Black people in the urban areas. Their votes are suppressed by machine-created votes and votes that are imported from other states, like they were. I don't want to get into this, but in 2020, I mean, I've talked about this with many guests, as have you. It's a huge issue, and that you do accurately identify it as a satanic agenda. It goes back to the illuminated secret societies, goes back to the Sabadians and the Frankists. You know, great subject to go into, probably too much right now, but the point is
but
that
I want to say something about what you're saying, because this is really important, because I've done a lot of, the biggest thing I do, which I find is the easiest way to identify who the real enemy, who's running the controlled demolition of America and why. And a lot of these corporations, they're multinational corporations. Their main money does not come from America consumers anymore. It comes from Chinese consumers and Indian consumers and other places. So they are post-America. A lot of the people that, you know, people look up to that are the oligarchy that are running the NGOs, that are running the get out to vote, you know, voter suppression groups, like, you know, all these people. But I have to tell you, I honestly believe they don't think the people that I'm talking about, they're supra, they're above, they're senior executive service. They're the people that Trump wanted to put in Schedule F to be able to fire. They're the people that have been in place since the JFK murder and have covered up one crime after another by their friends and been blackmailed or whatever. And they are still in office and they stay there no matter who the president is. And we got to gut them. But the truth about all of this is that I have been looking into these many get out the vote groups, from Obama's group to Zuckerberg's group to all the ones, Open Society funds. They don't think anyone deserves a vote. When I tell you right now that they don't care about Democrat votes, Republican votes, Libertarian votes, independent votes, they don't believe that the American people should be allowed to vote. Okay, so go back to Rockefeller when he said that it's high time that a world government be determined, and also that the voting of the past to auto-determination by the people should not be the case. It should be the bankers and the elite educated class should decide for the people who runs the countries. And that is what they believe. So when they have all these pushes for marginalized voters and get out the vote and everyone should vote, what it's really about is that nobody should vote. You know, everything that they say is inverted language.
And Rush Limbaugh, in some of his last broadcasts, said that the Democratic Party wants to abolish elections. They want to it's just a formality. There's like there'll be like a public kind of coronation, and people will have these phony arguments, but underneath there'll be really nothing going on. It's all an algorithm that's set in advance to only give certain people this number of votes here and there, and switch them around if somebody needs a few extra over there. I mean, this is a fascinating subject, one that needs to be exposed, and to do so is very difficult because these people don't suffer fools gladly. I mean, they want to, they'll suppress you in every way they can.
Oh, I know. Don't I know it?
Oh, sure, as do I. But Mel, I like your positive energy. You're on the good side. Obviously, you're on the side of truth, of God, of justice, and that everybody can make a contribution. As you say, you make your contribution with your incredible broadcast. I try to do it with mine. Anybody can make a contribution in some way toward. I know it's a word that we like to use, but I think it's a good one. Red pilling America.
Yeah.
Having people essentially wake up and see what the hell is going on. So Mel K, let my listeners and viewers know where they can listen to your excellent broadcast and all of the other information you'd like to share.
Great. I want to say one thing about what you just said, because here's a great side of what we're dealing with right now, especially when I said that they're not after America, they're after the world, and America's in the way. That should empower every American to dig inside and really look at what they want, their life and their legacy, and what they're going to say to their grandchildren or great-grandchildren, and when somebody looks back and says, that guy, this. Like, what did you do right now when tyranny and totalitarianism and freedom is being threatened in America? What did you do? And to me, I think this is a tremendous opportunity. And I keep saying, I don't care if you were a drunk, you were a cheat, you were a liar, you were a doctor, a nurse, a great person, a hero, a business CEO that hired thousands of people. Whatever your past was, right now in this time in history is going to be so crucial for not just America, but the world. You can redefine and be anything you want right now. There's plenty of opportunity to be a hero, to be a leader, to redefine your path, to choose a new future. This is a time of great rebirth for everything, including every single individual in the United States. Every citizen can redefine who and what they are and their purpose in life. So people should be excited and get really involved wherever they see fit, and find their gifts and find their skills. It could be anything from the arts to podcasting, to everything you're saying, to whatever it is. Everyone right now should see the opportunity of the tremendous period of time we are living through and seize it for themselves to recreate and to refocus their life wherever they see fit. It is a time of great change, and people should take advantage of that in the most positive ways. And you can follow me at themelkshow.com. I have a great resource page that anything I'm talking about, I put receipts on there, including lots of information about everything from the global government and Agenda 2030 to what's going on in our schools, to who's running and what their past votes are, to the WikiLeaks documents, FBI D-class. So the melkshow.com resource page is a great place to go to start your journey on picking what your purpose will be in this battle. And on top of that, the Mel K Show is everywhere except for I was kicked off of YouTube and I will never censor myself. So I decided to never go back. So I am on every night live at 7:30 on Rumble and on everywhere free speech lives. My audio podcast is all over the place as well. And other than that, I am on Instagram, the Mel K Show, and I got kicked off of Twitter, but I'm back on there because it is one of the fronts. Be brave, stand up, speak up. Don't care what people say about you. That's not going to matter. When people look back, they're going to know that you stood up for what was right when it was hard. And that's what matters the most. So themelkshow.com and Rumble, the Mel K Show. Please subscribe there.
Excellent. Mel K, thanks so much.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
been really, really great. I really appreciate it, though.
Thank you.
All
You
right.
too. And keep up the great work yourself. Really appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank
Thanks.
you. You as well.
Thanks.
All right. Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Thanks for joining me. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. Mike, how are you?
Just great. What about you? How's your vegan diet?
It's going well. You know, I really feel like I'm having like some kind of an eye irritation today. I don't know what that's about, but I wonder if it's after 60 plus years of toxicity, maybe I'm leaching out all those toxins. I don't know. But
There may be something to that, actually.
yeah. Oh, I don't doubt it. I mean, I feel like, you know, kind of something's lifting off my shoulders.
And you've
And
lost what, like 30 pounds?
no, I've lost about 5 pounds so far, but
pretty
that's a
good.
lot, you know, that's good. And that's a lot. And I'm totally on board with it. And I'm not finding it to be too difficult. It's a lot of, I've realized that a lot of like what we eat and what we do, a lot of these things are, you know, it's more just by habit. It's
Oh,
more like
absolutely.
psychological. I mean, like, you know, I'm going along and I'm thinking, gee, why don't I have something that's not particularly healthy? And then I stop myself and say, well, why? I mean, it's like, you know, it's like, why am I doing this? It's like, it's an unawareness. And I'm finding that it's actually working out pretty well. And I feel like I'm grateful to my dear daughter for getting me into this. And I feel like I'm going to be healthy. I'll save my life.
Well, good.
So,
Good news.
yeah. So, but I want to talk a little bit about this whole dust up between Candace Owens and Rabbi Shmuley Bayotek. What a character. I don't know if you're following the story, but he
Not so much between Candace and Shmuley, but between Candace and your friend Ben Shapiro, who
And
I
Ben-
never really
yeah.
liked. By the way.
no, and I think he's really stepped in it by firing her, and she did nothing wrong. She did not. She's not anti-Semitic. It's like a witch hunt. She was, you know, she was defending what's his face, you know, the rapper. I forget his name now. Kanye.
Right.
Who did? I mean, it said some stupid comment. I mean, it's like, and this is what gives. I mean, it's sort of a complete abuse of anti-Semitism, as I get into, by the way, in my book. And by the way, speaking of which, I want to thank the guys over at the Jew Function for interviewing me yesterday. What a great interview. They have a pretty big YouTube show, and it's going to be up, I think, in a few days after they finish editing it. And, you know, I get into the fact that the idea of anti-Semitism is, and by the way, Dr. E. Michael Jones is quite right about this, even though his motives are bad, in that it's, you know, he comes at it from a different standpoint than I am, but it is used as a vehicle by scoundrels to try to win an argument. And, you know, this has nothing to do with that. I mean, it's like and it does apply for groups like the ADL to liberal causes. If you're against abortion, you're an anti-Semite. If you're against
what
gay
it's come down
marriage,
to, and you probably know this, I forgot the name of the guy. Apparently, a Holocaust survivor said it's very sad that the definition of anti-Semitism changed from someone who hates Jews to somebody that Jews don't like.
exactly. And by Jews, we're not talking your regular garden variety Jew here. We're talking about ultra liberal Jews, like, for example, Merrick Garland, who disgustingly attacked questions from I think it was Ted Cruz, by saying, "Did you know I survived the Holocaust?" It had nothing to do. Yeah, I mean, and I think that Mayorkas has intoned this. It's scoundrelous, and it makes my stomach turn that they would do that.
You're saying that Garland actually said that he personally...
No, that his parents or his relatives were Holocaust survivors. Fine. Had nothing to do with what they were talking about. He's, you know, he was being asked about why it is he's sending spies into Catholic churches and to school board meetings. And to as a way to dodge those questions, he intones this piece of biography, which is completely irrelevant, and which implies that anyone who...
Be true, by the way.
Probably not.
I mean, it's the old thing that if all these people were related to Holocaust survivors, there would have been 10 times as many in the camp. I mean, it's, you don't want to make light of it.
No, I know what you mean. There'd be a lot more surviving, but or Holocaust victims, I should say, by the way, just to be more precise. But the point is that it's not relevant to what they were talking about, and it's scoundrelous that he would intone that at a time like that. And Mayorkas is the most disgusting of all. He makes my skin crawl anyway. That he would intone this. Oh, I had family members who were victims of the Nazi Holocaust. I don't really care. Yeah, I mean, I don't give a damn what he has. I'm interested in the fact that he's swung open the border of the United States. But the point is that that's what I think that Ben Shapiro has done to Candace Owens. Now, I understand these are sensitive times. Israel was invaded. These are, Israel had to confront a genocidal attack. And yes, that's all true. And these are, it's kind of a time when I think Jews are super sensitive, and there's sort of a sense of cohesion that we're all in this together. But he, and I feel that, but the point is that she did nothing wrong. I mean, she's questioning whether Israel has been overly zealous in its prosecution of the war in Gaza. That's a legitimate political question. I would argue they're not, but the point is there are people. Yeah, I mean, there are people that can. This is a war. I mean, you have to question everything that goes on, and we don't know everything that's going on because anytime there's a war, there's a lot of narrative and a lot of censorship and a lot of each side pushing their own stories. And I mean, but anyway, she then brought up Rabbi Shmuley and attacked him because she said that he's selling sex toys. That his daughter has a sex toy business where she sells dildos and other sex paraphernalia, and that he's claiming that this is kosher, that he's speaking as a Jew. And so I looked him up, and his website,
Hang on. How would the laws of kosher apply to a sex toy?
Well, this is outrageous. It's a preposterous that as a rabbi, and not only is he a rabbi, but he claims to be, he goes, his website, Rabbi Shmuley Beotek, America's rabbi. Really? Where did he come up with that? He's America's rabbi? Boy, have we fallen low. If that's...
I'm kind of obsessive on this. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe you can help me with this. So if you have a dildo based on a bull, that would be kosher, but on a pig would not be?
I mean, the whole thing is disgusting and ridiculous. There's nothing kosher about sex toys. This is like, and that he's using his authority not only as a rabbi, and he claims to speak for at least indirectly for the Jewish people, but he's claiming to be, quote, America's rabbi, whom the Washington Post and Newsweek called, quote, the most famous rabbi in America, is for many the face of Judaism, he tells us, in the modern world. What kind of a grandiloquent, arrogant person is this? I mean, I can think of a lot more rabbis in this country who are much more scholarly and much more Torah true and much more aware of the intricacies of Jewish law and Jewish life, and but aren't they blowing their horn like this and sending out press releases? I'm America's rabbi, and then
I had heard of the guy. He's obviously a big self-promoter, but
right.
Why did it bother Shapiro that Candace deigned to attack this guy?
Well, that's a big question. I mean, he sided with Shmuley, and Shmuley is there selling sex gadgets and butt plugs, apparently, through his daughter's business. It's disgusting. And not only that, but then Shmuley responded by putting up a video on his own Facebook page of a Purim celebration. Now, in Purim, you're supposed to put on costumes, and it's kind of like the Jewish version of the Mardi Gras. It's or the Irish version of St. Patrick's Day, where you kind of let loose and you get a little drunk and you kind of have these funny skits and all that sort of thing. Well, the thing that he put up was so utterly disgusting. With his, he he portrayed himself. You have to see this. I mean, it's awful. As like the worst stereotype of a Jew. He put on this big thick nose with pimples on it. And he's a weird and rather unpleasant looking guy anyway, but he made himself so hideous. And then he's there twerking with his young son, sitting on his lap. And then he grabbed the nipples of his young daughter. These are grandchildren, actually. And he's shaking his ass all over the place. It was the most disgusting display. And I mean, it's bad enough that he's doing this, and it's kind of inexplicable. But then he's America's rabbi. I mean, this is, it plays right into the hands of people like Dr. Jones and like Stu Peters, who, by the way, I admire as a talk show host, but I think he's wrong on Jewish issues. But I think he's sincere. He never lies, unlike Dr. Jones. He's actually an honest guy. But the point is that for Shmuley to get up there like that, it's repulsive to me. And I feel embarrassed. I feel like I have to explain this. It goes into the worst stereotypes of Jews that are held by anti-Semites.
So was Shapiro defending this or what?
I don't know if Shapiro just sort of said that Candace, after a number of instances, he felt that she was, anti-Semitic mainly because of her criticism of the state of Israel, which I think he's dead wrong about. He talks about being a great libertarian who has different points of view on his broadcast, but obviously he doesn't tolerate anyone that doesn't genuflect to his view on the state of Israel. Now, I would say that I happen to agree with him, probably. I don't want to agree with anybody totally, but nevertheless, I mean, I would have people on who don't agree. I mean, that's not the way to go. It's bad enough that you get these very prominent Jews in organizations like the ADL pushing censorship and claiming that people are, engaging in misinformation. But to have Shapiro do that, it's really not good. I don't think it's a good look for him. I think it's going to probably jeopardize his whole business, I would imagine.
Well, there was that, and Andrew Klavan, who's also on Daily Wire.
Right, who actually said
convoluted explanation of what Candace did wrong, and Klavan's trying to come across like he's a Christian, which I really doubt.
Well, he claims that he was baptized Christian. He's one of these guys. It's like those lawyers who work they're great guys. I mean, they work with Trump. I'm trying to think of their name. But they're like Jews who convert to Christianity. That's fine. That's their business. But the point is, he said something about that the term Christ is king is an anti-Semitic term. That's ridiculous.
No.
That's crazy
I don't
stuff.
know. Well, in seeing that video, I almost felt like someone put him up to it.
Yeah, probably Shapiro.
Yeah, because there's nothing anti-Semitic about it at all.
No, I've never heard that.
Yeah,
I mean, that's absurd. I mean, are they going to try to say that anything Christian is anti-Semitic? I mean, that's...
there are people that...
And by the way, even if it is, tough noogies, I mean, that's part of their faith. Look, I do think there's some anti-Semitism in the Christian doctrines, and that's fine. I'm not going to try to change Christian doctrine. I mean, it's like, get over it. We have to kind of, tolerate differences. That's why we have different religions. I mean, it's this crazy stuff.
Yeah. So, no, I think he's hurting his brand. But then again, he's had a lot of chances, Shapiro, because he was violently anti-Trump 2016 election.
Yeah.
For no apparent reason that I could ever figure out, other than Trump did not fit his sort of lace curtain.
Yeah, exactly. Him and the one at Blaze, I forget his name now, but also was violently anti-Trump. And then he took a 180-degree turn. Who's who I mean at Blaze?
Oh, Glenn Beck.
Glenn Beck, yeah. They were viciously anti-Trump, and then he went 180 when Trump won.
Well, what they didn't realize is, and we talked about this before, that this represented, you talk about Wendell Willkie, but
yes.
I prefer referring to Nelson Rockefeller as the quintessential lace curtain Republican. You know, we don't want to be around these smelly blue collar people. So we're going to be in this country club Republican setup. And
Yeah.
Trump was this, let's be honest, this guy from Queens who was not
Yeah.
so genteel. And
Exactly.
that's not how a Republican is supposed to be. A Republican is supposed to have manicured fingernails and perfect clothing and whatnot. And Shapiro, I always thought, was like the luckiest guy in the world, in that he
Yeah.
came, when I first saw this guy, there was a video when he was going by the name Benjamin Shapiro, and he was a teenager playing some violin concerto.
Right.
And you know, he was just this kind of poindexterous sort
Right.
of
A real
figure.
geek. A real geek. When he was at Harvard, he was
Yeah.
like that too.
And then he goes to Harvard, whatever. And then starts becoming some sort of conservative commentator. But the other shtick that I hate that he does, which is so phony, is this idea of talking fast, which makes you sound smarter somehow.
Yeah. I know. He rattles along. Him and this
And-
guy, Destiny, they just rattle away.
So I think they blew it with this. I'm not sure if Jeremy Boring, what a name, agrees with Shapiro, or Shapiro's his boy, and he just has to support him all the time. I don't
Right.
know. Not a good look.
No, and there were some good people over there too. I mean, I like Michael Knowles. I like Matt Walsh. You know, they're going to end up having, you know, they'll end up having a little bit of a taint on them by staying with this whole ship that as it goes down. I don't know if it will, but it's I mean, I think that he just really stepped in it with this. Candace
Well, now
Owens is
that
a
you
tremendous
mention it,
thinker.
and you may not agree with this, but I think that Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles are a little bit gelded by the platform. No, seriously, because when Matt Walsh is doing that thing, what is a woman?
Tremendous.
I think he was far too polite
Really?
with the
Okay.
people he was interviewing.
Well, he did. I thought that he was doing a classic journalist thing where he let people be who they were. And he
Bury
just would set,
themselves.
yeah, I mean, he set the stage. No, to me, that's tremendous work. I mean, he didn't impose his own opinion on it. He allowed everyone to make up their own mind, and he got these people to talk and expose themselves and how hideous they are, and particularly these professors that he interviewed and these doctors, and he just allowed them to rattle on. I mean, that to me is great journalism, and I think that's what he did.
Well, don't you think it could have improved if fine, he lets him speak, but then maybe attack him a little bit, do the sort of Mike Wallace approach. Yeah, let him speak, but then, you know,
Maybe.
those two professors and it's the two that we're thinking of.
Maybe
well,
I know what you mean. I was kind of waiting for him to take the gloves off a little bit, but
yeah,
he, yeah, I do think that's an important piece, though, and he did. It
Oh, yeah.
made a huge difference in our culture. It exposed something that most people had no idea was going on, and it really he was able to like get to the root of the problem. I mean, he
oh yeah,
showed
full marks for that.
Oh yeah, I mean, doctors were talking about, you know, basically, you know, hysterectomies for like preteen girls and
Yeah.
castration, and they were doing it as if it's something virtuous. And I don't think he could have gotten people to talk about that if he'd come on with, you know, a little bit of a heavier hand. So that's journalism, and I think that it's almost like, I mean, it's like what James O'Keefe does, I suppose. You know, you go in and you kind of you hold the cards close to the vest and you get people to reveal themselves. Larry King, I know you're not a fan, but he actually was pretty good at that, right? I mean, first of all, it's because he was so ignorant. He never read a book, but putting that aside, he would
that
get
was it.
people. Yeah, but the point is he would get people to reveal a lot more of what was going on with them
That is
than
true.
he would have if he had come in like maybe I would come in, you know, blazing with fists. Then it turns into nothing but a shouting match, and you don't learn anything. So
Yeah, I mean, there were times when that didn't work too well for Larry King.
oh, I know, and then he
That
would be
infamous
embarrassed.
interview with Jerry Seinfeld,
It was very bad. Yeah.
but it's a matter of style, of course.
Right. I mean, another master of that is well, before he went on the dark side was Howard Stern. I mean, he's completely gone into the, I don't know why. He's certainly made a few bucks in his day. What does he need to? But he used to be able to get people to talk about the most amazing personal things that you wouldn't even talk about with your own spouse.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was like you felt like almost like you're like an eavesdropper on a phone call. I mean, it almost had a voyeuristic sense. You feel like a peeping in someone's window, the way he would get people to talk about their sex life or just personal stuff. And he was very good at it because he would disarm someone. He would make them feel so they would forget where they were. They would forget that they were talking to his millions of people. They would just be sitting there hanging out with him at a bar. And he would get, and it was amazing. He was very skilled at that. Anyway, but this whole kerfuffle is interesting in that, I find myself siding with people who I normally would not side with on the business of Shmuley, and I think that he's an absolute disgrace to, as a rabbi, to have to go out with this stuff and to be there selling sex toys with his daughter. I mean, it's just to say it's creepy is an understatement. And then I heard him on with Alex Jones. Oh, it's all good because it helps marriages, and I'm fine. Why is he should? It's not for a rabbi to be involved. I mean, if he wants to promote that kind of thing, open a storefront with tinted windows or something. I don't know. It's not really the role of somebody who claims to be representing Judaism. Judaism does not condone sex toys. I mean, is that what he wants people to think? It sort of plays into the hands of people that we don't want to encourage.
Well, it certainly enforces stereotypes that people would have.
Yeah.
And
But what do you think of the? I mean, it appears, speaking of lace curtain Republicans and rhinos, they do appear to have a strategy of stopping Trump at this point because, barring, God forbid, an assassination, and I am saying that because I do think that's the only thing that can stop Trump now. They are trying to set it up so that they are resigning from Congress early, so there won't be a special election, as in the case of this guy Buck and this guy Gallagher. They're following, apparently they're conversing with McCarthy, who wants him to do this, because out of spite, I think he wants revenge. And if they vacate those seats and there's no special election, then the Congress is going to go to the Democrats. They're now down to just one, I think, once this guy Gallagher leaves, if he does this. And he's being pressured not to do it. But I would imagine there's a lot of forces encouraging him, including moneyed forces, frankly. I don't know that, but, there's some money there's some awards for him for doing this. And I think that what's going to happen is if the Congress goes to the Democrats and Jeffries, and Trump then wins, they're not going to confirm the election. They're going to start with insurrection legislation. They're going to say we can't, certify this election because of the 14th Amendment. And then if that doesn't work and he's not inaugurated, they're going to launch impeachment immediately, probably within minutes of his taking the oath of office. I think that's what's going on. What do you think?
Yeah, I would have to agree. And of course, you and I don't need any more reinforcement of how corrupt things are.
Right.
And how the rhinos were all bad news from the beginning. We'll never know, and maybe it'll come out in 50, 100 years, how Trump in his first term succumbed to these rhinos, I believe that he
Yeah.
was getting some conventional political advice.
Well, I think that
And
he's
it's,
learned his lesson. I mean, it's a little late, but apparently, Lara Trump, his daughter-in-law, heading the RNC, is insisting that people take a loyalty oath to join the staff, including whether, and she sends out a questionnaire that asks, one of the questions is, do you believe that the 2020 election was stolen? Yes or no?
yeah.
So, I mean, that tells me, and the left is their heads are blowing up over this. Oh my God, it's authoritarian, it's fascist. No, it shows that he wants loyalists near him. He's learned that he was surrounded by people who were stabbing him in the back. They were leaking. They were bugging his phone. They were, reporting. I mean, all of those stories we heard throughout his presidency, where he would say something stupid or something embarrassing, and then suddenly would be on the front of all the big newspapers. They got that because somebody was bugging his phone. They got that because someone was spying on him, which, by the way, is a felony. And nobody ever talked about how they got these. There was always some unnamed source. Nobody ever faced the music on that. Nobody was ever prosecuted for that. Those are crimes. So I think that Trump learned, and he's going to be very careful now. It's too late in the day to save the first term, but I don't think he's going to make that mistake again. He's going to get people around him who are going to be loyal to him, as anyone should.
Well, you're right. I think what this exposes, I mean, the fact that these rhinos are quitting left and right. The good news, if that's the term, is that now they don't care anymore. They're not even trying to fool anybody about how corrupt this is. But, after living in the D.C. area for nearly 20 years, it was pretty clear to see what's going on. There is no, quote, opposition.
Right.
It's just they're all part of the same swamp. And the easiest argument that the swamp exists, which I've used in numerous articles one way or the other, is that we proved that money does not cure poverty, right? There was over $20 trillion spent on the, quote, war on poverty through the years.
And then we lost it.
Still had poor people, right?
Sure.
Well, this money went to this endless cadre of lobbyists, beltway bandits, consultants, and whatever. And it's destroying the country, this whole parasitic class. And I've met over those years far too many of these people.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the whole cottage industry. I mean they'll knock a few crumbs off the table after they have they feast on all of the funds. I mean, one example that comes up recently is the Clinton Foundation raised $14 billion to help relieve Haiti. I think Haiti got maybe a few $1 million out of that.
Yeah.
And I mean, and now that we see that gangs have taken over that country and it's horrible, I think they could have used those funds perhaps. Maybe if the Clintons actually had invested in that country instead of putting it in their fat pockets, maybe there would be maybe they wouldn't have this kind of instability.
Well, and that's why they're afraid of Trump, because
that's right. That's right.
He's the exact archetypal guy of what they don't want. Self-made.
And not only that, but if Trump gets in there, he's going to expose these people, and they're not going to go down easy. They're going to try to stop Trump. I mean, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that they will resort to, having him murdered. I do think, I pray for his safety. I mean, they're going to do whatever they have to do.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, but
no, it wouldn't.
I think that he's savvy enough. And as I said, the good part of this is they're so desperate that they're not even trying to hide it anymore.
Yeah.
And, the light is exposing all the cockroaches as they're scurrying around. It's unfortunate because there have been way too many true believers in this corrupt system. And it's gone on for far too long.
And there's some honest people in there because they're losing all of these cases. I mean, the Tish James thing is gone, basically. That's been thrown out. Trump is not. Oh, I love the way they were celebrating the night before last Sunday on MSNBC. Trump is going to lose Trump Tower. Oh, it was almost like, Castro entering Havana. We're going to take this, we're going to grab that. And that's over. That's not going anywhere. Trump is going to appeal it, and it'll be thrown out. It's obviously fake. And now the Hooker case is falling apart. The last thing to come out is that there's a whistleblower near Michael Cohen, the corrupt, rotten lawyer and perjurer, and convicted felon, that he had shaken down the Trump company. Trump knew nothing about it, and that he was having an affair with a hooker. So that's coming out. And then you have Jack Smith. He's not even in the country. I think he's in the Balkans. And, the whole business of the documents raiding Melania's underwear drawer, I think that's fallen apart because of the Biden papers. I mean, the Biden special prosecutor has now said that there are still some documents that he wasn't able to get his hands on because they think it might have something to do with Tara Reade and her complaint against Biden. So that story is continuing to percolate, and that kind of cancels out the story against Trump. Plus, he was illegally using classified information and giving it to his biographer and whatnot. And I think, and obviously Fannie in Atlanta, that doesn't have much credibility anymore, does it? So I think that all of it hasn't really flown. It hasn't worked for them.
Well,
what are they going to do?
If you're going to create this conspiracy to get Donald Trump, maybe you should try to find people who are competent to carry it out.
Yeah.
So this raises the question, do they have any competent people on their side? It's one thing to talk about Mark Elias, but he's not the prosecutor that's, on the ground doing this. So all they could come up with was this disgusting woman in Fulton County.
It didn't fly.
And she did not come across well.
No.
She didn't know enough, by the way, to get rid of this stupid ghetto attitude that she was trying to put up there. It didn't help that she had her dress on backwards.
Yeah, it embarrassed black people.
Just weird. Who knows what that was about? This idea with the cash, which was absurd. None of this made
it's ridiculous, and it's. By the way,
how is Tish James worth $14 million?
That's a good question.
Being a civil servant in New York State,
Oh yeah, I mean that's they're all very corrupt, all of these people. So, what do you think about the collapse of the bridge in Baltimore, the Francis Scott Key Bridge? It's very suspicious, I think.
Well, the thing that makes it not 100% suspicious is that if you look at the size of these super freighters, there's not a whole lot of clearance between the piers on that bridge. I mean, that doesn't mean you should hit it.
Yeah, but the freighter was going right for it.
Yeah.
And apparently there was blackouts, and then, and this is like a weird thing. I didn't actually see this, but I keep hearing this, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating something here without full knowledge, but there was the film that Obama made, this dystopian film. The Obamas, their station sponsored it. That one of the scenes in that film is the collapse of a bridge that was hit by a cargo ship.
Yeah.
And it looks apparently uncannily like the Baltimore Bridge. And it shows this. They keep showing that video over and over again. I don't know how to read into that, but that movie seems to have some predictive elements to it.
The suspicious part of it for me is if you're having all these power issues.
Yeah.
Why do you keep going? Was it sabotage? What's happening?
Was it like a cyber attack? Was it like, did they scramble somehow the cyber system? I know that I just read that, for example, in the Baltic states, near Russia, airplanes are being scrambled with this confusing GPS malfunction while they're in the air. And, I think that cyber attacks, I would argue, and I can't prove this, it might have something to do with the computer machines of the 2020 election. I don't know that. But we know that they were online, and we know that there was some algorithm issues. I mean, the thing that seems to be uniquely beneficial with cyber attacks is that there are no fingerprints. It's hard to prove it. It's hard for people to even know it. Even experts in the field, people who have high-level degrees in technology, in computer technology, can't detect. I think I had on Captain, what was his name? Captain Seth Keschel, who's an expert on this, who talked about this. That even those people don't know what's going on. It's very difficult to get your handle on it.
Well, remember one thing, that when you have, the fact that we're even asking these questions, means there's a shade of doubt in what's going on. So a related sort of thing is, are professional sports rigged? Now, how do you know when that wide receiver drops that pass, whether he legitimately dropped it or whether he purposely dropped it?
Yes, exactly.
You really don't know. So the fact that you're even thinking about that is interesting, because all I can say is look at past experience. How often do these cargo ships hit bridges? Not too damn often.
No. And there's all these derailments around the country, and these food plants that are being burned. I mean, it's just, I do think about these things in a conspiratorial context. And I wonder if this isn't America under attack. Our infrastructure, our supply chains. I mean, that bridge that goes over there in Baltimore, that is a very important artery that connects the North and the South. That's the Mason-Dixon line has been reestablished in a way. These aren't trivial things. I mean, this is like, this could be an outright, this is almost not the same as 9/11, but unfortunately there weren't a lot of innocent people there. There was about 8 people there, 6 of whom have disappeared. And they did it at night. It wasn't like during rush hour. So, at least we could be grateful for that. But, it's just, I'm sorry, but it just seems awfully calculated to me. Why now? I mean,
I would agree.
Lieutenant General Michael Flynn has said that we can expect these black swan events between now and Election Day. Is this part of that?
Yeah, I would agree with him. You reach a point where does something pass the smell test here?
Yes.
And it, if nothing else, just comes across, it just feels off. It feels off. All right.
It does.
Maybe it's really calculated. It's not, strictly speaking, a terrorist attack in that you didn't kill 1,000 people.
Right.
But you did a hell of a lot of damage.
Oh, the damage to that is enormous. I mean, that could really affect the entire supply line for the East Coast.
Yeah.
I don't think that we really are grasping the seriousness of that. I mean, that's like it's like really a major break. It's something that would be a military target if we were at war.
And yet, the media is trying to dismiss.
Oh, well, they're already going to start in by saying anybody that questions that nothing happened is involved with wild conspiracy theories, and it's the same sort of line of attack that's been going on since the assassination of Kennedy. Yeah. I mean, I think at that point, the CIA deliberately concocted this idea that anybody that questioned the official narrative of that was a, quote, conspiracy theorist.
Well, they invented the term.
Conspiracy. They did, and they invented it as a negative. Now, of course, they've got their own conspiracy theories that are horrible, like Putin conspired with or, quote, colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election, or the perfect phone call and all those other crap. I mean, those are conspiracy theories. But anyway.
I think what's happening now, if you want to compare the Kennedy assassination, is And let me relate your friend Judith Riesman,
Yes.
where an article appeared. I think Peter Bregan and his daughter have a Substack, and they published essentially Judith Riesman's work, reinterpreted on Alfred Kinsey. All right. So someone posted on there, why did people accept this crap? And I posted a comment in reply to that, which actually the Bregans liked, and it's very hard for us to believe now in 2024. But in the late 1940s, early 1950s, people trusted academia. This was some professor, he was the authority, and you, little man, are going to believe what this guy says. All right. Now,
Plus,
fast forward to 1960.
Time magazine put him up on the front cover.
Oh yeah. Now,
and they were a known CIA enabler. I mean, I mean that's part of an agenda.
Well, right. Now, use those eyes to look at November 1963. All right.
Yes.
How do you find some loser with a mail order gun climbing up to the top of this building and shooting the president?
Right. And obvious, look, I mean, I'm having Dr. Jerome Corsi on. He's just come out with another book about the assassination, where he shows it completely and unequivocally that there were 4 shots fired, that 3 of them came in from the front and 1 of them came in from the back. And it would have been impossible to have one person do that. I mean, Oswald was aimed from the back. Maybe he might have gotten off 1 shot, but, you know, it's just, I mean, everyone knows. They did that in broad daylight, right on downtown Dallas. I mean, that's what worries me now, because they didn't care. I mean, it was so blatant. I mean, Roger Stone seems
blatant. It was blatant then, but they had the advantage that you have to admit, people in 1963 didn't, or most of them, didn't think like this.
That's right. So maybe that's a good thing, because back then people just accepted it and they mourned and they moved on. Nobody believed that there could have been this bigger agenda going on, this bigger conspiracy. Never mind that the whole country changed. I mean, I wrote a book about this called Assassination in America, where I look at a lot of assassinations. You have to look at them as a conspiracy, especially if it's someone who is powerful and who is in a position of influence. Of course they're being assassinated. That's just, you know, it's the nature of power. You know, if there's a lot of at stake in a particular situation and someone's standing in the way, or they may affect it, and they're, you know, someone is going to lose something because of that, of course that they could be assassinated. Now, obviously. I mean, anytime a president dies under mysterious circumstances, of course you have to look into that. I mean, I show historically cases like Zachary Taylor, William Henry Harrison. I mean, these people, there were reasons why they might have been killed. There were people who needed to get rid of them because they were standing in the way of a particular agenda. And you can look at what happened after they died. There was a sudden shift. They were about to do certain things and they didn't happen. James Garfield, you know, William McKinley. I mean, I'm not saying that things just don't happen out of the blue, but you have to examine these things and say, who gained, you know, as the Latin saying, cui bono, who gained, who benefits? And what happened afterwards? I mean, after the Kennedy assassination, there were major changes in the way we govern this country. You know, the Vietnam War probably, I don't think Kennedy would have done that. You know, he got rid of he was issuing silver certificates. That was stopped the next day. You know, the war on poverty, all that stuff. Kennedy wasn't into any of that. Yeah. Kennedy was actually a conservative. He was a patriot.
By today's standards, oh yeah.
Yeah, I think by any standard. And I think Kennedy stood in the way of this whole agenda.
Well, I mean, the other thing too is that too many people are mired into this stuff happens concept of history. In other words, on May 1st, 1915, this happened and that
Uh-huh.
happened, and the Lusitania sank, and so it's just a series of dates and events,
Right.
and it's almost never that you would talk about Lusitania, for example. Why was it sunk? What the heck went on? But history is basically it happened in 1915, and so it was just never the thing back then to go into any depth on this stuff.
Right.
Now I must unfortunately leave early
Okay.
and wish everybody
All right, Mike.
Easter Triduum.
Same here.
We will see you next week.
Next week. You bet. All right, Mike. Thanks a lot.
Take
All
care.
right. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz. Welcome to the program, part of my ongoing series on history issues. We are joined by David T. Beato. He is the author of The New Deal's War on the Bill of Rights, The Untold Story of FDR's Concentration Camps, Censorship, and Mass Surveillance. Dr. Beato is he is a research fellow at the Independent Institute and professor emeritus at the University of Alabama. He received his PhD in history at the University of Wisconsin. He's the author of T.R.M. Howard, Doctor, Entrepreneur, and Civil Rights Pioneer, and From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State, Fraternal Societies and Social Services, 1890 to 1967, among other works. David, thanks for joining me this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to start with a quick thumbnail with regard to FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration, as the sort of not the originator, but certainly a catalyst for a move toward what we now have as obviously a surveillance state. You claim that he is really one of the architects that has led to the present situation. So let's give us a bit of an overview on that.
All right. Well, Roosevelt is generally not associated with mass surveillance, and I think that that's partly because people are looking in the wrong places. They're looking at the FBI, for example, which during this period had, less than 200 phone taps on any given day. It had some unauthorized operations and so forth, but that doesn't really rise to the level of what we're familiar with today with mass surveillance. So what you need to look at is the role of a congressional committee that FDR was instrumental in creating. It was called the Black Committee. It was a U.S. Senate committee.
Hugo Black.
Hugo Black from my state, Alabama. Best known as a Supreme Court justice. However, at the time, he was best known as a populist, I guess you'd say, in a lot of ways. Very loyal New Dealer, very ruthless, very effective point man for Roosevelt in the U.S. Senate, and very partisan. So again, these are all labels that we wouldn't really associate with him on the court, but definitely was the case in his political career. Okay, well, Roosevelt is elected in 1932. He takes office in 33, and he's, people are supportive of him. But by 1935 or so, there is rising opposition. And this is reflected by elections. For example, the Republicans take control of the New York State Assembly. They win a lot of what you would call by-elections. Roosevelt is falling in the polls. And again, these are credible polls, right? In fact, in 36, he is shown as losing in very credible polls. And this is believed by the administration that he's in trouble, or potentially that it could be a competitive race. Of course, it ended up being a landslide, but they didn't really know that was going to happen because things had changed. So basically, this concern leads to a view that, look, there's this criticism of the New Deal. There is a rising criticism of Roosevelt. We need to get a handle on this. And they start to open investigations with the hope of perhaps discrediting this opposition. And the idea they come up with in the administration is, well, let's investigate these groups, these anti-New Deal groups, as lobbies, because that's kind of a bad word, and so forth. So let's look at them as lobbies. So they set up a committee in the U.S. Senate. Again, the administration orchestrated this, and they orchestrated the appointment of the first chair of that committee, Senator Hugo Black, because he was regarded as very loyal to the New Deal. So
Right.
Black begins the investigation of anti-New Deal organizations, and he has a very broad mandate because they say indirect or direct lobbying. So what would indirect lobbying be? Be what we're doing right now. Anything that could have an
opinion.
impact on ideas,
Sure.
on the political climate. So it's just about anything. So
Right.
Black calls in witnesses, and it doesn't always go well because a lot of these witnesses push back, compare them to the Soviet secret police, and it's not as effective. So
Not
they
a good
come
look.
up with the idea of what if we got a hold of their private telegrams, and we could bring them in, and then we'd have that information in front of us. Well, that's not
Sure.
easy, but there was a law. And this law required the telegraph companies, the big one, of course, was Western Union, but all of them had to keep copies of all telegrams. And these had been used for subpoena purposes in the past if you had a specific case. Like any other communication, you had to name the specific person and what you were searching for and all of that. But they went to Western Union. They tried to do end run around that, and the Black said, here's one thing he wanted. Said, I want all access to all private telegrams sent to and from every single member of Congress for an entire 9-month period. Okay. Western Union says, well, do you have a subpoena? No, there's no subpoena. We just want it. So they basically didn't go along with it. Well, then, basically, Western Union, Black went to the FCC, and again, the administration is very much involved in this, and the FCC orders Western Union to comply. They could have fought it at that point, but they just said, oh, right. And they let him in. And so Black and his staffers came in. They start the search, like I said, looking at telegram communications between every single member of Congress flowing in and out of Washington. And they go through these. They go through thousands a day of the copies of the telegrams. And they are instructed by Black staffers, well, if you see anything like private between husband and wife, skirt past that and look for anything having to do with lobbying. Of course, that would have been
Now,
anything.
could I just ask, was this something that was known, or was it done in secret? I mean, I can't imagine Congress going along with this, not to mention the American people.
It is not known initially.
Okay.
And but it just to sort of say they do thousands a day, and it ends up to millions. They actually
Yeah, sure.
they look at millions of these, because if you do the math, that's the way it works. They start expanding the search to include other people. And here's how it became known. It is not publicized. But Western Union eventually comes to the conclusion that this is getting a little out of control, and they want it publicized. They want it fought. And so they eventually, when it starts to spread, and they're doing specific requests to go after this person and that person, Western Union starts to let them know, your telegrams are being searched. One of the people they let know is a guy named Newton Baker, who'd been Secretary of War under Wilson. Baker's kind of an easygoing, moderate kind of guy, right? Not a flamethrower. He is so mad when he finds this out that he says, if I saw a lynching of Senator Hugo Black, I would not join in the lynching. However, when they put the rope around his neck, I would not stop the lynchers. So he's pretty mad. Another guy that's really mad and has an effect is a guy named Silas Strawn. A leading Chicago law firm still bears his name. Winston and Strawn, I think. It's been in the news. But Strawn is big guy in the sense of powerful. He is the head of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, or a former head of the Bar Association, and head of the American Golf Association. He brings suit that this is violating the Fourth Amendment, and he wins. He wins. There are other suits brought, and Black eventually just says, because they don't have the power to order him to return the telegrams. They say, we have limited power with regard to Congress, but we're going to step in and say you can't do this anymore. Black says, well, we've completed our investigations. We had millions of telegrams, and
Right.
but it's a precedent. It's a precedent for future
Oh yeah,
congressional
and they didn't
committees.
return the information either, did they?
Oh no,
I mean,
no.
so they had that in house, and they could go through sift through all the dirt which they're trying to get on people to blackmail them, basically,
Yeah, there are
and
thousands
use
of copies made. You can go and find them at the Library of Congress or U.S. Archives. They're
incredible.
in there.
And obviously, that's information that could be used, politically. And I mean, this is what they did to Trump, right? The FISA courts were spying on him and bugging the Trump Tower, and they had surveillance. But the problem with that one is that they had to go before a judge to make the case for that, and that's when they brought in that phony dossier, and they. But the point I'm making here is, and Nixon with the bugging of the Watergate Hotel, this is something that apparently under Roosevelt was done at a massive scale by the Senate, and it was just unprecedented in terms of the level of surveillance.
It was it, but it backfired. And this is what's the difference with today. There were a lot of people on the left, a lot of New Dealers who didn't like this. And one
Right.
example of this was the great newspaper baron Black released a telegram from William Randolph Hearst to one of his editors, which was kind of like, this guy's a communist. And it was sort of an over-the-top telegram. And
Right.
what Black thought is this would hurt the opposition. But what ended up happening is a lot of key New Dealers, like a guy named Emanuel Seller, who I remember from my youth, still around,
Mhm.
who I
Yeah.
thought was a hack. He just said, this is Mussolini tactics here. Roosevelt,
Yeah.
I mean, they went after the administration, and they would say things like, Black, who was a lot like Trump in Hearst, who was a lot like Trump in many ways, he's like an American like everybody else. He has the same rights as everybody else. So that's the difference with today, is that you have a lot of people on the left who push back against this stuff. A lot of people in the ACLU, a lot of leading liberal papers.
Back then, not so much today. I think
Back
that was
then,
true.
yes.
Yeah,
Not
now
today.
they don't. Now they've taken 180 degree, mainly because they hate Trump, and it's like this deranged idea that anything goes if it's to stop Trump, including sending out these phony stories and then retracting them 2 days later after the damage was done.
Exactly. And people were able to rise above that. I mean, Hearst was despised by a lot of people on the left.
Right.
But they
Oh, yeah,
said, look,
sure.
he's an American citizen, and this is bad what he's done. His private telegrams, for God's sake. And Black is releasing them to the public as a political ploy to win support for the committee, to make Hearst look bad. And this
Right.
is just, there's a reaction against this.
So, I mean, and once the reaction took place and the whole operation was ended, as you say, it set a precedent. And FDR and his people, I assume that the Black Committee forwarded it to them. They then had political fodder to use against their opponents.
They did, but it was a valuable precedent in another respect, because the court had ruled that this was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. By the way, they're using the term right of privacy all the time, critics of the Roosevelt administration.
Right.
But they said this is violating the Fourth Amendment, and future congressional committees could not do this kind of thing to the same extent because of this. And so when you look at later investigations, they don't have this power. So it does
Now,
have a positive impact in terms of the law.
But you definitely link the Black Committee doing this surveillance to the FDR administration. Is that right?
Yes, FDR recruits the committee, and I've got reason to believe that some of these telegrams actually ended up, in FDR's hands. But oh yeah, they were involved in this, and FDR was confronted about one of his key advisors, Raymond Moley, who didn't like this stuff. Moley was a key guy, been in the New Deal Brains Trust. He says, I don't like this. This is Black's going out of control. And Roosevelt just said, well, you got to do this sometimes. You got to use these methods. And so Moley was shocked by this, and it was key to explaining why Moley finally broke with FDR, because of conversations he had like this. He said the conversation went on for hours, and FDR was like defending Black. Like, what? But FDR
Dirty,
had
it's dirty
deniability in the
tricks.
case of the Black Committee, though.
Mm.
He created it, but there was some distance that he had what you could call plausible deniability.
Right. And again, we're not talking here about the FBI selectively going after certain people who had been identified as enemies, like the mob or like the Ku Klux Klan or the Communist Party. We're talking here about just an overall wholesale spying operation on everyone in a particular area, in this case, Congress.
Yeah, exactly. And a
Now,
lot of people were outraged because they hadn't done anything. They said, why are my private telegrams like Newton Baker? What have I done? What are you accusing me of?
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
he wasn't
that's the
accusing
old thing.
anyone.
You have nothing to worry about if you didn't do it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, FDR, I think it's not a well-known element of his administration, but when he became president, he declared a state of emergency within a few weeks, and that was the powers that and it was ratified by Congress. He called for it in his inaugural address. This is very open, and he used that power for the what's so-called bank holiday, shutting down all the banks so that they could then be stabilized or for whatever reason, and then some of them weren't allowed to reopen. But I think it was those emergency powers that have never been rescinded from the executive branch, and they continue to this day. I mean, I think it gives the executive branch certain functions that supersede the Constitution. I mean, the whole, alphabet agencies, some of them went way overboard, especially the ERA. And that had to do with this emergency power by which they were set up under the executive branch. Do you think that played any role in this?
I don't know specifically. Certainly, he did have vast emergency powers. In fact, if you look at his 1933 inaugural address, everyone quotes the part of the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. That actually was not the big news story. The big news story where he says, I want vast executive powers. I want Congress to give them to me. And it was sort of a threat, and it's at the end of that speech. In that, if you look at the newsreels of the time, the newsreels don't pick up on the fear section; they pick up on that. So the only surviving newsreels are those that highlight that part because people went, "My God!"
Oh yeah, right. They pull out that quote, but he did get those emergency powers, and technically, I mean, I've heard some people who are theorists on this. Technically, it was a declaration of war. It was war powers, and it was
a
a
lot
declaration.
Of these are World War I powers, like the Trading with the Enemy Act and that kind of
That's
thing.
right. I mean,
They're building on this precedent. Yeah,
it brought that back. I mean, just a little historic on that. I mean, Wilson during World War I was able to literally suspend portions of the Constitution. I mean, there were people put in prison for speech, including Eugene Debs, who was the head of the Socialist Party, and convicted in these sort of trials where there was no witnesses, and it was very authoritarian in nature, all done under the guise of a national emergency under war. Those were mostly rescinded. I think they probably all were rescinded at the end of the war by Harding, who then pardoned Debs and sort of put that aside. But Roosevelt wanted to bring that back, I think, under the guise of dealing with the Depression. And I've heard it suggested that power has continued ever since. I mean, every 2 years when the new Congress sits, they renew it, even if it's just a little tiny piece of language in something. And that it's the basis for this massive government expansion overall, but specifically for the surveillance state. It was used by FDR to intern Japanese Americans before the war. And we're not talking here about spies. I mean, the FBI knew who they were. They did detain them immediately. We're talking about everyone, the entire population with Japanese ancestry.
Well, if you look at that executive order that Roosevelt interned the Japanese, the word missing from it? Japanese. It uses terminology like persons who must be removed and other persons. It's a little bit like the references to slavery in the Constitution. They don't say slave. It's sort of like that. And
Or
when this came to Congress, because they had to fund it, Senator Taft said basically this is the worst piece of thing I've ever seen, because the legislation was the same way. Now, when it gets specific is when the military starts the actual operations of internment and evacuation. Then they say everyone of Japanese ancestry. But again, it's this whole deniability. And I've never gotten a good explanation as to why Roosevelt's executive order, which was clearly intended to intern the Japanese, did not use the term Japanese once. And it seems to me it all fits in with this deniability. He can blame other people.
Plausible deniability. It's I mean, the other example under FDR was that the convening of the Evian Conference in 1938, which was brought actually by Salar, Congressman Salar, among others, to address the problem of Jewish refugees trying to get out of Nazi Germany. And it was headed up by an American a businessman by the name of, I think it was Campbell. And there were delegations from countries all over the world. And it was to address this question: can we help resettle these people as refugees in maybe Latin America, Canada? The conference didn't use the word Jew. It just simply talked about a vague reference to refugees. And it decided that it would not allow any of them out. It's one of these little chapters of American history that brings up the question that you're bringing up now with regard to the Japanese, which is why. Nobody knows why. But it's a classic example of this kind of bureaucratic legalese that's sometimes used to create a level of deniability for the government.
But when they did the specific enforcement, they had to get specific and very specific. So when the military is doing its orders, it says everyone of Japanese ancestry. And we have to realize what that included. If you lived in the designated area and you were an orphan in an American orphanage of Japanese ancestry, you had to go to the camps. That's how specific that was. So it's very different than the Italian or the German internments, which, I think there are plenty of problems with those. But we didn't have Joe DiMaggio's family or Frank
and they weren't deterring the entire families. I mean, they were taking in maybe a handful of people who might have been problematic in a wartime, but it wasn't. And they knew those same people of Japanese ancestry too, and that would have been, they could have defended that, but it wasn't like an entire internment of an entire ethnic group.
No,
which
this
of course
is on a different scale. And if you look at early polls that were taken, then as Americans were generally satisfied with the policy from December 7th until February, which was basically treated the Japanese more or less similarly to the Germans and Italians. There was no great rising demand to put the Japanese in internment camps that FDR was responding to. That is a myth that is perpetuated by history textbooks. They'll quote polls, but the polls were done after it was a fait accompli.
Right, and also after they had launched a propaganda campaign of demonization, which dehumanized Japanese people. I mean, even a lot of people were involved in that. I think Disney was involved in it. There's this massive national kind of denouncement of the Japanese people. And, we've seen that happen somewhat recently in certain situations. I don't want to get into this too much, but I would argue that this happened against people who didn't accept the jab, right? Yeah. There was talk about internment camps. There was, they're killing people, and that kind of ridiculous demonization.
They were doing it in Australia, basically.
Oh, they actually set up camps in Australia.
Yeah.
So, this is a kind of power that has expanded, and I think that I don't have the details on this, but I understand that President Barack Obama signed legislation that actually makes it legal and official for the government to engage in propaganda. And again, I don't have the details. I should do a deeper dive.
Well, when I started writing this book, which was 15 years ago, I couldn't have imagined how many modern parallels would appear in such stark form. And one of them was this whole issue of fake news, right?
Right.
And the government, FDR was very much at home with that theory that the newspapers that were criticizing him, and we're talking about the top metropolitan newspapers, because this was a time when the print press was against FDR.
Right.
And he was accusing them of fake news and misinformation and all of that. And he was saying to reporters things like, I know you guys are told what to write. I love all you reporters, but I know they tell you what to write. It was this conspiratorial stuff. And,
I get it.
but you see things like that. You see things like the Twitter files. You see
Mm.
all these perils. Sedition trials. I thought that was gone when I started writing my book. Sedition trials? That went out with the 1950s. Now they've come back with a passion.
Well,
but,
yeah, it's highly politically motivated, and it's again. I mean, this is one of those things where the left has gone a volte-face. It's the other shoe on the foot. You don't hear them talk about this. I don't know if it's Trump derangement or what, but there's this. They don't criticize the FBI now. It's sort of like back then. I mean, during COINTELPRO, they did criticize it, and looking back, they might have had a point. But now it's nothing. There's nothing said. Maybe we've become so conditioned to it. I don't know, but it's we're right now, I think, in this country really at a very dangerous place.
Well, it's interesting how things change with fashions. Political fashions. During World War II, the big advocates of sedition trials were the Communist Party. And many people on the left wanted to prosecute critics of the administration for sedition over and over again. And guess what? Only a couple years after that all petered out, they are being prosecuted. And then they suddenly start, many of them, belatedly making pro-civil liberties arguments. So that's what you see as a common pattern in American history, where people they suddenly discover civil liberties when they're under threat. It's sad. And that's why
Right.
I find some encouragement in this period, because I do find people that are pretty consistent on both the left and the right over time.
Right.
And we need more people like that now.
Especially now because of the censorship that's happened in big tech, and the attack, I think, on Elon Musk, which I don't endorse many of his things. I mean, but the only reason why he's under attack is because he wanted to free Twitter, and even there, I'm not sure he's done as much as I wished he'd done, but he did take some steps, and that was huge because there had been such a regime of censorship put in place, and you had major universities set up these quote misinformation think tanks, these censorship mills like the Shorenstein Institute over at Harvard, that were examining ways to affect algorithms and how to take out certain thinkers who use certain words. And we're not talking here about, as Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes said, yelling fire in a crowded theater. Of course there has to be community standards. We're talking here about political opinion, about dissent. Anyway.
Yeah, I think you see precursors to that during this period.
Indeed.
Definitely.
Well, I mean, look, I think that it's interesting that FDR wanted to control what people thought and how they thought it, which is what this is. I mean, you control the high ground of media and culture. And I think that that's something that there's a dark tendency for anyone who is in power to want to do that. The only question is, the issue is how far they've gotten in terms of doing it. I recall in the late 70s, the church committee hearings, it was revealed, according to testimony, that the CIA had what was called Operation Mockingbird, where they were literally paying journalists cash in suitcases and other benefits to put out certain stories and certain narratives that they wanted put out. And I don't think that that's something that's ever been ended. I don't think there was any claim that it was ended. It was just exposed.
Yeah, you certainly see favoritism towards certain journalists like Walter Winchell, for example.
There you go.
Very much benefits from his association with the administration. He gets certain scoops. He gets certain great stories. It kind of made him really as a journalist. But what you do see during the 1930s is you see Roosevelt is a master of manipulating radio. We all know this, of course, because like Trump, he was able to go to people directly. In case of Trump, it was Twitter. In the case of Roosevelt, it was his fireside speeches. But again, the networks really were under an obligation to give these full coverage. And you did have certain anti-New Deal voices on the radio, but by 1938, they're all, network radio anyway, they're all forced off the air because the administration is manipulating, often behind the scenes, its authority to get people off the air, like a guy named, very well-known figure at the time, was named Bo Carter. He was on several days a week on network radio, had been supportive of Roosevelt, and he turned against him during the court packing period of 1937.
Right.
He's very popular one day, and the next day he's sort of being gradually marginalized and forced off the air, and he's off the air by 38, and there isn't one left. And Roosevelt does that through a lot of different methods. FCC, network broadcasting code, but also advertisers. One of Carter's advertisers was a woman named Marjorie Merriweather Post, who actually owned Mar-a-Lago one time. Very powerful figure, and she's a Democratic donor. He says, hey, can't you do something about this? And lo and behold, Carter's off the air.
I mean, I don't know if FDR was doing what I've heard happens now, which is that he sends the IRS after them. Or,
yes. If you were in this time, constantly. He's constantly going to his Secretary of Treasury and others saying, can't we audit this person's taxes? Aren't they due for an audit? And you had to be incredibly careful with your taxes if you were a critic of the administration. And several people were. They were very careful. I had the best lawyers, had the rock solid, situation. Yeah. But they're constantly going after people. And this is very well documented, how that is occurring. But again, it's deniability. Roosevelt's saying that to his Secretary of the Treasury. He's saying that privately. He'd never do this publicly, which is a lot different than someone like Trump. Trump will just say what he thinks. Roosevelt
has that kind of Queens, New York personality where he'll take somebody on directly, whereas with FDR, it was the classic. I mean, I don't want to sound, bad here, but it was like the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant approach, like in old Boston, where the knife would come out behind the scenes, but you'd never see the hand that held it.
They said you could almost enjoy being attacked by him at the beginning, and then then you knew what was happening. The famous "My Little Dog" phallus speech. I mean, it's brilliant. But
that he sends out
but it's devastating. It's absolutely devastating.
Yeah, I mean, he sent like an Air Force plane to pick up his dog in Alaska or something.
Yeah, and he turns it around instantly by joke, right?
Well, he had this great personality, and he had this enormously charismatic image, and this handsome head. It would be intoning this with this tone. I mean, a lot of people, and I think they still do, they work on certain affectations as part of their public image that gives them a certain, people think, oh, they must know what they're talking about. They must be, they have authority. And FDR, I think, was a master at that.
It was said that he could have thrived as a radio commentator. If he had not been a politician, he would have risen to the top in that field.
For sure.
That's true.
Yeah, he was brilliant at public presentation. Anyways, David, your book is available everywhere: Amazon, Barnes & Noble. You've got it's a site at the Independent Institute where you are part of the think tank. Give us some additional sort of wrap-up thoughts on this.
Well, I think if you think you know FDR, even know Civil Liberties Record, you can learn a little bit from this book. I learned a lot during research. I didn't know about the Black Committee when I started.
Hmm.
Most people don't. But there's a very interesting case involving an African American Republican leader in Memphis who was really a major political figure there, and he was quashed by an ally of FDR named Mayor Crump, and through all sorts of methods. So there's a lot in here, not only on Japanese internment, there's a lot on sort of FDR's relationship to African Americans, sedition cases.
Hmm.
For example, the
Yes.
black press during World War II is basically emasculated by a threat of sedition prosecutions. The government probably couldn't have done it because that would have been very unpopular, but that was threatened. And as a result, the black press became very much sort of
Hmm.
under control.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like a version of what we now call lawfare. You go after the
Yeah.
opponent and with phony lawsuits, and you tie them up and you try to bankrupt them and intimidate them and use big bully boy tactics. I think I read that Eleanor once approached him and asked him to look into the lynching, and he told her to mind her own damn business. So
Yeah, and
there's
but the historians cover for him. They'll say, well, he
oh
couldn't
yeah,
pass an anti-lynching bill because he needed his New Deal program. Well, that's problematic even if you look at it closely, because his own vice president was John Nance Garner, a very conservative Southerner, and Garner even went to Roosevelt and said, we really have to do something about this. This is getting out of control, this lynching thing. And Roosevelt told someone about this, and he said he just laughed uncontrollably. Garner talking about lynching? He didn't see this as, well, gee, maybe there's such outrage that I can do something and not have any danger to the rest of my program. So there's a jaded kind of cynical aspect to him that I think a lot of people don't really appreciate.
yeah. I mean, it's a very strange personality there. I mean, that would look at it that way. Um, Somebody ought to. I mean, I don't. Somebody other than Doris Kearns Goodwin should do a deep dive.
Well, the
into,
best movie portrayal of Roosevelt, not
yeah.
well known, but a few years ago there was a picture of Treat Williams where he played J. Edgar Hoover, and it has
Mhm.
that guy on MASH, David Ogden Stiers, play Roosevelt,
Oh,
and
good.
he's getting frustrated with Hoover. He said, "Mr. Hoover, what you need to because Hoover was against Japanese internment. This was
Oh,
the same."
good.
And he said, "Mr. Hoover, you need to realize that in Washington, all power flows to the center, and I am the center." And I about fell out of my chair. But that's the only sort of negative depiction I've ever seen of FDR. He's still got very good PR, 80 years later.
Well, he definitely had well placed friends in high places across the board, including the California governor who was leading the effort to the internment, that being Earl Warren at the time. And it's an interesting study in making these kinds of alliances. It's kind of what has euphemistically been called the Eastern Seaboard liberal establishment, I suppose. That it's very amoral, and they tend to think alike, and they tend to have an agenda that's hard to explain.
And there's a weird compartmentalization. FDR's own attorney general was against Japanese internment, Francis Biddle, liberal, and he held him off, by the way. FDR wanted to go after people like Charles Lindbergh during the war. He wanted to go after the publisher of the Chicago Tribune, and Biddle
Right,
held him off.
McCormick. Yeah.
But Biddle shows this interesting compartmentalization. He dedicated his book, his autobiography in 1962 to FDR. That same autobiography has devastating commentary about FDR and civil liberties and Japanese Americans. Biddle's clear that he fought this and did not, he thought it was an outrageous thing. He ended up going along with it. But the book is dedicated to FDR. So it's hard to figure out that mentality, that compartmentalization.
Well, why do you think he would do? I mean, was this just one massive social experiment to intern an entire ethnic group? Is it similar to the lockdowns, maybe? I don't know, not to compare, but, is it like, is that what this is about? I mean, is it like a manipulation of the public?
That's an interesting question. If you look at FDR, he wrote op-eds in the 1920s, And in these op-eds, he wrote about the Japanese Americans. He said, well, we don't want to have them intermarrying with us. It's okay that California has denied them property ownership if they're immigrants. We certainly shouldn't have immigration. He in late 30s, he said that if we have a war with Japan, he wrote this privately, that we should intern any Japanese American who had met a Japanese ship, met sailors and so forth, in his word, concentration camp. So it's hard to fathom. I don't think he really needed to do it. He could have given a great speech about the 4 freedoms and how much Americans care about them.
Right.
But he kept them there till 1944. The end of he was so worried that in 1944 that it would hurt him in the election, even though all of his advisors just about at that time were urging him to let them go, he kept them there. So this is a kind of cold, I don't know what you'd call it.
Maybe it's just old-fashioned. It's old-fashioned racism and
callousness.
bigotry. Maybe he. I mean, I know that he was. I believe he made a comment when before Pearl Harbor that he goes, "The Japanese are not. They're not a threat. Japanese Air Force isn't a threat because the Japanese pilots don't. They don't have good vision. They can't see well. Based upon.
Here's another story he tells.
Yeah.
He laughed about this one. He said, well, there's an ancient legend that the Japanese islands were first inhabited by baboons, and then I guess he said some prostitutes came there and nature took its course. And he thought this was
I get it,
funny.
yeah.
He would say things like this.
Right. And then of course why didn't he intern the Italians? He goes, no, because they're just a bunch of opera singers. So I guess that it's, he had a lot of stereotypical views.
Well, very powerful
of
figures
people.
were Italian in the Democratic Party.
Well, that's true. Well,
too,
that's obviously part. I mean, you
can't
can't
put Frank
how
Sinatra behind bars.
Yeah, I mean, how could you do that? You'd have to intern half of the city of New York. Anyway, but this is very interesting insights here in terms of the the past is prologue, as it were, and you look at stuff that happened at that time, and you can make a definite link to what we're dealing with now in terms of the infringement upon individual freedoms and individual rights. I hope that people can wake up to that. I really do.
That was a motivator to write the book, and again, like I said, there were some real heroic characters here who fought back. And
yes,
I would hope people could learn some lessons from how they did it, building coalitions, for example, for civil liberties.
Indeed. All right, David DiBeato, I want to thank you for joining me today. The book is The New Deal's War on the Bill of Rights, The Untold Story of FDR's Concentration Camps, Censorship, and Mass Surveillance. Thanks a lot, David. Let's stay in touch. And I really appreciate it. Great conversation.
Love to come back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Bye.
Okay, Charles Moscowitz here. Thanks for joining everyone. Michael D. Shaw is with me live. Mike, thanks for joining me today. How are you?
In the house early, and here we are.
Indeed. I headlined the show with regard claiming there's a threat to Israel, and I say that only because there's a lot of chatter out there that there's an imminent attack emanating from Iran in revenge for the Israelis hitting the terrorists in, I think, in Lebanon, possibly in South Syria recently.
Right.
And, first of all, it wouldn't be happening had not Biden released all those tens of billions of dollars to the Iranians. Under Trump, Iran was bottled up. The administration was moving forward with peace in terms of the Abraham Accords. You had a bunch of the Gulf states on board. You had, in the very final months of the Trump administration, Morocco signed on to transfer their embassy to Jerusalem. You had negotiations with Saudi Arabia, which is huge. And everything seemed to be moving in that direction. You had, regardless of what you think of them, you have the Kushner plan, which was being presented to the Palestinian Authority, and which was the best and most comprehensive plan that they could possibly hope for. Another plan for them of so many that go back really to the 1930s, where they would get a sovereign Palestinian state and land swaps, including areas actually within Israel itself, and Israel, of course, annexing the suburbs of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, which are high concentrations of Israeli cities and towns, and a corridor connecting Judea and Samaria to Gaza. I mean, how much more could they possibly want? The point I'm making is, had Trump been reelected or been allowed to serve his second term, there's a good likelihood that that would have gone forward, because Israel was operating from a position of strength. Trump was 100% behind them. And the one thing that the Arabs and Muslims understand is strength. That's why Egypt made peace with Israel. You know, after 2 wars, they realized that they're not going to be able to destroy Israel. It's there's just no way. So they made peace, not because they like Israel, but because they appreciate power and they understand force. Same thing with Jordan. And same thing really with the Abraham Accords countries. They've recognized that Israel isn't going anywhere, that it was solidly backed. It was a solid nation that was willing to step out and do what it had to do to preserve its sovereignty and the lives and property of its people. And all of that was turned on its head when Biden came in and opened the floodgates to money to Iran. They then cranked up their surrogates in Hezbollah and Hamas, and the whole region has become destabilized.
Well, that's
Which,
a pretty good summary.
yeah.
That's exactly what happened. It was the sickness of the left coming in and stupid politics dominating reality yet again, right? So you can trace back, and you probably know better than I do because you wrote the book on anti-Semitism, why the left has always been anti-Semitic. But the giving of money to Iran, I'm sure Biden personally got something for that.
Probably.
He just, people, I guess, are in this comfort zone in the United States where they just refuse to accept how evil these forces are, how corrupt and despicable Biden and the rest of his cronies are. It's not so much they're anti-Israel, they're just pro themselves and pro the left. And every single cause of the left is destructive. It's been that way since the Russian Revolution. There's no exceptions. What have they ever built? Never, nothing.
Well, it's been that way since the French Revolution, but yeah, everything they touch is torn down. So you have, I think, also the Biden administration signed on to a color revolution in Israel, just like they had done, just like Obama did in Ukraine, which led to the present crisis there. And that meant undermining Netanyahu by helping George Soros, who's one of the most evil individuals in the world today, basically fund opposition and agitate and get people riled up on this phony issue of the Israeli judiciary, which is like a dictatorship over there. And also, there are some pretty rotten elements within the Israeli society. Maybe you might even call it the Israeli deep state, that were on board with this, including people in the Israeli military who really got flat-footed on October 6th. Now, I'm not saying they're responsible for what happened. What happened was the responsibility is with Hamas. But there was some complicity in that. There is this, we're not going to find out about this until after the war. And even then, who knows? But there's this one case that still bothers me, where you had these Israeli soldiers, women actually, on the border of Gaza, contacting their superior officers and saying, we got problems here. This is in the days leading up. there's weaknesses on the border. We see activities going on. It looks like there's something going on. And according to many sources, these higher ups in the IDF told them that they had to shut up or they might face court martial. I don't know if it's that bad, but they at least told them to be quiet, and they ignored them. And these women, by the way, were slaughtered at the time of the incursion. So
Well,
there's a, yeah.
Why should we find that surprising? I mean, there have been similar stories, again, at the time about the Pearl Harbor attack, where the warnings, they were told them to ignore it. There's no doubt. And of course, what happens in all these things, let's not forget 9/11, for God's sake. How do you have some major thing with all these intelligence, quote unquote, agencies? How did they miss that? You know,
Not to mention the January 6th incursion, which we now know, based on recent videos dropped by James O'Keefe, again confirming what we've been talking about for years, which is that the whole thing was a setup by insiders and agents who were the ringleaders who have never been charged. But just to finish up the Israeli piece, I don't think that I don't think that Netanyahu was in on this. I don't think it was at the top of the IDF either. I think that from what I understand, there was some specific people in the military who these young women answered to, who were change agents. They were left-wingers, and it's a possibility that they wanted to see some little dust up on the border because they want to discredit Netanyahu. I mean, George Soros, let's not forget, there's still this color revolution. They could not take down Netanyahu. They'd been trying for years. There was 4 elections. They couldn't do it. And he keeps coming back. Now, I'm not here to defend him. That's an Israeli internal question. I'm simply noting that there was strong motivation to change the government over there. And perhaps they felt that allowing some little incursion at the border would be enough to get him removed from office. I don't think that I would point a finger and say that they expected what happened, where 1,000 people would be murdered, and there would be the worst slaughter of Israelis since the Holocaust, or Jews and non-Jews. But I think there's some complicity, and again, we're not going to get to the bottom of it until after the war. I think that at this point, I hope and I pray that this won't happen again for Israel, because they are facing another major threat from Iran, which is seeking revenge for the killing of their terrorist leaders. And I think at this point, even these rotten elements within the IDF, they're not going to let that happen. I mean, they have families, they have lives. I mean, do they want to destroy the whole country just to get Netanyahu? I don't think it could possibly be that bad.
well, I don't know that it's that bad, but there were political motivations for all this stuff. Let's say COVID. I mean, yeah, the people behind it didn't really expect there were going to be 6 million deaths or whatever it ended up being.
Right.
So I get weary of the excuse, well, we didn't want to, we didn't mean for it to go that far. I mean, the fact that these machinations were going on
is horrible. Yeah.
The sick individuals involved. And I don't know that you're ever going to, quote, get to the bottom of it, because the bottom for me seems to be there are a whole lot of corrupt agents. It almost always comes back to the left. And short of exterminating all these people, these kind of things are going to go on till the end of time. Because remember, that plays against a backdrop of people simply not wanting to accept how corrupt the authority is. It just goes against the grain, because from the first day that you went to school, the very first thing you learned was to keep your mouth shut and follow instructions.
Yeah, and
So,
also that there's not going to be ultimately much, if any, accountability for any of this. I
right,
mean, certainly,
right.
whether it be in Israel for these people who might have been traitors and who were political, or whether it be here for people like Fauci and them, and there's more coming out about pre-knowledge of the Wuhan lab. I don't think that's even questioned. Even the New York Times admits that the virus came from there. And the fact that now the CDC recognizes and has normalized the use of ivermectin, when in fact ivermectin probably would have saved the lives of 80% of the people who died as a result of that virus.
Well,
There'll be no
you're
accountability.
yeah, well, you're exactly right. There's no accountability, and it's sort of the other side of that as life goes on. So we get to whatever the next thing is, and the CDC is out there recommending. Um, it's pathetic, but as we've said so many times on this program, it's a direct consequence of an atheist society. You simply find some other idol god, and that happens to be the government. And believe me, you can have these conversations, and you know better than I am sure. You can talk till you're blue in the face, and people don't want to get to that point. I can't tell you how many discourses I've been involved with abuses in the healthcare system that all ultimately relate to the fact that the feds are involved. So if you go back to the feds got involved in the healthcare with Medicare, complete disaster. But all you'll hear from most people is, well, no, Medicare paid XYZ on my wife's hip replacement or whatever the heck it is, without realizing that that is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay. Here's a little fact, and I'm speaking as an older guy. Take a guess, my friend, what the hardware cost was billed out to Medicare, the hardware cost only of the hip joint that my wife got. Take a whatever you're guessing, you're going to be low by a factor of 5. But go ahead.
I mean, probably the real hardware cost would have been maybe $100, but the government got like probably 10,000. I don't know.
All right. Are you sitting down?
Yeah.
$92,000.
Oh my God.
For the titanium hip joint. All right. Now, I didn't pay for that out of my direct pocket, but obviously I pay taxes. Medicare costs a couple of $100 a month. I have other insurance, but it's pretty clear that this is all a result of the destruction of the healthcare system, albeit she got good care. But again, that's not the point.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, if we had a horrible dictator running everything, maybe the trains would arrive on time, you know. So
well, it's 10 times worse than even in the private sector. Like if you want to put a battery in your car, you could go to a like an ADAP and buy the battery for $50, or you could go to your auto dealer and they'll put it in. They'll charge you $300. The point is that the government is all of that 10 times over.
Yeah.
Because there's no option. I mean, it's just you're in the system.
Well, so what's happening is maybe some people are getting, to use the term, converted and seeing this. One of the constant themes that's on the American Council of Science and Health virtually every week is how the government screwed up pain medication, because a chronic pain patient now has a very, very tough time getting sufficient meds because of all the opioid restrictions. It's an unbelievable mess. And many of them are resorting to heroin or whatever they can get. All right. How did this happen? Well, the DEA. And here again, you know, people are finally waking up, some people, but maybe it's too late. How many Project Veritas or James O'Keefe videos are there going to have to be where people say, you know, the whole damn thing is corrupt, but yet it's There's
I
this
know.
one, that one, and
You know, he's done a couple of really sensational videos
oh
recently,
wow,
and you can see them on the Gateway Pundit and on his own website. I'll mention two. One of them, he gets this undercover CIA guy of what he calls
yeah,
a contractor, an independent contractor, noting that how they went after people that the CIA wanted to target, and they mentioned specifically by name Alex Jones, and how they cut his legs off, as the guy said, by making him go broke, taking away his money. He said they didn't hurt him, but they rendered him ineffective by doing a number on them, and that they could do this to anyone. Just by finding things, literally planting things and inventing
yeah.
things. And the whole thing against Alex Jones was a setup. And now Alex Jones is talking about bringing a lawsuit. I hope he does. But how many, that's frightening to anyone. I mean, they can do that to anyone. They have the system rigged. And then the second one is this economist who's a high level guy at the Federal Reserve. I don't know if you saw this,
Oh yeah,
right? He's saying,
yeah,
well, Chairman Powell wants to make his legacy as having taken down Trump, and that they're all liberals. They all hate Trump because Trump is crazy, and that they want to fix things in a way that are going to damage Trump. Now, this isn't an idle conversation here. This is a guy who wrote a portion of Powell's last presentation to Congress. He's a high level economist, and that the Federal Reserve, they could and they probably will lower interest rates sometime between now and maybe September as a way to create an artificial bubble in order to help rescue Biden, right? I mean, this is highly political. And I think that the fix is in over there. Now, the fact that O'Keefe exposed this, it's not going to get covered in the media. They're not going to talk about this. They're going to suppress it. There's a whistleblower right now, not that he's saying anything we don't know, about NPR, how bad they've become, right? He was interviewed by Barry Weiss. I haven't listened to it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm not a big fan of hers, but nevertheless, she does do some pretty good interviews in which he notes that 100% of the reporters at NPR are Democrats, and that after Trump, they became openly hostile about covering any story that could help Trump, and doing this usual routine of like bugging him and spying on him, and then taking the information and running it with it. The most embarrassing and stupid thing they could do, and then the next day recanting, but it's already too late. I mean, this is how
yeah.
they did it for the 4 years, and they're still there. Nothing has been happening. I don't hear anyone. I mean, is there going to be a congressional investigation? I mean, this Congress is horrible. This guy Johnson, I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is right. He's probably being blackmailed. I mean, he's turned out to be a complete empty suit. There's
Well,
no
of course,
opposition.
I don't know what he's being blackmailed about, but it's
Who
like,
knows?
open your eyes. This guy starts off as a fire breather, and then all of a sudden turns into this meek individual. What else could it be? Again, it's the old
He's
story.
supporting everything that the Republicans are supposed to be against. And I'm not just talking about passing this crazy budget, but he's supporting funding abortion. I mean, what happened with his Christian moral, stand on that? I was expecting a Christian to come in there. I mean, what happened?
Well, I think what happens to a lot of these guys is they get ruined by the system. He was threatened in some way. It's obvious. Again, it's the old story. You're never going to prove it. But one of my best analogies is, are football games rigged? Well, did that receiver actually drop the pass on purpose? Or
Right.
did he, make a human mistake and not catch it? I don't know.
We won't know.
So, yeah. So and of course it becomes a conspiracy theory unless you had proof that what they have on him and so on. But again, this came out with Chief Justice Roberts, how he was being blackmailed because of the weird adoption setup that was created. But this is why politics destroys everything, right? It doesn't matter. You could lay this out chapter and verse, but if you're a good leftist, you don't care. And by the way, on that, related to that, how are people like Blinken, who's allegedly Jewish, right? How does he go along with this Israel policy? You know, what
Well,
how
there seems to
important
be,
is it?
there seems to be a split even within the American Judaism, in that you get people like Schumer and them who are just backsliding and stabbing Israel in the back. I mean, they think it's all strictly for politics. They think that they're going to save Biden by securing the Michigan vote in Dearborn, where you just had rallies on Ramadan with people calling for death to America. It's a very cynical position, but I'm just looking something up here because I just heard a very good interview that's in the area of challenging anti-Semitism, and there's been a lot of it, particularly from some people that I generally admire, like Stu Peters, who I think is one of the best talk show hosts I've heard in a long time. But he just is on this anti-Jewish jag, and they quote from stuff that is not really accurate about the Talmud. And this guy took on Stu Peters on his show. I'm looking up his name. I can't find it. He has a YouTube channel. He's Jewish, and he basically read Peters the riot act by showing him that this quote that they keep repeating over and over again, that the Talmud says that Jesus is burning an excrement, that it's not true. And he showed the chapter and verse. And of course, Dr. Jones is involved with that kind of stuff too. And they have this Talmudic thing where they have all these quotes from the Talmud. What those quotes are is opinion or interpretation of the Talmud. It's not the actual Talmud. And it's a wrong interpretation. It's just, it's really a libelous attack. And but this guy really dissected this business of the burning an excrement quote, and I just want to address that because that's an important one. That goes back in history. That was when Jewish apostate Nicholas Donin took that quote and he went to the Pope in the 9th century. And he said, this is in the Talmud and they have to be burned and they have to be destroyed. And the Pope at the time didn't want to do it, so he sent him up to Louis IX of France. And Louis IX, who was otherwise a great king, a young man, I think he was in his teenager at the time, he ordered the burning of 13 cartloads of Talmuds that were gathered from all over France. And they were burned on the grounds of the Chateau de Ville on the banks of the Seine, still there. And it was all because of this quote. And so this guy dissected the quote. He looked at it both in Aramaic and English interpretation. And what it says is this, and I'm just going to make it brief here. The quote comes from a rabbi named Onkelos, who was one of the Talmudic rabbis, a very, very revered rabbi, still quoted. Onkelos happened to have been a Roman who converted to Judaism. He was the nephew of Titus, so he came from a royal Roman family. Titus destroyed the temple. He was a general at the time. And he had been previously a pagan priest. He knew all about paganism and the witchcraft and all the stuff around that. And what he said as a rabbi, and a very respected one, was that Titus came to him in a dream and he said, what happens if I curse the Judeans? And then he asks Titus, who's in hell, and Titus says, you'll be like me, you'll burn in a vat of excrement forever. And then Jesus comes to him and he says to Jesus, you know, or whatever. He asked you what happens, and Jesus says anybody who is involved in this kind of heresy of cursing the Judeans will burn in excrement for eternity. So it wasn't that Jesus was burning in excrement. It was Jesus saying to him that Titus would be burning in excrement, and that other people who were involved in this kind of blasphemy and this kind of like, defamatory cursing, they're the ones who are going to burn in excrement. And so this guy finishes that up by saying that he warns Stu Peters. He goes, "You're the one who's going to burn in excrement if you keep this up." not
Well, how did
it's not.
Peters react? How did
Well,
Peters react?
Peters didn't react well, and in fact, this is one of the only times that he actually took the video down, because he didn't come across favorably. And this guy called him out. He said, "Where did you get that quote? I have it right here. It's chapter X, line Y. Here it is. This is what was actually said." And what this tells me is that a lot of this garbage that has always been floating around there is really not quite what it is. And I would challenge E. Michael Jones, who parrots this stuff like anyone else, like all the rest of them, that he's getting this stuff from third-hand sources, and that it's it's not only an interpretation, but it's a misinterpretation of the Talmud, and that you need to actually talk to people who understand and read the Talmud. And a lot of that is not a big mystery either. It's available. There is an app now called Safaria, which has Talmud in it. You can look it up. This isn't something that's hidden. The Talmud's available to anyone who wants to read it. I'm not personally an expert in Talmud. It's not my cup of tea, but it's not something that's some big mystery. And the interpretation of it is usually fairly straightforward. The only criticism that I would say is true is that the Talmud does tend to be a little bit on the supremacist side of things. Yes, it sort of isolates the Jewish people and tries to separate them from the non-Jewish world, because let's not forget it was written after the destruction of the temple, and it was meant as a sort of a manual for how to survive in the non-Jewish world, as with the covenant intact and the identity intact. So it has all these little things about, you can't socialize with non-Jews at a party and drink wine, and you're not supposed to mingle, and a lot of stuff like that, which I'm not here to endorse. I'm just saying that it was basically a blueprint for how to preserve the Jewish people in the diaspora, and it worked, by the way. I mean, it's an incredible story of how that happened. But I just say that a lot of that stuff that's out there is not really true. It's grossly misinterpreted, and a lot of it is flat out false. And I think that it has to be challenged point by point. People who believe it and who want to run with it, they have their own agendas. They have a completely warped vision of Zionism. Zionism is nothing more and nothing less than the national and religious aspirations of the Jewish people. It's for that modest, tiny little land of Israel. It's not a world conquest. There's no big secret agenda. Not all Jews are even part of it. I'll point to Anthony Blinken. Not exactly, right? I mean, it's something that, does Israel, using the Mossad, do they do some unsavory things? Yes, they do. But at least I will say this: they're doing it because they believe, even if wrongly, that it's trying to preserve Israel from facing off against a genocidal enemy. And they've made big, big mistakes. They've fomented more trouble than help in many cases. But that's their intention. It's not to try to conquer the world. It's simply to preserve Israel, and that's a real problem. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, what you're saying is, of course, true, but it's no different from people in the conventional news media just making stuff up
to fit an agenda.
Yeah, then it's
Exactly.
retracted a week later, and no one hears the retraction. In the latest example, there was an early preprint that allegedly showed that ivermectin did not work on COVID. Of course, that was corrected in the published study, but that was not the one that was touted. So when I was writing that weekly column for Health News Digest, I would encounter over and over again the phenomenon where you'd go to a primary source, some scientific study, and there'd be 30, 40, 50 references, and they would refer to these. And I would say conservatively, 1/3 of the time, the reference they quoted had absolutely nothing to do with what they said it did. And here was the point. I actually followed up in one case and said, look, this reference doesn't say what you said it did. Oh, gee, must have been a mistake.
Oh, yes, right.
And that is very related to how when they did this plagiarism study at Harvard, it seemingly it's half the faculty of the college plagiarized their PhD thesis. Because no one's going to check this. And if they do, oh, well, I made a mistake. Or it's not plagiarism.
Or everyone does it. This is why you're picking on me. I mean, which, by the way, may be true, actually.
Yeah.
But not that it doesn't mean that you don't single anyone out.
But this selective use of the Talmud, actually, there was a famous anti-Semitic guy. I didn't see him around anymore, Michael Hoffman. If you remember
Right.
him?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And he got in bed with this. Talking about a Jewish-sounding name, Israel Finkelstein, who was this apostate Jew that he started with all this Talmud stuff. The same quotes that you're talking about here, no one's going to look it up. No one is going to go.
Yeah, and even somebody like no, and I think that Stu Peters is actually a sincere guy, but it doesn't even occur to him to look it up. He just runs with this. And I don't think he's outright lying. I wouldn't say that about some other people. But, there's so many false things. I mean, even like he's like saying, oh, well, the Ashkenazi Jews aren't really Jewish. Why? Because they're all descended because genetic studies recently show that we're all descended from 4 women. Okay, so I looked this up. And that, there was a genetic study that showed that they can trace their ancestry back to 4 women who came from the Middle East. He left that part out. I mean, it's like, hello. And, I don't doubt that, through, 1,000 years of generations, you could find a drop of DNA coming from 4 sources. Why not? That I believe. But it's like they'll isolate it and distort it to make it look like something other than what it is.
I think what happens, and in Stu Peters' case, same thing, that people are human. They have their own prejudices, and the story for him is too good not to be true, right?
Well, it explains the world in a very simple, neat way. I mean, that's part of what anti-Semitism does. Everything gets tied up in a nice little bow. Oh, it's all the Jews. Everything, it explains liberalism, it's the Jewish morality, pornography, with G. Michael Jones, right? Homosexuality, you name it. It's all the Jews. Abortion, it's a Jewish right, he says, which is ridiculous. Everything.
Well, the thing going for Jones, of course, is that he could certainly name some Jews.
Of course he can.
Who are involved with this.
And they are Jewish, by the way. He continues to insist, and he calls me out by name, that I've claimed that these people are not Jewish. I've never said that. They are Jewish. They're lousy Jews, but they're Jews. I've never claimed that they're not. Anyway.
Well, you could say that Hitler was Catholic, but
Yes, you could.
I'm not going to worry too much about that.
And does that mean that the Vatican is in favor of the Holocaust? No. Or it's a value? I don't think so.
No, but you know, by the same token, there's people that want to consume this sort of thing, and it, in that sense, becomes a very nice conspiracy theory.
Yes.
Right? So, unfortunately, the world isn't always that simple. And then the irony is, when you do come up with a legit conspiracy, people don't want to accept it because it's a conspiracy theory. Right?
Well, look at it. I mean, this is one of the premises of my book, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, and that is that there are conspiracies. These things do represent something. It's like this idea that all of a sudden we have this, transgender, people, surgery on children, and castrations and horrors, the hysterectomies. That's a part of a conspiracy that was foisted on this society at some point and rolled out in a certain way and financed and organized, and people cooked that up. I think you could make that case. But to try to blame the Jews in a way, even if there were Jews involved, and there probably were, it kind of diverts attention from the actual conspiracy itself. It's a way of actually discrediting a real conspiracy by blaming an entire ethnic group or a religion. It was a small cadre of people, some of whom were Jewish, some of whom were Christian, some of whom were something else. Doesn't matter. None of them were true to their faiths. That's for sure.
Well, how much of this also, though, is an excuse? All right. If you cook up some theory, you can say, and I've read this and you've heard about this. Well, the guy that started all this transgender crap was John Money. All right, great.
Yes.
So now you come down to the source. But that doesn't
Exactly.
change the fact that someone has to buy into it and decide that they're going to sacrifice their kid on the altar of transgenderism. So at some point, yeah, this guy was the originator, but that isn't the excuse.
No.
All right.
I
There's
mean,
always
it started with a couple of people, John Money being one of them, and Simone de Beauvoir being another one. And but then it kind of eventually developed into a plan where I do think that people got together and said, this is what we're going to be doing here.
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about how gay marriage was introduced. We probably don't have time to go over that today, but it was decided in a New York Times boardroom that this is going to be something we're going to be rolling out, and they did. That is, I would argue a conspiracy, but yet the rollout had to do with very craftily developed messaging that made it legitimate and that created a legitimacy and a normalcy for this, and that has now extended to these horrors of child abuse. That's now normal. Practically, not quite, but it's certainly something that is financially backed with big money, and it's being done by major institutions.
All right. Well, but then that sort of begs the question, right? Where does the buy-in occur? All right. So you get a bunch of lunatics starting this, but if you're supposedly some respected doctor at Beth Israel or Deaconess, whatever, why do you think it's a great idea to do these surgeries? And people say money, but you know what? You're going to do surgery for money anyway. So where does this thing occur?
Well, that's the question. Well, who is behind this with huge amounts of money? I mean, also, a related subject, who was giving all this money to hospitals to call people COVID patients, right? I mean, the hospitals were getting big money every time they declared someone a COVID patient, and every time someone died.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to our journalists following the money trail? Who, I'm sure it was the taxpayer, but I want to know who was deciding to dole that out and why. We have to know. There's no explanation.
Well, I'll give you the explanation, but then you're going to wonder what was the motivation. The explanation was it comes down to coding. All right. So you can only charge for something if it's on the official list of payment codes. Now, it ends up that, and this argument was thrown at me, and then the guy realized it completely backfired. When I said that in the early 1960s, the AMA was warning that Medicare would destroy the healthcare system. And his argument against me was, well, now AMA is completely part of it, but being in charge of all the coding. I said, well, yeah, well, so what? You know, they just found another thing to go on to. So somebody figured out that we're just going to say, if you die of COVID, and that's the diagnosis, there's an extra premium here. The reasoning being, well, we have a pandemic, so we want to put you on alert, looking for COVID, and you get an extra gold star if you take this motorcycle accident victim and say, wow, you know, he died of COVID or died with COVID, and they never quite made the distinction. That was all part of this COVID pandemic. It's, you know, are you going to find the guy who did it? No, but it was government policy. The consequences of the feds being in healthcare are so enormous and so dire that if someone were to write a book on it, no one would want to read it because it's just horrible. It would be like going into an autopsy of everything that went wrong. So, yeah, it was part of the pandemic.
And it's, I mean, I have to kind of end things a little early today, Mike, but
Okay.
I think that it's part of an international agenda for population control, for
Yeah.
social control, for, you know, world order and all of it. And, you know, it's a big, big subject, something that I've been covering for years, if not decades. So we'll have to continue onward. What do you have coming up on your Substack?
Well, you know, I've got, I was going to address this Arizona abortion thing, but I don't know. There's a couple of things popping around in my head right now.
Right.
But, and for those who didn't see the news, O.J. Simpson died.
Oh,
So, yeah.
okay. Well,
Yeah. And Ben Affleck's daughter came out as trans.
oh,
So
that's
these
no
are the-
surprise. that one's, and I'm sure he probably is singing the praises of it, isn't he? Anyway,
I haven't gotten that far with it.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, I'll just leave you with this. How much destruction in the history of mankind can be fundamentally based on the fact that people are stupid and lazy? You know, where
huge
it,
part.
I mean, what is the buy-in to get someone to think it's a good idea to castrate their 11-year-old kid?
It's utterly bizarre. And even, I mean, you know, I mean, John Money tried to do this to one of the twins, and the parents put a stop to it. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, now they're like celebrating. It's you know, really. Anyway, Mike, I'll talk to you next week. Thanks so much as always. And
Always a pleasure. And
Yep.
see you next time.
You bet. All right.
care.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. All right. Welcome aboard, everybody. Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me. Michael D. Shaw, my usual guest on Thursday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. Mike, how are you?
Hey, just great. You know, reborn over the weekend. So raring to go here.
Reborn?
Reborn.
Are you reborn in Christ, or how do you mean that?
Well, of course in Christ, but in any other way.
You're a soldier for Christ. Wonderful.
I mean, I woke up Monday morning and suddenly I had the body of a 25-year-old.
How do you account for that?
Yeah, I'm not saying what species. Could have been a 25-year-old dog too. You know.
Oh, okay. Before we get started, I want to thank Donut, the host of a YouTube channel, of a live stream, Rumble, for having me on as a guest. Really, really good guy. Really good interview. he wanted to discuss my books, and not only did he want to discuss them, and he's read them, and he actually had copies which he held up.
Whoa.
So yeah, I mean that's pretty good, you know. I mean, usually when people want to talk about a book, they don't have it or they haven't read it. This guy read my books and had questions about things I wrote. So I mean, that's the best possible kind of interview you could get. I mean, it was really, really good, and he just posted it on his Rumble channel. He's going to be posting it on his YouTube channel after he does a little editing. Mainly, I might have made a few. Yeah, I mean, I probably made a few comments that are not appropriate for YouTube, and he wants to save his YouTube channel, of course, and I don't blame him. We have to be careful on YouTube. You know, you still cannot talk about the 2020 election. You can't talk about the false flag of January 6th. You can't talk about COVID, and you can't talk about the vaccines. And you can't criticize transgender. I think those are the 5 no's for YouTube.
Yeah,
There's
pretty
probably others. They don't really tell you what. But those are verboten. Anyways, but speaking of which, I had the misfortune of watching MSNBC the other night.
I know, so we don't have to, right?
Oh my God, Ari Melber. You watch 5 minutes of that thing and you feel your head's going to blow up. It's so they haven't changed. They're putting aside that they're still Trump obsessed every single hour. I don't know how they do it. They're still pushing the J6 hoax.
Yeah.
They still, I mean, I don't know if this is a good thing, because I think that most Americans either don't buy it or don't care, or if they're really kind of like cranking things up, and we're talking the deep state here, to do some real damage. You know, it's really seems to be the only thing they have. You know, that all of their lawfare cases are imploding. In fact, the one in Atlanta is actually working in their disfavor. The longer they keep that one open, the more information is exposed about how corrupt the Georgia election system is, and how corrupt Raffensperger is, and it's getting to be a real embarrassment for them. And you know, he's Trump's ahead in all the battleground states. There's even rumors that he might be pulling ahead in New York State, because people in New York
Is that for real? I had heard that. Is that for real?
Yes, I think that people in New York are disgusted with the Letitia James and Bragg and this other one, the one with the daughter who's raised $90 million.
Yeah.
You know, the judge, and just how corrupt they are and how incestuous they are. They're all working together. Everybody's like trying to get Trump, and I think that a lot of people are getting tired of it in New York. You know, you're always going to have the hardcore cult-like Trump haters who are going to lap it all up, you know, like they do. I don't know how they live with themselves. It's like every night. I mean, they're so, you know, besotted with this rotten ideology. But I think your average New Yorker, even liberals, are starting to break away. They're starting to scratch their heads, including minorities, including younger people, the millennial voters, you know, people are starting to say, hey, you know, it's like they're not buying this anymore. It's getting a little old, a little frayed around the edges. I mean, when you had to have the governor of New York get up on television the day after they try to hit Trump with a $500 million fine, and say to New York developers, don't worry, we're not against you. We love you. Just keep going, keep doing what you're doing. This has nothing to do with you. This is all about Trump.
Right.
Right? Because developers are starting to say, hey, I don't need this. I'm leaving.
Well, you mentioned MSNBC, and I think what's going on here, which is, I think, good news, is now they're really playing to the hardcore audience. I mean, there is a percentage of people that their entire life is hating Trump. So I mentioned this before. The analogy is to the late Sam Francis, who was a conservative writer, but then he discovered, and he was getting some people upset. So he discovered that his core audience seemed to be little old ladies who were anti-Semitic, and veiled that under a sort of, yeah, no, seriously,
I believe it.
conservative thing. So he kept, if you look at his articles, they kept getting more and more and more focused to that particular core group. And I think that's what's happening at MSNBC. First of all, there's no talent on that network. You're getting to the point with them, the few times I do watch them, where they're just making things up as they go along.
Oh, I know, it's awful. I mean, the only person there that I think does have some talent, and he should know better, is Ari Melber. He actually has a brain, and you could tell that he's not buying the crap that he's dishing out.
But he's still there.
Oh yeah, and they don't have a choice, because if they look what happened with Ronna McDaniel. I mean, talk about a weak, milquetoast rhino, who's lost consistent elections with the Republicans, and they bring her in. Oh, she won't swill. She's like totally like going in the tank. I mean, Trump did not win the 2020 election. Oh, just she's saying whatever she has to say to kiss up to them and get on their network. And even that wasn't good enough. It's kind of like
she still gets kicked out after the first day.
It's like, it reminds me of, like, I don't know, when like a Nazi regime or a fascist or a communist regime takes over, and they bring people in for re-education, and they get on their knees. Oh, I do believe in the great leader, and I do. And then they still put them up for execution anyway. But
yeah, well, that was
because even they hate a traitor. There's nothing uglier. It's a disgrace.
During Stalin's regime, where there were stories where they'd line these people up. Thank you, Comrade Stalin, for putting me to death. I mean, it was, what a cult. And
yeah.
But I have to tell you, and this is going to sound sort of self-serving, but I remember in high school when there were these liberal, good student kids, and they would go on with this same leftist claptrap, but this was really a veneer hiding this really authoritarian bent to it.
Oh,
well,
no.
we need to do this, and we need to get the people to do this, and maybe under the guise of we know better than you smelly masses and so on. But now it's exposed completely.
But I hope that enough people can see it for what it is. I hope it's like I've said in the past. It's like a Wellstone funeral moment, right? I mean, it's everybody saw that in the whole country. I mean, just to refresh, Paul Wellstone died in a tragic plane crash. He was a liberal senator from Minnesota. Left of center, not a bad guy actually. He had friends on the other side. But his family was way out on the left. His wife and his kids, they were like communists. And at his funeral, they had like a special service of remembrance for him. And there were several Republicans who were his friends who wanted to attend, like I think Trent Lott and possibly Dick Cheney. I think that Bush was president at the time, and they said no. They told him, "You're not welcome. Don't come." And then they filmed it, and Bill and Hillary were there. All the left-wing luminaries were there. Bernie Sanders. I mean, they were all there. And they went on speaker after speaker with these radical left-wing speeches, and just the whole tone of it. You can see people with their ashen faces and their hate, and the film would show them with their twisted ideas and their sneers and their sick applause and just all of the ugliness and the victimization and all of it. And I think that CNN ran it without commentary, just raw footage. And not CNN, who was C-SPAN. And they just ran it. And the whole country saw it, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, this is really," I mean, it was repulsive. And it's been said that that turned the tables on any possible victory that year for John Kerry in his run against Bush. It's just people were so revolted by it that the country had a moment of education. It was like a moment where you lifted up the rock and you saw what was really going on. And I think that hopefully we're having that now. I don't know. I mean, are people waking up to the truly radical nature of this assault? I mean, we have a really good column in the Gateway Pundit today. I'm trying to reach the young man who wrote it. He's a member of the Young Republican Club of New York, which is doing some really good work. In which he does, I think he's a law student, and he writes about how these lawyers that represented President Trump in 2020 and who represented conservative causes, how they're being purged from their jobs. They're being purged from the Bar Association. They're not going to be allowed to practice. I mean, these are respected lawyers who graduated from in one case, University of Chicago Law School. He'd been one of the most respected, high-powered lawyers at a law firm where he became partner. And then he takes work with President Trump. Trump asked him, could you investigate whether the election was stolen, right? Now he's being purged. They're going to take away his law license. He's being prosecuted for this. I mean, where is the law profession? Aren't lawyers? I mean, they're saying nothing. It's like there's a dead silence. It shows how radical they've become.
Well, here's what's going on with these professions.
Yeah.
And you can make the same analogy to the medical profession.
Oh, yeah.
Right? The activist people in the field of law, the Bar Association types, are all rabid left wingers.
Right.
Right. Now, if you're a successful attorney, what you do is that's part of the landscape. You know, these guys are all lunatics. You don't care. But the problem is it's getting worse, and they're going after guys like John Eastman and so on. So, as I say, it gives me no great solace to have demonstrated finally that these liberals were always a bunch of Nazis under a small veneer. But unfortunately, one of two things has to happen, all right? In the case of the American Medical Association, it changed to where almost no doctors actually belong to it. And they've become essentially an agency of the federal government regarding reimbursement schedules and so on. In the case of the Bar Association, on the one hand, most lawyers don't care about it, but they have way too much power, because the difference between medicine and law is AMA has no particular responsibility over licensing.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is the licensing boards in most states are ultra left wing in the medical field. Unbelievable.
And they can take somebody's license away if they don't like your politics?
Well, they will attempt to do that. I mean, I know
they are attempting to do it. They're attempting to, John Eastman and this other guy, Clark, they're facing, and Cheeseborough, he's the third one. These are all lawyers who are facing, severe disciplinary actions and prosecution simply because their client, I mean, Giuliani is another one, of course. Their client was Donald Trump, the president of the United States, who asked them to represent him, who asked them to investigate. I mean, is that they're ending up being purged for that? I mean, this other guy, Lynn Wood, or whatever his name, he probably deserved it. but I mean, most of these people, I mean, Sidney Powell, she was a lawyer. I mean, she represented Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. They're all being prosecuted. I mean, Jenna Ellis, right?
Yeah.
These are lawyers who are doing their job, representing clients, and their careers have been destroyed. They've been called into these Nazi-like, sensitivity sessions where they have to swear in public. I do believe that Trump lost. Yes, I do believe that there was a quote insurrection. I mean, and if they don't do that, then they're going to be sent to the gulag, and that's
Yeah.
literal. I mean, these people are being threatened with jail.
Well,
What
here's
kind of a
what's going
country
on.
is this?
Yeah, well, all right. For those who could see it coming, again, no great surprise, but you have to realize most people, how can I put this? A great number of people are atheists. And what happens is then they have to replace God with institutions and the government and so on. So remember that on the first day of kindergarten, the very first thing you learn is how to take orders, how to follow instructions. All right. And believe me, you're not going to do very well if you think the teacher's an idiot or whatever, even if he is, and many of them are. So if you're, as what I would call an A student, you're going to play along, you know what's going on. But if you're a B student or lower, this is what you're learning. So it's very, very difficult for people to accept the fact that the institutions have been vastly corrupted. I don't care whether it's the CDC, the DEA, the entire criminal justice system is a sick joke. It has been for a very long time, but who wants to face that?
Well,
You
these
know?
lawyers that I just mentioned, I mean, these are not stupid people. They're not naive. They are standing up. They're courageous. They're heroic.
Yeah.
They know how corrupt it is, and they're standing up. And you've got to have people like that. I mean, they're standing in the breach. We have doctors like that, right? We've talked about them. Talked to
Oh, yeah,
Robert
of course.
Malone. Talked to Peter McCullough. I mean, these guys, and they've all been proven correct now. Even the CDC is now admitting that the vaccine is a load of crap, that it's dangerous, and it's not a good idea to give it to children. I think that or at least they're admitting by deletion that ivermectin
That's
probably would have
exactly right.
saved.
They're admitting by deletion.
Deletion that ivermectin would have saved 80% of the people who died during the so-called pandemic, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about this. This is much worse than going after lawyers and putting people in jail. This is killing people. I mean, this is like responsible for genocide.
Well, public health.
Yeah.
Public health has a real long history of killing people. The Tuskegee experiment, which they only admitted to in the mid-1970s, where
Right.
they were injecting black men with syphilis. But here's the thing, and I've had these conversations, and you would not believe it. You go into a whole litany of abuses, and then the response from the other side is, but it's the FDA. Like
So
they're
they just passed the buck. They passed the buck to some agency that is made up of faceless bureaucrats who who have been given sovereign powers. We have no idea who's in it. We have no idea whether they're even American. It doesn't matter. And who have this protection. I think a lot of the problem in the medical industry started in the 1980s when Congress gave them immunity, the drug companies and the medical industry, from prosecution in the case of malfeasance. Then this is when you had the explosion of vaccines of children, and like dozens of vaccines before they even leave the hospital. I mean, we've talked about the fact that it goes back to what the government did about DES. That's a whole big subject. But they basically would give you a few bucks to shut up, and they would the doctors would all have immunity. So, they're all in on it. There's a huge amount of money, and I think that generally speaking, people are developing a healthy distrust for these great institutions. In which case, they're then called anti-American. They're against the democracy. Right?
Yeah. But the problem is, it's a long, hard lesson. All right. People like you and me are going to conclude what we see with our own eyes. Hey, you know what? If all this crap is going on, then this is a bad institution. And by the way, here's the tragedy of it. There are many good scientists at the FDA. The problem is the management of the FDA has been corrupt for at least 30 years, probably longer. All right. And if you're a scientist there, you're doing your job. And, you know, the most famous FDA case of how they saved our lives on thalidomide with Dr. Francis Kelsey fearlessly going against the bureaucracy, that would never happen today. That woman would have been so shut down and shut up, you cannot believe it. It would have made your head spin. So, yeah, that's a true story. By the way, the drug was probably going to get approved, but for the birth defects coming out of Europe. But that story would never occur in today's FDA, not on your life. Okay.
It's completely bought and sold. I mean, it's a collusion between them and the big drug companies. And I would argue it's more sinister than that. It has to do with population control.
Oh, of course.
You know, it's
but that's a conspiracy theory. Right?
Yeah, it is a conspiracy. It's a good conspiracy theory. It's
and
it's not a bad conspiracy theory like the one that claimed that Putin conspired with Trump to steal the 2016 election. That's a bad conspiracy. Look, the CIA, I'm listening to this podcast. It's two guys who are former CIA agents. It's pretty good. I mean, you know, they're kind of they're playing ball on the other side. However, if you know how to listen to these things, you can learn a lot and you can glean a lot. And they talk about plausible conspiracies. They say that the CIA and the intelligence agencies in this country and around the world, they're in the business of creating conspiracy theories. That's what they do. That's their job. You know, they want to create the illusion that something is happening so that people look over here. It's like three-card Monte. Look it over here, boom, 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 and then they're doing something over there. I mean, that's what their job is. They create these deceptions, and it's in a way like during a war. You always have this. You know, the Dulles brothers, for example. The Allen Dulles was one of the major operators in the OSS during the war, operating out of Switzerland. And toward the end of the war, he created a conspiracy theory that he convinced the Germans to surrender Austria, and they did. But the whole thing was concocted. But the point is that that's what you do during wars, and it probably saved a lot of lives. A lot of people put down their arms, and it reduced the necessity for more war. It probably reduced the years of the time, that the war took place. All sides do this. That's just part of what you do. It's disinformation, if you will. I mean, so, you know, conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories. It's supposedly the job of the media to try to examine and investigate and try to find out what's real and what isn't. You know, but of course, they're all part of it now, have been for a long time.
Oh, yeah, Operation Mockingbird. Well, I mean, you make a good point.
Yeah.
The disinformation, the CIA was very, very good at. Intelligence, not so much. They would love for you to forget that no one there predicted the fall of the Soviet Union. I mean, what a failure. I mean,
they did not see that coming.
Right. No. And what's hilarious about that, how many agents do you think they must have had in the Soviet bloc? All right.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
riddled with
that
it.
That was a failure beyond reason. Okay. Let
me just interject something on that one, because I've always heard from friends of mine on the so-called right, if you will, of the theories of Alexei Golitsyn, I think his name is, or Yevgeny Golitsyn. He was a KGB agent who defected in the late 1970s actually was given asylum by Jimmy Carter. And there was another one as well, Bezmenov, I think. And they were basically saying their thesis is the Soviet Union is going to appear to implode maybe 5 or 10 years from now, but they're not really going to implode. It's all just a facade, that they're actually going to continue. It's just another trick, and they're going to continue marching forward. Now, I don't subscribe to that theory. I don't think, who knows, maybe they were doing disinformation. Who knows? But I know a lot of people of goodwill on the right do believe that.
Well, you have to look at what happened.
Right.
I mean, they lost their
right.
entire empire.
They did. Yeah,
And,
I agree with you.
So I mean, I'm just asking myself, and people don't always like connecting the dots. How many, pick a number, hundreds of CIA operatives must there have been in the Soviet Union? Thousands,
Yeah,
maybe.
exactly. I'm sure there is.
So you have all this intelligence supposedly, and you don't see this.
Well, and I'm sure that there are thousands of them working here, certainly of China.
Yeah.
China obviously has their offices at every college campus, right? The Confucius clubs,
Yeah.
where they basically spy on Chinese students and they keep them in line.
Yeah.
And do other surveillance. I mean, there were those balloons and all of this business. So, you know, that's something that's a given. But the point is that one of their jobs is to manufacture these conspiracy theories to make people think that something is happening over here when in fact it's something else. And I think that also, particularly since World War II, they have gotten very deeply embedded into cultural institutions as a way to manipulate people. I mean, MK Ultra comes to mind. Who is it? Dr. Jolion West from UCLA, handing out LSD packets, and doing like experiments, and this Dr. Ewan Cameron from McGill up in Canada, doing like literal experiments on people in his hospital, using like mind control and dissembling personalities and creating multiple personalities.
But do you remember in the case of Cameron, he was highly regarded for quite some time.
Sure.
Until all this came out.
Yeah. And you had who was it? The sexologist, Dr. Edward Money, I think his name was. He was a New Zealand
John Money.
John Money. He was experimenting on sex change. He's the father of that.
He was the original transgender guy.
He was, and I think there was a case where these twins, he was treating these twins, and one of them, they're both male. One of them, he said, well, this is actually should be a girl. And the parents went along with it to an extent. I mean, he wanted to do surgery. He wanted to remove his penis. And the parents drew a line on that. They said no to that. But nevertheless, they brought him up as a girl. They did hormones. They did, different probable surgeries, who knows what. And he didn't realize that he was not a girl until he got a little older. And when he found out, he went after Money with a gun, showed up at the hospital, at his office. But the point I'm making is that Money was behind these sorts of experiments that are now normalized.
Yeah, pretty sick.
Yeah.
But here was the other thing too, that and your friend, the late Judith Reisman.
Judith Reisman, yes. Mm-hmm.
When she exposed Kinsey, and recently, over the past few months, Peter Breggin and his daughter have this Substack, and they were essentially republishing some of Reisman's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there were questions, and one of the comments was, well, how do people go along with this crap? And I posted, this was interesting, I posted a comment that was liked by Breggin and his daughter that said, it's very hard for you to believe now, but back in the 1940s, people had absolute trust in academics.
Right.
These were the elite. These were the people that knew what was going on. And if you came from some university, that was the gospel.
Yes.
Right? And indeed, there's still at what was it, University of Indiana, I think. There's still stuff there named after Kinsey.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
and they
so
still keep his porno collection under wraps. You can't see
yeah,
it. I mean,
yeah.
apparently it's one of the biggest porno collections in the world, and nobody's allowed in, and they still have his institute and his doctors, and in fact, there was a movie made about him with Liam Neeson that I actually saw it, and I thought it was pretty accurate. It showed how he was like conducting these classes and how he was instructing people about sexuality and just how clinical everything was, how amoral it all was. There's no such thing. The idea of a romance, of a love relationship, of marriage, even, that these things are anachronisms that need to be overthrown. And that, the ultimate, I mean, it's very consistent with the communist vision that is articulated by Alexandra Kollontai in her book, The Worker Bees, where she talks about winged eros and unwinged eros. Winged eros is the bad kind because it involves a personal relationship, a love relationship, where you care about the other person and where you actually have values. That's bad because that's bourgeois and because that involves property and it involves inequality. Unwinged eros, on the other hand, that's the ultimate goal. That is where sex becomes as normal and as quick and as natural as drinking a glass of water, as she said. It shouldn't have any values connected to it whatsoever. It's just like, and this is the ideal because this is how it exists in the animal kingdom. So, it's Sigmund Freud talked about polymorphous perversity as one of his concepts, which is basically the ideal of human happiness and the height of human success is that you can have sex with anyone at any time, in any condition, and in any means you want. And then there's no value attached to it. There's no relationship attached to it. It's all just one, ongoing orgy. And that's the ideal, because otherwise you have hangups. There's something mentally wrong with you. You have emotional problems. You've been preconditioned by false, as Marx would say, false consciousness. Marx viewed anything that stood in the way of his demented vision of an international ant colony as consisting of what he called false consciousness. And something that made you an individual, that made you unequal. Things like property, faith in God, family, nationhood, free trade, all these things are forms of what Marx called false consciousness. They were invented. This is the grand conspiracy theory of the left. And this is the underlying conspiracy of the left today, that these things need to be eradicated over time because they are retarding us from growing into our universal mind,
but
Godhead.
only for the little people. Only
Right.
for the little people. The elite will still have all the advantages.
No, yeah, absolutely, of course. I mean, a perfect example of that is if you take a look at any communist dictator, they are richer than the most wealthy American corporate head, maybe with the exception of people like Bill Gates. But like if you look at like the lifestyle of Fidel Castro or Daniel Ortega or Mao Zedong, these guys had everything they wanted. Technically, they didn't own anything because it had all been expropriated from the masses when their government took over. But they have all the bourgeois affectations or everything they could possibly dream of as a reward from the little guy because of their great and glorious move into the sunlit future. They deserve it. It's like what they have coming to them. And that it's not ownership because they don't technically own it. They just have it.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Fidel Castro as a perfect example. I mean, he had, Arafat was another one. Billions of dollars in bank accounts and everything he could possibly want. These three Hamas heads living in Qatar, each of them is worth a couple of $1 billion. They don't give a damn that they have their operatives and their militants hiding behind women and children as they try to kill Israelis, and then they get killed in return. They don't care about the people there. They're like in another world.
So then the question comes up: how come people don't see this? They believe in the cause so fervently that they're willing to accept all this.
I don't know how to explain that. I mean, I do think that there is a degree of brainwashing going on. They've always known how to manipulate the masses, going all the way back to the days of idol worshippers. And I think that those abilities to manipulate the masses and to manipulate emotions have advanced, especially since Hitler and World War II. Hitler was a master at that. The Nazis patented incredible mind control techniques, and it's all on display. And I think that those things have been imitated ever since by the Soviets, by the American, Anglo-American establishment. And they are means by which mass emotion can be manipulated by informally controlling the media, the means of communication, as Marx called it. What we're told is true. I mean, a perfect example of that is the 2020 election, right? We all saw what happened. Anybody watching television saw it in real time. We all saw it, and yet they're going to tell us what we saw, and they're going to criticize us for thinking that we saw something. You didn't see this; it's over here. And and anybody who doesn't agree, they use a few. It's like the Portuguese auto da fe, to keep the Jews in line, and the Muslims, by the way, where they would pull somebody out and they would have them sacrificed, publicly humiliated, and then sacrificed in public to let everybody know that they'd better fall in line, whether you're Jew, Christian, or Muslim, by the way. It's not even, the Jew is just an example. I mean, it's sort of like we're in control here. We decide what is true. We decide what is real. And this is what happens when someone dissents from that. Now they're doing it with the guys who are in the Washington, D.C. gulag. They're all like, and by the way, one of them is coming on my show next week. Lang, he's going to be calling in. I'm looking forward to it. They're all carted away, put in solitary confinement where they're not charged with a crime. They're tortured. They're beaten. One guy has already lost an eye because he was beaten so heavily. And it's all like, American people. And whatever happened to the ACLU? Whatever happened to all these liberals? I mean.
Oh, okay. You know what happened to the ACLU.
Oh, my God.
It was founded by a communist named Roger Baldwin.
Yes.
So they were in favor of civil liberties for the left.
Exactly.
But what you're saying is depressing in the sense that even though there are alternative sources of news, you're saying that the mind control just kept up with it.
Right.
So I would always ask, how in the world were they able to hide what a scumbag FDR was? Because here's the guy who was paralyzed, but they were still, getting it on with anything in a skirt, obviously with a lot of help. But here's the point. How did they suppress all that? Well, there was barely radio back then.
Right.
And people, again, had this stupid loyalty to their leaders, which, to be honest, I've never understood. I was never like that as a kid or anything. I knew when to keep my mouth shut. But if I saw a teacher who was an idiot, I didn't suddenly agree, oh, yeah, he's a genius. I knew when to shut up. But apparently, and the sad part is, and I've written about this numerous times, that people need to have faith in these institutions. I don't know why. I mean, you think after all the misfires with COVID, people would be up in arms against public health, but I haven't seen it.
People are willing to turn a blind eye to a lot of things. I mean, in my psychology class recently, we talked about how in the case of crimes, sometimes someone's testimony about what they witnessed can prove to not be true, even though they thought they saw it.
Right.
Because even visuals, even what you see can be subjected by what like bias, like what you want to see. You can actually see something and not see it because it doesn't fit into your bias.
Well, that's
It's
a very good point.
yeah,
Your senses, and people have to understand this. Your eyes are not just a camera. Your ears aren't just a microphone, because in the middle of that is your brain, which acts on this data in a certain way. So, absolutely, if you're an eyewitness of a crime, it's not the same as having a video feed. It's colored by your emotions and many other things.
And I think that's something that they can then manipulate. And I mean, going back to it, that's a perfect example is the election night 2020. People saw what they saw. Anybody who stayed up late that night, and I did, they saw it. Even you could see, I mean, that certain people in the media. I actually think that Rachel Maddow, of all people, was more honest than Fox News, and because I was flipping around to each of the stations, and she was there scratching her head like, "What? All the polls are suddenly closed in 6 states at once?
Yeah.
They've stopped counting?" And she even said, before she kind of got a grip on herself, like there's always a little moment when the truth comes out. She says something hinky is going on here. Yeah, then of course she got, wait a minute, what am I saying? Then she kind of got wind, right? Got back under control and realized, hey, yeah, that's right. I mean,
but there was a moment.
There was a moment of truth where it all kind of spills out for 2
Because
seconds.
if you reacted in real time,
Yeah,
there was no
exactly.
way that you didn't see what was
Everybody saw, the whole country saw it. It happened. It was like the Kennedy assassination. They shot him down like a dog in broad daylight in the middle of a major American city. Everybody saw what happened. Now we're told what we thought we saw. We're told, like, oh no, this was just some low nut, all that. But everybody knew something. They knew what they knew. I mean, there was enough people who did see, and everybody. It was kind of something that was obvious that there was something seriously bad going on.
But here again, how many people were fairly willing to accept that some loser with a mail order rifle arranged to be up at the top of the Texas Book Depository and got off, and he alone got off all those shots? You, at the very least, you think, wait a minute, this is going to take some planning. This is going to take some logistics. And but people pretty
I always
much
thought it was strange that they that they did it so out in the open like that, so publicly in the middle of a parade. I mean, if they want to knock somebody off, there's certainly a lot more discreet ways to go about it.
But why be discreet?
Well, that's the question. What would they really? There must have been something more to it than just simply killing the president. I mean, there was like a kind of a declaration that we're in control here. Watch out because you're next. This is a new regime. A new wind is blowing in America today.
How new is it?
It was like that they had the hubris to step out and be very open at that moment. And
you mean as opposed to the car accident that killed George Patton?
That killed who?
George Patton, the general.
Yes, that's right, and that was another one. But I mean, you're right. I mean, that was obvious.
Now that wasn't on national TV.
I wrote about that in my book of American Assassinations. And they still didn't kill him, and he was in the hospital. And he called his wife and he said, "Get me the hell out of here! They're trying to kill me." And she rushed over. By the time she got there, it was too late.
Yeah.
I mean, that's right. I mean, this is That's not new.
Well, it was, but the point is, it wasn't as broad daylight as the JFK assassination.
That's right.
But there were a lot of people that witnessed that car accident. And
look, this has always gone on. I mean, we could go back to, in my book, I cover the, various presidents and leaders who have died under questionable circumstances. I mean, Zachary Taylor, the president of the United States, I think he was assassinated.
Yeah.
He was standing in the way of this agenda to rip the country into a civil war. They had to wait 10 more years before they pulled that off. I mean, I get into that in my book. It's an interesting story. So sure, I mean, assassinations.
Now which book is that?
Assassination in America.
How old is that?
I wrote that, I think, in 2016, 2015, around that time.
Oh, wow. Okay. I must admit, I'm not familiar with that one.
Oh yeah, and I got into the Clinton death list.
Yeah.
And the list of people who died after the Kennedy assassination. A lot of things that need to be investigated. I talked about the death of Tim Russert, which I thought was questionable. Did you know that Tim Russert, just before, maybe it was a year before he died, he interviewed both John Kerry and George Bush, and he asked both of them about Skull and Bones on national television. Now, I don't mean to be conspiratorial. I'm putting the tin hat on here, but they both answered his question because they were both members.
Yeah.
And he was like, what is this deal with Skull and Bones? You're both in this secret society. What can you tell us about that? And they both had the exact same expression when they answered. And they both said, oh, well, we can't talk about that because that's a secret. But what it did was it brought up to the whole country, and most people did not, you and I would know this, but most average people didn't, the normies, that there was this secret society at Yale called Skull and Bones, and that they're involved in some rather sinister behind-the-scenes stuff, and that they have huge influence over American life. And it's been rumored that he died under questionable circumstances about a year later. Anyway, these things need to be, I'm not saying that he may not have died of natural causes, even though he was a relatively young man. But when there is a situation like that, you have to investigate. That's all I'm saying. You have to take a look at possibilities. Why would this happen? Who would benefit from it? What kind of a motivation is going on here?
Well, who's investigating the suicide, quote unquote, of that Boeing whistleblower?
No, right in the parking lot, right after before he was going to testify. Here was a man who had something on Boeing. He was, had been a 20-year employee of Boeing. As is most often the case, he said to his wife, I think he said to his friends, he goes, look, I'm fine. I am not suicidal, but don't be surprised if something happens to me. And if it does, it was not suicide. And then sure enough, he commits suicide in a parking lot.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And, we could talk about other cases too. I mean, that doctor who invented the test kit, Nobel Prize winning. There's a lot of people in medical profession who have died under questionable circumstances. There are people who are.
Well, you mean Corey Mullis?
Yes.
Yeah.
They are threatening to expose an agenda where a lot of money is involved, a lot of careers are involved, and they have to be stopped for that reason. And the people who do this understand that it's perfectly justified. Look, this is nothing new. I mean, this is what happened to Julius Caesar. I mean, it's not right. I mean, this is human nature. I mean, conspiracy is part of life. When you have interests and that control or that influence the future of the culture, that influence financial issues, and that they may deleteriously stand in the way of an establishment. Of course they may be assassinated. Why would they not be? I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah, I think the trouble is that most people are very uncomfortable with this concept because it's much easier to just regard it, all this stuff as conspiracy, and no one would do that, and people are generally good, which unfortunately they're not. But I keep coming back. It has a lot to do with how society has become secularized to the extent that you have to worship these agencies, and then they all become out of control. How come no one ever asked the question with Governor Kathy Hochul, when she took over for what's his name, Cuomo?
Yeah.
So an obvious question that I didn't see anywhere in the media, left, right, center. Okay, babe, what were you doing when Cuomo was messing with these women? Like, where were
that's
you?
right. I mean, Cuomo is not one of my favorite people, but I do think that there were interests that wanted to railroad him.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he and bringing up those sorts of accusations seems to be an easy path. And obviously those sorts of accusations have been brought up against men who really, where it's really not the case, or they're very flimsy. The perfect example is Blasey Ford, right? Anybody who saw that testimony against Kavanaugh, I mean, talk about the left concocting this. I mean, you could tell that she was unstable as a person. And you could tell that something probably did happen to her in high school. But you could also tell that it wasn't Kavanaugh. She wasn't in any way able to. The lawyer that questioned her brought that up and pointed out that she could not locate anything near remotely like where Kavanaugh socialized. I mean, it was a different crowd. She was part of this sort of upper crust Protestant Yankee, private school crowd, where he was more of a blue collar Catholic guy who was in, private school, but it was not, it was more like the Boston College High School kind of school. And they just didn't travel in the same social circles, and they weren't there. I mean, they couldn't place her there. And once that lawyer started zeroing in on her, she just picked up her can of Coke and she literally ran out of that room, and she never came back. I don't know if I watched this. It was really sensational.
And I don't think a whole lot was made of that.
No, because she had sponsors. I mean, she was put up there the same way Anita Hill was put up. Yeah. They promised her, Anita Hill ended up becoming a tenured professor.
University of Oklahoma.
At Brandeis in Boston, where she is now.
Brandeis?
Yeah. And she's the head of diversity, divestment, and anti-Semitism and racism, or whatever the hell office is. She was just a low-level bureaucrat at Thomas's agency. And they just found her, they groomed her, they brought her in, they made her promises to do this. And afterwards, she was getting $10,000 a shot to speak at colleges. She wouldn't go unless they paid her up front. And then she, of course, got a big book deal. And then she got her she was awarded for this. I mean, I think that Blasey Ford also was awarded for coming up with this kind of assault. And in these cases, it's a very flimsy assault. It has no basis to it. It's like this rotten woman who claimed that Trump, attacked her at Bergdorf Goodman. Really?
Eugene Carroll. Right?
The only reason why she gets away with that is because it's Trump. I mean, that would never have been inside a courtroom if it had been anyone else. And she was financed by Reid Hoffman over at LinkedIn. She had to admit that finally under oath. You get some big money people who have an agenda, and they find these people and they groom them and they put them up to conduct these things. I mean, even Stormy Daniels. Apparently, I mean, this isn't on YouTube, so I think I can repeat this because it's been written about in the Gateway Pundit, is my source. She and Michael Cohen, who were having an affair, Michael Cohen being the rotten, convicted criminal lawyer and liar and known perjurer, who apparently gave her the hush money without Trump even knowing about it. They were recruited by Adam Schiff, that rotten guy who came up with the perfect phone call, whistleblower who had never heard the phone call and who spent 3 years getting his fat face on television talking about how Trump stole the election with Putin. And I have the proof in my upper pocket. He never showed it. He recruited them to bring back that charge again and to go before this judge, now Merchan, whose daughter is a consultant that represents left-wing politicians, including Adam Schiff, who contracted her company to the tune of $20 million. So the daughter of Merchan.
What was the crime? Anyway, I mean,
Trump the crime is absurd. I mean, that Trump used campaign money to pay a prostitute. It's just so ridiculous, and so the whole thing is concocted. I'm sure he probably, if he had anything to do with it at all, and I have a feeling he didn't, but even if he did, I'm sure he wrote the check out of his own account. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
And yet these things have standing because
it's corrupt. I mean, the father is in the father of this woman who's got $90 million as a consultant from left-wing Democrat candidates who are raising the money because they've hired a consultant whose father is going to put Trump in jail, and who has on her Twitter account as her emoji a picture of Trump behind bars. She took that off Twitter once it was exposed by Laura Loomer. Yeah. That they're making money. His family is getting rich from this case, and yet they know they can get away with it because they know that they have Trump hatred, and they got this whole rotten leftist, internationalist, illuminated establishment behind them, so they can get away with it, and that this Merchan can put a gag order on Trump, while Stormy and Michael Cohen are raking in money going on TV and doing documentaries, all as they crap on Trump. I mean, the whole thing.
That this is with the full faith and credit of the, quote, Republican opposition.
Oh, yeah, well, sure. They're not saying anything. I mean, where's Mitt Romney? Oh, my God. I mean, forget it. Liz Cheney. I mean, talk about rotten Republicans.
Where's anybody besides Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Well, right? I mean, she might occasionally give a little lip service. But, I mean, you got somebody like a Liz Cheney. She actually, while she was on that phony committee, she's sitting on evidence that would have easily exonerated Trump from any involvement. And they basically suppress that. And then when they have to dissolve the committee because the Republicans won the election, they're destroying that evidence. There's rumors that they actually destroyed it. She should be in jail for that. I mean, aren't they trying to put Trump in jail just for simply using the Presidential Records Act to take documents out of the White House like every president has done since John Adams? I mean, this is that's unbelievable. And now it's come out that according to Special Prosecutor Robert Hur, who looked into Biden's stealing of documents, and he had no such coverage. He didn't have the Presidential Records Act. That didn't apply to vice presidents.
Right.
There's still information that he's not been able to get to, they say, at the Biden Center, because he thinks, or at least somebody in his office has leaked, that it's because that has the complaint that was lodged by Tara Reade against Biden. So he needs to cover that up. He took that with him. He stole that out of the files. Anyways, now that I've got all this off my chest, Mike, what do you have coming up on your Substack?
Well, I did a few days ago another one of these whatever happened to. I was
Cool.
talking about civil rights. I've got something else that I'm working on, commenting on a pretty good article that was posted on the Remnant, which is a conservative Catholic site.
Cool. I'll look it up.
So there's stuff going on, but there's certainly no shortage of things to write about and complain about.
Yeah.
But how much of this goes on because there's no Republican opposition?
Oh, it's
That's
awful.
what-
And this guy Johnson has turned out to be a complete dud. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. What a disappointment. What an empty suit. He looks like Howdy Doody. I mean, it's ridiculous. He looks like Alfred E. Newman from Mad Magazine.
Yeah, total disappointment.
Yeah, completely.
And
all that, and the religiosity and his pounding the chest with that makes it even worse, because we had at least had an expectation that maybe he was a little bit independent. Maybe he answered to God and not to these rotten characters. It's just terrible.
Look, as long as people can say with a straight face that Joe Biden is a devout Catholic, then these labels don't mean anything.
Oh, I know,
because
really.
you'll
And
be
then,
judged by your works here.
meanwhile, he uses the occasion of Easter to declare transsexual visibility day. I love Trump's response to this. He goes, "Election day is going to be Christian visibility day." I hope. Let's pray. Anyway, Mike, as always, thanks so much for joining me.
Always
I'll
a
talk to you next
pleasure,
week.
and I really don't feel as bad as I should based on all the stuff we discussed. So
No, I feel better for getting it off my chest. That's what this is all
sure.
about. All right.
We will
Take
see
care.
you next time.
You bet. All right.
Pretty good. I mean, it's coming up. Getter there's a couple of little problems with Getter. They want me to give them money, and so now they've given me a runaround. but everything still looks good there. But yeah, I mean, it's alternative media is interesting. I want to thank Ethan Ralph from his Rumble account for interviewing me yesterday in a pretty lengthy interview, his kill stream on the topics covered by my book, The Anti-Semitic Imagination. And I got another one coming up tomorrow, Southern Sense with Ann Ubelius. So people are interested, and it's rolling out there. But I'm seeing the approach of the anti-Trump left in terms of how they're going to tackle Trump between now and the election. And it is just the same old crap, but it's something that nevertheless has to be addressed. I heard clips from MSNBC, what's her name, Joy Reid, those knuckleheads in the morning, the Morning Mika, that show. And the general theme is that Trump is going to be a fascist dictator.
Oh, of course.
But now they're using the angle he's kowtowing with Christian nationalists.
Well, I mean, let's not forget that is Rob Reiner's latest movie.
That's right.
That did, country. Yeah. But hold your breath for this. The first week box office was $38,000 in all theaters.
That's enough for them to go to lunch. Not even that.
It's one of the lowest opening week box office, I think, in the history of motion pictures since they started keeping these records.
Oh my God! Now, did you?
I mean, somebody figured out that it was like $100 per theater or something.
Oh yeah, really? They have to actually pay people to go. Oh my God!
Well, that apparently didn't work, but anyway.
But the attack on him as a Christian nationalist, I find particularly insidious, because putting aside the fact that it's anti-Christian, it's really an attack on Christianity that probably goes back 100 years for these people. It's completely bogus. You know, Christians are nationalists in this country, many of them, but they imply, and in fact, more than imply, I mean, if you listen to their rhetoric, they want to impose, a religion on the country. It's a kind of hysterical stuff that it's as shrill as, what they claimed Joe McCarthy was doing, which he wasn't. But, the communists are taking over, this kind of stuff, right? And there's a red under every bed. There's a Christian under every bed. It's this hysterical, outpouring of rage and hate and lies that is really something that I don't know if it's the last desperate gasp, as Steve Bannon likes to say, the last gasp of a dying age, or if it's something that they really mean business on, because this is the kind of shrill attack that, a couple of years ago they used against people who didn't get the jab, right?
Yeah.
They're going to round them up and put them in concentration camps. And maybe a year before that, people who didn't put on the mask, people who didn't cooperate with COVID protocols. And, as a Jew, I feel particularly sensitive toward this, because this is what the Nazis did to the Jews. These demons are going to come along and they're going to make you do all these things. And I don't know if this kind of ugly rhetoric has to be challenged. I know that you and I may laugh at it and say, "Oh, this is so pathetic," but they mean business. I mean, they're using their media outlets to promote this kind of hate and these lies.
Well, let's not forget that this exact same tactic was used about 60 years ago with the school prayer decisions. Very similar sort of thing. Was anti-Christian stuff going around then, and the same things were in play if you think about it, that the conservative movement in the country was starting up, and it had to be countered. So it was portrayed as, yes, wanting to establish a religion by saying the Lord's Prayer for 13 seconds in the morning or something. And unfortunately, in the wake of World War II, which was less than 20 years in the past, it hit home with a lot of people who were concerned that there would be some Nazi type situation, which of course they failed to see that the Nazis were the ones on the left in this case.
Right, and that the communists, meanwhile, had goose-stepped their way across about 2/3 of the planet by that point, including communist China. But, I mean, it goes back. I mean, in my book, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, touches on it a little bit. I mean, in that it goes back to the official anointing of Charles Darwin as the patron saint of the world in 1859, and what he called his British bulldog, R.H. Huxley, went around and debated Christian ministers in a style that was very mocking. Oh, you believe that God created Adam and Eve? Ho, ho, ho! And you think that God, this is your God? And he was, it was very condescending and very ugly. And unfortunately, too many Christian ministers took the bait and went and debated him. And he said, "Oh, you're basically believing in a lot of fairy tales, and you're a bunch of morons." And it's that kind of sneering tactic that has continued ever since. And that's what this is about. I mean, this is, these Christians are like crawling out from some rock somewhere. They're so stupid and they're so moronic that they don't believe our enlightened wisdom. And, I mean, they've gotten away with it before, and it's an ongoing battle. This isn't new. It's happening now because it's, they need to bring it out into the forefront. But it's been going on for hundreds of years. I mean, it's an attack, it's an attack on God. It's an attack on faith. It's an attack on Christendom. It's an attack on Judaism.
It's an attack on morality.
Yes.
And
indeed.
The perverts have always existed on the left. And no one can deny that now. who are the Democrats? They're the party of the abortionists, the transgenders, the homosexuals. Is there anything positive in their entire agenda?
No, they're jerking off, if I can be blunt. I mean, they
Yeah.
don't have anything spiritual to offer. They don't have any objective code of ethics or morality that comes from something other than them, which they can then shape and shift at any time they want. And it's an ugly, negative worldview, and they really think that since they control the high ground in the culture, they're going to be able to pound that home. And when you listen to Joy Reid, I heard this the other day. I mean, on the one hand, you kind of dismiss it as like just as some nincompoop over there, but on the other hand, it is really a fire-breathing indictment, and she runs down a laundry list of things that Trump is going to do, and he's going to take away your this, and he's take away that, and he's going to, he loves Putin, of course. I mean, they love that, and he's going to embroil us, and it's all these crazy lies. And the thing that I think we need to point out here is that this isn't 2016 when Trump was running for president the first time as a businessman, and that yes, you could say, hey, we don't know that much about how he's going to govern. You could have made that case then, but the fact is that he served an entire 4-year term as president of the United States, and none of that stuff happened. He was a moderate to conservative president. Sure, we could criticize certain things. We could say, okay, maybe he didn't quite handle the protests at the U.S. Capitol properly. Maybe he didn't handle what I would describe as a Kristallnacht against black people, where businesses were burned to the ground, and cities neighborhoods were looted, and children were shot right after the George Floyd death. Maybe he didn't handle that quite right. Maybe he kind of got suckered with COVID. He believed Fauci and Birx, and he locked down businesses and locked down schools and churches. Okay, you can make legitimate criticism. But for the most part, Trump is a known entity, and his administration is on the record. And we saw, for the most part, enormous success.
Well, okay, but let's take into account, here's good news and bad news.
Yeah.
All right. You watch Joy Reid because so I don't have to, right? So to speak.
Yes.
All right. But how many people actually watch these TV news shows compared to the people that get their news off sundry internet sources?
Yeah. As many.
And the reason I'm asking that,
movie, hopefully.
yeah. Okay. So are they doing nothing more than very loudly preaching to the choir?
Yeah. I mean, I think you're right, but they can crank that up. I don't know how, but it seems like the more they crank it up, the more people are supporting Trump. Now you have large numbers of black men are now supporting Trump. You've got, I think it was the last poll, Trump is ahead by 9 points. This is not a right-wing poll either. This was, I think,
Right.
Harris, right? I mean, so maybe that's the effect. I mean, the more people know that this stuff is completely out to lunch, I think, other than the true believers who are just so. I mean, I think that you get the hardcore who are still such haters that they just suck this stuff up. I know people like that, even in my own family, not my immediate family, but
Yeah.
I want to be clear. I mean, but they watch Morning Joe and Morning Mika, and they're just filled with the same hate that they've been filled with for 7 years. I don't know how somebody could live like that, but that's not the majority, and I think that a lot of people are getting tired of it. A lot of people on the left, or people who are liberal, younger people, I would say even, they're just starting to give it. They're starting to let go of it. You can't maintain that kind of hatred for all these years. After a while, it's so tiresome that you can't bear it. I would think.
I think you're right. And we have a very strange media situation. On the one hand, the conventional media is always there, okay? But people are still mired back in this 1950s mentality when that was it. The point is, yeah, you can turn on the TV and see Lester Holt and Joy Reid and Morning Joe. But how many hundreds of millions of people are going to other sources? So, yeah, I get it. It's there. I don't think it's quite as important as they would like you to believe. I think conventional media is dying, but the mere fact that they are the conventional media, that platform exists. But I mean, what more do you need than Tucker Carlson getting 200 million views? And if Lester Holt got 4 million, 5 million, that would be a huge night. So I always ask the question, which people can only jokingly answer, who watches that anymore? Who sits down, as I said last week, at 6 p.m. and turns on Walter Cronkite Jr.? I don't know anyone who does
old
that.
bags. I mean, really, I know what you mean. It's all, aging, people our age actually, but nevertheless, I mean, it's not younger people aren't doing it. They all have their own little silos.
Right.
I mean, one question that was asked of me by Ethan Ralph over at Killstream is why are younger people, 20 something age, turning against the state of Israel? And I think it's because of social pressure and because they've been dumbed down for all these years. That's what Sam Blumenfeld talked about in his great books. They don't know how to connect ideas with facts. They don't know how to think cognitively. They're not able to pull entire, concepts together in their own minds. It's all this kind of reaction, this kind of whatever feels good is good. It's kind of a neo-Epicureanism, to use the old Greek school of
Yeah,
thought.
that's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean the Greek Epicureanism, which is mentioned in the Talmud as apokoros, and which is seen as a sin, is this idea that whatever the sensate, whatever pleasures you get from the sensate is the ultimate virtue. If it feels good, if it looks good, if it sounds good, then it's good. That's a sign of goodness. And that describes, I don't know, for some reason, for political leaders, the one person I think of who's the classic example of this was Bill Clinton, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he woke up in the morning and he called his pollster and he said, who am I today? What am I today? What is it I should do to be that's going to make people happy and is going to make me feel good because they like me? And it's like he obviously loved pressing the flesh, as Lyndon Johnson used to say. I mean, and he loved excess and he loved sin. And he enjoyed, the pleasures of life without any restrictions because that's where he was. He didn't think in terms of the past. He didn't think in terms of the future. Everything was in the moment. Everything is today. Whatever feels good is good. And that's the ultimate virtue. Now, I know I'm exaggerating a little here, but I'm saying more, in terms of his cultural effect. And I think that describes younger people now. They want to be part of the mob. They want to be accepted. They want to be in the beautiful club. And, that's why they're not able to think critically about what might be going on, at least as far as Israel goes or as far as some other situations go. They're just sort of, it's like a pack of dogs let loose in a dog park. Do you ever see this? You have a little dog, I've watched this, where, the little dog is all proper and on a little leash. And then they take the dog to a dog park and they take him off the leash. And suddenly it's like he's back in primal times. It's like something takes over because then they start running together. And before you know it, it's like a pack of wolves. They become like a pack, literally. And that's what's going on with people. That's what's going on with young people. They're not thinking as individuals. They've joined the pack, and they're enjoying this sensation of this power of you become bigger than yourself. You become something else, and it's something that's not actually engaging in any kind of depth or any cognitive thinking.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, a lot of it has to do with the educational system. I mean, there's no accident why the government educational system has fought tooth and nail against vouchers. They hate private schools. And you have to go back to your old buddy Malcolm X, who made the comment, well, why should we think it's, I'm paraphrasing here, why should we think it's so great that now we can be integrated into the schools run by the people that hate us? Why is it so wonderful? You know?
Really.
And that, in a sense, was not, although the term didn't exist then probably, that wasn't the PC civil rights position. But there's a lot to consider there. I mean, I've commented on various forums and on your show that from the time, literally, I was in the third grade, I started noticing that there was something off about maybe 1/3 or so of the teachers in my elementary school. And then as I got older, high school, college, grad school, that percentage seemed to be higher. And I posted this a few weeks ago somewhere, and a guy responded he said, yeah, you're absolutely right. And he went to some elite law school, and he said at that point, it was horrific. It was more like 70% of the faculty was nuts. So regarding the Israel thing, yeah, because most of these teachers are on the left for reasons which are a little difficult to understand. The left has, for a long time, not always, been anti-Israel. I think that started with the so-called New Left of the 60s. And the kids are never taught critical thinking skills. So it's on purpose. There's no accident here. I think kids, when given the chance, want to learn, but if they're in the public education system, forget it.
Right, and I think that, I mean, the reason the teachers are on the left is because it's sort of the Gramscian model. The conservative teachers were weeded out over time. It was kind of like by attrition. They were gradually moved out, and then they moved left-wingers up the route line. The other day, I was in Coolidge Corner in Brookline to do an errand. And Coolidge Corner in Brookline, Massachusetts, it's a fairly Jewish neighborhood. A lot of Jews, a lot of liberal Jews. And on the corner, on all four sides of the corner, were pro-Hamas protesters, right? From the river to the sea, apartheid, genocide, all that crap. And I decided I had to walk by them anyway, so I thought I'd engage them.
Yeah.
And so I said to one of them, I said, what is your position on Hamas? And she turned to me and said the same thing that liberals and leftists have always said to me in questions like that. And this goes back to my days of broadcasting with Patrick O'Heffernan and that long list of liberals that he'd bring on the show. And her answer was, we don't take a position on Hamas. Right? I mean, they just, and I said, well, who do you mean by we? Are you speaking for yourself or you're speaking for a group? And then she was flummoxed, and then the other one said to me, the Israelis, they've killed 30,000 people. And at that point I said, are you suggesting that they went in to deliberately kill innocent people? Why would they do that? But at that point, there was no more conversation. It was just, and it was the same, it's interesting. It's the same people, and I'm going to say this because I can say it, this isn't YouTube, so I can get away with this. Older white women, very over the hill.
I'm so glad you noticed that.
These are the old, And they're the same old battle axes that I've seen come out for years. These are the same people who were out there in the 1980s during the Reagan administration complaining about America's nukes, right? Oh,
Yeah.
don't talk about Russia having nukes, just America's nukes. Never mind, they wanted us to disarmament. Remember that whole movement? These are the Pussy Hat Rally people. The same core group of really, really angry, twisted people. I mean, it's just, I don't know where this kind of hatred is derived from, but it is just ugly. And it's, a lot of people get sucked into that. And
It's self-hatred. When you see this same demographic, involved in these pro-abortion protests, the first question would come to your mind that, wait a minute, this woman is 55, 60 years old. She doesn't need an abortion. She can have all the sex she wants, she's menopausal, beyond that. And then I started thinking about it. It's no. She's protesting because the abortion she could have had if it were legal 25, 30 years ago, that's what she's mad about. She hates herself.
She did have one or two, but
Well, that's the famous Fulton Sheen story, which you may be familiar with.
No, I'm not.
Oh yes. Fulton Sheen was on a flight, and apparently it was a red-eye type situation. Most of the passengers are asleep. He's very recognizable. He always was.
Oh yeah, great guy. Yep.
And one of the flight attendants comes up to him, and he's sitting there reading whatever, and she just unloads on the guy how much she hates the Catholic Church, and look at all the things that ruin, and just on and on negativity, several minutes. He turns to her and said, "When did you have the abortion?" And then she breaks down, "How did you know?" and whatever. Well, how did he know? How many confessions has he heard at that point? So there's a lot of self-hatred that people have, and you identify this interesting demographic, because I think that's what it's going to come down to. Not just white women, I think black women too, that the black men have left the plantation. The black women are still on it, I think, for the most part. Not
quite as much as white women, though. I mean, I'm speaking as I just last semester I did one of my classes was Black literature, and some of the conversations in the class were a lot more interesting than when the teacher was there. The teacher wasn't somebody who showed up all that often anyway, but the black women are not as bad. I mean, I was the only white person in the class, so I got a good firsthand look at this. And the conversations were amazing, and they're not on board. I mean, they're tough.
Well, that's good to know.
I listen sometimes to Dan Carlin's podcast. He's a history guy, and he's been interviewing military people from Vietnam. It's been very interesting. Just one takeaway from that was that he said that one of these guys, while he was in the Hanoi Hilton, he's talking to the Vietnamese commandant, and somehow the subject of Hanoi Jane came up. And her husband, who at the time I think was Thomas Hayden,
right?
Who was a real typical commie, left-wing guy. And the guy asked the commandant, "What do you think about Tom Hayden? Do you admire him?" And he goes, "Well, we absolutely love his ideology, but we think he's a scumbag and an asshole." Excuse my French. And he's like, "Well, why?" "Because he's betraying his own country. We don't tolerate that here."
Yeah, there you go.
We don't go for that. We think that's horrible. So I think that's what these old broads are doing. They're old traitors to their own society. They're own traitors to their own sex. They're traitors to and so this leads them into thinking that there's some great virtue for Hamas. Really? I mean, it's like, oh, but we're human rights supporters. I mean, it's bizarre.
I don't know. I mean, it's not maybe as bizarre as gays for Hamas, but it comes close, I guess. And you went one-on-one with these people. Wow.
Yeah, well, I just felt I needed to gauge it. I was going to be doing an interview later that day on anti-Semitism, so I figured I'd do a little field work and get you hear it firsthand. But anyway, getting back to the subject of the election and the agenda, the strategy. On the one hand, it just seems like the same old BS. Trump is a dictator. He's Mussolini. Now he's a Christian nationalist, which adds a little extra little wrinkle to it. Now they can also attack Christians and make Christians feel like there's something negative about them when it's absurd and ugly. And on the one hand, I say to myself, the American people aren't going to buy this. On the other hand, maybe they will, and they're going to cook up some weird incident to knock it home, right? I mean, like the way they used George Floyd's death, which was a complete travesty of justice. We now know that. I mean, even the judge in that case has admitted that the conviction of poor Officer Chauvin, who was just doing, maybe he wasn't perfect, but he was doing his job, that they had to convict him because of all the injustice that's happened to black people. Really? That's why you convict someone of murder? Because of crimes committed by other people? That's not an American, that's not what we're supposed to have in this country. Anyway, they're going to cook up another incident like that, and they're going to ride that thing like they did with that one.
Well, they're certainly going to try, but I think that playbook has run out. Now, I will agree that we can say how wrong this stuff is, but somehow it happens. I mean, where is the Eighth Amendment challenge to this ridiculous $350 million you have to put up?
By the way, speaking of that, I don't know if you noticed this, but the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, she had to come out in front of the cameras and say to the real estate developers in New York City and to the property owners, don't worry, we're not going to investigate you. We're not going to indict you. We're not going to prosecute you. No problem. Just relax. Because people were like, hey, we're leaving the state. And, so doesn't that tell you everything you need to know about this?
Of course.
Really? I mean,
well, at what point are people going to start just saying flat out that the Democrat Party is essentially a criminal gang? I mean, how much worse does it have to get?
I think that case has hurt them. I really do. I think that people do see that. They see how, ugly and how radical Tish James, the Attorney General, running for office on, I'm going to get Trump. We're going to get his children. I'm going to get his business.
What I always wondered about that, how is that a virtue? Who was that playing to?
Apparently, she assumes that there's a lot of haters in New York, and there are because she won, and then she went ahead and did it. This is to prosecute this one man because she had no crime. Trump is absolutely right about this. He says they had no crime on him at the time. It's sort of like I think I heard Giuliani. I listened to his Twitter show, and it's great. I urge people to do it. He's got a lot of wisdom. He said this is like what Stalin and Beria were doing in Russia. Beria very famously said to Stalin, "Show me the man, and I'll find the crime."
Yeah.
That's what this is. She was going to find something to appease these jackals who despise Trump and throw them some kind of red meat. This is what she was promising. This is what she ran on. And disgustingly, this is what she won on. And the jury was very much on board. Trump is going to lose all these cases because they're all picked, these corrupt, rotten juries and judges.
Were you surprised that there are so many corrupt judges and prosecuting attorneys?
Kind of. It's discouraging. I mean, here you have, I guess that the left has infiltrated the judiciary just as much as they've infiltrated academia, except in
Well,
the
it's
case
the
of
march through the
judiciary.
institutions.
It is, but in
But
the case of the judiciary, it's a much more serious problem because these people hold people's lives and futures in their hands. They can put a person to death on the drop of a gavel. You know, it's one thing for some nincompoop professor sputtering about Marxism. People, oh yeah, sure, you know, they might go along with it, and then just to get through the class, they'll keep their head low. But these judges have an enormous power. That's what the judiciary is. It's a separate, branch of government that's supposed to have that kind of weight, and it's a very, very serious matter when they're so corrupt.
I'm not sure there's an easy fix to that, although it's been noticed for years. I think where the justice system really went off the rails started with the war on drugs, because then it now is a big money thing, right? Money for police, uh, money that you could extract from the drug dealers. So now it's a big deal to go after criminal law, and it's it just became corrupt as hell. It is interesting, by the way, that this Judge McAfee, who's one presiding in Fulton County, donated to Fannie Willis's campaign to run for DA. One would think that's a conflict of interest.
Yes.
Why would a judge donate to that campaign anyway?
How can they go before that judge? I mean, why is the Trump people allowing that? I mean, that's obviously a conflict of interest. That.
I think the problem is that how much of this can you fight? All right.
Well, that's a basic.
Well,
He
that's a
gave money-
basic, but
he gave money to Big Fanny. I mean, you know, and then she's the prosecutor. That's as bad as Big Fanny sleeping with the lawyer that she ran up the pipeline, so she could get kickbacks while he's going to Washington on the taxpayer dime to attack Trump. I mean, this is real corruption.
no, it's terrible corruption, and that's why I said at this point the whole thing is just a big criminal game. There's no one decent in the entire party anymore. They're all scumbags.
Ugh, I know it. And then, I mean, it's gotten so idiotic. I've listened to a couple of left wingers. They're complaining about the way the media is covering Biden in terms of his age and his infirmity.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, really? I don't think it doesn't matter what the media says. People have we have eyes and ears. You know, he's on television. Everybody sees what they see. What are they expecting? I mean, are we at that much of a Potemkin village in this country now that we're going to have the media tell us something that we don't see? I mean, it's crazy.
Well, here again, I think they're overplaying the power of the media.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many YouTubers, for example, that have 3, 4, 5 million subs. And so being Lester Holt is not a big deal anymore. And here's what I think. If they actually did the demographics of network news, they'd get their feelings hurt. Simple question. Who watches this crap?
I think at this point it's such a obvious one-sided thing that it's reached a point of putridity. It's like it's just dull. You know, there's no opposition. The only time it's like they're ignoring the fact that you have a candidate for president who is over 50% support. You've got a movement that is hugely popular. They're just not talking to any of them. All they do is bring on experts to attack them. It's really, in a way, I mean, it's so bizarre in a way. You know, you'd think that they would give, anybody who is a Trump supporter or who's a MAGA person, at least some space at their table, if for no other reason than to maybe stimulate few sparks of interest in their programs.
I think it's gotten beyond that. Okay, the people that are watching this are tuning in for the same red meat, and that's it. They really don't want to see anything else.
Right.
So they're playing to the choir. The other problem is that if it weren't for the pharmaceutical industry, there would be no linear TV. The fact that most of these ads skew toward older people and they're all drug ads,
Right.
that audience is dying. And these are people my age and maybe older, but even among the people I know, no one at least admits to watching these shows, other than, you know, someone like you that has to. That's a media critic.
Yes.
And by the way, it's not only the news. This is happening in these sporting events too. That NBA All-Star game was terrible. Terrible. Yeah, I mean, they had some ridiculously inflated score, and the whole game consisted of the opposition team getting out of the way while people put in threes and dunks. There was no defense. So if you want to watch that kind of stupid spectacle, God love you.
Well, don't you can do something like once the game is starting to get hot and things are moving, they'll whisper into somebody's headphones that we're taking a break because they figure, hey, we'll run a few commercials. And,
Yeah,
it breaks the
I
whole.
don't know. I mean,
it's becoming boring.
Yeah, conventional media, it seems to be very corrupt in all aspects, which is why people are tuning out. I mean, here's the other question I raise, which no one ever answers. Why advertise on linear TV if it's not a sporting event? Someone's going to record it and fast forward through the commercials.
That's true.
So why have TV ads? And the answer seems to be, well, because we have a product, you have to advertise on TV. Because in the 1950s, Kellogg's Cornflakes was on TV, and that's what they advertised.
Yeah, but this is
So,
the 1950s now, as you say.
Yeah, exactly.
Fast forward to through it. That's a good question. I mean, aren't ad agencies and marketing departments asking this question? I mean,
No, it's willful blindness. All right.
They have media buyers. I mean, don't they realize?
And that's what you do. Well, right. But if you're not going to buy TV, what are you going to buy? Right? So now you have to think about it.
Or buy the Rumbles channel. I don't know.
Yeah, well, some people are.
Right.
But why in the world would you be a sponsor of Lester Holt? I mean, what does the rate card look like? What demographic can you promise?
I think that all of his shows are geared toward older, retired people, whether it be drug ads or whether it be insurance or just it's not. It's the entire thing. If you look at his ads, that's what it is. Maybe that's good for them. I don't know. Maybe those are the people that are spending the money.
Well, okay. I'm old. I'm not retired, although I've slowed down. I don't watch that crap. I'm not saying I'm the typical person.
No, but I think a lot of that's their main audience. And I mean, as I say, I have to watch it.
Yeah, but you have to watch it. But if I'm Johnny Doorknob, 75-year-old guy, why am I watching linear TV with the commercials? I challenge anyone to answer that.
Yeah.
Well, because we can't afford a DVR. Our cable system, even if you have cable, which is another mistake.
It's already on the way out.
Yeah, I mean,
on the way out now.
Any TV experience, except for rabbit ears, has some sort of means of recording.